Chapter 1 Chen Fan. Great Daqian Dynasty, Jiangning Prefecture, Linjiang County, Chen Family Village. Chen Family Courtyard. Among the 6 houses, in the only thatched hut, lay a pale man. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Fan opened his eyes, looking at the bare room and recalling the memories in his mind, his face filled with shock. He really had crossed over. No, more accurately, he had taken over someone else's body. The original owner of this body was a common farmer's son in the Great Daqian Dynasty. He was the eldest son in the family, but from childhood he had never received the slightest care from his parents. Before the second younger brother was born, he had done all the household chores in addition to the field work, washing clothes, cooking meals, feeding chickens, cleaning rooms. It was all done by him. Even after the birth of his second, third, and fourth brothers, the burden remained on him. He really got up earlier than the rooster, went to bed later than the dog, ate worse than the pig, and worked harder than the ox. Yet he still couldn't gain his parents' love, not even a single word of praise. And when he occasionally did something wrong, he would immediately be scolded without mercy, as if Chen Fan weren't their son at all, more like a servant. Also, as the eldest son, he hadn't married yet, while his second and third brothers had married first. To ancient people, this was an ominous occurrence, an act against taboos, which would bring misfortune to the eldest son. Yet old man Chen and Tian Suilan still did it, which clearly showed how little they cared about Chen Fan. At this moment, a tired-looking woman entered the room with a bowl of rice porridge. Seeing Chen Fan awake, she was very happy. Great, my husband, you're finally awake. Come, quickly drink this rice porridge. Once your father, mother, and the younger brothers return, you won't get a single drop. Chen Fan raised his head. From the memories in his mind, he learned that this woman was his newlywed wife, whom he had found just 3 days ago. If not for finding Li Xiaoning, who had lost her memory 3 days ago, and marrying her, it was likely that Chen Fan might not have found a wife even after 10 or 20 years. However, for Chen Fan to marry Li Xiaoning, Mother Tian Suilan had played a big role. She was the one who had persuaded Li Xiaoning to accept the marriage. Because of this, Chen Fan was overjoyed, believing his parents were finally beginning to care for him. However, on the night of the wedding, the original Chen Fan's body suddenly fell ill, spat blood, and passed out. He could have recovered originally, but Tian Suilan refused to spare the money and adamantly refused to let Chen Fan see a doctor, not even giving him a single bite of food. Eventually, the original body passed away not long ago, and now Chen Fan had revived by taking over his body. Struggling, Chen Fan tried to sit up. Li Xiaoning immediately put down the rice porridge, helped Chen Fan sit upright, and then handed the bowl back to him. Husband, hurry and drink it. Mother and the rest will be back soon. Chen Fan nodded slightly, took the rice porridge immediately, and began drinking. Tasting the rice porridge in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since I've become Chen Fan, I'll never recklessly give without thought. Whoever is good to me, I will repay them 100-fold, and the opposite applies equally. Thinking about how attentively Li Xiaoning had taken care of him these past few days, with no complaints at all, a warm feeling filled his heart. He wasn't stupid. He could clearly tell that Li Xiaoning's feelings toward him were genuine. Chen Fan whispered to himself, "Wife, rest assured, I will love and protect you in this life, not letting you suffer even the smallest injustice." Seeing that Chen Fan had finished the rice porridge, Li Xiaoning smiled happily. "Husband, while mother hasn't returned yet, I'll take this bowl to the kitchen first." Chen Fan's heart stirred. "You must be hungry too. Let's go to the kitchen and have a full meal first." "Ah," Li Xiaoning was startled. "Mother will get angry." "You useless thing, where are you? We came back, and you didn't even come to greet us. Do you want to eat no more?" The voice of Tian Suilan suddenly appeared. "Mother's back." Li Xiaoning quickly stuffed the bowl into Chen Fan's hand and hurried out. In the courtyard, Li Xiaoning saw her in-laws and the younger brothers unloading farming tools, and she stepped forward. "Father, mother, my husband has awakened." "Ah." Tian Suilan was greatly surprised. "He actually woke up? Mother means she doesn't want me to wake up?" Chen Fan walked out from the room and confronted Tian Suilan with a questioning tone. Tian Suilan's face darkened, and she angrily said, "What do you mean? Can you speak to your mother like this?" "Then what does mother mean? My son is ill and not even deserves a doctor's care." Chen Fan's voice suddenly rose. Tian Suilan, being confronted, had no reply. Old man Chen stepped forward. "You're fine now, aren't you? What doctor? Don't you know seeing a doctor costs money? So father means money is more important than your son?" Chen Fan's eyes turned toward the frail, old man Chen. Old man Chen's face also darkened. He hadn't expected this rebellious son, after a severe illness, would dare to confront them now. Chen Lauer, Lao San, Lao Si and others looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Heavens, since when had the eldest brother dared to talk back to their parents? Lauer's wife, holding a child, tugged his sleeve and gave him a meaningful glance. Chen Lauer nodded slightly and said, "Eldest brother, it's good that you're fine. Mother and father didn't want to call a physician for you not because they didn't care, but because the physician was not at the clinic yesterday. Tomorrow I'll call a physician for you." Chen Laohan and the others looked at Chen Lauer in shock. "Second son, what are you saying?" Tian Suilan frowned. Chen Lauer spoke softly. "Mother, Dabao cried badly today, and I want the physician to take a look. I might as well call him for elder brother too." Tian Suilan startled, then looked at the child in her daughter-in-law's arms. Eventually, with a pained look, she nodded. "Tomorrow I'll be sure to get you a physician." The words seemingly meant for Chen Fan were actually meant for Chen Lauer's wife. After all, the second son had born a son. This was the couple's real beloved treasure. "Fine, I'll wait," Chen Fan replied heavily. I'm hungry now. I want to eat. Chapter 2, Eating. No way. Tian Suolan immediately stopped him. What's this? Can't I even eat? Chen Fan replied coldly. It was only natural to eat when hungry. Nobody should be stopped unless there was no food left in the house. Tian Suolan snorted coldly and said, have you forgotten all the family rules just because you're sick? We haven't eaten yet, so how can you eat before us? Then she turned toward Li Xiaoning and shouted angrily. You useless girl, go prepare dinner right away. Don't you see we've been hungry all day? Not a bit of sense in you. Chen Fan suddenly recalled. Indeed, he had never sat at the dinner table with the family before, or rather, never eaten with the other members of the Chun family at all. Each time, he waited until old Chun and Tian Suolan were done before eating. After the departure of Erzi and his group, he had to wait for the whole family to finish before it was his turn. Throughout his life, he'd only eaten leftovers, never a proper meal. And after every meal, he had to clean the table and tidy up the kitchen. The more Chen Fan thought, the angrier he became. The former self really was overly obedient. No wonder he died exhausted. Li Xiaoning looked at Chen Fan and turned to go to the kitchen, but Chen Fan stopped her. Rules? Chen Fan sneered. I don't know anything about family rules. I only know one rule. If people don't eat, they will starve to death. If you dare to withhold food from us, that is murder. So saying, he pulled Li Xiaoning toward the kitchen. Tian Suolan and the others were momentarily stunned by Chen Fan's words. Common folk feared authority the most. As the saying went, better never step into the gates of government in life, nor fall into hell and death. This described the mentality of ordinary people in ancient times. Father, mother, Sanzi Qinshui spoke up. Elder brother and sister-in-law have gone to the kitchen. We should go too, or else all the good food will be gone. Old Chun and Tian Suolan regained their senses, both expressions showing alarm. Oh no, my white flour buns. Tian Suolan cried out, rushing into the kitchen where she saw Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning each holding a white flour bun and a bowl of thick porridge. Stop. All of you, stop right now. She charged forward fearlessly, desperate to snatch the food from Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning. Eat quickly, Chen Fan whispered to Li Xiaoning. Then he moved to block Tian Suolan, giving Li Xiaoning time to finish her bun and porridge. As for himself, he wolfed down his food in a few bites, his mouth too full to even speak now. Let go. Let me go? Useless girl, stop right now. Don't eat anymore. Don't. Tian Suolan was tightly held by Chen Fan and couldn't break free. Seeing Li Xiaoning already halfway through her bun, she could only scream helplessly. Old Chun and the other sons soon entered the kitchen, shocked by the scene. Let go, you unfilial son. Release me at once. My husband has finished eating, Li Xiaoning then spoke. She let out a burp, the speed of eating causing it. But this burp definitely wasn't from being full. How could just one white bun and a bowl of porridge be enough to satisfy anyone? Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan finally loosened his grip. Once free, Tian Suolan threw herself to the ground dramatically. Oh my, life is no longer livable. A son with a wife forgets his mother. Heaven and earth. Why did I give birth to such a disobedient child? Oh heavens. Send down a bolt of lightning and strike this ungrateful son dead. I can't go on like this. Chen Fan watched Tian Suolan's dramatic performance without any reaction. He was no longer the former Chen Fan who would immediately surrender whenever Tian Suolan put on a scene, letting her dictate what was right or wrong. You disobedient son. Old Chen shouted, pointing at Chen Fan. Look what you've done. You've upset your mother. Hurry up and kowtow to apologize. Chen Fan, in turn, pointed at Erzi, Sanzi, and Sitsi and loudly accused. Erzi, Sanzi, Sitsi. You three unfilial sons. Look what condition you've left mother in. The three brothers pointed at themselves in astonishment. Wasn't it you who upset mother? How did it become our fault? You ungrateful son. What are you talking about? It was clearly you who upset her. How can it be them? Old Chen interjected. Tian Suolan stopped her tantrum now, intrigued. Chen Fan smiled coldly. Very simple. Although Erzi, Sanzi, and Sitsi clearly know that mother is in the wrong, they choose to ignore it and let her continue making mistakes. Mother and father, you raised them in vain. Especially now, mother is rolling around on the floor acting like this, and none of you have rushed to help her up, just standing by watching like spectators. Is that how sons should behave? Exactly as mother said. You are all rebellious sons and ungrateful traitors. I wanted to help her up, but mother wouldn't allow it. Upon hearing this, the brothers hurriedly went to help Tian Suolan to her feet. Now she stopped acting out. After all, they were family, and she knew continuing wouldn't do any good. Enough, Old Chen spoke up. You've eaten today, so now get out. Starting tomorrow, this house will no longer prepare food for you. Figure it out on your own. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt sorrow for the original Chen Fan's fate. He had worked hard all his life and never received even a single white flour bun. Now he was being openly told there was no food for him in the house. Yet the old Chen Fan would have endured it. He, however, would not. Father, said Chen Fan, you're the one who said this. How about we divide the household tomorrow? We cannot divide the household, Tian Suolan immediately replied. I absolutely will not allow it. Seeing how determined Tian Suolan was, Chen Fan gave a cold laugh. No division? Did she really expect them to keep being oppressed without a word? Then, Chen Fan pulled Li Xiaoning and left. Just as he reached the door, he turned around. Oh right, before it was always me and Xiaoning who cooked and did the chores. Since there's no food for us in this house, starting tomorrow we won't be doing any of the work either. Chen Fan walked off after saying this, without sparing a glance at the shocked faces. Mother-in-law, the second son's wife, said discontentedly. I'm not going to cook or do housework. Neither will I, added the third son's wife. Looking at her two daughters-in-law, Tian Solon smiled, saying, Fine, fine, none of you will do it then, none of you. Not far from the kitchen, Chen Fan heard this and once again felt sorrow for the original Chen Fan, who had devoted his life with loyalty to such a family only to die of exhaustion. Chen Fan led Li Xiaoning back to their room. Husband, what should we do next? She asked anxiously. Without food provided by the family, they would barely be able to survive. Don't worry, Chen Fan smiled. Tomorrow I will go to the county town to find work. You just stay home and wait for me. He then pulled out the hidden white flower buns from his robe, for in total. This is your food for tomorrow. When I come back from the county town, I'll bring you good pancakes. Yes, husband. In the kitchen. That bastard actually ate so many white flower buns. It's making me so angry. Tian Suelon raged furiously. Chapter 3, The Awakening of the Personal Space. Upon hearing Tian Suelon's shriek, both Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning covered their mouths to stifle their laughter, amused beyond measure. After a while of laughing, Chen Fan began to feel physically exhausted, sweat forming on his forehead. Li Xiaoning noticed his weariness right away and caringly said, My lord, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You need to rest properly. Lie down on the bed now. Chen Fan nodded slightly. All right, I do feel a bit tired indeed. After helping Chen Fan lie down on the bed, Li Xiaoning took out a spare straw mat and quilt from the bed and started setting up a sleeping place on the floor. What are you doing? Chen Fan asked curiously. I'm going to sleep, Li Xiaoning replied. I mean, why are you sleeping on the floor? Since my lord was ill for several days, the bed should belong to him. I can just sleep on the floor, she smiled as she explained. Chen Fan suddenly understood and once again felt touched by Li Xiaoning's meticulous care. The floor is cold. Come back up on the bed. Chen Fan threw the quilt onto the bed, letting Li Xiaoning sleep inside while he took the outside. An awkward situation arose. Chen Fan, who had been a lifelong bachelor in his previous life, didn't know how to interact with women, especially not his wife. He recalled an old story contrasting beasts and those worse than beasts. Should I be a beast, or worse than one? Pondering this, reason ultimately triumphed over desire, and combined with his extreme exhaustion, he soon fell asleep. Li Xiaoning lay facing away from Chen Fan, her body tensed up, waiting for whatever move Chen Fan would make. After waiting for a while and noticing no movement, instead hearing his snoring sound, she finally relaxed her entire body. Turning around to look at Chen Fan, his sharply defined profile seemed increasingly appealing to her the more she looked. She thought to herself, my lord must have been too tired to fall asleep so quickly. Besides, since falling ill, my lord has changed entirely, as if reborn. He now dares to stand up for himself and knows how to care for others. Thinking about this, Li Xiaoning eventually fell asleep as well, feeling completely at peace. The next day, before sunrise, the sky already had a pale grayish light. In Chen Village, chimney smoke already rose from each household, preparing meals for men heading out to work. Li Xiaoning opened her eyes and wanted to get up to cook. Chen Fan was awakened. He asked, Why are you getting up so early? I need to prepare breakfast. Chen Fan grabbed her hand gently and said, Lie down. Don't you remember what I said last night? Let them cook if they're hungry. Li Xiaoning nodded slightly and lay back on the bed. When the sun barely showed its head, the village men, as well as some women, headed to the fields with their farming tools. At the Chen household. Oh! Tian Suelon screamed hysterically from the courtyard. Good for nothing, come out here you wretch. Still drowsy, Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning were startled awake. It's mother's voice, said Li Xiaoning. Chen Fan chuckled. I bet she didn't make breakfast again, so she's throwing a tantrum. Stay in the room, I'll go talk to her. Okay. A warm feeling spread through Li Xiaoning's heart. Stepping out of the room, Chen Fan asked, What's going on, making such a noise so early in the morning? Do none of you need to work? Too bored, aren't you? You ungrateful son, Tian Suelon raged. Is this how you talk to your mother? Immediately after, Tian Suelon plopped her but on the ground dramatically and started wailing. Heaven, why am I so unlucky? Why did I give birth to such an ungrateful child? Dear God, strike him down with a bolt of lightning. Chen Fan scratched his ear and flicked a piece of earwax off his fingernail, watching Tian Suelon perform with a teasing look on his face. At this point, Old Man Chun and the others came out as well. What happened? Why is mother sitting on the ground again? Asked second brother Chun. Third and fourth brothers shook their heads helplessly. Old Man Chun, furious, approached Chen Fan and pointed at him. You ungrateful child, can't you behave just one day? Chen Fan smiled and said, Mother, did you hear that? Father told you to stay calm for a day. You little devil. I'm talking about you. Old Man Chun growled. Chen Fan said helplessly, Yet it's mother who's throwing a tantrum on the ground, not me. Father, your eyes are still fine, aren't they? Besides, the neighbors around are definitely not blind either. They were all eager to see the show but too afraid to watch directly. The Chun family yard was surrounded by nothing more than a common bamboo fence barely over a meter tall, so everyone could clearly see inside. Looking outside the yard, Tian Suelon noticed that villagers passing by intentionally or unintentionally glanced into the yard before sneaking away with suppressed giggles. Blushing in shame, she stood up. Old Man Chun and the others also turned bright red with embarrassment. Today truly embarrassed the entire family. He glared fiercely at Tian Suelon. What are you all still standing around for? Go have breakfast. Old Man Chun wanted to ignore Chen Fan to avoid becoming the neighbor's laughingstock further. What food? That good-for-nothing didn't even cook anything. Tian Suelon shouted again angrily. Old Man Chen looked at Chen Fan and shouted, "Why didn't you cook the food?" Chen Fan yawned and replied, "Father, are you getting old and forgetful? Don't you remember what I said last night? Have you forgotten so quickly? Starting today, if you want to eat, cook it yourselves. As for me and Xioning, we won't eat a single grain of your rice. We'll handle it ourselves." Old Man Chen and Tian Suelon were both momentarily silenced by Chen Fan's words. Chen Fan shot them a glance. Humph, all of this is from being spoiled. Rebellious child. Rebellious child. Oh heaven, why don't you strike him dead with a bolt of lightning? Tian Suelon wailed again. Enough. Now quickly go steam some vegetable buns. We'll eat them on the way. There's still a lot of work in the fields, Old Man Chen roared. At once, Tian Suelon dared not speak again and obediently went to cook. Old Man Chen, as the head of the household, still had his authority. Second brother and the others also didn't dare to speak openly. Chen Fan returned to the room, and Li Xioning immediately asked, "My lord, did father and mother treat you badly?" Chen Fan smiled. They wouldn't dare. Once they leave, we'll take out 2 buns to eat. You can have 2 more at noon, and in the evening I'll bring you something to eat. I'll do whatever you say, Li Xioning obediently replied. Chen Fan said with deep regret, "It's just that the buns taste like nothing. If only we could eat some meat." "Dear, what are you thinking? Meat is only for those big strong men to eat. We're already lucky to have enough to fill our stomachs." "Oh, just meat? Our Chen village is by the mountains and rivers. If we want meat, it's not hard at all. Today I'll definitely find a way to get some meat for you." Ding! A system notification sounded, indicating that the personal space account has been officially opened. A flood of memories surged into Chen Fan's mind, causing him to sway. Li Xioning immediately supported him and anxiously asked, "My lord, are you alright?" Chen Fan was ecstatic. "I'm fine. Just stay at home and wait. I'm going up the mountain to take a look. Let me see if I can catch some game and bring you some meat to feast on." Just now, he had received a personal space and all its detailed information. Inside the space, there was a piece of land measuring 1 mu, a spiritual spring, and nothing else. The mu of land could be used to plant all kinds of vegetables and fruits, while the spiritual spring had the effect of nourishing all living things and enhancing physical strength. If consumed regularly, humans could strengthen their bodies and be free from all diseases. Chen Fan guessed this must be the ability mentioned by the bull-headed human figure when he crossed over. Chapter 4, First Time Up the Mountain. When Chen Fan left home, Tian Suelon and the others were still having breakfast. He left without saying a word to anyone. From the original owner's memory, he learned that outside Chenjia Village there was a river called Chenjia River. It was the village's only water source, used not only for irrigation but also as drinking water. On the other side of the river stood a mountain named Lin Mountain. There were many wild animals on the mountain. The deeper one went, the more game there was, and also the more dangerous it became. Because there were wild boars, bears, tigers, and other fierce beasts. As the saying goes, the more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. If one could obtain a wild boar, the entire village could hold a whole pig feast. Chen Fan carried a firewood axe and a bamboo basket on his back. Along the Chenjia River, he walked for more than 10 minutes before reaching a wooden bridge that had been there for a long time. It was said to have been built by the ancestors of Chenjia Village. Not only did it connect to the big mountain across, it was also a good place to escape from disasters. Back in the days of dynastic change, there were wars everywhere. The ancestors of the Chen family swam across the river to escape the chaos. After peace returned, everyone came back down the mountain to resume normal life. Later, everyone contributed money to build this wooden bridge. And now this mountain had become a hunting ground for the villagers, although very few villagers ever went there. One reason was lack of time. Secondly, sometimes hunting was very dangerous, and once encountering fierce beasts, it was basically a one-way trip. Thirdly, the gains from hunting weren't necessarily as much as working in the city. Entering the mountain, Chen Fan stood in a secluded spot. After looking around and confirming there was no one else nearby, he entered the system space. Inside the space was barren, with not even many weeds in the fields. As for the spiritual spring, it was about a meter in diameter, with a water column continuously gushing out, but never overflowing. Truly miraculous. Chen Fan immediately squatted down upon understanding the spiritual spring's effects. He put his head into the spring and drank deeply. So sweet. Chen Fan pulled his head out and couldn't help but exclaim. Soon after, he began to feel a little different. His exhausted body was slowly recovering, and he suddenly felt energetic and vigorous. This spiritual spring really works miraculously. Great. Chen Fan became excited, feeling more energetic overall. He studied the system space for a while longer. He decided to plan out this 1-acre land. Using the entire space solely for planting crops was a waste. It was also a waste if used only for storage. So, Chen Fan temporarily divided the space into 3 parts. One for growing crops, one for raising livestock, and one for storage. According to the information, the space could house living things, not humans, but other living creatures. Knowing this, Chen Fan had come to the mountain. He wanted to catch some wild chickens and rabbits to raise inside the space. That way, he could eat meat anytime he wanted. Especially wild chickens, which could lay eggs regularly. In the future, he could eat eggs every day. After some pleasant daydreaming, Chen Fan exited the system space. At the same time, he noticed that time in the system space was synchronized with the outside world. The amount of time he spent inside was the same amount of time that passed outside. This was the only thing Chen Fan regretted. If time inside passed faster, wouldn't he get rich much quicker? Sigh, what am I thinking? I should be content. This space is already quite good. Time to go hunting. So, Chen Fan began wandering around the outer areas of the mountain. An hour passed, yet there was still no sign of any game. It looks like I'll have to set traps next time. Oh right, I can even make wild boar traps, Chen Fan muttered to himself. He knew simple methods for catching wild chickens. Unfortunately, he didn't have any rope and would need to go home to fetch some. But since I came all the way here, I shouldn't go back with nothing. Not acceptable. I'll keep looking. Chen Fan continued searching, and suddenly he had an idea and slapped his forehead. How stupid I am. Who knows how many people have walked this path? Any animals would have been scared off, and anything valuable already taken. Immediately, Chen Fan changed his route. He no longer followed the usual paths, but instead entered thick bushes where it was clear no one had stepped in a long time. Along the way, Chen Fan picked up a stick and used it to hit the grass. This was called beating the grass to scare away snakes. No telling if there were venomous snakes around. A bite wouldn't be worth it. After passing through the bushes, Chen Fan saw a patch of cassia seeds. Excitedly, he walked up to the plants. As expected, good things can only be found where people haven't disturbed. These are fully mature cassia seeds. Great stuff. Definitely worth a good price if sold to the herbal medicine shop. Instantly, Chen Fan picked up some large leaves, placed all the cassia seeds into them, and then put them into the system space to store temporarily. He would have the chance to sell them in the county town later. With a mere thought, the cassia seeds in his hand were drawn into the system space. Since the space resided in Chen Fan's mind, all he needed to do to observe its state was close his eyes. Closing his eyes, he saw the cassia seeds had already been placed in the storage area. Looks like I should place a shelf in the storage area. That way I can store a lot more things without taking up much space. Right after that, Chen Fan opened his eyes and continued his hunting. He walked forward a few steps and discovered a lingji mushroom. It wasn't very big, and he couldn't tell exactly how many years old it was. But Chen Fan didn't mind. He pulled it up with its roots and entered the system space along with the mushroom. Arriving at the planting area, Chen Fan used his firewood axe to dig a hole, then entered the space and planted the lingji in the soil, watering it with spiritual spring water. He hoped the lingji could grow quickly. Chen Fan came out again and continued moving deeper into the mountain. While walking and beating the bushes with a branch, suddenly a black shadow darted out. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He immediately gave chase. It was a wild chicken. Unfortunately, the chicken was too fast and small. It quickly disappeared into the grass, and Chen Fan couldn't enter the bushes quickly, causing a slight delay. Chen Fan walked over to where the chicken had come out of the bushes. He had a feeling the chicken hadn't just randomly appeared there. Indeed, there's something here. Chen Fan looked excitedly at a chicken nest, which held 8 eggs lying quietly inside. Without hesitation, Chen Fan wanted to bring both the nest and eggs into the system space. These eggs could hatch into chicks. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly thought, what if the chicken comes back? Instantly, he got another idea. He picked up many fist-sized stones nearby and put them into the space before entering himself. As long as he focused, he could see the outside world from within the space. In other words, as long as there was enough food inside the space, it would be the safest fortress, a place where no one could harm him. After hiding in the space for a short while, the wild chicken indeed returned, and not just one. A rooster had returned with 5 hens. Chicken Master, impressive. You actually have 5 wives. Just as the wild chickens approached, Chen Fan suddenly appeared. Startled, the chickens began running off in all directions. Without thinking twice, Chen Fan picked out one chicken and threw a stone. The first throw missed, but the second hit its target. Struck, the chicken collapsed directly onto the ground. Chen Fan immediately ran over, not caring whether it was alive or dead, and placed it into the space first. Looking at the other chickens, they had long disappeared without a trace. Chapter 5, A Bountiful Harvest. Chen Fan searched the area for a moment, but, seeing no sign of the pheasants, employed his old trick again and retreated into the space. Inside the space, Chun Yun examined the pheasant and found it half dead already. This made him happy yet slightly regretful. It was only suitable for eating now, impossible to keep alive. To prevent the pheasant from dying too soon, Chen Fan fed it some spiritual spring water, hoping it might last a bit longer. Then, he focused his attention once again on the outside world, thinking, if only I had a net, I could truly catch them all at once without hurting the pheasants. Chen Fan looked left and right. The space was empty, no tools at all. Finally, he looked at his own clothes and quickly formulated a plan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan took off his outer garment and waited for the pheasants to return. A while later, the pheasants indeed returned. They looked around with every cautious step, checking whether the 2-legged creature was still around. Chen Fan waited patiently inside the space, ready to catch them all the moment they entered the coop. He had acted too hastily earlier without a complete plan, which only resulted in one half-dead pheasant. This time, he would use his clothes as a net and strike decisively the moment the pheasants entered the nest. Unaware of the 2-legged threat, the pheasants entered the nest completely, and Chen Fan finally made his move. With lightning speed, he threw his clothes over the pheasants. Goo goo goo. The pheasants struggled to push off the fabric, but Chen Fan certainly wouldn't let them do that. He pounced and pinned the clothes down, capturing the pheasants beneath. Then, one by one, he sent them into the space, also moving the entire chicken coop into the space along the way. To prevent the pheasants from scattering, Chen Fan quickly set up a temporary chicken keeping area using stones. After finishing everything, Chen Fan exited the space. Seeing possibilities ahead, he pressed forward. This was his first time here, so he focused on reconnaissance, preparing for next time. An hour passed. Though he hadn't encountered any pheasants or hares, he had found 3 fruit trees, a pear tree, a peach tree, and a grapevine, all wild, bearing small fruits. Because he had no tools this time, Chen Fan decided not to transplant the trees into the space. He'd come prepared next time. Walking a bit further, he discovered a nest of rabbits, but the cunning creatures escaped through their many burrows. Even using the same method he'd used before for pheasants was useless here. However, this didn't discourage Chen Fan at all. Instead, it made him even more excited. Because there were so many resources on the mountain, as long as he was fully prepared, he would definitely return next time with a full load. Continuing forward, he noticed signs of larger animals as well. Knowing well that he was underprepared, Chen Fan decided not to go deeper. He wouldn't be able to deal with a predator if he met one. Hiding in the space wasn't a solution either. Immediately, Chen Fan wisely chose to head back down the mountain. On his way back, he casually picked a lot of wild vegetables and also found wild chives, garlic, and ginger, seasonings that he transplanted into his space. He thought it would be great if he could find some leeks. Those can be harvested multiple times per year. He also gathered a lot of pig grass for cover, so he wouldn't hear criticism from Tian Sulan. Along the way, he collected a bunch of dry firewood. He wanted to prepare the nearly dead pheasant. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan reached the river. With a thought, the half-dead pheasant appeared in his hand. At the riverside, he began cleaning the pheasant, but without bowls or salt, the blood went to waste. In his previous life, he had killed many chickens, and their blood was always put to use, either for cooking or hot pot. It took half an hour to clean the pheasant thoroughly, removing all feathers, blood, and internal organs. Useful entrails were placed together with the wild onions, ginger, and garlic inside the pheasant's belly, then wrapped with leaves, and further covered in mud before throwing it into the fire. An hour later, Chen Fan pulled out the beggar's chicken from the fire, placed it into the space, and poured water to extinguish the fire. Finally, he slung the bamboo basket over his back, carried the firewood, and joyfully headed home. Today was truly a day of a bountiful harvest. 6 pheasants in total, though one was already eaten, 5 remained. Also, 8 eggs and a variety of wild vegetables. On the way, Chen Fan noticed few villagers left in the fields. Those who hadn't returned yet were finishing up their fields, not wanting to leave it for tomorrow. Returning to his courtyard, Chen Fan found the house unusually cold and quiet, or rather, just quiet, without Tian Sulan's usual scolding. Xiaoning? Chen Fan called out half-heartedly. Li Xiaoning stepped out of the room, happily saying, "Husband, you're back. Great. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. Have you?" Chen Fan smiled. He placed the bamboo basket with the pig grass and the firewood aside, without any intention of dealing with the grass now. Li Xiaoning stepped forward and said, "I've already eaten, thanks to the white flour buns you hid yesterday. I still have 2 here, they're still warm. Please, husband, you eat one." Xiaoning took out 2 white flour buns from her bosom and handed them to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the white flour bun, a warmth spreading in his heart. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. It felt really good, very comforting. He accepted 1 white flour bun, but not the second one, and said, "You eat one too." "I've already eaten, one at noon, and just had another one." Chen Fan smiled. "Then you definitely haven't eaten enough. You eat it." "No, wait, don't eat yet. Later I'll give you something delicious. First, tell me where are Mother and the others?" Mother took everyone to Daqian Village. She said someone from our in-laws' family is holding a full moon banquet and invited us to attend. "Oh, and husband, what delicious food are you talking about?" Li Xiaoning asked curiously. She didn't feel the least bit uneasy that Tian Sulan hadn't called for them. Chen Fan wasn't particularly affected by it either, only feeling it was a pity for the original body. Working tirelessly, giving everything until death, but still unable to receive any recognition. Suddenly, Chen Fan smiled. "Great. Since none of them are here, I don't have to hide anything anymore. Go bring some bowls and chopsticks, we'll eat right in the courtyard. When Mother and Father come back, we'll make them furious." "Husband, what exactly is this delicious food you're talking about? I'm even more curious now." "I'll bring it out right away. Go get the bowls and chopsticks quickly." "All right." Li Xiaoning entered the kitchen to get the bowls and chopsticks, while Chen Fan moved the table and chairs from inside the room outside. Li Xiaoning came out first. Once Chen Fan had properly set the table and chairs, she placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. "Husband, hurry up and bring out that delicious food." "Okay, you go first and bring out the stools, then you'll see it." After saying that, Chen Fan walked toward the bamboo basket with pig grass. Li Xiaoning guessed the delicious food must be in the basket, so she went to bring the stools first. Chen Fan reached the bamboo basket, bent down pretending to take something out, focused his mind, and the beggar's chicken appeared in his hand. He placed it on the table. Li Xiaoning came out with 2 stools and saw the lump of dirt on the table, frowning. "Husband, you're not seriously telling me that this lump of dirt is what you call delicious, are you?" Chen Fan laughed. "Of course you can't eat dirt, but what's inside the dirt can be eaten." Then Chen Fan picked up a stone and struck the dirt clod. It cracked open, revealing brown leaves inside. Chen Fan unwrapped the leaves and a burst of fragrance spread out. "So fragrant. This is meat, chicken." Li Xiaoning saw the beggar's chicken. She became completely excited. These past few days at the Chen household, she had not even touched any meat. Simply getting enough to eat was already great, not to mention indulging. "You wait a moment, we should wash our hands first," Chen Fan said. "From now on, we must wash our hands before meals, careful of sickness entering through the mouth." Li Xiaoning obediently nodded. As long as there was meat to eat, whatever Chen Fan said went. Chapter 6. Envy. The two quickly washed their hands and then sat on stools to start eating. In fact, Chen Fan had already washed his hands in the river on his way back, but just now while opening the beggar's chicken, his hands had gotten dirty again. Chen Fan tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Li Xiaoning, saying, "Here, eat this leg first and satisfy your craving." "Thank you, husband." Li Xiaoning happily accepted the chicken leg and began eating. Chen Fan then proceeded to dismantle the entire beggar's chicken. The broth inside was poured into a bowl and handed to Li Xiaoning. It wasn't much, only half a bowl. "Here, this is the essence. Drink it, it'll nourish your body." Li Xiaoning shook her head and refused. "Husband, you drink it instead. You've just recovered from a serious illness and need to replenish your strength. I'm fine with just a chicken leg. The rest is all for you." Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll drink the broth. We'll split the chicken equally. And in the future, if you want to eat chicken again, just let me know. Now that I've caught one today, your husband can surely catch another." As for the system, Chen Fan wouldn't let a second person know about it, not even Li Xiaoning. However, he could tell Li Xiaoning about the hunting. Li Xiaoning was surprised and said, "Husband, weren't you supposed to go up the mountain to cut pig grass? When did that become hunting?" "Of course, it was for eating meat. Since the family refuses to feed us, do you expect us to starve to death?" Chen Fan said, "But my skills aren't good enough. I still need someone to teach me hunting techniques. I heard my mother mention that there's a man in the village named Chun Wu who knows how to hunt, but due to the rugged terrain of the mountain, he lost a leg and now walks with a limp, so he no longer hunts," Li Xiaoning explained. She then grew worried and said, "Husband, the mountain is too dangerous. Let's not hunt anymore. I don't even want to eat meat." Suddenly, Li Xiaoning found that chicken leg unappetizing anymore. Chun Wu had become lame from hunting, and she certainly didn't want Chen Fan to end up the same way. Chen Fan laughed. "Don't worry, I'll just hunt some hares and pheasants. I won't go after wild boars. Look at these skinny arms and legs. Do they look like they could handle a wild boar? But enough, don't worry. I can assure you that I'll definitely stay away from danger. Besides, you mustn't tell mother about me going hunting on the mountain. I'm afraid they'll steal the meat from us. That way, I won't be able to sell the game in the county town and earn money to buy you delicious food. Once we have enough money, I also plan to separate from your parents and stop letting them constantly take advantage of me. Right? Husband, I support you. We should separate. But won't it look like you're being disrespectful if you're the one proposing it? I'll think of a way. No rush. Now eat the meat." "All right." Li Xiaoning became cheerful again and started eating heartily. "Mother, at Uncle's house for the 100-day celebration this time, I ate so much meat," Chen Laosi Chen Shui excitedly said. "I had the same experience," Lao Sen Chen Hai said. Outside, a group led by Tian Shui Lan had returned. Chen Hai, the third son, pushed open the yard gate and saw Chen Fan moving a table into the room. Chen Fan also noticed them and paused, placing the table on the ground. He said with a mocking expression, "Oh, you even remembered to come back. I thought you wouldn't return today at all. You didn't even bother to invite us to the banquet. What caring parents and brothers I have." Could Chen Laohan and others fail to notice the sarcasm in Chen Fan's words? Everyone's face flushed slightly. Fourth son Chen Shui retorted Bu Fu Chi Duk. "Big brother, you missed out this time. We ate at Uncle's 100-day banquet. You should have seen all the meat we had." Second son chimed in. "Fourth brother, don't say it like that. Aren't you just making Big brother envious? Big brother probably didn't even get to eat anything all day." Fourth brother said, "Oh, mother, you should make dinner for Big brother then." "What nonsense. This rebellious child hasn't done anything, yet he still expects a meal? Dream on," Tian Shui Lan angrily said. At that moment, Li Xiaoning walked out from the room with a broom and dustpan. "Husband, what should I do with these chicken bones?" "Oh, father and mother are back." Li Xiaoning was halfway through speaking when she noticed the group of people led by Chen Laohan. Tian Shui Lan said coldly, "Chicken? What chicken?" "Oh, while I was cutting grass for the pigs, I happened to meet a wild pheasant, so I captured it and cooked it. Luckily you all weren't here. I could enjoy the whole pheasant just with Xiaoning." Chen Fan's expression after saying this seemed even more smug. "Xiaoning, let everyone see how fat the chicken we ate was." "Okay." Li Xiaoning picked up the chicken bones in the dustpan and showed them to everyone. The people present looked on with envy. It was a whole chicken. Second brother and others gulped, feeling regret. A whole wild chicken. They wouldn't even have needed a leg. Just a wing would have been satisfying enough. The few slices of meat at Uncle's house couldn't compare to wild chicken at all. Second brother and fourth brother, who had just been so arrogant, now wore constipated expressions as they looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked Li Xiaoning to place the dustpan on the ground, then took her hand and returned to their room. Tian Shui Lan and others didn't try to stop him. At this moment, they saw villagers gradually returning. Arguing now would only bring shame to the Chen family. Inside the room, Li Xiaoning spoke with concern. "Husband, what should we do next? You caught a wild chicken today, but tomorrow may not be so lucky. Maybe we should compromise with your parents?" Chen Fan smiled. "Don't worry, there will definitely be meat. But we can't live on meat alone, we also need grains. I plan to find Chun Wu tomorrow and ask him to teach me hunting techniques. As for tomorrow's food, I'll figure something out." Li Xiaoning nodded. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? It's still early now. I'll go find Chen Wu and learn more about hunting, then tomorrow I'll get some game. As for you, just stay here and wait for me to come back." Li Xiaoning nodded obediently again. Then Chen Fan left the room. Outside, Tian Lan saw Chen Fan enter his room, immediately pointed at his house, and, with a trembling voice, said, "Look at your good son." Chen Laohan's face was gloomy. Everyone else also looked extremely awkward. At this moment, Chen Fan came out again, not even glancing at Chen Laohan and others. Chen Laohan, his face darkening, loudly shouted, "Rebellious son, stop right there." Chen Fan turned around, looked at Chen Laohan, and said, "What? If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy." Seeing Chen Fan's attitude, Chen Laohan's chest was heaving with rage. "Rebellious son, do you even know that your disobedience has spread throughout Shitian Village? Not only have you disgraced my household, but you've also shamed the entire Chen family village." Chen Fan sneered. "Isn't that all spread by you? And I'm sure you only say how disrespectful I've been, without mentioning how biased you've been, how unfairly you treated me, and how you refused to treat my illness or even feed me." Tian Lan said, "Chen Fan, how dare you speak like that? Do you even understand the meaning of filial piety?" Chapter 7 Meeting Chen Wu. Filial piety? Chen Fan sneered. "I used to understand it, and even practiced it. But what did it get me? Endless work, no doctor when I fell ill, no food to eat. When it got cold, no clothes to wear. What use do I have for such filial piety? Now that I'd barely escaped death, do you still expect me to serve you like an ox or a horse? Let me tell you, you can't order me around anymore. I will do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere. If you can't bear it, we'll just split the household." Tian Lan was so shocked that she took several steps back. "You? Humph." Ignoring Tian Lan and others, Chen Fan walked out directly. "Rebellious son? What a rebellious son." Old man Chen angrily pounded his thigh. Chen Fan paid no heed to the angry shouts behind him. Following the original owner's memories, he made his way toward Chen Wu's house. On the way, when nobody was around, he pulled out a wild chicken from his space. Chen Wu had served in the army, and after retiring, he returned to Chen family village. He had 2 more children, so now their family had 6 members. The 2 sons were born before Chen Wu joined the army. Now they were 16 and 15, named Chen Dehu and Chen Erhu. They had become the pillars of the family. After Chen Wu returned, he hunted daily, so their family lived better than the other villagers. But one day he encountered a tiger. During the fight, his leg was injured, and the tiger's eye was also hurt. The tiger fled injured, allowing Chen Wu to survive with the loss of one leg. After villagers learned about this, they became deeply afraid of the nearby mountains, daring not go deep into the forest, let alone hunt. After Chen Wu was injured, Dehu and Erhu wanted to follow in their father's footsteps to hunt, but Chen Wu refused, because the tiger was too dangerous. More importantly, the tiger was known for its strong desire for revenge. Once it caught their scent, his 2 sons would definitely be hunted down by the tiger. Now, the whole family made a living by farming. After arriving at Chen Wu's doorstep, Chen Fan knocked and shouted, "Is anyone home?" A woman walked out from the kitchen, looked at Chen Fan up and down, and frowned. "Aren't you Tian Lan's eldest son?" "It's me." Chen Fan smiled and said, "I'm here to see Uncle Chen Wu. Please open the door, Aunt Hui." Chen Fan knew the woman was Chen Wu's wife, Zhao Hui. Aunt Hui opened the door and let Chen Fan inside. "Come in." "Thank you, Aunt Hui." Chen Fan thanked her, then handed the wild chicken to her. "Aunt Hui, this is a gift for you. Please don't be offended." At the sight of the wild chicken, Aunt Hui's eyes lit up with a gleam, but she quickly regained her composure. "This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Come with me. Chen Wu is talking with the village chief." Aunt Hui didn't take the chicken from Chen Fan's hands, but instead led him toward the living room. Chen Fan was a little taken aback and asked, "Is the village chief here too? Will I be interrupting them?" "No problem. They're almost done. Come in." "All right." From Aunt Hui, Chen Fan learned that Chen Wu and village chief Chen Zheng had a close relationship, possibly even being brothers. This connection could be useful. After entering the living room, Chen Fan saw 2 middle-aged men who looked somewhat similar. One of the middle-aged men asked, "Who is he?" Aunt Hui approached and said, "He is Tian Lan's eldest son, Chen Fan. He came looking for her husband." Chen Fan immediately bowed to the 2 men and said respectfully, "I am Chen Fan, paying respects to Uncle Chen Wu and village chief." Village chief Chen Zheng nodded slightly and asked, "Why have you come, Chen Fan?" After Chen Wu was injured, he had become very reclusive and seldom involved in village affairs, but Chen Zheng, as the village chief, was fully aware of everything happening in the village. Therefore, he knew about Chen Fan's situation at home and was curious how Chen Fan had obtained a wild chicken. As for Chen Wu, he looked at Chen Fan, especially at the wild chicken in his hand, as if already knowing the young man's intentions. Chen Fan placed the wild chicken on the table and said, "Village chief, I want to ask Uncle Chen Wu to teach me hunting techniques. This wild chicken is my gift for meeting Uncle today. Whether or not Uncle Chen Wu is willing to teach me, I hope he will accept this chicken." "Hunting," Chen Wu sighed. "I haven't heard that word in a long time." Then his expression changed as he said gravely, "Young man, do you know how I got this crippled leg?" Chen Fan said, "I know. You encountered a tiger. This is already known in the village. If so, you still want to hunt? Are you not afraid of death?" Chen Fan looked at him firmly and said, "Yes, Uncle Chen Wu might not know my situation, but the village chief and Aunt Hui must know well. If I don't hunt, I only have a dead end. But going to the mountains and hunting gives me a chance at survival." Chen Wu looked at Chen Zheng and Zhao Hui, puzzled. Chen Zheng explained, "It's indeed true. Old man Chen and his wife are very biased and dislike Xiao Fan, their eldest son. They didn't let him see a doctor when he fell ill, and now they even refuse to feed him. Yet Xiao Fan is an extremely hard-working child, taking on almost all the heavy and tiring chores at home, while eating only leftovers, eventually wearing his body down. I heard that when Xiao Fan fell ill, Tian Shui Lan and her husband not only refused to let him see a doctor, but also withheld food from him. They called it no food for those who do not work. Could there actually be such parents in this world? Chen Wu said angrily. Chen Fan sighed. Alas, every family has its own difficult story to tell. Uncle Chen Wu, village chief, now that I've come back from the brink of death, I've made up my mind. One cannot rely on parents, only on oneself. Since they refuse to feed me, I'll stop eating a single meal from home. Now, hunting is my only way out. Please, Uncle Chen Wu, grant me this chance. Chen Zheng sighed. Alas, what a pitiful child. Xiao Wu, you should agree. Zhao Hui followed up. That's right. Dear, you should agree. As long as you teach him what to be careful about, he won't get into trouble. Please grant me this opportunity, Uncle Chen Wu. Chen Fan seized the moment to press his request. Seeing that both Chen Zheng and Zhao Hui had spoken, Chen Wu nodded in agreement. All right, I agree. Chen Fan's face lit up with joy and he immediately said, Thank you so much, Uncle Chen Wu. With Chen Wu's guidance, hunting would become much easier. Chen Zheng stood up and said, Since that's settled, I'll take my leave first. Xiao Wu, please teach Xiao Fan well. I'll come to visit again when I have time. Chen Wu also stood and said, All right then, I won't accompany you out. Wife, please see elder brother off. No need. Although Chen Zheng declined, Chen Wu still insisted that Zhao Hui see Chen Zheng out. Looking at Chen Fan, Chen Wu said, Come with me. Yes, Uncle Chen Wu. Immediately, limping slightly, Chen Wu led Chen Fan into a room. Inside the room, Chen Fan saw many tools, bows, daggers, animal traps, and more. Uncle Chen Wu, these are the tools I used for hunting in the past, longbows, crossbows. I made them all by myself. You're amazing, Uncle Chen Wu, Chen Fan said with admiration. Truly, this man was an expert. Chen Wu smiled bitterly. If I were truly that capable, my leg wouldn't be crippled now. Chapter 8, Going Up the Mountain Again. Chen Fan could tell from Chen Wu's eyes that he really cared about his injured leg, and that his becoming more reclusive was also related to this injury. Uncle Chen Wu, I know you care a lot about your injured leg, but you still have other abilities. You can make a living through other skills. Chen Wu waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Now I'll introduce these tools to you. This is the longbow, used for hunting prey from a distance. Like prey 100 meters away. The crossbow is for close range, like when pheasants or hares suddenly appear. And this is a skinning knife, used to. After an hour of explanation, Chen Fan not only understood the uses of these tools, but also grasped the techniques of hunting. How to observe the environment and track signs of prey, how to understand seasons and weather, how to use bait and traps, and how to conceal and disguise oneself, among others. Chen Fan listened with deep fascination, memorizing everything. As a young man from the 21st century, his comprehension ability was exceptional, and he thoroughly understood all of Chen Wu's explanations. Now he just needed some hands-on experience. Seeing Chen Fan's humble and earnest attitude toward learning, Chen Wu nodded with satisfaction. Well then, do you have any questions? Chen Fan nodded and said, I understood everything, but I won't truly master it until I've had some practical experience. Good. Chen Wu said approvingly, not arrogant or impetuous, humble and eager to learn. I hope you can become a qualified hunter. Now I'll teach you how to make simple traps. Listen carefully, watch me, and try it yourself. Yes, Chen Fan replied. Half an hour later, Chen Fan had mastered the methods of making traps. The most physically demanding but simplest trap was digging pits. The most skill-intensive were the traps used to capture small animals like pheasants and hares. Seeing how quickly Chen Fan learned, Chen Wu felt genuinely pleased. Then he spoke, Chen Fan, I'm lending you all these tools. I hope you can gain another means to survive and increase your chances of successfully hunting prey. Hearing this, Chen Fan was both surprised and delighted. He never expected that Chen Wu would be so generous as to lend him all of these tools. Deeply moved, he knew that although Chen Wu called it a loan, in reality, it was no different from a gift. Thank you, Uncle Chen Wu. I'll use these tools well. Chen Wu nodded slightly. But your body is too weak. Hunting is physically demanding. During the day you will go hunting, and at night, I'll train you to improve your physical fitness. That's great. Thank you, Uncle Chen Wu, Chen Fan said excitedly. All right then, go home and tell your wife. Come back tomorrow night. Yes. Then Chen Wu packed the tools and also gave Chen Fan a handcart before seeing him off. Zhao Hui came to Chen Wu's side and watched Chen Fan leave together with him. I didn't expect you to be so generous, giving him all your tools. Chen Wu sighed and said, He reminds me of my younger self, fighting against an unjust fate. Unfortunately, I gave up in the face of greater circumstances and returned home after being discharged. Zhao Hui took Chen Wu's hand and said, You came back for the family. Otherwise. All right, no more talking about this. Chen Fan pushed the cart, not going directly home, but heading toward the village outskirts under the cover of night. He arrived at a secluded place, looked around to confirm no one was there, then focused his mind and entered the space. Using the space, he neatly organized all the items and placed them into the storage area. Then, he used branches to draw a map of the mountainous terrain on the ground. According to what Chen Wu said, Lingshan was very large with a vast, dense forest where tigers and black bears and other large wild beasts roamed. Down below the forest was the hunting area, known as the Mountain Valley. There were all kinds of prey, and occasionally even wild boars, roe deer, and sika deer wandered out from the forest. After finishing the map, Chen Fan exited the space and returned home. By now, the courtyard door had already been locked. Chen Fan smiled faintly, then entered the space again. From within the space, he observed the interior of his room and then, with a thought, appeared inside the house. This was one of the functions of the space, similar to instantaneous teleportation. The range was roughly 10 square meters around the area he could see from within the space. Chen Fan discovered this useful ability by accident while catching pheasants. It was a life-saving skill. When he returned to his room, Chen Fan found that Li Xiaoning had already fallen asleep. As he got onto the bed, he accidentally disturbed her. Li Xiaoning drowsily opened her eyes and murmured, "Husband, you're back?" "I'm back," Chen Fan replied softly. "How was it? Did Uncle Chen Wu agree?" "He did, and he gave me a lot of hunting tools. I've hidden them in the mountains. If I bring them home, my parents might sell them." "All right, then you'd better keep them well hidden, husband." "Don't worry, it's hidden very secretly. No one will find it." "Okay then, husband, rest well. You still need to go up the mountain to hunt tomorrow." Chen Fan lay on the bed, beginning to think about the future. Now that he had hunting weapons, the issue of meat could be resolved, but he couldn't live on meat alone without staple food. Thinking like this, Chen Fan fell asleep. The next day, when Chen Fan woke up, he found that Old Man Chen and others had already left. Even more absurd was that the kitchen had actually been locked. Seeing this, Chen Fan directly took out a few wild chicken eggs from his space and went to the room. "Xiaoning, these 4 wild eggs were something I discovered last night by accident. Since you're hungry, just boil them in water yourself." He handed the 4 wild eggs to Li Xiaoning. Although the kitchen was locked, the cooking stove was set up outside, sheltered by a simple canopy. Li Xiaoning looked at the wild eggs in her hands in surprise. "Husband, you've given them all to me. What will you eat?" Chen Fan smiled. "Are you worried I have nothing to eat? On the mountain there aren't only animals to hunt, but also all kinds of fruits and nuts. Today I'll see if I can pick some chestnuts or pine nuts to satisfy your craving." I'll wait for you. But husband, you must be careful." "I will. Wait for me to return." Li Xiaoning watched Chen Fan leave, her eyes following his back with an anxious expression. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan's first stop was the place where he discovered the fruit trees yesterday. It took him more than an hour to transplant the pear tree, peach tree, and grapevine into his space. And within the space, he built a rabbit hutch. After drinking a few sips of the spiritual spring water, Chen Fan left the space. Near where he found rabbits, he installed many traps. Chen Fan chose a relatively secluded thicket and used some branches he had picked up along the way to construct the trap framework. Then he made a snare trap with rope, followed by using 2 hooked branches and a flexible pole to create a simple triggering mechanism. This simple trap was completed. Chen Fan tested it with his fingers. He placed 2 fingers inside the loop and lightly touched the trigger device with another finger. The loop immediately ensnared his fingers. This was what Chen Wu had taught him yesterday. Chen Fan had learned carefully because he knew how effective such a trap could be. Chapter 9. Hunting Roe Deer. After setting up the traps, Chen Fan continued deeper into the mountains, though this time he followed a route previously taken by Chen Wu. With a thought, a snake fork and a crossbow appeared in his hands. He held the snake fork in his right hand and the crossbow in his left. According to what Chen Wu had said, there were many snakes on the mountain, both venomous and non-venomous. Moreover, snakes, especially venomous ones, could fetch a good price. Therefore, Chen Wu had made 3 snake cages, 1 snake fork, and other tools specifically for catching snakes. This time, he gave all of them to Chen Fan, so he would have another way to earn money and also an additional means of self-defense. As long as Chen Fan casually placed the snake cages in the bushes, any snake that entered would be captured. The snake fork was used to pin down the snake's body, and there were 2 of them. Additionally, there were snake loops used to immobilize the snake's head so it could not attack. Immediately after, Chen Fan placed the 3 snake cages among the bushes, exactly at the locations Chen Wu had instructed. Afterward, Chen Fan made his way toward a mountain stream. There was a small creek there, and occasionally, large animals such as wild boars and roe deer would come to drink water. Chen Fan intended to wait by the stream like a farmer watching his tree, waiting for large game to approach so he could shoot them with arrows and then sell them for money. After walking for about 15 minutes, Chen Fan spotted a pheasant and immediately took out his crossbow. Zoo! The crossbow bolt hit the pheasant's body, sending it flying about a step away, proving that the weapon had considerable power. Chen Fan excitedly ran over and placed the pheasant into his space. To prevent its death, he also gave it some spirit water to drink. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan continued forward, using the snake fork to beat the grass and scare out snakes, hoping to attract 1 or 2. However, he didn't encounter any snakes, but instead ran into 2 more pheasants and a wild hare. He shot each of them with a single bolt. The wounded animals were all captured into his space to prevent their deaths, and he fed each of them some spirit water. After exiting his space, Chen Fan continued walking deeper into the mountains. Throughout the journey, he didn't encounter any snakes, but he did see many small animals such as squirrels, frogs, and birds. They were all small creatures, and upon seeing Chen Fan, the 2-legged beast, they quickly fled. Suddenly, Chen Fan noticed many unopened chestnuts scattered on the ground. Excitedly, he ran over and placed his hand on the chestnuts. With a thought, all the chestnuts were stored into his space. After discovering this spot, He walked a few steps further and found even more chestnuts on the ground. Chen Fan missed practically none of them, collecting all into his space to sort out later when he returned. Not long after, Chen Fan heard the sound of running water. Immediately, he stored the crossbow and snake fork into his space and took out his longbow. Chen Fan carefully approached the stream, not wanting to scare any potential prey. But after taking a few steps forward, he noticed wild boar footprints and some bite marks on nearby chestnuts and pears. Then he looked up and found a pear tree. This pear tree was even larger than the one he had just dug up. It bore not only more fruit, but also much larger ones. Chen Fan was filled with greed again, wanting to bring this entire pear tree into his space. But before he acted, an idea came to him. He took out a hunting trap, hit a lot of pears from the tree using branches, and scattered them around the trap. He placed 6 particularly large pears into his space, and then picked the biggest pear from the pile to eat. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and his stomach had already been growling with hunger, so eating one pear could help stave off hunger. Chen Fan took a bite of the pear, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Didn't expect this wild pear to be not only juicy, but also sweet." While eating, Chen Fan also covered the hunting trap with leaves made from the tree, then continued toward the stream. After walking about 30 meters, Chen Fan spotted several animals that looked like deer. Wow, roe deer. Didn't see wild boars, but I stumbled upon roe deer instead. Chen Fan was ecstatic. Roe deer were much easier to deal with than wild boars. He quickly counted. There were 6 roe deer total, 2 adults and 4 young ones, forming a family of 6, currently drinking water. Chen Fan slowly and quietly crept closer, making sure not to make even the slightest sound. Crack. Damn it. Chen Fan suddenly stepped on a branch, producing a sound that startled the 2 adult roe deer, prompting a curse from him. The roe deer lifted their heads and looked around but saw nothing unusual, so they continued drinking. At that moment, Chen Fan had already crouched down behind a tree. He considered hiding in his space, but if he did, he would lose sight of the roe deer, which were over 30 meters away, beyond the visual range of his system. Carefully peering around the tree, Chen Fan glanced at the 6 roe deer continuing to drink without any intention of leaving. He exhaled in secret relief. This was meat and money. With these roe deer, his life could become much better. Chen Fan took a deep breath, immediately stood up, aimed at the largest roe deer, and pulled back the bowstring to fire an arrow. The arrow flew, and without hesitation, Chen Fan's mind stirred, and another arrow appeared in his hand. He knocked the bow again and released another arrow, this time aiming at another large roe deer. Immediately after, he fired 4 more arrows, targeting the 4 young ones. 6 arrows in a row, without a moment's pause, Chen Fan's hands moved flawlessly. Though he had fired 6 arrows, in total, only 6 seconds had passed. Chen Fan fired 1 arrow per second. The reason he could do this was entirely due to his talent. In his previous life, Chen Fan had practiced archery for 3 years in his school's archery club. Back then, the archery club lacked members, and Chen Fan had been dragged into it by his roommate, mostly because he had heard that champions received rewards and that membership fees were waived. Because of his outstanding talent and diligent practice, he often represented the school in competitions and won championships, which brought him additional income. Back then, his archery talent had not been fully utilized, but in this life, it finally served its purpose. After shooting 6 arrows in succession, Chen Fan felt a dull ache in his arm. With a thought, he retracted the longbow and switched to the crossbow, which he believed was highly effective against nearby prey. Chen Fan quickly ran to the stream and stored all 6 roe deer into his space, then entered himself. The 6 roe deer all had arrows in their abdomens, deeply embedded in their flesh, immediately paralyzing them. Seeing the 6 roe deer barely breathing, Chen Fan quickly gave them spirit water to drink. These 6 roe deer must yield at least 200 gene of meat. I wonder how much they'll sell for. I need to sell them while they're still alive, or their price will drop once they're dead. After exiting his space, Chen Fan decided to head down the mountain. On the way back, he also caught a wild hare and 2 pheasants, all captured through traps. In just half a day, a wild hare and pheasants had already been caught. Chen Fan was becoming increasingly enthusiastic about hunting. There were truly too many animals in the mountains. This wild hare was even pregnant, making Chen Fan even more excited. His prepared rabbit hutch would finally be useful. After descending the mountain, Chen Fan did not return to the village but instead headed toward the main road. He was going to the county town. Based on the original owner's memories, Chen Fan knew that the county town was only 10 li from Chenjia. During farming off-seasons, he used to go there often to do odd jobs and earn money for the household. Only that money had always gone to Tian Sulan and her husband. Following the memory, Chen Fan set off toward the county town. Chapter 10. Trivial Matters in the County Town. Chen Fan pushed a wheelbarrow, its contents, a couple of sick deer, covered by a piece of cloth. When he arrived at the city gate, he was startled to find that despite 50 people already having passed through, there were still masses of people trying to enter. However, the pace was very slow. Chen Fan began looking around. 9 out of 10 people were pale and emaciated, commoners dressed in coarse cloth, many wearing patched-up clothes. Chen Fan saw that many of them were farmers trying to sell their harvest, yet they looked even poorer than the villagers of Chen's village. 30 gene of vegetables, pay 50 copper coins. 2 pigs, pay 4 taels of silver. 3 bolts of coarse cloth, pay 1 tael of silver. After hearing these words, Chen Fan frowned and looked toward the city gate guards. At first glance wasn't too bad, but once he took a second look, his face darkened entirely. F***ck, they even charge entry fees, and at such a high rate. No wonder these people are so poor and skinny. All the money they earned with hardship was extorted by the soldiers. They'd probably be scammed again after entering the city. But at least the soldiers only collected fees from people carrying goods. If I'm just pushing an empty cart, I shouldn't have to pay anything. Thinking like this, Chen Fan advanced to the city gate. What's on your cart? One soldier asked. Chen Fan quickly responded. He put one hand beneath the cloth, feigning panic, while actually he had moved the six-sika deer into his space with just a thought. Another soldier heard this and immediately flew into a rage. Bastard. I clearly heard an animal's cry, and still you dare to lie to our faces. Seems you prefer punishment over a toast. Then he ripped off the covering cloth. How is this possible? The soldier was greatly shocked. There was absolutely nothing on the cart, completely empty. Chen Fan smiled and said, Officer, I told you there was nothing there. Why don't you believe me? Chen Fan took back the cloth, covered the cart again, and then secretly slipped one hand beneath it. An instant later, a wild hen appeared inside the cart. Goo-goo-goo-goo. The wild hen let out a squawk. There's something there for sure. The same soldier yanked off the cloth once again, still nothing. This can't be right. Chen Fan smiled. The hen had cried out just in time before he had already moved it into his space. Officer, there really is nothing here. Not convinced, the soldier scrutinized the cloth from all sides, finding nothing suspicious. But fury boiled in his heart. He flung the cloth off and directly onto the tray holding the silver coins. He then pointed his spear directly at Chen Fan. Have you done something sneaky here? Chen Fan immediately raised both hands, appearing wronged, his face filled with sorrow as he pleaded. Officer, I swear I'm innocent. Everyone can see that I'm just pushing a cart. I haven't done a thing. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. The civilians nodded one after another. Everyone had clearly seen that Chen Fan had done absolutely nothing. Another soldier quickly stepped forward, restraining the angry one. Don't be rash, don't be rash. You're just too tired. You must have imagined the sound. Why don't you take a break? I'll handle this. They could collect bribes, but they couldn't cause death. Eventually, the angry soldier was persuaded to the side to rest. Chen Fan went forward and retrieved the cloth, his hands secretly slipping into the money tray, grabbing several handfuls of coins. With a mere thought, all the coins vanished into his space. Exactly how much he didn't know. All of this happened within seconds. When another soldier came to take over, Chen Fan once again covered the cart with the cloth and stood there looking wronged. Officer, maybe you should frisk me. Otherwise, I'll be unfairly suspected forever. Fine, fine. Move along, the soldier urged. Thank you, officer. Chen Fan quickly said in gratitude. As he was passing through the city gate, though, he noticed chickens, ducks, fish, and meat scattered on the ground, and his face darkened further. Damn. These soldiers not only collected entrance fees, they also forcibly seized the people's goods. If he didn't have his space, Chen Fan was certain half his six-sika deer would have been taken. Why didn't the county magistrate intervene? No way. Whoever sees the goods gets a share. They definitely didn't record all of this, Chen Fan thought. He turned back suddenly. Officer, to prove my innocence, I insist you inspect me thoroughly. Otherwise, if something goes missing, you'll say I'm the culprit. He stripped off his clothes and threw them directly onto the pile of chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Officer, please inspect. Bare from the waist up, arms spread wide. His face was filled with exaggerated justice. Get lost. If you don't move, I'll throw you into prison, the soldier growled. Such bad luck, meeting a lunatic like this. Seeing the soldier was trying to drive him off, Chen Fan immediately picked up his clothes, and using his space, shifted part of the chickens, ducks, and fish into it. The city guards had completely missed Chen Fan's subtle movements, and with glaring eyes, they let him leave as if he were running away. They continued to collect items from others. But when the city gates were closed that night, the guards discovered that a large amount of goods was missing. Today's collection was significantly less. It wasn't just the money, but the daily necessities such as chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and cloth were also short. This made them suspect they had run into some supernatural interference, so they spent money to invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. Of course, these were events to come. After entering the city, Chen Fan first headed to the Eastern Market, a place similar to a modern-day vegetable market combined with a general goods market. Here, one could purchase food such as chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, as well as daily necessities like firewood, rice, salt, and oil. After asking about the price of pork, Chen Fan gained a rough understanding of meat prices. Then, he headed toward Chenbei, the city's wealthy district where the influential and well-to-do lived. Most inns, restaurants, and pleasure houses were located there. Chen Fan found an inn called Yunlai Inn and sold his 6 deer there for 30 yuan per jin. After weighing them, the deer weighed a little over 265 jin in total, which came to 9 taels and 2 mace. The innkeeper was also generous, directly rounding up the amount to 9 taels and 3 mace. Once the silver and goods were exchanged, Chen Fan left Yunlai Inn and went to Baomintang, 2 streets away. After entering the medicine shop, an apprentice immediately stepped forward and asked, Sir, are you here to buy medicine or see a doctor? Chen Fan cupped his hands and replied, I came to sell medicine. He then took out the cassia seeds he had just retrieved from outside. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing the cassia seeds, the apprentice immediately fetched an old physician. The elderly doctor came over, not looking at Chen Fan, but instead immediately inspected the cassia seeds on the table. He first touched them with his hands, then smelled them, tasted a bit, spat it out, and then had someone weigh them. After confirming the weight, The physician said to Chen Fan, excellent cassia seeds. 31 per gene, totaling 13 gene, which is 3 mace and 91. I'll give you 4 mace of silver. How does that sound? Thank you, doctor. Chen Fan cupped his hands again. As expected, Baoman Tang had a good reputation. After collecting the money, Chen Fan thought about his own health. Although the spiritual spring water had enhanced his physique, the original Chen Fan had died from illness. What if he still had hidden health problems? Doctor, I also want to get my body checked. I was overworked and fell ill recently. I don't know whether I've fully recovered. Extend your hand. The elderly doctor nodded slightly, ready to check Chen Fan's pulse directly at the counter. Chen Fan immediately stretched his hand out to the physician. The physician took his pulse for a moment, then released it. Young sir, your body is very strong, stronger than average. There's no need to worry. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The spiritual spring water truly had extraordinary effects. He then paid the physician for the diagnosis and turned to leave. However, he saw someone enter the shop carrying a venomous snake, which made him pause and look at the snake carrier. The man handed the snake to the shop assistant, who gave him 1 tael of silver in return. Chen Fan suddenly saw a potential income stream and walked closer to ask, Doctor, do you also accept venomous snakes? Of course, replied the old doctor. An ordinary venomous snake is worth 1 tael of silver. Species such as bamboo vipers or 5-step snakes can sell for 3 taels. The older the snake, the higher the price. However, these snakes are extremely venomous. Don't think it's easy money and recklessly start catching them. At the doctor's warning, Chen Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Thank you for the advice, he said. Actually, I'm a hunter. I often encounter venomous snakes while climbing the mountains, so I believe I'll frequently catch them. The old doctor nodded, saying, then feel free to bring them here. We'll buy as many as you can bring. The snake's gallbladder and venom are extremely rare medicinal ingredients for us physicians. Then I thank you first, doctor. Waving his hand, the physician said, no need for formalities. Since you often climb the mountains and meet venomous snakes, you'd better learn a bit more about antidotal herbs. As the saying goes, where a venomous snake appears, there is always an antidote within 7 steps. Wonderful. Please teach me, doctor. Observing the shop's situation, seeing it wasn't too busy, and finding Chen Fan to be pleasant company, the physician decided to teach him some knowledge about antidotal herbs. Chen Fan listened humbly and attentively, eventually offering all the money he had earned from selling the cassia seeds to the doctor as a token of appreciation. The physician refused, but Chen Fan insisted on placing the money on the table and leaving. It wasn't that Chen Fan was needlessly generous. Rather, he wanted a clean transaction without any personal entanglements. Only then could he later negotiate better prices when selling venomous snakes, and the other party would hesitate to underpay. Moreover, the herbal knowledge he had just learned might be a matter of life or death survival in the mountains, where he couldn't guarantee never getting bitten. After leaving the pharmacy, Chen Fan went to the east of the city to buy some grain, young chickens, and wheat seeds, which he placed into his space. He also bought some snake cages and animal traps. Before leaving the county town, Chen Fan bought 20 baked cakes. Before the family had split up, these would have been his and Li Xiaoning's ration. With so many things purchased, Chen Fan spent 2 taels of silver in one go. He spent another 2 taels at the blacksmith shop, commissioning a triangular spear, highly effective for dealing with large game. However, it would take 3 days to be ready, which Chen Fan found acceptable. Soon after, Chen Fan left the city. After paying the price of 1 baked cake, he took a donkey cart back to the foot of Lin Mountain. Chapter 11, Li Xiaoning is bullied. Chen Fan once again went up the mountain to place the newly purchased snake cages and animal traps, then checked the snares. He had obtained 3 pheasants and 1 hare, which he tossed into his space before heading back down the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan retrieved 2 pheasants from his space. However, 1 pheasant was dead while the other was injured, along with a small hemp sack of chestnuts and several pears to take home. Today had truly been a fruitful day. The roe deer sold for more than 9 taels of silver. He had also gained much knowledge about medicinal herbs, gained another source of income, and even collected many good items from the city guards. He hadn't even had time to examine them yet. Soon, Chen Fan cheerfully made his way toward the village with his harvest. While walking, he hummed a song from the future. I'm really happy today. Yes, really happy today. At this time, the sky had already dimmed. The villagers had returned home for dinner, and only a few children remained wandering on the road. When they saw the game in Chen Fan's hands, they curiously followed behind. Chen Fan smiled, shooed them home to eat, and then continued walking toward his home. However, after walking just a few steps, he suddenly turned back and headed for home. In the courtyard of Chen Fan's home, Zhao Hui was defending Li Xiaoning in a confrontation with Tian Shui Lan. The neighbors and relatives gathered around, watching. Sometimes they voiced support for Zhao Hui and Li Xiaoning, but Tian Shui Lan's overwhelming verbal force made them nothing more than angry spectators. Tian Shui Lan roared, Zhao Hui, this is our family matter. What do you have to do with it? Zhao Hui retorted defiantly. So what if it's your family business? I was entrusted by Chen Fan to look after his wife. That makes it my business. If you think you can bully her, forget it. If you love meddling so much, why don't you just do all the household chores for her? Tian Shui Lan shouted, and then threw a broom at Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui hadn't expected Tian Shui Lan to actually throw a broom at her. She had no time to react when the broom was about to hit her. Suddenly, Li Xian, who had originally been protected by Zhao Hui, stepped forward. The broom struck her instead. Ah, my lady! Zhao Hui and Li Xiaoning cried out at the same time, one shrieking in pain, the other crying out in alarm. The villagers around also shouted in alarm, now all turning to condemn Tian Shuilan. Tian Shuilan, you actually dared to hit someone. That's going too far. Even if she is your daughter-in-law, you shouldn't hit her. Tian Shuilan was momentarily stunned. She had meant to hit Zhao Hui, not Li Xiaoning. What the hell did she come out for? Zhao Hui ignored Tian Shuilan, her eyes filled with concern for Li Xiaoning, and gasped in horror, "You're bleeding?" Apparently, the broom had hit Li Xiaoning on the forehead, and since Tian Shuilan had used a lot of strength, it caused her to bleed. Li Xiaoning touched her forehead, looked at the bright red blood on her hand. Her entire face paled with fear, and then she fainted. My lady! My lady!" Zhao Hui shouted desperately, clearly terrified. Xiaoning. At this moment, Chen Fan rushed in hastily, throwing everything in his hands to the side. Nobody paid any attention to what was on the ground. Their gazes were fixed entirely on Chen Fan. Zhao Hui apologetically said, "Chen Fan, Auntie Hui is sorry. I failed to protect your wife and let her get hurt." Chen Fan shook his head. "Auntie Hui, this isn't your fault. On the contrary, I should thank you for protecting Xiaoning. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far worse." Then, his eyes red with rage, Chen Fan turned his gaze toward Tian Shuilan and others. "Tell me, who did this?" Tian Shuilan, seeing his furious expression, as if he could devour her alive, was so scared she stepped back a few paces and tried to explain, "No, that's not how it was. I was just..." "Wicked son, what kind of tone is that? And what kind of look was that in your eyes?" Chen Laohan angrily interrupted, stepping protectively in front of Tian Shuilan. Earlier, this was a domestic issue between women, Tian Shuilan and Zhao Hui, and Li Xiaoning, so as a man, he hadn't wanted to intervene. But now that Chen Fan had returned, as a father, and also as Tian Shuilan's husband, how could he not step forward? Isn't it natural for a mother-in-law to discipline her daughter-in-law? As her son, not only do you not support your own mother, you allow outsiders to oppose her? You're an unforgivable wretch. Zhao Hui wanted to retort furiously. Chen Fan held Zhao Hui back and shook his head. Although he was filled with anger, he remained extraordinarily calm at this moment, already plotting in his mind about separating from the family household. He coldly asked, "Reason? Even punishment needs a reason. Tell me the reason." Tian Shuilan pointed angrily at Li Xiaoning lying in Chen Fan's arms. "That useless girl stole eggs from our home. Why shouldn't I make her do some chores?" Chen Fan paused. He recalled the wild pheasant eggs he had given Li Xiaoning. He then roared furiously, "Those were the wild pheasant eggs I gave to my wife. When did that become stealing?" Then he pulled out 2 wild pheasant eggs from his robe and pointed at the game lying on the ground. "All of these I hunted today, so there was absolutely no need for Xiaoning to steal eggs from our home. Besides, we don't even raise chickens at home. If you say she stole eggs, where exactly did she get them from? When and where did you buy them? I can find witnesses to prove Xiaoning's innocence." He didn't really need to explain, but staying silent would lead people to believe that Li Xiaoning had indeed stolen the eggs, something he was unwilling to allow. Tian Shuilan and Chen Laohan looked flustered, clearly guilty of fabricating accusations. Anyone with half a mind could see that they were deliberately making trouble. The neighbors surrounding them began murmuring again, and this time, Tian Shuilan had no defense whatsoever. Chen Fan continued, "I had always thought as a family we should share both fortune and hardship together. But your unfair treatment has truly hurt my heart. Today you can wrongly accuse Xiaoning of stealing just a few eggs. Tomorrow you might beat us to death over a pound of grain. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, apologize to Xiaoning. 2, separate from our household." "You disobedient brat. How dare you speak of dividing the household?" Chen Laohan shouted angrily, picking up the broom on the ground and attempting to strike Chen Fan. But Chen Fan wouldn't allow himself to be struck. He handed Li Xiaoning to Zhao Hui and stood up, catching the broom with one hand. Chen Laohan's face turned bright red. Not only had his son publicly defied him, but his dignity was further wounded by Chen Fan's suggestion of separating households. He looked for support, only to see that his 3rd and 4th sons had already retreated into the house. "Either apologize or separate," Chen Fan roared. Then with one shove, he pushed the broom away, causing Chen Laohan to stumble backward, nearly falling. Tian Shuilan quickly supported him. "We can't separate households," Tian Shuilan immediately declared. "Fine, I apologize." "You..." Chen Laohan glared furiously at Tian Shuilan, ready to scold her, but noticed she kept glancing at the game on the ground. A greedy look flickered in Chen Laohan's eyes, and his expression softened accordingly. "You shameless brat, since your mother has apologized, do you still have anything else to say?" "Humph." Chen Fan grunted coldly, then turned and carried Li Xiaoning back into the room. Zhao Hui followed them inside. Zhao Hui, again filled with regret, said, "Chen Fan, your auntie really must apologize to you." Chen Fan gently pulled the covers over Li Xiaoning and said, "Hui auntie, this isn't your fault. I know my parents' characters well, but I also need to ask one favor from you, Hui auntie." Chapter 12 Chen Fan loses his temper. Zhao Hui immediately said, "Don't mention helping. If there's anything I can do, I won't even frown for a moment." "Thank you, Auntie Hui." Chen Fan slightly bowed to Zhao Hui. In this world, aside from Li Xiaoning who had shown him warmth, Zhao Hui was the second person. Zhao Hui quickly waved her hand, saying, "Don't do that, or I'll feel even worse inside." Chen Fan nodded and said, "Auntie Hui, I need to take care of Xiaoning. Please take the 2 pheasants at the door, cook one of them into chicken soup, and bring it over. The other one should be given to Da Hu and the others for nourishment." "Okay," Zhao Hui replied. Then she left the room. Chen Fan looked at the wound on Li Xiong's forehead, his heart aching. He stood up to fetch water to clean her wound. But before he even got to the door, he heard Tian Suolan's hysterical shout. Zhao Hui, you stinking woman, put down those pheasants. Realizing something was wrong, Chen Fan rushed out. Sure enough, he saw Tian Suolan fighting with Zhao Hui over the pheasants and chestnuts. Stop! Chen Fan quickly stepped forward, snatched the items from their hands, and handed them to Zhao Hui. Hurry up and go. Okay. Zhao Hui nodded slightly, glanced at Tian Suolan once before leaving. She knew staying would only trouble Chen Fan further, so she left directly. Don't go. Those pheasants belong to my family. Tian Suolan roared, about to chase after her, but Chen Fan grabbed her. What are you doing? Tian Suolan angrily exclaimed. She struggled hard, but couldn't break free. Chen Laohan and Lao San also heard the noise and came out. What they saw was Chen Fan tugging with Tian Suolan. Chen Laohan was both anxious and furious. He walked up to Chen Fan and shoved him away. Rebellious child, what are you doing? Chen Fan was pushed back a few steps. Tian Suolan said, Old man, hurry and chase her. That stinking woman Zhao Hui took everything away. They're mine, Chen Fan shouted. Then he held a broom and blocked the door. Whoever dares to take it, I'll break their damn legs. What do you mean by yours? Everything belongs to the family, Tian Suolan snapped. Chen Laohan was also furious now. Step aside. We haven't divided the household yet. How can anything be yours? All of it belongs to the household. Chen Fan raised the broom and looked viciously at the couple Chen Laohan and Tian Suolan, shouting, Then let's divide the household. Then what's mine is mine, and if anyone dares to snatch it, I'll break their legs. You rebellious child. Chen Laohan's chest was heaving furiously, hesitant to chase further. He really feared Chen Fan might act rashly in desperation. Lao Er's wife said, Elder brother, how can you talk about dividing the household? You're committing a grave offense. Chen Fan coldly looked at Lao Er's wife. Don't you dare try to guilt-trip me with morality. If you want to be filial, starting now, if you get sick, you can't seek treatment. If there's food, you can't eat it. If you don't do that, you're committing a grave offense. This. Lao Er's wife fell silent. How could our parents ever stop us from getting treatment or eating food? Chen Fan's face turned dark and he said in a low voice, That's only been a few days ago. Have you already forgotten? I was sick and couldn't get treatment. There was food, but I couldn't eat it. Wasn't I considered disobedient before? Chen Laohan and Tian Suolan's faces turned red with shame. Chen Fan then looked at Lao San and Lao Si and sternly said, Do you two want to be such obedient sons? Lao San and Lao Si both turned their heads away. At that moment, Chen Sin said, Father and mother, this matter cannot be blamed on the elder brother. How about starting tomorrow? Every meal include your elder brother and sister-in-law. Lao Si also said, Yes, we should include them. No need. While Chen Laohan and his wife hesitated, Chen Fan directly refused. I won't eat food given out of pity, Chen Fan said solemnly. From now on, I will support myself and my wife with my own hands. I don't need you to worry about me, and you needn't think about taking what's mine. Moreover, anyone who dares to hurt Xiongning again, I will fight them to the end. After venting his anger and issuing a threat, Chen Fan threw the broom away and walked into the room, holding a towel and a basin. Seeing that Li Xiongning still hadn't awakened, Chen Fan took out 10 pancakes and a pear, then retrieved the spirit spring water from his space. First, he gave Li Xiongning a few sips to drink, then used it to clean her wound. Li Xiongning slowly opened her eyes, feeling comforted when she saw Chen Fan. Dear, you're back. Chen Fan nodded, gripping her hand tightly. I'm sorry. I came back late and caused you to get injured. It's okay. It's all thanks to you sending Annie Hui to take care of me, or I would have been bullied by mother again. Don't worry. I will figure out a way soon to get father and mother to agree on dividing the household. Then we will be free. Oh, by the way, today I caught 2 wild pheasants, a hare, some chestnuts, and a few pears. I sold the hare and bought these pancakes. Chen Fan pointed at the pears and pancakes on the table. Li Xiongning couldn't sit still anymore. So many pancakes, and pears too. She stood up from the bed, picked up a pear from the table, and smelled it. It was truly fragrant. Husband, you eat this pear. Chen Fan originally thought Li Xiongning was about to eat the pear herself, but instead, she handed it to him, deeply touching him. You eat it. I already had some in the mountains. After we divide the household, I'll transplant that pear tree into our new courtyard. Then we can have pears every year. Not just pear trees, but peach trees, grapevines, and more. Okay, I'll look forward to that day. It'll be soon. Oh, I also asked Annie Hui to make chicken soup. She'll bring it over soon. Let's move the table and chairs to the yard. Once the soup arrives, father and mother will be envious. That doesn't seem right. It'll only make father and mother hate us more. Don't worry. Just listen to me. Immediately, Chen Fan moved the table and chairs to the yard. Chen Laohan and the others cast unpleasant glances toward them. Lao San's wife's eyes lit up, drooling as she said, Husband, those are pears and pancakes. What's there to envy? I'll ask mother to buy some for you tomorrow. Chen Lao San replied. She pouted. With mother being so stingy, how would she ever buy me any? Besides, I only gave birth to a daughter. Then I'll ask elder brother tomorrow? Chen Lao San suggested. No, better not. Mother will get angry. Do you want some then? I do. Just wanting is enough. Don't worry about the rest. Go back inside. Lao Er's wife approached Chen Laohan and Tian Suolan with her child, complaining with a pitiful expression. Father, mother, Dasa gets to eat pears and pancakes, but my child and I have nothing at all. It's so unfair. Tian Suilan immediately said, Lao Heir's wife, don't worry. I'll buy some for you tomorrow. That's enough for today. Chen Laoan interrupted. That good-for-nothing is injured, and the eldest son is in a bad mood. Don't go bothering them. Before long, Zhao Hui brought over the chicken soup along with the whole chicken. Smelling the aroma, Chen Laoan and the others couldn't help drooling as they watched from the window with envy while Chen Fan and his wife enjoyed their meat and soup. Chapter 13. Entering the city again. Under the envious gazes of old man Chen and his family, Chen Fan and his wife finished their meal. Because of the presence of the baked cakes, and because Li Xiaoning wanted to save some for the next day, they didn't finish the one wild chicken. At night, Chen Fan held Li Xiaoning in his arms and described to her his experiences hunting in the mountains, especially how he set traps and the various small animals he saw, making her extremely happy. They talked and laughed the entire night. Early the next morning, Chen Fan reheated the leftover chicken soup from the night before. Once again, he and Li Xiaoning ate it all under the envious looks of old man Chen's family. When old man Chen and his family left for the fields, they shot Chen Fan looks filled with resentment. It was the kind of hatred that couldn't stand to see others doing well, a jealousy of wealth. Chen Fan shrugged it off. It had nothing to do with him. There was only enmity, not kindness, between them. To prevent a repeat of yesterday's incident, Chen Fan brought chestnuts and Li Xiaoning to Chen Wu's house and asked Zhao Hui to take care of them. With that taken care of, Chen Fan went into the mountains again. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain and making sure nobody was around, Chen Fan entered his pocket dimension and organized it. In the planting area, wheat and 3 fruit trees were growing. In the breeding area, 10 chicks, 1 hen, which he had taken from the city guards, and 8 wild chickens and 6 rabbits were kept. The storage area had accumulated many items: hunting tools, a bolt of hemp cloth, 1 chicken, 1 fish, 2 gene of pork, and several gene of vegetables. All of these were taken from the soldiers guarding the city gate. Chen Fan had sheared their wool shamelessly. This made Chen Fan itch to shear their wool again. After exiting the space, Chen Fan climbed the mountain. First, he checked the traps at the foot of the mountain and successively discovered 5 wild chickens, 3 hares for bamboo rats, 5 poisonous snakes, and a baby wild boar caught in a trap. However, just after Chen Fan brought the pig into his space, 2 large wild boars burst forth and attacked him. He was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. After calming down in the pocket space, Chen Fan used his bow and arrow and his space abilities to eliminate the 2 large boars. With this big haul, Chen Fan came down the mountain. He was going to Linjiang County to sell the goods. Halfway down the mountain, Chen Fan hopped onto a horse cart loaded with cargo and soon arrived outside Linjiang County town. After thanking the driver, Chen Fan found a secluded corner and retrieved his cart, still covered with a piece of hemp cloth. Arriving at the city gate, 2 city guards noticed Chen Fan. One of the guards said, "It's you again? Officer, it's me. You see, there's still nothing on the cart." Chen Fan immediately pulled the cloth off, as if using too much force, causing the cloth to fly off and land over the money chest. Sorry, I'll go get it back right away." Then Chen Fan quickly retrieved the cloth but still reached his hand into the money chest, grabbing several handfuls of coins. An impatient guard snapped, "Scram. Hurry up and leave." "Yes, I will leave immediately." Chen Fan put the cloth back on the cart but did not cover it again and started to walk into the city. "Wait." Another guard called Chen Fan to stop. Chen Fan turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Officer, do you have anything else?" The guard stared at Chen Fan without blinking, slowly walked over to the cart, picked up the cloth, inspected it left and right with suspicion, and then threw the cloth aside. By chance, the cloth landed over part of the goods like chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, which pleased Chen Fan. "What are you doing?" Another soldier asked. "I think this kid is suspicious," the guard replied. Upon hearing that, the other soldier immediately pointed a spear at Chen Fan. Chen Fan raised his hands, feigning fear, and said, "Officer, you can inspect anything you want. Whatever I have, you can take it." "You bastard. Are we bandits?" In his mind, Chen Fan scoffed. "Aren't you exactly bandits anyway?" But he said, No, that's not what I meant. Please, officer, feel free to search me. If you don't find anything, I can even take off my clothes." Then, ignoring the curious onlookers, Chen Fan started taking off his clothes. Another soldier, after glancing at him, started checking the cart but found nothing suspicious. He could only watch as Chen Fan removed the upper part of his clothing. The soldier then prodded through the clothes with the spear, frowning slightly. Truly a poor beggar. The other soldier, now visibly impatient, said, "Fine, get dressed again and get out." "Sigh, I'm leaving right away." Chen Fan grabbed his clothes, dressed himself, and when picking up the cloth again, subtly pocketed some additional supplies. Then, happily, he entered the city. Chen Fan went to an inn and sold the 2 wild boars, big and small, for 5 taels of silver. Then, he went to the Baoding pharmacy. When the shop assistant saw Chen Fan come in, holding a bamboo cage, he looked somewhat surprised. Chen Fan had learned a lot of medical knowledge from the old physician yesterday, and thus many of the shop's attendants now recognized him. "Young man, it's only been a day. Don't tell me you've already caught venomous snakes again." Chen Fan smiled and replied, "That's right. I caught 5 in total, all with pointed heads. I just don't know what kind they are." He placed the bamboo cage on the table so the shop assistant could have a good look. The physician happened to walk over just then. Seeing Chen Fan, he smiled and said, "Young fellow, judging from your expression, it seems you've had quite a good haul today." Chen Fan gave a naive laugh and said, I've caught 5 venomous snakes. I hope you can help identify them." "All right, let me take a look." The physician rubbed some powder from a drawer onto his hands, then reached into the bamboo cage and pulled out a snake. Immediately, he gasped in shock. It's a 5-pace snake. Chen Fan was also startled. His eyes widened as he stammered. This is a 5-pace snake? The kind that can kill you in one bite. Not exactly immediately, but if you don't treat the wound, you'll die within 100 paces. Many people die within just 5 steps, hence the name 5-pace snake, or sometimes 100-pace snake. This kind of snake is best soaked in wine. It has great medicinal value. Judging from its appearance, this one must be at least 10 years old. How about 5 tails of silver? 5 tails. Chen Fan raised 5 fingers, staring at the physician in disbelief. He had only just sold 2 wild boars for 5 tails. Now a single venomous snake was worth the same amount. Unbelievable. The physician frowned slightly. What's the matter? You're not satisfied? No, I am satisfied. Of course I am. I was just surprised, that's all. Chen Fan quickly recovered. Fine then. The physician handed the 5-pace snake to the shop assistant to handle and continued to inspect the remaining snakes. But the rest of the snakes turned out to be ordinary venomous snakes. In the end, Chen Fan sold all the snakes for 9 taels of silver and left the pharmacy. Then, he arrived at another pharmacy. After finding a secluded alley where nobody was around, he smeared pig blood on his left leg, held a stick, and limped toward the pharmacy with great difficulty. Seeing this, the shop assistant immediately came forward to support him. Young man, what's wrong? Quick, come inside. I'll call the physician right away. Chapter 14, Dividing the Household. Chen Fan was helped into the clinic, and the attendant immediately went to fetch the doctor. Before long, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a goatee walked out. Seeing Chen Fan's bloody left leg, he asked, "It's that serious? How did you get injured?" Chen Fan said, "Doctor, can we discuss this inside?" Thinking Chen Fan might have something difficult to say in public, the middle-aged doctor nodded and said, "Quickly help the patient inside." Yes. The clinic attendant immediately supported Chen Fan into the inner room. The middle-aged doctor waved his hand, dismissing the attendant, and asked again, "Now you can speak. Exactly how did your leg get injured?" Chen Fan then explained everything from beginning to end, how his parents had shown favoritism, making life unbearable. He said, "Doctor, that's how it is. I hope you can help me. Only then can my wife and I survive." The middle-aged doctor nodded slightly and smiled. "I can help, but I can't do it for free, right?" Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before quickly realizing the other party was trying to take advantage. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Please just say how much you want. You're a sensible man." The doctor looked Chen Fan up and down. "Judging from your clothes, you're also poor. How about 1 tael of silver? What a skinflint. It's just a small favor, yet he's charging 1 tael of silver, so damn greedy." Chen Fan complained silently in his heart, but showed hesitation on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree, but I'll pay you later. Right now, all my money can only buy a few doses of medicine. Also, your attendant needs to do me a favor." "Deal." Then, the middle-aged doctor treated Chen Fan's leg wound, simply applying some herbs and then dismissing him. Chen Fan took out 2 mace of silver to buy medicine and another mace to give to the attendant, asking the clinic attendant to send him home. The villagers in the village saw Chen Fan being carried back and curiously started asking questions. The clinic attendant immediately told the story Chen Fan had concocted, saying Chen Fan's leg had been run over by a noble's carriage. The noble had compensated 10 taels of silver, all used to pay for the medical expenses. But even 10 taels weren't enough. Chen Fan still owed the clinic another 10 taels, and this visit was to collect the debt. Everyone in Chenjia Village knew about this. Upon hearing the news, Chen Wu and Zhao Hui immediately went to look for Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was carried back to the Chen family courtyard. The clinic attendant shouted loudly, "Is anyone here? I need to speak to the head of the household." Li Xiaoning was the first to come out of her room. Seeing Chen Fan lying on a wooden plank with his left leg wrapped in bandages, she called out, "Husband." She rushed over quickly, her face filled with worry as she asked, "What happened? How did your leg get injured?" Chen Fan bitterly shook his head without speaking. Chen Laohan and Tian Suilan also came out. Upon seeing Chen Fan's condition, they couldn't help showing smug satisfaction. "Ha! Who told you to keep things to yourself? You deserve this." Tian Suilan sneered coldly. As if Chen Fan were not even her own son. The villagers who had gathered around began whispering among themselves. The clinic attendant slightly furrowed his brow, looking at Tian Suilan. He could see this young man wasn't living well at all. Then, he spoke up. "Who here is in charge?" "I am." Chen Laohan stepped forward. "I wonder what happened to Chen Fan." The clinic attendant said, "This young man collided with a noble's carriage and had 1 leg crushed. Fortunately, the noble was kind and paid 10 taels of silver as compensation." 10 taels. Greed flashed across Chen Laohan's face. Chen Lao San and others looked at each other. So much silver they had never even seen before. Tian Suilan immediately asked, "Where's the money? Where's the silver?" The clinic attendant replied, "Of course, it's already been used to pay for medical expenses. The doctor said the leg can still be healed, but the 10 taels aren't enough. Another 10 taels is needed. I came here to collect the money. Since you're the boy's father, naturally, you will have to pay." Chen Laohan and Tian Suilan's faces immediately turned ashen. Originally, they thought they would get 10 taels of silver, but now not only were they not getting any, they even had to pay 10 taels more. Li Xiaoning knelt in front of Chen Laohan and begged, "Father, Mother, you can't abandon my husband. His leg can still heal. Don't let him limp for the rest of his life." Seeing Li Xiaoning pleading desperately, Chen Fan felt a pain in his heart. This was the critical moment, and he couldn't allow all previous efforts to go to waste. He must force his parents to divide the household. Tian Suilan's eyes flickered as she asked, can he definitely be cured? The clinic attendant rolled his eyes and said, who can guarantee that? The doctor just said it's possible. Anyway, 10 taels have already been spent. Another 10 is still needed. You decide. If we don't treat him, can we get the money back? Mother, Li Xiaoning cried bitterly. Regardless of whether he can be cured or not, he must be treated. How can we get the money back? Shut up, Tian Suilan snapped. At this moment, Chen Fan weakly said, Xiaoning, don't beg them. Anyway, the money has already been spent, and 10 taels are already owed. We haven't divided the household yet, so naturally the clinic will come to them for payment. We don't need to interfere. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoning tearfully approached Chen Fan and, filled with sorrow, gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. To make it realistic, Chen Fan had even deliberately sprinkled some spiritual spring water on his forehead. Tian Suilan, Chen Laohan, and the others' expressions turned drastically. The clinic attendant nodded and said, exactly. I'm here to collect the debt. You're the boy's father. Just hand over the money so I can report back. The second daughter-in-law quietly walked up to Chen Laohan and his wife and said, Father, Mother, earlier big brother said that since we haven't divided the household, we must pay these 10 taels. But if we do divide, then we wouldn't have to pay at all, right? Chen Laohan immediately objected. We can't divide the household. Once we do, the family will fall apart. We can stay together but just split big brother away, the second daughter-in-law suggested again. Chen Laohan and Tian Suilan immediately lit up with realization. Seeing the Chen family continuously discussing amongst themselves, the clinic attendant's expression darkened slightly as he spoke. Have you decided yet? Hurry up and give me the money. I need to return to the clinic. I don't want to waste time here. We're not paying, Tian Suilan immediately declared. What? Not paying? The clinic attendant was shocked. Don't you fear that our clinic will report you? No, that's not what I meant, Tian Suilan quickly explained. We've already divided households with Chen Fan. It's not our responsibility to pay anymore. Divided households? The clinic attendant looked at Chen Fan, then turned to Chen Laohan and the others. I don't believe you. What a coincidence, that you just happened to decide to divide households precisely when I arrive. Believe what you want, Tian Suilan stubbornly insisted, but we won't pay a single coin. The clinic attendant couldn't help but laugh in anger. Fine, you just wait. I'm going back to the clinic right now. You just wait for the authorities to come and take you away. Chapter 15, Division of the Family. The apothecary's apprentice left after making harsh remarks. Husband, what shall we do now? Li Xiaoning asked with red eyes, her voice full of worry. Chen Fan comforted her. Don't be anxious. There's always a way when the cart reaches the mountain. Help me up. Li Xiaoning supported Chen Fan as he struggled to stand. Then, step by painful step, they walked to Old Man Chen, and he said grimly, I will not allow the family to divide. Old Man Chen's face darkened with rage. Humph. This is not your decision to make. Third brother, go fetch the village head. I want to divide the family now. I oppose it, Chen Fan declared angrily. Chen Laosan hesitated for a moment before replying. Brother, maybe we should just divide the family. You shouldn't drag the rest of the family down just because you owe money. Drag down. Chen Fan's anger flared. Remember how hard I used to work for you all? When you benefited from my efforts, why didn't you suggest splitting the family then? This matter doesn't rest with you, Old Man Chen snapped. He turned to Chen Laosan instead. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call the village head over. Yes. Chen Laosan rushed out quickly to find the village head. At this moment, Chen Wu and Tian Chuilan arrived. Seeing Chen Laosan run out in haste, they hurried toward the Chen household. Seeing Chen Fan with his left leg bandaged, they quickly stepped forward and looked at him with deep concern. Can he be cured? Chen Wu asked anxiously. Knowing the pain in Chen Fan's heart, he cared only whether Chen Fan could be cured. Chen Fan forced a bitter smile and said, I'm sorry to worry you, Uncle Chen. Don't worry, I will be fine. Chen Wu was relieved. That's good, that's good. If you run into any difficulties, you can always count on us. Tian Chuilan sneered. Count on you? Do you even have money? Chen Fan still owes 10 taels of silver, and even then, there's only a chance he will be cured. What's that? Do you think you can give 10 taels? Both Chen Wu and Zhao Hui turned pale at these words. Why so much? Chen Wu exclaimed in surprise. It's okay, Uncle Chen. My parents will pay for it, Chen Fan said. Pay what pay? We're splitting the family now. Why should we pay? Tian Chuilan said discontentedly. Chen Wu pointed at Old Man Chen and his wife, his voice full of anger. Are there parents in the world who act like this? Our family affairs are none of your business. If you want to meddle, pay the 10 taels first, or stay silent. You, how could you be like this? Chen Wu was so furious he couldn't find his words. Zhao Hui quickly took out a few silver coins from her robe and handed them to Chen Fan, saying, Chen Fan, as soon as we heard you were injured, we knew you'd need money. Though it isn't much, it's our little token. Please take good care of it. Chen Fan held the silver in his hand, nearly 3 taels worth. A warmth spread in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Thank you, Auntie Hui. I can't accept your money. You've already done so much for me. Uncle Chen taught me all about hunting and gave me so many hunting tools, and Auntie Hui helped Xiaoning. I'm grateful beyond words. Don't worry about the money. They're still my parents. AI, Chen Wu sighed. If I'd known it would come to this, I wouldn't have taught you hunting in the first place. If so, your wife and I would have starved long ago, Chen Fan joked with a smile. Uncle Chen, Auntie Hui, I will never forget your great kindness. Father, the village head is here. Chen Laosan had arrived with the village head, Chen Zheng. Chen Wu, what are you doing here? Chen Zheng asked in surprise. Chen Wu replied, I came to check on Chen Fan's injuries. Brother, can we perhaps? Chen Zheng immediately cut him off, saying, let's deal with that later. First, we need to resolve the matter of Old Man Chen's family. Old Man Chen and Tian Chuilan smiled as they approached Chen Zheng, greeting him respectfully. Village head. Chen Zheng nodded slightly and asked, well then, why did you send for me so urgently? Old Man Chen answered, to divide the family. Chen Fan has grown up, so we're planning to let him live independently. Starting today, Chen Fan's family will be separated from ours. I won't do it, Chen Fan interjected. This isn't your decision to make. Old Man Chen roared angrily. Chen Zheng's face darkened slightly as he said, indeed, it is the elders' decision to divide the family. The younger generation shouldn't object. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt secretly pleased but wore a resentful expression as he said, in that case, if we divide the family, I want money, grain, and land. No, you get nothing. Tian Chuilan immediately shot back. Chen Zheng replied, since you're dividing the family, how can you give him absolutely nothing? Old Man Chen, Tian Chuilan, I must remind you that this is a division of the household, not the severance of a familial relationship. Then, let's sever the relationship. Anyway, enough. Old Man Chen immediately silenced Tian Chuilan. Tian Chuilan's face paled, and she decisively kept her mouth shut. Chen Fan noticed something unusual in their words, but this was not the time to investigate too deeply. Right now, the most important thing was how to secure more benefits from the division of the household. Divide the family, Old Man Chen said in a deep voice. This matter is not open for discussion. If you have any requests, speak them now. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, all right, I agree to the division, but I want a share of the family's assets. We have 4 brothers. It is only fair that I receive 1 share. Old Man Chen pondered briefly and replied, the farmland cannot be divided, the house cannot be divided, but I can give you 20 jin of grain, and everything inside your room you may take with you. What else do I have in my room besides a table, a chair, and a bed? Even the quilts are patched and mended. You wouldn't get a single chicken in exchange for them. I not only want grain, but also money, the iron pot, and everything in my room. You want money too? Of course. Once I move out, don't I need to find a place to live? Winter is almost here. Am I supposed to buy winter supplies with nothing? And what about my leg? Its treatment will cost money too. What? You really dare to ask so much? Do you expect us to pay for your leg's treatment? That's nothing but a dream. We'll give you 1 tael of silver, Old Man Chen said sternly. Chen Fan thought again and replied, 5 taels, 2 taels, 3 taels. Old Man Chen snapped angrily. 2 taels and not a penny more. Take it or leave it. Chen Fan and Old Man Chen seemed like merchants haggling over prices, which made the watching villagers somewhat amused. At this point, Chen Zheng spoke up. Chen Fan, 2 taels is already quite generous. If you need it, I suggest you accept it while you're ahead. Chen Fan immediately replied respectfully, since you say so, I will comply with the village head's arrangement. However, I also hope the village head can act as a witness. Today my parents are dividing the family with me over 10 taels of silver. From now on, no matter whether I rise to prosperity or fall into poverty, it has nothing to do with them. We must put this in writing as proof. Is it really necessary to be so final? Chen Zheng asked. Yes, Tian Chuilan said immediately. This disobedient son? I'd prefer he never come near us again. Better yet, die somewhere far away. Be quiet, Old Man Chen roared again. Tian Chuilan shut her mouth, but her eyes stared at Chen Fan with deep hatred. Old Man Chen said, Village head, since the disobedient son has spoken so boldly, I do not object either. Please, village head, be a witness and write it down as evidence. From now on, I, Old Man Chen, and Chen Fan shall never have anything to do with each other, even if one of us dies. That's exactly what I want, Chen Fan said firmly and decisively. Chapter 16, finally parted. Chen Zheng watched the tense, irreconcilable relationship between Old Chen and Chen Fan, resembling hatred between father and son. He tried to mediate. Is it really necessary for you two to push things this far? Old Chen snorted coldly. Village head, you've seen it yourself. This disobedient son holds no respect for us at all. Chen Fan sneered. As if you two, as parents, have treated me kindly. Doesn't everyone in the village know that I, Chen Fan, have toiled for this family tirelessly only to end up with no medical care and no food provided? Having parents like you is the greatest misfortune in my life. Without you two, I might live a much better life. Sai, since it's come to this, I'll write a written agreement for you, Chen Zheng said helplessly. As Chen Zheng began drafting the document, Chen Fan said to his wife, Xiaoning, go organize our belongings. Once the village head returns, we will leave. Okay, Li Xiaoning replied softly. With things reaching this point, Li Xiaoning didn't say anything else, but wiped away her tears and quietly began packing their possessions. Not long afterward, Chen Zheng returned with the severance document signed and sealed. Standing in front of both Chen Fan and Old Chen, Chen Zheng solemnly said, you still have the chance to reconsider before you stamp your fingerprints. Once you do, there's no turning back. Village head, Old Chen spoke. You don't need to say anything else. I, Old Chen, have no need for such a rebellious son. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need to reconsider, Chen Fan replied. Ah, well, then you two can affix your fingerprints. Finally, Chen Zheng handed the document to both parties. 4 copies were made. 1 for Chen Fan, 1 for Old Chen, 1 for Chen Zheng, and 1 for the ancestral hall. Though it was called a family severance letter, Chen Fan still remained a villager of Chen Village. It only meant his family name was removed from the clan register. Everyone had just realized this. Of course, that would depend on Chen Fan's ability to eventually build a new lineage. Along with old Chen and Chen Fan, Tian Shui-lan and old Chen's third son also stamped their fingerprints on the document. Old Chen's second son wasn't present, so his wife stamped for him. Once everything was done, Chen Fan excitedly took the severance letter and began reading it carefully. Tian Shui-lan scoffed. What are you looking at? Can you even read it? That's none of your concern, Chen Fan replied, and carefully placed the document into his space, though it appeared to others that he had tucked it into his robe. Give me the money and food. I'm leaving now. Old Chen ordered Tian Shui-lan and the third son to bring the things out, which they quickly did. Li Xiaoning had already finished packing their belongings. Chen Fan took the 2 taels of silver from Tian Shui-lan, who handed it over reluctantly, then asked other villagers to help carry their things and bring them first to Chen Wu's house. At Chen Wu's residence, Chen Dehu and Chen Erhu immediately welcomed them when they saw Chen Wu return. Father, mother, uncle, elder brother Chen Fan. Chen Wu simply nodded and said, help take elder brother Chen Fan's belongings and look after the 2 younger cousins properly. Yes, father. Then, ignoring his 2 sons for now, Chen Wu took Chen Fan, his wife, and the village head to the main room. Once everyone sat down, Chen Zheng spoke first, asking, Chen Fan, what do you plan to do next? Chen Wu and Tian Shui-lan looked at Chen Fan intently. I plan to find a place to stay first and deal with the rest later, Chen Fan replied. Chen Zheng nodded, then asked, are you afraid of living somewhere unlucky? Chen Fan looked puzzled. What do you mean, village head? The house of Chen Ergo, near the village entrance, the village head explained. His entire family was killed by bandits. People avoid that house out of fear. Would you dare live there? If I'm not afraid of death, what fear should I have of such superstition? Besides, I don't believe in gods or fate. I believe in man prevailing over heaven. Chen Zheng nodded approvingly. Good, then move there with your wife immediately. You can stay as long as you like, although eventually, once you're recovered, you'd better buy some land and build a new house. As for your residency status, I'll go to the county office tomorrow to handle the registration. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on healing your leg. Chen Fan felt deeply moved. It seemed the world still had many good people. Thank you, village head. There's no rush with the residency registration. Maybe I'll accompany you to the county town a few days later. I also need to refill my medicine. That works. Let's go. While it's still early, I'll personally escort you to Chen Ergo's house. All right. Chen Wu, who walked with difficulty, was asked by Chen Fan to stay and rest at home. Although he insisted on joining, Chen Wu declined. Instead, Zhao Hui asked Chen Dehu and Chen Erhu to help carry things. Together, everyone helped Chen Fan bring their belongings to Chen Ergo's house. Once the task was completed, Chen Zheng departed. Chen Ergo's house was at the edge of the village, at least 500 or 600 meters away from the nearest large house. That explained why nobody even knew when the bandits murdered the family. The house had been abandoned for several years, with weeds growing wildly both inside and outside, some as high as half a person's height. Dust and cobwebs covered every corner inside. Chen Dehu said, this rundown place fit for living? Zhao Hui smacked Chen Dehu on the back of the head and scolded. Why wouldn't it be? Just needs a bit of cleaning up. Chen Fan smiled and said, Dehu, thank you for helping me. Tonight I'll treat you to some meat. Meat? Chen Dehu's eyes lit up instantly. Zhao Hui said, don't waste money. Chen Fan smiled again. Andy Hui, you don't need to worry about this. I'll be right back. Xiaoning, you stay here and clean with Annie Hui. Ask her if you don't know how. He had a feeling that before fleeing hardship to Chen Village, Li Xiaoning might have been a pampered young lady. All right, Li Xiaoning nodded firmly. You take care, don't walk too far with your injured leg. Don't worry. Everyone assumed Chen Fan was stepping out to use the restroom, so they didn't think much of it. Chen Fan, leaning on his cane, slowly made his way outside, stopping beneath a large tree. He focused his mind and immediately pulled out pork and vegetables from the city gate, items that would spoil easily. Then, carrying those items and leaning on his cane once more, he slowly made his way back. Meat! Chen Dehu shouted loudly. His voice instantly caught the attention of Li Xiaoning, Zhao Hui, and Chen Erhu, who all rushed outside, staring in disbelief at the items in Chen Fan's hands. Li Xiaoning immediately ran over and took the items from him, asking curiously, where did you get this? Chen Fan smiled. Of course I bought it, back when I was still healthy before my injury. Today I caught a venomous snake and sold it for some money. I wanted to celebrate properly with Xiaoning. Oh, and one portion is for Andy Hui. You've all helped me so much, so naturally I must show my appreciation. We helped you not for any reward, Zhao Hui said. You may not expect a reward, but I cannot fail to repay kindness. Andy Hui, you take these 2 caddies of meat home. The rest we'll cook tonight, and invite Uncle Chen Wu and the village head over. Let's consider it a housewarming celebration. Chen Fan casually handed 2 caddies of pork to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui refused repeatedly, but finally gave in when Chen Fan resorted to the trick of threatening to throw the meat away if she wouldn't accept it. Chapter 17. Changes in the county town. That night, Chen Fan invited Chen Zheng and Chen Wu's families to his new mansion for a housewarming banquet. Chen Fan personally cooked several signature dishes for everyone, including stir-fried vegetables, braised pork, braised lamb, and steamed fish. When Chen Wu and others saw so many dishes, they asked Chen Fan where he had obtained the ingredients. Chen Fan explained that he had hunted a roe deer and bought these ingredients with his own money. He purchased them before the incident and couldn't return them anymore. Throwing them away would have been a waste, so he decided to use them to celebrate his move, hoping everyone wouldn't mind. Seeing the delicious dishes full of fish and meat, how could Chen Wu and Chen Zheng possibly mind? To keep the mood lighthearted, both consciously avoided mentioning Chen Fan's injuries. Everyone enjoyed the meal greatly, complimenting Chen Fan on his excellent cooking skills, saying they were even better than those of restaurant chefs. According to Chen Wu and Chen Zhong, this was a feast fit for nobles. They rarely even got to see such delicacies, let alone eat them. After the banquet, Zhao Hui and Li Xiaoning tidied up the table before returning home. Once the room was left only with Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning, she became teary-eyed again. Noticing this, Chen Fan immediately asked, "Xiaoning, why are you crying again?" "Husband, what will happen to your leg? We barely have enough money as it is," Li Xiaoning asked anxiously. "Oh, I thought you would say something else," Chen Fan smiled. "I didn't tell you earlier because people were around. Truth is, my leg isn't injured at all." To prove his words, Chen Fan walked back and forth on both feet and even jumped a few times. How could this be? Li Xiaoning's eyes widened in disbelief. It's fake. It was all fake. The purpose was simply to trick father and mother into agreeing to a separate household. Then, Chen Fan explained his plan in detail. "So that's how it was." Li Xiaoning let out a breath of relief, whispering, "It's fine then, but you must never deceive me again." "That's definitely something I'll keep in mind," Chen Fan solemnly replied. "But you can't tell this to anyone, not even Uncle Chen Wu." I understand. Then it's settled. Let's go rest now. At least there's no longer anyone who might eavesdrop on us in our bedroom." Li Xiaoning blushed. She understood exactly what Chen Fan meant. Ever since they got married, he hadn't touched her. Tonight they would finally consummate their marriage and become a true husband and wife. The next day, Zhao Hui visited Chen Fan's home early in the morning and handed him 5 taels of silver, insisting he use it for medical treatment. She left no room for refusal, leaving Chen Fan no choice but to accept. Holding the silver, Chen Fan felt a deep weight in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. This world still has many good people. Entering the bedroom, he found Li Xiaoning already awake. "Auntie Hui brought 5 taels of silver. Must be the money the village head borrowed for Chen Wu. I don't want this money staying at home, otherwise my parents might try to take it. Haven't we already separated from them? Never underestimate human hearts, especially someone as domineering as my parents. I'll keep this money. After breakfast, I'm going to check the mountain traps for game." "All right." Chen Fan quickly ate breakfast and went up the mountain, returning with 2 pheasants and 3 hares. He stored the 2 pheasants inside the secret space but brought the 3 hares home. After dissecting them, he gave 2 to Chen Wu, instructing him to pass 1 to Chen Yun as a token of appreciation for their help. He kept 1 for himself. Over the next few days, Chen Fan successfully captured game daily. Pheasants and hares were common, and he even managed to trap 3 venomous snakes. As the weather grew colder, snakes were becoming rarer. Several days later, Chen Zheng came visiting. "Chen Fan, we must head to the county town today to get your household registration done. Otherwise, from the government's perspective, you're still not officially separated from your parents," Chen Zheng said straightforwardly. Chen Fan nodded. "All right, I'll go with the village head to the county town. Xiaoning, you stay at home." "All right," Li Xiaoning agreed. Thus, Chen Fan followed Chen Zheng out of the house. Since Chen Zheng owned a donkey cart, Chen Fan did not have to walk at all, saving him considerable effort. Upon reaching the town gate, Chen Fan noticed more soldiers stationed there. Security checks were much stricter than the last 2 times he came through, making him feel puzzled. Even inside the city, soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. "Village head, why are there so many soldiers in town?" Chen Fan asked. "Mind your business and follow me. We must get to the government office," Chen Zheng replied. "Village head, you go ahead first. I need to make a quick stop at a pharmacy." "All right, but be careful." "Understood," Chen Fan nodded. Soon after, Chen Fan arrived at Bowen Hall and sold the 3 venomous snakes, earning 3 taels of silver. Then, he went to another medical clinic and met the fat doctor to change the medicine on his leg. However, from the doctors at 2 different medical clinics, Chen Fan learned a piece of news. Officials were gathering physicians and purchasing medicinal herbs. This made Chen Fan frown slightly. After leaving the clinic, Chen Fan went to a grain shop and discovered the price of grain had risen by 30% compared to 2 days ago. The price had gone from 10 coins per jean to 13 coins per jean, and Chen Fan immediately sensed a looming crisis. The government was gathering doctors and buying herbs, more soldiers had appeared in the city, and grain prices had risen sharply. Something major was likely about to happen. Immediately, Chen Fan decisively spent 13 taels of silver to buy 1,000 jean of grain. He asked the shop assistant to place it in an empty alley before storing it inside his secret space. Then, he went and purchased winter supplies like quilts and cotton-padded jackets. Right after that, he headed directly to the government office to find Chen Zheng. Upon arriving at the office entrance, Chen Fan noticed Chen Zheng was still waiting in line outside. "Village head, does registering a household really take this long?" Chen Zheng replied. "Normally it doesn't take long, but I don't know why. There are way more people trying to register their household today." Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately pulled out a handful of copper coins and pressed them into Chen Zheng's hand. "Village head, I think we'd better not waste time." "You? No, I can't accept this. This money is for your medical treatment. We'll just wait here," Chen Fan said. "Village head, this time please listen to me. There are suddenly so many soldiers in town, which definitely isn't a good sign. If we waste too much time, we might not even be able to leave the city." Chen Zheng responded. "Aren't you overthinking this?" "Village head, just trust me," Chen Fan said with a worried expression. "At the clinic I heard the government is gathering doctors and raising grain prices. That fully proves the imperial court is preparing for something big. We'd better leave this trouble zone as soon as possible." After Chen Fan's explanation, Chenjia hesitated for a moment before taking the money and moving forward in line. With the money smoothly passed around, Chen Fan quickly reached the government official in charge of household registration. Without saying a word, Chenjia quietly placed 3 mace of silver into the official's hand. Seeing how cooperative Chenjia was, the official quickly processed Chen Fan's household registration. With this official registration, Chen Fan finally separated from Old Man Chen and became an independent household. Chapter 18. Got some again. Before leaving the county town, Chen Fan asked Chenjia whether the grain at home was enough. If not, he should buy some in case of emergency. Chenjia followed Chen Fan's advice and bought 50 jin of grain to take home. Better safe than sorry. He thought what Chen Fan said made a lot of sense. The events that had happened in the county were indeed a bit strange. Back home, Chen Fan immediately told Chen Wu about this. As a former soldier, Chen Wu instantly realized that the imperial court was about to wage war. Both Chen Fan and Chenjia were greatly surprised. Especially Chenjia. Although he was the village head, he was still a commoner, and what he feared most was war. Better to be a dog in peaceful times than a person in chaotic times. This was a saying deep in the hearts of all commoners in ancient times. So upon hearing the word war, everyone was deeply frightened. Chen Wu said, "Big brother, you don't have to worry. At most, it'll be war along the border regions, and it won't affect us here." Then I feel relieved. Chenjia sighed with relief. But in his heart, Chen Fan shook his head. If the war was on the border and they won, that would be fine. But if they lost, things would get really bad. Besides, if the border needs troops, why are they mobilizing soldiers from the southern regions? It's probably to suppress rebellion. No idea which region has broken out in war. I'll have to make a point to go into town sometime to get more details. But Chen Fan didn't voice this concern. He didn't want Chenjia to worry unnecessarily, nor did he want others thinking he was spreading alarmist rumors or making unwarranted comments about the government. Thus, 20 days passed without incident. During these 20 days, Chen Fan went up the mountain every day. On his way back down, he always carried pheasants, hares, or bamboo rats. Sometimes he even got bigger game. Traps were yielding roe deer, musk deer, wild boars, and such more frequently now. After selling the game, Chen Fan earned another 15 taels of silver. In that time, he went to the blacksmith's workshop to pay for the 3-edged spike, adding another weapon to his secret space. One day, intentionally, Chen Fan revealed a bulge on his chest in front of a villager and deliberately let one corner of a lingji mushroom peek out. Sure enough, the rumor spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire village knew Chen Fan had found a lingji mushroom. Yet Chen Fan denied it, leaving the villagers half believing, half doubtful. Today, Chen Fan went to the county town again, visiting the medicine shop. He believed his leg wound was now healed. Keeping his promise, he gave the fat physician 1 tael of silver and bought a lot of spices at the herbal shop, which made the fat physician very happy. Finally able to walk normally again, Chen Fan excitedly strode down the street. This limp really wore me out. Then he bought some malt candy, a few spices, some pastries, and 2 dogs before heading back. As he approached the city gate, Chen Fan once again saw those 2 soldiers guarding the gate, along with the nearby money box and supplies. He smirked. Then he bought 2 boxes of pastries, and carrying them slowly approached the gate. Bowing with a fawning smile, he said to the guards, "Esteemed officers, do you still remember me?" One of the soldiers said, "Aren't you the one who pushed an empty cart covered with coarse cloth?" "You have a great memory, officer." "It's me." Chen Fan smiled foolishly. Another soldier impatiently asked, "What do you want?" Chen Fan immediately offered the 2 boxes of pastries and said, "I see that you esteemed officers are always at the gate. It must be tiring. This is a small token from me. I hope you gentlemen will accept it. Maybe next time I come, you could be kind enough to let me through easily. Do you think 2 lousy boxes of pastries can buy our leniency? Get lost." The soldier gave Chen Fan a light shove, pushing him away. Chen Fan took advantage of the motion to fall over, landing right on top of the money box. Instantly, his mind willed, and half of the money was drawn directly into his secret space. Seeing Chen Fan's pitiful state, the 2 soldiers burst into laughter. Chen Fan slowly stood up, wearing his usual simple smile as he said, "It's fine, it's fine. It was my own carelessness. Please, just accept these boxes of pastries. Let me put them aside for you, esteemed officers." When Chen Fan turned his back to the crowd, he quietly pulled most of the supplies into his secret space, including 2 large jars of wine. Then Chen Fan stood up straight, wearing that same innocent smile, bowing and smiling to the 2 city guards. "Esteemed officers, the pastries are placed there. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you." While walking away, Chen Fan kept talking, but as soon as he left the gate, he immediately stood tall, his face showing a look of triumph. "Got something from them again. I wonder if they'll notice it was me." Even if they find out, they have no evidence. Back to the foot of Lingshan, with time still early, Chen Fan went up the mountain again to check the traps. The mountain offered plenty of resources. Simply setting traps was enough to catch plenty of game. No need for archery. Chen Fan first collected the pheasants and hares caught in the traps, then moved to another spot to set more traps. He continued deeper into the mountain. To his surprise, Chen Fan saw 2 wild boars near the trap area. His heart immediately filled with joy, and he quickly absorbed the 2 boars into his secret space. Never had he imagined such a big harvest today. Then Chen Fan immediately headed down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, he took out the small cart from his space and unloaded the 2 wild boars, some pastries, malt candy, spices, seasonings, and other daily necessities, covering them all with a piece of coarse cloth. Villagers along the way were very curious when they saw Chen Fan pushing the cart. When they noticed his leg was healed, they were even more shocked. Chen Fan, your leg is healed? A woman exclaimed in surprise. Healed. Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. How did you afford so much money? Chen Fan smiled. Auntie, you already know, right? I just didn't admit it before. The woman suddenly understood and said, so it's true. You really found a century-old Lingji mushroom? Chen Fan smiled and said, Auntie, just keep this to yourself, okay? Don't worry. My mouth is tighter than a seal. I won't say anything. After saying that, the woman left, as if she had just tasted a huge piece of gossip. Li Xiaoning had been waiting at the door the whole time. Seeing Chen Fan return, she immediately ran over excitedly. Husband. Seeing her, Chen Fan quickened his pace. Li Xiaoning arrived at the cart and said, Husband, let me help push. It's very heavy. Chen Fan let her try. Li Xiaoning grabbed the handle and pushed with all her strength, her face turning red, but she only moved it 2 meters. Husband, you do it. Li Xiaoning immediately gave up. Chen Fan smiled and said, all right, go invite the village head and Uncle Chen Wu. Ask their whole families to come. I have something to tell them. Okay. Chen Fan pushed the cart back home and then put all the items in order. The 2 wild boars had only their legs caught in the traps, their bodies otherwise fine, so they were still alive, enduring the pain of broken legs the entire time. Chapter 19. The Chen family pays a visit. Chen Wu and Chen Zheng brought their entire family to Chen Dao's house. When they saw that Chen Fan could now walk with both legs, they were all taken aback. Chen Fan, your legs have recovered? Chen Wu exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Chen Fan stomped his feet and said, completely healed. The doctor said my legs have fully recovered. I reckon my injury wasn't that severe to begin with. It's probably that greedy doctor who wanted to rip me off, so he exaggerated how bad my injury was. Chen Zheng nodded in agreement, saying, that's very likely. Even without medical training, anyone knows the saying that it takes 100 days for broken bones to heal. How could such a severe injury recover so quickly? What despicable behavior! Chen Wu growled angrily. Such a doctor exists only to cheat people. Chen Fan, tomorrow I'll go with you to demand he return your money. Chen Fan laughed. Uncle Chen Wu, calm down. I invited you here to eat, not to be angry. Beside him, Chen Zheng added, yes, Chen Fan will handle this matter himself. Let's not ruin Chen Fan's mood. I wouldn't dream of it, Chen Wu replied. I've already prepared the food. Please everyone, have a seat. Everyone then took their seats. Chen Fan even brought out a jar of wine to ensure everyone could enjoy themselves with food and drink. After the banquet, Li Xiaoning and Zhao Hui cleared the table. Then, Chen Fan, Chen Wu, and Chen Zheng entered the main room to chat. Village chief, Chen Fan began. I'd like to purchase that patch of yellow land outside the village. Chen Zheng slightly frowned and replied, if you want to buy land, I can help you choose some good farmland. But that patch of yellow land can't be used for farming. What would you use it for? I don't intend to use it for farming, but for building houses, Chen Fan explained. That location is perfect. To the north there are mountains and water, to the east and west run 2 major roads, and to the south is a path leading to various villages. It's essentially a well-connected junction in all directions. I want it. That's definitely possible, Chen Zheng said without hesitation. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the county to finalize this deal. However, the money. How much would it cost? Chen Yun said. That yellow patch of land might be a dozen or so mu large, but it's practically worthless. 10 taels of silver, maybe even less. Great, Chen Fan happily replied. Once I own the land, I will hire people to build the house for me. Chen Zheng said, I can help with that. The busy farming season is over, and everyone is free now. There isn't much work in the city these days, so if you're willing to hire them, providing just 1 meal a day should suffice. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then replied, all right, I can provide meat every day, but the villagers must bring their own grain. Perfect, Chen Zheng said. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, Chen Wu will take care of all this. Chen Fan, you'll come with me to the city to get the deeds sorted out. I'm very grateful to both the village chief and Uncle Chen Wu. Don't mention it. After they settled the details, Chen Fan also gave each of them a box of pastries. As the saying goes, when you take from someone, you feel slightly guilty. When someone feeds you, you become less confrontational. Chen Fan believed there was no way Chen Zheng and Chen Wu wouldn't assist him fully and speak well for him after accepting food and gifts. Moreover, Chen Fan also repaid his debt, obviously by giving the money to Chen Wu, who then passed it on to Chen Zheng. The next day, Chen Fan and Chen Zheng went to the county to process the land deed. Since Chen Fan wasn't stingy with money, the deed was processed as soon as they arrived at the county office. Before noon, they had already returned to Chen's village. When Chen Wu learned of Chen Fan's return, he immediately came over to discuss the construction of the house. Uncle Chen Wu, you've lived in the military camp before. Please help me build the place according to the defensive style used there. As for the design of the house, I'll draw you a plan and provide more details later. Meanwhile, please notify everyone in the village. Whoever helps me construct the house will be able to eat meat every day. For those who are willing to come, offer each household 3 taels of wild boar meat today. All right. Chen Wu felt very pleased with Chen Fan's generosity. What? Tian Shui Lan learned from Chen Lao San that Chen Fan had purchased the patch of yellow land 3 miles outside the village, and that he was inviting villagers to build the house, while promising meat every day. They were already distributing meat, and now she jumped to her feet in surprise. Chen Lao Han was also shocked, and mostly angry. Damn it. That ungrateful son dares not offer even a bit of meat to his parents. He deserves to be struck by lightning. The second son's wife said, Father, mother, if we're talking about meat, we might as well talk about money. Our older brother's treatment for his leg alone cost 10 taels of silver. Where would he get more money from? Could it be that the rumor about your older brother finding 100-year-old ginseng is true? It must be true, Tian Shuilan angrily declared. Let's go. We'll find him and demand our share of the money. Let's go. With a furious roar, Chen Laohan led his entire family on a grand procession to visit Chen Fan. Chen Fan's house was bustling with activity now, lined with a long queue of villagers waiting in a row. When the villagers heard that Chen Fan was going to build a house and was offering meat as payment, nearly everyone from the village showed up. Chen family village had only about 50 households. With each family receiving 2 or 3 taels of meat, 50 households added up to about 150 taels total, equivalent to half 100 caddies of meat. The 2 wild boars weighed over 400 caddies together. After distribution, the meat would last for several days. To maintain order, Chen Fan asked the village chief to help manage the line and handle the registrations, while Chen Wu was tasked with slaughtering and cutting the boars into portions, each piece weighing exactly 3 taels. Make way, all of you move aside. A furious shout came from behind the line. Automatically, everyone turned their heads and saw the Chen Laohan family approaching arrogantly. Seeing Chen Laohan and his family, Chen Zheng's expression darkened instantly. He strode forward. Chen Laohan, what brings you here? Village chief, I'm Chen Fan's father. We're his family. Besides looking for Chen Fan, what else could we possibly be doing here? Chen Laohan said. Chen Laohan, don't you remember? You and Chen Fan not only split the household, but you also signed a disassociation document. Of your own will, I might add. How can you now claim Chen Fan as your son? Chen Zheng said, his face dark with anger. That's right, one villager shouted. Chen Fan is such a fine child. He was forced to cut all ties with you because of your actions. Now you dare try to take advantage of him again? None of us will allow it. That's right, we won't allow it. No way. In an instant, the Chen Laohan family became the target of everyone's outrage. Chen Laohan and Tian Shuilan were momentarily at a loss, unable to respond. The second son's wife quickly changed tactics, hugging her child as she said, Fellow villagers, we only came to apologize to Big Brother. We didn't come to cause trouble. Please, village chief, let Big Brother know we're here. Yes, we came to apologize, not to cause trouble. Chen Laohan quickly chimed in. Xinjing knew exactly what Chen Laohan was thinking. He had seen Chen Fan offering meat and money and now wanted to take advantage. But considering that Chen Laohan and Chen Fan were still technically family, Chen Zheng decided to let Chen Fan make the final decision. Wait here, I'll go fetch Chen Fan. Chapter 20. Driving the old man, Chen's family away. There's no need to trouble the village chief. I'm here. Chen Fan stepped out from the courtyard. It turned out that Li Xiaoning, who had been in the yard earlier, had already seen the family of old man Chen and went to find Chen Fan. Upon hearing the news, Chen Fan immediately put down his brush. He asked Li Xiaoning to stay in the room and walked out. Just as he arrived, he heard old man Chen was about to apologize to him. Second madam, holding her child, approached Chen Fan first and smiled as she spoke. Big brother, we're here to apologize to you. The child also misses his uncle greatly. Please hold him for a moment. That's right, Chen Fan, hold the child. He is your nephew. Old man Chen added with a smile. Chen Fan stared coldly at second madam and the entire family of old man Chen. Hold the child? Do you still remember what you all said when I first touched the child's finger? Old man Chen and Tian Suilan blushed with shame and lowered their heads. Chen Fan's voice turned grim. You cursed me as a broomstick star, a disobedient son, a harbinger of disaster. You said a single touch from me would shorten the child's lifespan. You even claimed a single finger of the child was 10,000 times more precious than me. If that's the case, why do you want me to hold him now? Aren't you afraid I will shorten his life? Aren't you afraid his delicate body will be ruined by my touch? Old man Chen and Tian Suilan blushed again and kept their heads low. Second madam awkwardly said, Big brother, back then I was just being ignorant. Please don't hold it against me. Hold it against you. Chen Fan sneered. What right do I have to blame you? We've already divided the household and signed the disownment letter. From now on, we have no contact whatsoever. We are strangers upon meeting. Therefore, I do not accept your apology. Upon hearing these words, Tian Suilan instantly became furious. Disobedient son, we are still your parents. Disowned, and by your own request, Chen Fan replied coolly. You. Tian Suilan's chest heaved furiously, overwhelmed with rage, yet unable to utter a single word in retort. Enough, old man Chen said. Even if we've disowned you, we are still your parents who raised you. For this lifetime, you'll always owe us. Chen Fan laughed coldly. Owe you? Since I was old enough to understand things, every day I had endless chores and ate nothing but leftover food. Ever since I was little, whenever I fell ill, you never sent me to see a doctor once. Every time I survived on sheer willpower. Had I not endured, I would not even be here today. Despicable. How can there be such heartless parents? They don't even deserve to be parents. I used to think they were just biased, but now I realize they're murderers. Unforgivable. Chen Fan, don't forgive them. That's right. They don't deserve forgiveness. Don't forgive them. At once, the villagers began to denounce old man Chen and his wife, siding with Chen Fan. You. Heavens, please open your eyes. It's gang up bullying. Heavens, strike them with lightning and kill them. Oh heavens. Tian Suilan began her usual tantrum, sitting on the ground and throwing a fit. How dare you curse us? Asking for death. An irate villager, upon hearing Tian Suilan pray for lightning to strike him dead, flew into a rage. The villager kicked Tian Solon violently to the ground and then kicked her again. She let out 2 cries of pain. Others in old man Chen's family stood frozen. How could it escalate to physical violence? Chen Wu, holding a pig slaughtering knife, walked out and asked, "What's going on here? Old man Chen, why are you here?" Upon seeing old man Chen's family, he was momentarily startled. Old man Chen quickly reacted and helped Tian Solon up. Glaring hatefully at Chen Fan, he shouted, "You unfilial brat. Watching your own mother being mistreated, and you don't even try to stop it. You're unworthy of being a son." Chen Fan ignored him. Chen Wu now understood, saying, "So you're the troublemakers. You're practically asking for death." So saying, he limped forward with the knife raised as if about to strike them. Chun La and Chun Lao Si, together with second madam and third madam, were so frightened that they quickly fled, leaving old man Chun and Tian Solon behind without a care. "Uncle Chen Wu, don't act recklessly," Chen Fan stopped him. "It's not worth committing murder for these two." Chen Wu stopped, snorted coldly at the couple, then turned and returned to the courtyard to continue slaughtering pigs. Chen Fan said, "Look at the child you so dote upon. When danger strikes, they abandon you without hesitation. I feel great joy. I can already see your future. Old and without support, your possessions devoured by your children, you end your days frozen and starved to death. So, I suggest you keep some money for protection. Don't always count on your so-called children. As for me, the dissownment letter has already been signed. We will have no dealings this lifetime. Now get out." Chen Fan emphasized the word "get out" so strongly it seemed like he had shouted it. "Get out. Hurry up and leave. Go on, get out." The villagers around them shouted furiously, demanding Old Man Chun and his wife to leave. Old Man Chun wanted to say something harsh, but out of fear of the angry villagers, he ended up fleeing in panic. Tian Solon, meanwhile, hated Chen Fan deeply at this moment, but dared not utter a word, and the matter of being beaten was dropped. When Chun Zheng saw that Old Man Chen's family had run away, he patted Chen Fan's shoulder and said, "You've already divided the household and cut all family ties. Their affairs have nothing to do with you anymore. You don't need to pay attention to them." Chen Fan gave a slight nod. "Don't worry, I'm fine." He had never felt any emotional attachment to Old Man Chun and his family in the first place. He was not a reincarnator and didn't believe in blind loyalty or filial piety. His only goal was to live a good life and make sure those around him lived well too. "Alright, thank you all for supporting me today. Once you take the meat home, just eat it today. Don't save it for tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you can all eat meat every single day." "Alright," the villagers shouted excitedly. Being able to eat meat every day, how could they not be excited? Chen Fan returned to the courtyard and saw that Chun Wu was about to throw away the pig's offal. Immediately, he shouted to stop him. "Stop. What's wrong?" Chen Wu asked, puzzled. "I want to ask you what's wrong too. Why are you throwing away something so valuable? These awful parts nobody eats. What else am I supposed to do with them? This is a delicacy, and you say no one eats it? Fine, hand it over. I'll handle it." Chen Fan took the pig offal from Chen Wu and went straight to the river to clean it. Chen Wu and the others watched in confusion. Can pig offal even be eaten? Without paying attention to Chen Fan, Chen Wu called all the villagers who had received pork and, while it was still early, started organizing people to go up the mountain to cut trees. Chen Fan wanted to build houses, so trees were essential. Fortunately, there were plenty of trees on the mountain. No need to spend money buying them. The villagers who had already received meat were now full of spirit and determination. Each immediately went home to fetch a chopping knife and headed up the mountain to cut trees. Chapter 21 Chen Wu's Past. After Chen Fan cleaned all the pork offal, he had an idea to make marinated dishes. Using all the pork offal to make marinated food, then stewing it with broth and adding pork meat to make a hearty stew, enough to feed more than 200 people. As soon as Chen Fan thought of it, he acted. After washing the pork offal, Chen Fan came to the courtyard and asked the steward to borrow 3 large pots. Together with his own big pot, they had 4 large pots in total. He divided the pork offal into 4 portions and started cooking the offal stew, adding some pork meat as well. An hour later, the aroma filled the entire courtyard. Zhao Hui said, "Chen Fan, with your skills, even if you didn't go hunting, you could still support yourself and Xiao Ning." Chen Fan smiled. "Auntie Hui, I'm just good at what I do often. Anyone who cooks for 10 years could have the same skills as me. It's done now. Go tell everyone they can come to eat." "Okay." Zhao Hui went to inform everyone. When Chen Wu and the others returned and smelled the aroma in the courtyard, they couldn't help but drool. Chen Fan said to the villagers, "You've all worked hard. Please bring your bowls, get some rice, and then line up here." As agreed, the grain was provided by the villagers, and the meat was supplied by Chen Fan. So today, they came to collect grain and also brought it along. Each household received 10 jin first, and more could be given later if needed. Each person filled a bowl of coarse rice, and then lined up in front of the 4 large pots. Chen Fan and Auntie Hui helped everyone ladle out a bowl of the hearty stew. Seeing the brown broth soaking into the coarse rice and the generous serving of meat on top of the rice, everyone excitedly held their bowls, as if holding golden treasures. They were all from humble backgrounds, only able to taste meat during festivals, and even then, not much. One person couldn't help but take a bite, and then shouted excitedly, "Delicious, absolutely delicious." His voice seemed magical, and everyone started eating, digging in enthusiastically. Chen Wu also took a bite, widened his eyes, and said, "It has a good chew, tough and tender. It's truly delicious, Chen Fan. This is made from pork offal." "Of course," Chen Fan replied. "This pork offal stew includes pig intestines, pig heart, pig liver, and other pork offal." Upon hearing this, Chen Wu sighed. Never thought pork offal could be so delicious. The slaughterhouses always throw it away after butchering pigs or sheep, such a waste. How about we collect all this offal every day, and then we'll have enough meat to eat daily. We won't even finish it all, Chenjia added. We could also sell it. A great idea. Chen Wu was the first to agree. Thus, both Chen Wu and Chenjia looked at Chen Fan. Only he could turn waste into treasure. If Chen Fan agreed, this matter could be done. Chen Fan looked at them and said, okay, this matter can be done, but not now. Let's wait until the houses are built. However, collecting offal can start right away since no one wants it anyway, so it's a bargain for us. If we can't finish it, give some to the villagers. It shouldn't just be the men eating meat. The women and children should get some too. Good. Both Chen Wu and Chenjia replied simultaneously. Thank you, Chen Fan. The villagers said gratefully upon hearing this news. Chen Fan waved his hand, telling them not to be too polite and to just eat. He only hoped the houses would be completed soon. After the meal, everyone left, except for Chen Dahu, who had agreed beforehand that Chen Wu would train Chen Fan to improve his ability to protect himself when hunting. The training task, however, was delegated to Chen Dahu. Chen Fan readily accepted. Who couldn't teach, as long as it helped him improve his self-defense, he was happy to learn. However, what Chen Fan didn't expect was that Chen Dahu made him stand in a horse stance. This horse stance wasn't the same as in TV shows. It was more like the posture from the Shaolin Yi Jin Jing. Chen Dahu explained that this posture was learned by Chen Wu during his time in the army, with miraculous results. Chen Fan didn't think much of it, but what surprised him was that he couldn't last even 5 minutes, already soaked in sweat. Collapsing on the ground, Chen Fan looked at Chen Dahu beside him, who was still holding the stance. Gasping for breath, Chen Fan asked, Dahu, how long can you hold it? 3 incense sticks, Chen Dahu answered. According to my father's words, 1 incense stick means you meet the basic level, suitable to be an ordinary soldier. 2 incense sticks mark you as an elite soldier. 3 incense sticks, and you're a top-tier warrior. My father could hold it for 5 incense sticks. He was a military officer. Chen Fan suddenly became interested and asked, how do you know this? While still maintaining the horse stance, Chen Dahu replied, because when my father came back last time, a group of people addressed him as such. Later he went off to battle and, after returning, retired from service. At that time, my father would drink all day long. When drunk, he cried, saying the imperial court was unjust and that General Mu had been wrongly accused. Later, my father trained both of us, Second Tiger and me, and every night we had to train for 2 2-hour sessions. How long did the training last? Chen Fan asked. More than 3 years. Chen Fan was astonished. He raised 3 fingers, saying, 3 years, on average, adding only 1 incense stick per year. Chen Dahu nodded. Yes, father said that my brother and I had poor talent, so we were slow. But you, brother Fan, are different. On your first attempt at the horse stance, you managed to hold it for so long. I could only hold it for 1 minute, and Second Tiger for less than that. Is that true? Am I really that talented? Chen Fan was skeptical, yet felt pleased deep inside. At the same time, he now had a better understanding of Chen Wu's past. He had not expected that Chen Wu used to be a junior military officer, someone capable of leading troops in a battle. At minimum, leading 500 men, sometimes even 1,000. On the battlefield, he might even command 10,000 soldiers against enemy forces. Chen Fan also learned more about Chen Wu from Chen Dahu. It turned out Chen Wu had once been a cavalryman, and his family even had an old spear. This led Chen Fan to suspect that Chen Wu must have been a lancer cavalryman. His horse stance closely resembled the posture of a soldier gripping a long spear. Chen Fan trained for 2 full sessions and was completely drained, drinking several sips of spirit spring water before beginning to recover slightly. As for Chen Dahu, he seemed perfectly fine. He simply said goodbye to Chen Fan and left. Chen Fan returned to his room, collapsed on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. After returning home, Old Man Chen's family continued cursing Chen Fan without stop, clearly filled with rage. That Chu Sung deserves no good death. One day he'll be struck down by lightning. Chopped into pieces by bandits. Die from a plague. Seeing how bitterly the elderly couple ranted, the second son's wife slightly twisted her lips. Could it be that Chen Fan was not even their biological son? Father and mother, since the eldest brother refuses to recognize any family ties, what should we do? The second son's wife asked. Tian Tsuelon replied. What can we do? That Tu Sung has no regard for family anymore. He no longer considers us his family. Go find the second son, Old Man Chen said. He has always been clever since childhood, and has many ideas. He probably has a way. Good idea, Tian Tsuelon agreed. Tomorrow I will take the third and fourth sons to the city. We can see if we can help them find work there, and also come up with a plan to deal with that Chu Sung. Chapter 22 Wolf Pack. The next day, Zhao Hui took Chen Dahu and Chen Eru to the slaughterhouse to collect pig offal, while Daya and Aria were left in the care of Li Xiaoning. With the 2 girls to look after, Li Xiaoning now had something to do and wouldn't be so bored. Chen Wu, on the other hand, led the entire village's labor force to help Chen Fan build his house. According to Chen Fan's design blueprint, the house was not a single-story building, but rather a 2-story loft. Majestic and spectacular, it even used bricks and tiles. The villagers' houses were either wooden or made of rammed earth. Brick and tile houses were something they couldn't even dare dream of. Yet Chen Fan insisted on using bricks and tiles. Because of this, Chen Wu gave Chen Fan a full 10 taels of silver specifically to buy bricks and tiles. At noon, 2 women were even hired to cook meals for them. As for Chen Fan, he continued heading up the mountain to hunt. Although there was enough grain now, they still lacked meat. The The space already contained many pheasants and hares, but they could only last for a single meal for 200 people. Today, Chen Fan planned to go deeper into the mountains to see if he could get some larger game. As usual, he first checked the traps and caught 3 pheasants, 3 hares, and a venomous snake. The harvest was fairly good. However, as the weather grew colder, fewer venomous snakes were around. But this particular snake was actually a 5-step snake, which greatly pleased Chen Fan. However, there was no catch in the animal traps, which made Chen Fan quite disappointed. With no choice, Chen Fan could only proceed deeper and reach the stream, where he surprisingly discovered a group of wild mountain goats drinking water. This made Chen Fan's face light up with delight. Wild goat meat was worth several more coins than pork. Immediately, Chen Fan took out his bow and arrow and shot one of the mountain goats. The shot goat fell to the ground, while the rest scattered in alarm like startled birds. Chen Fan didn't rush to collect the mountain goat. Instead, he entered the space calmly to wait and see if any others might come. After waiting for a while, Chen Fan found that the goats would not return again, so he left the space and took the goat into the space. He continued deeper and encountered another group of mountain goats. Seeing the goats staying in place and unwilling to advance, it was as if some fierce beast lurked further inside. Immediately, Chen Fan continued to aim his bow and arrow at the goats and shot again. This time, he shot 3 arrows in succession, causing 3 goats to fall, while the rest again scattered in panic. This time, Chen Fan didn't wait. He quickly ran over, wanting to take the 3 goats into the space. But just as he was halfway there, he heard the howl of wolves. What? Oh! Chen Fan halted his steps, looked around nervously, and felt cold sweat on his back. Damn it, there were actually wolves. Immediately, Chen Fan quickly ran to the mountain goat, took the 3 goats into the space, and dared not linger even a second longer. He headed down the mountain at his fastest speed. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan packed away all his things and took out some spices, scattering them on the ground to mask his scent. He knew that wolves had an extremely sensitive sense of smell and were very cunning. If the wolves decided to attack his house, he himself wouldn't be in danger, but Li Xiaoning would. As to whether using spices to disrupt his scent would work, Chen Fan wasn't sure at all. Chen Fan went to find Chen Wu at the construction site and told him about the wolves. You saw both goats and wolves near the stream? Chen Wu frowned. It seems something has changed in the mountains. Perhaps another fierce beast has driven the wolves down, and the goats were driven out by the wolf pack. These goats were food for the wolves to survive the winter. Now you've taken their food, I'm afraid they will come down from the mountain to seek revenge on you. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. That's why on the way down, I used spices to mask my scent, hoping it might work. Chen Wu said, it's hard to say if that will work for sure. How about this? Tonight I'll come to your house with Dahu and Eru, and you can let your wife stay with my wife. All right. Immediately, Chen Fan pushed his cart back home, placing 4 barely conscious goats in the courtyard, attracting the attention of Li Xiaoning, Dia, and Area. Goats. All 3 exclaimed simultaneously. Except Li Xiaoning expressed shock, while the 2 children showed excitement. Chen Fan said, I had good luck today and managed to hunt 4 wild goats. Xiaoning, tonight you'll have to stay at Uncle Chen Wu's house. He then briefly explained the matter about the wolves. Li Xiaoning was worried about Chen Fan's safety. Don't worry, Chen Fan reassured. Uncle Chen Wu was once a military officer, and Dahu and Eru have inherited his skills. Plus, my archery, we should more than handle the wolf pack. Still, better to be safe. I need to prepare some traps, and make sure these wolves won't return. That night, Chen Wu slaughtered 2 of the goats and used the goat blood to lure the wolves down the mountain. Instead of living in fear every day, they might as well solve the problem early. Therefore, after the villagers finished their dinner, Chen Wu told them to go home and keep their doors and windows closed, not to go out. Chen Wu and his 2 sons took position at Chen Fan's house, armed and ready. Chen Wu was armed with a bow and arrow even finer than the one he gave to Chen Fan. It was much longer and wider. Chen Dahu was holding a long spear, and judging by its appearance alone, it must have been extremely heavy. Chen Eru carried a large broadsword that gleamed coldly in the dim light, clearly well preserved. Chen Fan looked at the weapons in their hands in astonishment and asked, Chen Wushu, does anyone else know about these weapons? He certainly knew how strictly the great Daqian Dynasty controlled weapons. Privately possessing weapons was a serious crime. That's why all the arrows Chen Fan used were made of wood. Chen Wu chuckled, don't worry. These weapons have legitimate origins. Even if investigated, there won't be any trouble. That's good to hear. Chen Fan exhaled in relief. By the way, when you went home to retrieve the weapons, I set up a trap in the courtyard. As soon as the wolf pack arrives, a fishing net will drop from above and cover them. We'll strike together, take out these wolves first, and then deal with the rest. Chen Wu looked up and indeed spotted a fishing net stretched high, enough to trap at least 4 or 5 wolves. Excellent, Chen Wu said. Actually, the best way to deal with a wolf pack is to kill the alpha. The alpha leads the pack, and once the leader dies, the wolves will scatter and flee to another place. Then I leave finding the alpha to you. Chen Wushu. Fang Xin, Yo Wajut, Chu Chu Long Qin Shou Dao Qin Lot. Zhibuguo Long Qin Fei Chang Jiaohua. Buneng Rong Long Qin Zhi Da Woman Buzhru Shanjing. Everyone nodded earnestly in agreement. All right, we should all go back inside and rest, preparing for the wolves' arrival. Okay. They followed Chen Wu's suggestion and returned to their rooms to rest. Chen Dahu and Chen Eru were both nervous and excited. After so much training, this was finally their moment to prove themselves. Chen Fan occupied a room alone, while Chen Wu shared a room with his 2 sons. It was unclear how much time had passed when noise arose in the courtyard. The main gate was rammed open. Chen Fan was jolted awake. Immediately, he entered the space and peered outside. Moonlight illuminated the courtyard, allowing him to clearly see everything below. Two wolves sniffed around the yard, then bared their fangs at Chun Wu's bedroom door, their bodies slightly leaning backward into an attacking stance. Chapter 23. Courageous Battle Against the Wolf Pack. Bang bang. Two wild wolves slammed their bodies against the gate. Block it. Inside the room, Chen Wu, Chen Dahu, and Chen Eru stood with their backs against the gate, preventing the wolves from entering. These two wolves are scouts. They're sent ahead to check whether there's danger here. If there is, they'll flee. If not, they'll call the entire pack in. Therefore, we cannot let them in. We must also lure them to keep attacking the gate. How do we lure them? Chen Dahu asked. With blood, Chen Wu explained. Eru, kill that goat and use its blood to provoke them. Yes. Chen Eru walked over to the goat, raised his knife, and swiftly cut off its head. Blood splattered everywhere, covering Chen Eru's body in crimson. This goat had been prepared earlier by Chen Wu at Chen Fan's request. Bang bang bang. The sound of impacts grew more frequent. Oh, suddenly, one of the wolves let out a howl. Chen Wu's expression turned serious, and he said grimly, "They're calling the pack. Open the gate. Let's kill these two first." As soon as the gate opened, Chen Wu aimed his bow and arrow at one wolf and shot. The wolf dropped instantly, pierced through the body by the arrow. Chen Fan, observing from his space, saw clearly that the arrowhead was made of iron, and now it was covered in wolf blood and bits of flesh. Chen Dahu, holding a spear in one hand, had a wolf corpse still impaled on it. When Chen Dahu opened the gate, one of the wolves lunged at him. He reacted quickly, thrusting his spear forward, piercing through the wolf's body. One could say this wolf brought death upon itself, and Chen Dahu now stood in a very heroic pose. Woo woo. After eliminating the two scouting wolves, Chen Wu and his companions did not relax, but instead became even more vigilant. The wolf pack entered the courtyard one after another, immediately lunging toward Chen Wu and the others. Chen Dahu swung the wolf corpse from his spear at the incoming wolf, hitting it and sending it flying. Yet as one was flung aside, more wolves attacked from all directions. Just as one was about to bite him, an arrow always appeared to kill it. Chen Wu quickly ran to Chen Dahu's side, standing back to back with him. Chen Eru also stepped out of the house, joining Chen Wu and forming a triangular formation to face the wolf pack. The wolves immediately surrounded the three. However, all three were highly skilled in combat. When the wolf pack attacked, some were swept aside by Chen Dahu's spear, while others were slashed by his blade, their fates unknown. Chen Wu rapidly shot arrow after arrow from his bow. When there was no time to shoot, he used the arrowheads to wound wolves directly. Each attack by the wolf pack resulted in casualties, with more than 10 wolves killed or injured in under a minute. Despite this, there were simply too many wolves. Though Chen Wu and his companions would eventually win, it would be a costly victory. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately exited his space, retrieved his bow and arrows, opened the door, and began shooting into the wolf pack. Arrow after arrow flew quickly. After firing 3 arrows, 5 wolves from the pack turned to attack Chen Fan. Chen Fan, retreat inside. Chen Wu shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan quickly ran back into the house, and as soon as he entered, he vanished into his space. Seeing this, Chen Wu wanted to help Chen Fan, but he was surrounded by wolves. After entering the room, the 5 wolves immediately lost track of Chen Fan and hesitated in confusion. With a thought, Chen Fan reappeared 5 meters away, and the moment he materialized, he fired his crossbow. At the same time, the 5 wolves lunged at him. Before the arrow struck, Chen Fan vanished again into his space. Of the 5 wolves, 1 was hit by the bolt, while the other 4 lunged at empty space. For short-range combat, Chen Fan abandoned his longbow in favor of a crossbow. Using this method, Chen Fan killed all 5 wolves in less than half a minute. Reappearing at the doorway, Chen Fan picked up his longbow again and resumed attacking the wolf pack. At this point, more than 20 wolf corpses already lay scattered in the courtyard. Chen Fan fired arrow after arrow, and within moments, another 4 or 5 wolves lay dead. Oh! Suddenly, a wolf's howl rang out. We found it, both Chen Wu and Chen Fan said excitedly. They saw a wolf larger than the rest standing at the rear of the pack, howling toward the sky, the alpha wolf, the pack leader. Instantly, both Chen Wu and Chen Fan aimed at the alpha wolf and fired their arrows nearly simultaneously. The alpha wolf's howl was abruptly cut short. Seeing this, the remaining wolves scattered in panic and fled. As the wolf pack fled, Chen Dahu and Chen Eru immediately collapsed to the ground. Chen Wu and Chen Fan stepped out of the compound to check whether the wolves had truly disappeared. Seeing that they had indeed fled, both heaved a sigh of relief, exchanged a smile, and then returned to the courtyard. Seeing his 2 sons sitting on the ground, Chen Wu angrily said, "Stand up. Don't let your guard down before the danger is completely gone. If this were a real battlefield, you could have already gotten yourselves killed." Chen Dahu and Chen Eru stood up, lowering their heads in shame. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Uncle Chen Wu, this isn't a battlefield. Besides, they might never step onto one in their entire lives. No need to be so serious." Chen Wu sighed and said, "The world is unpredictable. It's not like you can avoid the battlefield just because you don't want to be there. Alright, enough said. Tonight, none of us will sleep. Let's start processing these wolves. The wolf skins can be made into clothing, and the meat can be smoked for long-term storage." Alright. Early in the morning, Zhao Hui returned with Li Xiaoning and the 2 children. When they saw the wolf skins scattered on the ground, they were all startled. "This? Zhao Hui swallowed hard, not knowing what to say. At that moment, Chen Daha walked out. Seeing Zhao Hui and the others, he exclaimed joyfully, "Mom, sister-in-law, you're here. Great, come help quickly." Chen Fan also walked out. Seeing Zhao Hui and the others, he immediately said, "Auntie Hui, you're right on time. Auntie Hui, please go and ask a few women to come help smoke the wolf meat." Zhao Hui nodded and immediately replied, "Okay, I'll go right now." Li Xiaoning asked, "Husband, how many wolves did you kill last night?" 38. Chen Fan answered, "Let me tell you, yesterday Uncle Chen Wu and the others were so brave, they were like battlefield war gods, unstoppable." Chen Dahu smiled modestly and said, "Not really. Dad was the most impressive. Chen Fanji was amazing too. He single-handedly took down 5 wolves and shot the alpha wolf together with Dad." "Husband, you actually killed 5 wolves? So amazing." Li Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and said, "I just took advantage of the situation. You all were fighting face to face. All right, enough chatting. Let's get back to work. There are still many wolf bodies to handle." "Yeah, let's work." Chen Fan didn't let Li Xiaoning help. Instead, he asked her to take care of the children. Chapter 24. Envious Tian Suilan. Chen Zheng and a group of villagers gradually arrived at Chen Fan's house. Seeing so many wolf pelts, all of them were greatly surprised. Heavens, how many wolf pelts are there? How many wolves did they kill last night? If so many wolves are dead, would the rest come to our village for revenge? A villager asked with concern, and others also became worried. Chen Wu seemed to have heard the villagers' concerns and walked out from the yard, saying, "No need to worry. We've killed the alpha wolf, so the pack has already moved elsewhere. In that case, it's okay." The villagers felt relieved. At this moment, Chen Fan walked out and seeing the villagers, he said, "Village chief, can I borrow your donkey cart for a while? I need to take a few wolves to the county town to sell, and also check the grain prices." "I'll go with you," Chen Zheng said. When Li Xiaoning learned that Chen Fan was going into the city, she immediately said, "Husband, since you are going to town, can you bring back some primers for elementary learning? Why would you need those books?" Chen Fan asked curiously. Li Xiaoning replied, "Since I have nothing else to do around here, I might as well teach Daya an area to read and write." Chen Fan secretly thought. Sure enough, before Xining fled during the disaster and lost her memory, she must have been from a prominent family. He smiled and said, "All right, I will buy them for you. But if you're teaching, you might as well gather all the village's children to learn together." "That works," Li Xiaoning agreed. At this, the villagers began buzzing with excitement. The idea of their children learning to read and write was a huge blessing. They knew that the only way to rise above their station was to study. This also elevated Chen Fan's standing in the eyes of the villagers. Then, he left household matters to Chen Wu and set off to the county town himself, accompanied by the village chief and the corpses of 10 wolves. Meanwhile, hearing that Chen Fan had killed many wolves during the night, Tian Suilan could not sit still anymore. She promptly left for the county town. She brought along Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi to the county town, where they met Chen Lar and her uncle Tian Xiong, urging them to think of a way to deal with Chen Fan. Along the way, they spotted Chen Fan and Chen Zheng, so they secretly followed them. It surprised them that Chen Fan could enter the city without paying a single coin, because they saw that others carrying goods into the city either paid a toll or gave away some of their items to gain entry. Next, they watched as Chen Fan sold the 10 wolf corpses to an inn and restaurant, earning quite a few silver coins, which caused them intense envy. Later, Chen Fan and Chen Zheng parted ways. Chen Fan went to check grain prices, while Chen Wu went to buy the books. The reason was that Chen Fan couldn't read, while the village chief could. Tian Solan and the 2 sons quietly followed Chen Fan into an alley. When he emerged, he was carrying a bamboo basket in his hand. "Mom, how did my older brother get a bamboo basket?" Chen Laosan asked. Tian Solan angrily replied, "There must be something suspicious going on. We must keep following him, and we will find out the truth." Chen Lar and Chen Laosan both nodded, and continued trailing behind. Chen Fan arrived at a herbal medicine shop and sold the 5-pace snake. After yesterday's hunt, he hadn't yet sold the venomous snake. This snake was not as old as the previous one, so he only received a regular price for it. Chen Fan was already very satisfied with it. He hadn't put in any effort and had gotten 3 taels of silver. "This snake can also fetch money? Mom, why didn't we know about this before?" Chen Laosan said. "Don't say you didn't know. Even your old mother didn't know because nobody ever told us," Tian Solan replied. Chen Laosi said, "So today, my older brother has already earned 10 taels of silver." Tian Suilan's eyes immediately turned green with envy. She said, "No way, that money must be mine. I must take it back." "Mom, wait." Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi held Tian Suilan back. Chen Laosan continued, "Mom, this is the county town. If we cause a big scene, it would be disadvantageous for uncle and second brother." At this, Tian Solan relented, but glared hatefully at Chen Fan's retreating figure, saying viciously, "Just you wait. I will get that money from you, one way or another." After checking the grain prices at a store, Chen Fan found out the price had risen again, reaching an astonishing 40 coins per caddy. Chen Fan was increasingly convinced that something significant was happening. After meeting back with Chen Zheng at the city gate, they left the county town together. Tian's grocery stores sold daily necessities such as firewood, rice, cooking oil, and salt. Its owner was none other than Tian Xiong, Tian Suilan's elder brother. Right now, Chen Lar, Chen Shan, was directing the shop assistants to count the goods. From afar, Tian Suilan and her sons saw Chen Lar directing the store assistants like a general commanding soldiers, and they smiled. Chen Lar really has made something of himself. After saying this, Tian Sulan quickened her pace, striding forward until she reached Chen Lar. Lar. Chen Lar turned around. Seeing Tian Sulan and her two sons, he was very surprised. Mom, Lausen, Lausi, why have you all come here? Tian Sulan's face changed like a chameleon, shifting from joy to anger. It's all that ungrateful son's fault. He's making money but doesn't respect his parents. He even dared to split from our family. Split from the family? Chen Lar was shocked. Mom, Lausen, Lausi, why have you all come here? Before Chen Lausen could speak, Tian Sulan cut in first. The reason isn't important anymore. Just now I saw that rebellious son earning more than 10 taels of silver. Lar, the reason we came to find you is to first think of a way to deal with that son. Second, we hope your uncle can give Lausan and Lausi jobs, and during the busy farming season, they can return home. Mom, how did my eldest brother suddenly earn so much money? Please tell me everything. Chen Lar felt deeply puzzled. Then Tian Sulan recounted how Chen Fan went hunting in the mountains and obtained a century-old ginseng. She especially emphasized that Chen Fan already possessed dozens of taels of silver, had purchased a large area of yellow land for a house lot, and even treated the entire village to meet every day. At this moment, Tian Xiong returned. Seeing the three people, Tian Sulan and her sons, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why have you all come here? Brother, it's like this. Then Tian Sulan explained everything again. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiong couldn't help but smile with delight. So Chen Fan really earned that much silver? Brother, there's no reason for me to lie to you. Right now, the villagers in Chenjia Village are helping Chen Fan build his house. He even bought a large plot of yellow land for a house lot. I don't know what kind of house he's planning to build, Tian Sulan said with a bitter tone. Sister, Tian Xiong smiled. You've brought me good news indeed. I was just worried about a big business opportunity without enough funds. Now it's perfect. Hunting in the mountains can provide the capital. Chen Shan, I'll temporarily leave the shop matters to you to handle. Sister, you all must come with me to Shitian Village. For what? Tian Sulan couldn't understand her brother's intentions at once. Tian Xiong scolded, fool. Obviously to organize people to go hunting. If Chen Fan can hunt in the mountains, so can we. These mountains aren't Chen Fan's alone, right? How come I didn't think of that? Tian Sulan said excitedly. Lausan, Lausi, you two will go back to Shitian Village with your uncle. I'll wait for your good news at home. Chapter 25, Chun Wu's Grateful Heart. Chen Fan didn't know that his grandfather's family planned to go hunting on the mountain to get the game before he could. Even if he had known, he would have only chuckled. Hunting on the mountain was never that simple. At the moment, his mind was still occupied with thoughts about the grain prices. The price of grain had risen again, and the increase was unreasonable. Yet the county town remained unusually peaceful, showing no signs of disturbance. The city guards continued to exploit the common people, and the townsfolk went about their daily routines as usual, showing no significant discontent despite the rising prices. Seeing that Chen Fan had been silent the entire time, Chen Zheng curiously asked, Chen Fan, did something important happen? Why haven't you said a word the whole way? Chen Fan snapped back to reality and replied, I'm worried about the grain problem. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen, but the town remains completely calm. I don't know if I'm overthinking or if the news from elsewhere is just taking too long to arrive. Only the grain merchants seem to have learned about it first. That's why they've been raising prices these past few days. Chen Zheng didn't think as deeply as Chen Fan did. He smiled and said, Chen Fan, don't worry too much. It's probably just because the new year is coming soon. That's why grain prices went up. Besides, most people usually buy their grain early, so they don't need to worry about price increases. Chen Fan nodded, saying nothing more. Chen Zheng's words made sense, but Chen Fan felt the situation wasn't that simple. However, he wasn't a saint. As an ordinary man, he couldn't possibly know what was happening thousands of miles away. Forget it. I'll just focus on my own small piece of land. Chen Fan decided not to dwell on the grain issue anymore. Midway, Chen Fan spotted Chen Wu and Zhang Hui riding in a donkey cart, looking anxious and worried. Village chief, that's Uncle Chen Wu. Quick, stop the cart. Chen Yun immediately pulled the reins, stopping the donkey cart. When he saw Zhao Hui holding Dia, he exclaimed, this is bad. It must be Dia's illness acting up again. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Dia had a chronic illness? He hadn't noticed it before. Chen Wu, stop the cart. Chen Zheng shouted loudly. Chen Wu stopped the cart and anxiously said, brother, Dia's old illness has flared up again. I need to take her to see a doctor right away. I can tell it's Dia who's ill. Otherwise, you two wouldn't be in such a hurry, Chen Zheng said. Zhao Hui cried. It's all my fault. I disturbed the fetus while I was pregnant, causing her to be born with this condition. Today, her illness suddenly worsened. Chen Fan said, village chief, no need to talk any further. Let's go together to the county town. I know the physicians at the Balantong clinic are very skilled. Let's go there. But it's very expensive there, Zhao Hui said tearfully. We don't have the money. Who cares about money at a time like this? Dia's health comes first, Chen Fan said solemnly. Village chief, go to the Balantong in the county town. Listen to Chen Fan. Chen Zheng agreed. Then Chen Zheng turned the donkey's head and headed toward the county town. Chen Wu didn't waste any words. He just drove his donkey cart and followed toward the county town. Returning to the county town once more, Chen Fan took Chen Wu and his family straight to the Balantong clinic. The elderly physician examined Dia's pale and listless appearance and immediately began checking her. Chen Wu and Zhao Hui anxiously waited for the doctor to finish. After a moment, the elderly physician took out some silver needles and inserted them into Dia's body. Moments later, her face turned slightly rosy. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. After pulling out the needles, the doctor finally spoke. She was born with weak vital energy, causing her to be physically frail since childhood and prone to illnesses. To completely cure this, she needs medicine, combined with my acupuncture, and it needs to continue for a full month. Truly curable? A look of joy spread across Chen Wu's face. Of course, the doctor replied confidently. Then he looked somewhat awkward and added, but the herbs are all rare and expensive. Each dose costs 1 tael of silver, 1 dose per day for a full month. Even without charging my consultation fee, it will cost 30 taels of silver. 30 taels. Both Chen Wu and Zhao Hui were startled. Zhao Hui wept. We don't have nearly that much money. You do, Chen Fan said. We killed over 30 wolves yesterday, sold 10 today, at 30 coins per gene. We sold over 700 gene, which brought over 20 taels of silver. I'll cover the rest. Chen Fan took out 40 taels of silver and handed them directly to the elderly doctor. This is 40 taels. 30 is for the medicine, and 10 is your consultation fee. No, we can't accept this much from you. Chen Wu immediately refused. Chen Fan spoke solemnly. Uncle Chen Wu, when I broke my leg, you were willing to use all your savings to help me. Now you're in trouble, and if I don't help, how could I call myself a human being? Upon hearing these words, Chen Wu's eyes turned red, and he replied in a deep voice. All right, I accept. I accept. Zhao Hui said tearfully. Chen Fan, thank you. From now on, you're our family's great benefactor. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do without hesitation. Yes, Chen Fan, from now on, whatever you ask us to do, we will do. Chen Wu added. No, no. Chen Fan quickly waved his hand. It's my duty to help without expecting anything in return. You're making me feel ashamed. Chen Zheng said. Enough. All of you, stop being so polite. Let the physician treat Daqian first. We'll discuss things later when we return. Chen Fan smiled and asked. Doctor, do we need to come here every day? Yes. The elderly physician looked at Chen Fan with a nod of approval for his character. I'll have my assistant prepare and administer the medicine now, and you can leave afterward. Bring the girl here once every day. I'll only charge 31 taels. Take the rest back. You're very kind, doctor. Chen Fan replied. Let me also inform you of something. Grain prices have risen too fast lately. I fear something serious may happen. To be safe, it might be wise to buy more grain now. The physician's expression changed, and he asked, is that true? Exactly. I've been keeping track of grain prices every time I come to town. Doctor, do you know anything about this? Chen Fan asked. The elderly doctor replied. It seems the imperial court will go to war with the northern Di next spring. Once again, the common people will suffer from the calamity of war. Chen Wu became furious. If the court dares to fight the northern Di, they will surely lose. No wonder grain prices have gone up. The grain merchants must have started hoarding grain already. Chen Zheng also cursed angrily. These despicable grain merchants. They're cutting off the people's means of survival. Chen Fan was also extremely angry. Looking at the silver in his hands, he asked the physician, Doctor, will it take a while before the herbs are ready? That's right. The old physician nodded. In that case, good. Auntie Hui, you stay here and take care of Daqian. Uncle Chen Wu, village chief, follow me to the west side of the county town. What for on the west side? By horses, Chen Fan replied. Without further explanation, he rushed out, and Chen Wu and Chen Zheng followed closely behind. On the way, Chen Fan explained, regardless of whether the war is won or lost, the common people will suffer. So we must prepare in advance. And horses are essential means of transportation. Chapter 26 The people from Daqian go hunting in the mountains. Chen Wu understood what Chen Fan meant. That in an emergency, the horses could be used to escape with Chen Fan and the others. Normally, they could just be used as transportation. When they reached the west side of town, Chen Fan asked Chen Wu to help him pick out the horses. Because of budget limitations, Chen Fan spent 40 taels of silver on 3 horses. These were horses retired from the battlefield. Their hooves were badly worn. Although unsuitable for battle, they were still capable enough to pull carts. Chen Fan was very pleased with this. What did it matter if their hooves were worn? With horseshoes, these 3 war horses could return to battle once again. After purchasing the 3 war horses, Chen Fan then went to the blacksmith shop and had 12 horseshoes forged. The blacksmith was very curious about what these horseshoes were for and assumed Chen Fan, being a rich young man, just had too much money. When they reached the medical clinic, Daqian had already taken her medicine. Dad, seeing Chen Wu return, Daqian excitedly ran over to him. Seeing Daqian was all right, Chen Wu was delighted and picked her up immediately. Great, you're okay now. Head of the household, Zhao Hui said. Have the doctor examine your leg. I've been limping for years. What's there to examine? Chen Wu replied. Chen Fan asked. Aunt Hui, did the doctor say something? Zhao Hui nodded, saying, yes. After you left, the doctor asked me about your husband's leg injury. Chen Fan immediately said, Uncle Chen Wu, let the doctor take a look. Perhaps it can still be cured. Chen Wu was somewhat convinced. He didn't want to be limping for the rest of his life either. Soon, the old physician examined Chen Wu's injured leg. Finally, it was determined that Chen Wu's injury was due to a quack doctor. His bones were undamaged. Only the meridians were affected. If the meridians were unblocked, Chen Wu could recover. The treatment was rather brutal. Reopen the healed wound, remove the dead flesh, apply quality medicine for wound healing, and then use acupuncture to stimulate the meridians. It would take 3 months in total. Hearing the long time required, Chen Wu immediately decided against it. 1 month without work was acceptable, but not 3 months. They were farmers, not rich aristocrats. Zhao Hui and Chun Zheng both wore complex expressions, wanting Chun Wu's leg to heal, but unwilling to waste time and effort. Treat it, Chen Fan said. Don't say 3 months. Even 3 years if needed, it must be treated. But, no buts, Chen Fan said. It's settled. Old doctor, proceed with treatment for Uncle Chun Wu however you like. No matter what medicines you use or how much it costs, tell me directly. No way, Chen Wu said. I already owe you too much. I can't. Uncle Chen Wu, Chen Fan interrupted. What can be solved with money isn't really a problem. After all, if it weren't for you teaching me how to hunt in the beginning, I and Xiao Ning would probably have starved already. Therefore, within my means, I will definitely help you. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Chen Zheng and Zhao Hui also joined the persuasion until finally, Chen Wu agreed. After the decision to treat Chen Wu's injury was made, it was inconvenient for him to go out again. Therefore, the old physician agreed to visit for the initial consultation, and every day Chen Zheng would drive a carriage to fetch the doctor. Returning to the village, hearing that Daya's illness could be cured and that Chen Wu's leg could also be treated, everyone in the village felt joy. That day, in celebration, Chen Fan hosted a feast for everyone in the village using wolf meat, except for Old Chen's family. At the same time, Old Chen's family left Chenjia for Xiatican. The next day, Chen Fan went out again to hunt in the mountains. Before he left, Chen Wu told Chen Fan to be careful. Although the wolf pack had been driven away, the wild beast responsible for scaring the wolves off still remained in the mountains. Chen Fan simply replied, I know, and headed for the mountains. When Chen Fan went forward to check the traps, he found they had all been destroyed. He also noticed surrounding vegetation had been trampled and many footprints left behind. Someone has come up the mountain. Instantly, Chen Fan chased forward following the footprints. Not long later, he entered the area with bear traps and saw a group of people, many carrying pheasants and hares. Chen Fan heard the sound of a boar, realizing it must have been caught in a bear trap. These people were surely trying to capture it. His face immediately turned dark. Someone actually dared to take what was his. Without thinking twice, Chen Fan took out his crossbow and quickly ran over. He really listens to Tian Xiong. There are animals to hunt here. We'll have meat to eat this time. More than meat. I heard that selling wild boars to the city taverns can earn silver. That's right. My older brother earned no less than 10 taels last time. I saw it with my own eyes. Chen Fan, who was approaching, overheard their conversation. His expression darkened again as he muttered, That's not the voice of Old Three. Damn it. So this group of people are from Xiatican, and they were brought here by Old Three and his men. Stop. All of you stop. Chen Fan shouted loudly. Hearing Chen Fan's voice suddenly, everyone turned to look at him. Big brother. Chen Lao-san and Chen Lao-si quickly hid behind a crowd. Chen Fan glanced at them, then immediately turned his gaze toward the leader, Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong looked at him briefly before signaling the others to continue binding the wild boar. He then stepped forward to face Chen Fan. He gave a cruel smile while idly playing with a dagger in his hand. Chen Fan, when you see your uncle, you don't even greet him? You're becoming more and more disrespectful. Are you asking for a beating? Memories immediately flooded Chen Fan's mind. Memories of Tian Xiong frequently bullying, harming, and beating him. A murderous expression quickly spread across Chen Fan's face. Today, he would settle both the new grudges and the old debts. Tian Xiong, this mountain is the territory of Chenjia. Dare you come here to hunt? Are you trying to provoke us? Provoke? Tian Xiong sneered. You. Do you even have the qualification to say that to me? Want me to beat you until your mother wouldn't recognize you? Come then, try it. Chen Fan raised his crossbow, aiming directly at Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong didn't seem frightened by the crossbow, but instead stepped closer. You bastard, do you have the guts to shoot me? Xiao. No sooner had Tian Xiong finished speaking than Chen Fan pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt shot out rapidly, directly hitting Tian Xiong's thigh. Feeling a sharp pain in his thigh, Tian Xiong looked down and saw an arrow sticking out, disbelief flashing across his face. Then he screamed in agony. Oh, you. You actually dared to shoot me. Catch him quickly, I want him dead. Chen Fan immediately turned to escape. Facing such a large number of enemies, it wasn't suitable to confront them head-on, so he could only outsmart them. Seeing Chen Fan running away, Chen Lao-san and Chen Lao-si hurriedly rushed over to support Tian Xiong. Uncle, are you alright? Chen Lao-san asked. Chen Lao-si said, Should we go down the mountain and fetch a doctor for your wound? Tian Xiong angrily shouted, See what? You two also go chase him. Find Chen Fan no matter what, and bring him to me alive. I'll make him suffer for the rest of his life. Chapter 27 Driving Away Other Hunters. Chen Lao-san and Chen Lao-si were frightened by Tian Xiong's outburst. This violent temper was completely different from the image of their uncle they had in memory, leaving them no choice but to obey. They chased after Chen Fan as well. Chen Fan had already loaded his crossbow with a bolt, and as he turned and saw someone approaching, he shot. The villagers from Xiatian heard the scream, and immediately quite a few of them fearfully stopped in their tracks. After all, they were only villagers. However, a portion of them kept chasing Chen Fan. Seeing that the villagers were in close pursuit, Chen Fan quickly hid behind a large tree, and with a thought, entered the space. Inside the space, Chen Fan saw 4 people within a 10-meter radius. Each of them wore a confused expression. Where'd he go? How did he disappear? I saw him hiding behind this tree just now. Same here. Everyone, keep looking. Immediately, the 4 split up to search for Chen Fan. Chen Fan had already reloaded his crossbow. With a thought, he reappeared in his original spot and shot one of the villagers before once again entering the space. The injured villager cried out in pain. The others looked toward him, only to see the wounded man, but no sign of Chen Fan. They all moved toward the injured man, intending to ask how he had been shot. At that moment, Chen Fan reappeared and shot another villager. Then he immediately ran upward. He appeared. Everyone, hurry and chase him. Chen Fan's sudden appearance instantly drew a pursuit from the villagers. Chen Fan snorted coldly and continued with his previous strategy. He found a tree, entered the space to hide, and then suddenly emerged to shoot another arrow. It wasn't until 7 villagers were injured that the villagers of Xiaoshan finally felt fear. One of them shouted in panic that there were ghosts on the mountain and then fled down the hill like a madman. This fear spread like an infectious disease, infecting all the villagers. Each one of them ran down the mountain in terror. Seeing this, Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi immediately returned to Tianxiong. Uncle, something terrible happened. There's a ghost. Everyone has fled, Chen Laosan said, trembling. Upon hearing that, Tianxiong grabbed Chen Laosan's collar furiously. Damn it. Ghost? What ghost? If there's really a ghost, then it's men who should be feared more than ghosts. You spoke truly, Chen Fan roared. You people are worse than vicious ghosts. The memories just now reminded him of how Tianxiong had always been a wicked man. Since childhood, he had insulted Chen Fan as a bastard, beaten him, and forced him to work. His parents had merely watched, neither stopping him nor defending Chen Fan, instead aiding and abetting his abuse, blaming everything on Chen Fan himself. You damned bastard, you've grown a spine now. Dare you shoot me with a crossbow? Just wait, I'll kill you. Tianxiong still regarded Chen Fan as the weakling he used to be, someone he could bully as he pleased. Chen Laosan suddenly said, Uncle, watch your words. Be careful what you say. The eldest brother already cut all ties with us. Chen Laosi added, the eldest brother might really shoot again. You two cowards. Afraid of what? He's just one man. We are 3. Even if he has a crossbow, he can only fire 1 shot at a time. You two move up. As soon as Tianxiong finished speaking, he pushed Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi forward and himself rushed after them. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned by Tianxiong's cleverness, but then, without hesitation, he shot Chen Laosan in the thigh. Chen Laosan screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Because of this, Chen Laosi also tripped and fell. Tianxiong, however, managed to stop in time as his leg was hit, and he could not gain enough speed to fall. You really shot? Tianxiong finally felt fear. If Chen Fan dared to shoot Chen Laosan, who lived with him, then he had no doubt that Chen Fan would dare shoot him as well. Now noticing Chen Fan was reloading the crossbow, he immediately panicked and shouted, Don't do anything rash. Killing people is a criminal offense. His previous arrogance had completely vanished from his tone. Chen Fan smiled coldly. We're deep in the mountains. If I kill you, wild animals will devour your corpses. Everyone would assume you died by the beast's hands. Tianxiong shivered. Don't do anything impulsive. We made a mistake. We're leaving immediately. Chen Fan considered it for a moment and said, Drop your weapons and your hunted prey, and get lost. Fine, I'm putting it down. Tianxiong silently let go of the knife in his hand. Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi also dropped their axes and started heading down the mountain. Chen Fan coldly watched them retreat, then gathered the hunting spoils and axes and placed them into the space. He continued hunting. He needed to find the goat herd, kill a few of them, and take them to the county town to sell. He didn't have any extra silver coins now, and he still owed the senior doctor a large medical fee. Down the mountain, the villagers of Xiaotian waited for Tianxiong and the others to come down after fleeing to the foot of the mountain. At that moment, only 2 or 3 of them carried any game, while the rest had nothing at all. 4 or 5 had been injured, making this trip a heavy loss, and they needed an explanation. As soon as Tianxiong and the others came down, several villagers immediately stepped forward, grabbing Tianxiong's collar and questioning him. Tianxiong, you said there would be no danger going up the mountain, and that we'd all get to eat some meat. Look at what happened now. So many got injured, and we barely managed to get a few animals. You must take full responsibility for this and pay everyone's medical expenses. Tianxiong shoved the villagers away in anger. Damn it. I'll take responsibility for your mother. Can't you see I'm injured too? No matter, this entire mess was your doing. So you have to take responsibility, the villagers said. Other villagers, especially the injured ones, couldn't afford to treat their wounds, so the money would have to come from Tianxiong. Soon, all the villagers turned their anger toward Tianxiong. Chen Laosan suddenly spoke up. Everyone, actually, our injuries were all caused by my eldest brother. And he has money. We can ask him for compensation. The villagers were momentarily stunned, finding what Chen Fan had said to make a lot of sense. Exactly, Tianxiong chimed in. Let's go find him. Not only do we want an explanation, but he must compensate us for our medical expenses and also pay for the wild boar and the pheasants and hares we caught. Fine, we'll trust you again. If he refuses, we'll come back to you. Dream on. I never asked you to follow me. You were the ones who stubbornly insisted on coming along. When you got those pheasants and hares, each of you was overjoyed, showering me with flattery. Now that something has happened, you're blaming everything on me. Do I look like a sucker to you? Tianxiong said coldly, his face filled with a fierce, ruthless expression. One by one, the villagers stood there in awkward silence. Tianxiong was speaking the truth. At the beginning, he had only called 2 or 3 nimble men to accompany him up the mountain. He hadn't invited them at all. But they had found out and stubbornly followed along anyway. Chapter 28, The Storm Approaches. Fellow villagers, Uncle, Chen Laosan spoke again. This Lingshan isn't Chen Fan's mountain alone. He has no right to stop us from hunting here. We should gather all the villagers from Xiaoshandong and jointly denounce Chen Fan, forcing Chenjuang to hand him over for our disposal. Once we get Chen Fan, we can make him reveal his hunting techniques. When we went up the mountain earlier, those traps must have been set by Chen Fan. Once we learn how, we can set traps ourselves, and then we can eat meat every day, and even sell the excess for money. Lao San is right, Tian Xiong said. We are all from the same village. How can we fight among ourselves? We should stand united and head back to the village now to treat our wounds. Early tomorrow morning, we will come to Chenjuang and demand they hand him over. If they refuse, we'll fight them. Tian Xiong immediately exchanged a meaningful glance with one of his trusted followers. The follower caught his meaning and promptly said, Brother Tian is right. If they won't teach us, then we fight. Fight, fight them, another follower shouted. Soon everyone began chanting loudly. Fight. We'll fight them. Unaware of Tian Xiong's schemes, Chen Fan was deep in the mountains searching for game to sell for food and money. After searching for hours, Chen Fan finally located the herd of wild goats he had seen a few days ago. He quickly shot an arrow from his longbow, wounding one goat, which fell to the ground while the rest scattered in fear. Chen Fan immediately grabbed his bow and arrows and quickly pursued them. Whenever a goat paused, he shot an arrow. When he couldn't keep up, he would enter his space to hide his presence, wait for the goats to return, and then appear again. Repeating this process until the goats no longer returned, he finally collected all the wounded goats into his system space. Inside his space, he now had 1,000 caddies of grain, over 30 pheasants and hares, over 100 young chicks, several hunting tools, 3 fruit trees, a wild boar, and the 12 recently hunted goats. He also had a donkey cart borrowed from the Chunwu family. It was still early, so Chen Fan headed down the mountain. Once down, he drove the donkey cart straight to the county town, leaving 1 goat and 1 wild boar, selling all the rest, hares, pheasants, everything, without keeping a single one. In one fell swoop, Chen Fan made over 40 taels of silver, 25 taels from the goats, and over 16 taels from the pheasants and hares. Now the Shun household once again had around 45 taels of silver. Then, as usual, he checked the grain shop to find the price had risen again, now up to 61 per caddy. That news unsettled him greatly. He silently left the grain shop and proceeded to the blacksmith, retrieving the 12 horseshoes. Upon returning to the village, Chen Fan sought out Chen Zheng and Chen Wu, immediately informing them of everything that had happened on the mountain. Chen Zheng flew into a rage at once. How despicable! Lingshan belongs to Chenjuang. They have their own mountains in Xiaoshandong. Why come hunting on our mountain? It's obvious. They saw you hunting here, and they're envious. Chen Wu said solemnly. That's right. What they did was clearly going too far. Chen Fan, you did exactly the right thing standing up to them. Chen Fan said. Right now, I'm not worried about anything else. Only that my father and uncle might collude with them and betray our village. He dares. Chen Zheng pounded the table furiously and stood up. I saw Lao San, Lao Si, and Tian Xiong together. I guess they must be the ones who revealed I was hunting on the mountain. Chief, to prevent them from coming here, I suggest warning everyone in the village and getting them prepared. Good. If they dare come here, I'll make sure none of them leave unscathed. We've had our share of fights with Xiaoshandong before. From the memories of his former self, Chen Fan knew that the villagers of Xiaoshandong were all extremely aggressive people, often bullying villagers from other settlements. They loved taking advantage, and almost every village in the surrounding dozen settlements had suffered their oppression and exploitation. Chenjuang, being closest to them, had been taken advantage of the most. This emboldened Xiaoshandong villagers to constantly push further, until many times the other villages had no choice but to resist and eventually break out into major fights. When the government learned about these conflicts, due to the widespread nature of the offenses, they could only scold them briefly and then leave. As a result, fights between Xiaoshandong and surrounding villages were common. Among these, Chenjuang had fought with Xiaoshandong countless times. In Chen Fan's memory, it was basically a small brawl every year, a large one every 3 years. Now that he knew Xiaoshandong was coming to cause trouble, how could Chen Zheng not prepare accordingly? After Chen Fan left, Chen Fan took out the 12 horseshoes. Uncle Chen Wu, the horseshoes are done. Let's go shoe the war horses. Chen Wu curiously examined the horseshoes in Chen Fan's hands, then picked one up and said, these few iron chunks are supposed to bring old war horses back to the battlefield. Exactly, Chen Fan smiled. Come on, bring De Hu and Air Hu. I'll show you how effective these horseshoes can be. The 3 war horses were now kept in Chen Fan's courtyard. Seeing them, Chen Wu felt an intense surge of excitement, as if witnessing himself once again leading the charge on the battlefield in his younger days. Chen Fan, quickly show me how you're going to get the war horses back into combat using these horseshoes. No problem, Chen Fan replied. Immediately, Chen Fan had the brothers Chen De Hu and Chen Air Hu assist him in nailing the horseshoes onto the horses' hooves. Initially, Chen Wu was worried this might injure the hooves, but after seeing that the horses remained calm and showed no signs of anger once the horseshoes were fixed, he finally relaxed. Once all the horses were fitted with the horseshoes, they began walking freely. Clack, clack. The sound of the 3 war horses walking was powerful and resonant. De Hu, Air Hu, each of you ride a horse and take a few laps to let them get used to the horseshoes. But tell me, do you two know how to ride? Chen Fan asked. Chen De Hu and Chen Air Hu scratched their heads and shook their heads in unison. Chen Fan laughed. Perfect, I don't know either. Uncle Chen Wu, would you mind teaching the 3 of us how to ride? Of course not, Chen Wu replied. I also want to find out whether the war horses, with these horseshoes, can return to their former strength. For the next 2 hours, Chen Fan and the two brothers practiced horse riding, until their thighs were chafed raw. They finally stopped. After dismounting, none of the three could walk normally. They waddled like ducks, although all of them had significantly improved in riding. The only problem was, saddles and stirrups hadn't been invented yet in this era. Sitting on the horse was extremely uncomfortable, and mounting or dismounting required assistance from others. Great. Huh. Chen Fan, you just need to present these horseshoes to the imperial court, and the emperor will surely grant you an official title. Chen Wu exclaimed excitedly. Chen Fan shook his head and said, Uncle Chen Wu, it's better not to. If any official tries to take credit for this, it might bring destruction upon Chen Village. Chapter 29, Storm Approaching. Xiatian Village. After returning, Tian Xiong and others exaggerated the events that happened on the mountain and recounted the story to the villagers. The next day, Tian Xiong's father, the village chief of Xiatian, Tian Laohu, gathered all the villagers. Fellow villagers, he said. Yesterday my son and some villagers went hunting on Lin Mountain. They had already captured 5 or 6 pheasants and hares, and even a big wild boar. It would have been enough meat to feed the whole village, but that damned Chen Fan stole everything from us. Do you all accept this happening? No, shouted a village woman loudly. He injured my husband, and I want to settle the score with them. I won't accept it either, said a villager. That mountain doesn't belong to the Chen family village. If they can hunt, so can we. They drove us away, which means they don't have any respect for the people of our Xiatian village. They've already forgotten how they cried and screamed when our Xiatian people beat them up. Then, other villagers began to chime in, shouting no, repeatedly. Seeing this, Tian Laohu smiled slightly. Morale was rising. He raised both hands for quiet, and said, Well said. We all disagree. We must make the Chen family pay. We must make them understand that if you bully the people of Xiatian, there will be consequences. Now, go home and get your clubs. We are going to Chen's village to settle this, and demand that they hand over Chen Fan. If they refuse, we will destroy Chen's village and make them our slaves. Good, good, good. The villagers were highly excited. Then, at Tian Laohu's command, men and women alike went back home to fetch their wooden clubs. In no time, Tian Laohu led the villagers towards Chen's village. Tian Suolan, Chen Laosan, and Chen Laosi were also among the crowd. Chen's village. At the break of dawn, the villagers, under the leadership of Chen Wu, continued helping Chen Fan construct his house. Now, the house was almost completed. Currently, they were building a wooden wall to defend against packs of wolves, wild boars, and other wild beasts. The wooden wall was over 3 meters high, and since the perimeter was wide, it consumed a lot of timber and took a considerable amount of time to build. As a result, Chen Fan's home looked like a small fortress. Chen Wu had also built 4 watchtowers inside the fortress for observation of the outside, and in case of need, they could be used as archery towers, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. Village head Chen Zheng and Zhao Hui had driven a donkey cart to the county town to fetch a doctor. Chen Dahu and Chen Eru were continuing their horseback riding practice, while also keeping an eye on developments in Xiatian Village. This time, they rode their horses directly to Xiatian Village. If anyone from Xiatian Village came looking for trouble, Chen Dahu and others would light a pile of dung to emit smoke as a warning to the people in Chen Manor. Chen Fan would know immediately as well. This dung smoke warning method was prepared by Chen Wu for the two brothers. Chen Fan was not in the village, but was again out hunting on the mountain. Although there was already plenty of wolf meat that could last 10 or 15 days, Chen Fan didn't want to sit around doing nothing. Moreover, once the house was completed, he would still need to buy a lot of furniture. More importantly, and this was what Chen Fan was most worried about, the sudden rise in grain prices was a sign of turbulent times, which must be prepared against. As the saying goes, if you have food in storage, you will not panic when things go wrong. Chen Fan wanted to make sure that, even in chaotic times, every meal could have fish and meat. Chen Dahu and Chen Eru rode their warhorses at full speed down the road. After 2 hours of practice the day before, they had already grasped the knack. Although they couldn't be compared with professional cavalrymen, they had improved significantly over total beginners. In any case, their riding skills were far superior to Chen Fan's. Chen's village and Xiatian village were quite close, only 4 or 5 li away, so the two brothers soon spotted a group of people after riding for a while. Big brother, it's the people from Xiatian village, Chen Eru said first. Chen Dao nodded and said, Right, judging by their posture, they're planning to cause us trouble. Light the dung smoke, then we return. Okay. Chen Eru immediately lit the dung pile that Chen Wu had prepared, and then both of them rode their horses back to the village. From a distance, Tian Suolan's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of this, and she said, Isn't that Chen Wu's 2 little brats? Mom, you're right. It's Chen Dahu and Chen Eru. But, how come they're riding horses? Chen Laosi said. Tian Laohu said, It must be those bought by that bastard Chen Fan. Otherwise, who else in his village can afford horses? So they have 2 horses, what's to fear? Remember, the Chen family is our beaten enemy. Come with me, let's go. Go. Tian Suolan was the first to respond enthusiastically. Go. The other villagers also roared in unison, quickening their steps. The dung smoke. Chen Daya pointed at the dark smoke in the distant sky. Chen Wu was startled. Immediately, he looked in the direction indicated by Chen Daya, and seeing the black smoke, he quickly walked outside. Dung smoke. Dung smoke. Everyone, gather together, assemble together. Hearing Chen Wu shout, the villagers of Chen's village immediately dropped what they were doing, picked up the wooden clubs that had already been prepared, and hurried to stand before Chen Wu. Seeing the villagers quickly assemble, Chen Wu was quite satisfied in his heart. He knew that it was all because of Chen Fan that their responsiveness had improved so much. Chen Fan's daily distribution of meat had completely won over everyone's hearts. Fellow villagers, Chen Wu said, the dung smoke has risen. The people from Daqian Village will arrive soon. We must be ready. So what? Said one villager. We fought them before, not our first time. That's right, another added. Last time I injured 2 of them. I injured 3. I got 4. Suddenly the villagers began boasting about how many people from Daqian they had injured, and Chen Wu immediately felt a headache coming on. The last real conflict with Daqian Village was before his foot had gotten injured, when the villagers of Chen's village had been beaten and sent fleeing like rats. It was only thanks to his own extraordinary combat skills that he had managed to stop the enemy. Enough, Chen Wu snapped. Stop bragging. I'll tell you this. This time, don't hold back. Give them a good beating. Otherwise, they will take all our wolf meat. Even if the authorities find out, they'll just punish both sides equally without returning the meat to us. So, for the sake of being able to eat meat in the future, you must all put in 120% effort today. Hearing this, the villagers became uneasy. Losing a fight wasn't scary, but having their meat stolen was. Everyone's hearts quickly filled with anger. On Lin Mountain, Chen Fan had captured 3 pheasants and 5 hares. Then, near the stream, he discovered 2 roe deer caught in animal traps. Not only that, he also spotted a herd of deer. Originally searching for a mountain goat herd, Chen Fan was immediately excited. Venison was even more valuable than mutton. After successfully ambushing 1 deer, he stored it into his space and quickly cut off its antlers. As soon as he reappeared from his space and was about to search for more deer, he noticed the dung smoke. *T. The people from Daqian Village came so quickly. Immediately after, Chen Fan hurried down the mountain. Chapter 30, the battle begins. Chen Dahu and Chen Eru rode their horses and returned to the outskirts of Chinsuan in less than 15 minutes, where they saw a group of people gathered. Brother, father and the villagers have already gathered at the village entrance, said Chen Eru. Speed up. This time, Chenjia Village has nearly mobilized the entire village. There are more than 1,000 of them. We must ensure father is fully prepared with a plan. Yes. Outside Chinsuan, Li Xiaoning, Chen Wu, and other villagers were standing together, and she also held a wooden club in her hand. Xiaoning, go hide in my house first. This fight is for us men to handle, said Chen Wu. Li Xiaoning shook her head and said no. This time, Daqian Village has come for my husband. Since he's not here, I must stand up and cannot back down. But what if you get injured? How can I explain that to Chen Fan? Chen Wu said. Li Xiaoning gripped her wooden club tightly and said nervously, don't worry. I won't be a burden to everyone. Chen Wu wanted to persuade her again when they suddenly heard horse hooves approaching. Chen Dahu and Chen Eru had returned. Seeing the 2 jump off their horses, Chen Wu immediately walked over and asked, how many of them are coming? Father, nearly all the villagers from Daqian have arrived. There are more than 1,000 of them, like a sea of dark shadows, Chen Dahu said first. Chen Wu's face darkened. He hadn't expected the other side to mobilize their entire village. It was clear they were determined to confront Chinsuan. The other villagers also panicked, surprised by how many people had come. Xiaoning, why are you here? Chen Eru was surprised to find Li Xiaoning, the only woman among the men. Li Xiaoning said, of course, it's to fight the enemies together with you. No, Chen Wu said. We initially thought they would send only 1 or 200 at most, which we could handle. But now, their entire village has come. They outnumber us 5 or 6 times. We might be able to handle them, but we cannot guarantee your safety. If you get hurt, there would be no point in fighting them at all. But, you're all doing this for my husband. How could I leave him now? No, we're not just fighting for Chen Fan. More importantly, we're fighting for ourselves. Without Chen Fan, we wouldn't be able to eat meat every day. Everyone agrees with me, right? Chen Wu asked the people around him. Yes, Chen Wu is right, said Chen San. Xiaoning, in our village, the days we could eat meat were limited to just a few in a year. But now we not only eat meat every day, but can eat it heartily. You are now teaching the children to read and study. You must not get hurt. For the sake of Chinsuan and the children, we will do our best to protect you and your husband. Everyone, am I right? Yes. The villagers shouted in unison, all agreeing with Chen San's words. Eventually, Li Xiaoning went into Chen Wu's house to hide, where she could also take care of Dia and Xiaoya. Seeing Li Xiaoning leave, Chen Wu felt relieved. Then a stern expression appeared on his face. Listen up, everyone. Since the entire village of Daqian has come here to pick a fight, outnumbering us, we must use strategies. Now listen to my orders. Chen San, you take 50 men and hide on the left. Chen Yun, you lead another 50 and hide on the right. When the remaining of us engage them in battle, both groups will charge out at the same time and strike them from both sides. All right. Chen Yun and Chen San answered in unison and then led their men away. Chen Wu continued. Dahu and Eru, you two are our only cavalry. Charge through them recklessly and knock them down. Yes, father, shouted Chen Dahu and Chen Eru excitedly. They had only just practiced horse riding the day before, and today it would already be used in real battle. Who could help but be excited? Shortly after, Chen Wu had everyone prepare and wait for the villagers of Daqian to arrive. Less than 10 minutes later, Chen Wu and others spotted the massive crowd approaching. A group of over 1,000 people could sometimes decide the outcome of a major battle in ancient times. Therefore, when they saw such a large crowd, Chen Wu's expression became extremely grave. The other villagers from Chinsuan grew very nervous, visibly weakening their fighting spirit. Tian Lahu saw Chen Wu and his small group of villagers and sneered coldly. So they're indeed waiting for us. Pity they are this few in number. Thinking of defeating us is nothing but a fool's dream. Tian Xiong said, Father, Jinsuan supposedly has 700 or 800 people. If they've only brought this many, perhaps there's a trick. Trick my foot. Everyone, first give them a good beating to vent our anger, and then demand they hand Chen Fan over. Charge! Charge! After Tian Laohu finished speaking, he led the charge first, rushing forward with a glare while the villagers behind him surged ahead. Strike the leader first. Dahu, Eru, charge them. Chen Wu shouted loudly. Yes. Both Chen Dahu and Chen Eru responded together, each gripping the reins in one hand and holding a wooden club in the other. They rode their warhorses forward in full gallop. The warhorses seemed to sense they were back on the battlefield, their fighting spirit ignited. Letting out a loud neigh, they charged forward. Tian Laohu, the first to face them, felt the warhorses had targeted him directly. He swiftly dodged to the side with ease. Seeing this, Chen Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. This man was a trained fighter. After evading, Tian Laohu glanced at what was happening behind him. He saw that although Chen Dahu and his men had knocked down a few people, they were quickly blocked and restrained. He then stopped paying attention. He understood even if they truly were cavalry, one could not fight against countless opponents. Chen Dahu and his brother would soon be dragged off their horses. Chen Wu also realized this and raised his wooden club, shouting fiercely, Villagers, for Chinsuan, for our children, let them see the courage in our hearts. Charge! Charge! The villagers behind him rushed forward. Soon, the two sides were locked in fierce battle. Because of the significant difference in numbers, as soon as the fighting began, the people of Chinsuan found themselves surrounded and under attack. Chen Dahu and Chen Eru, following the techniques taught by Chen Wu, remained on horseback. Swinging their wooden clubs with both hands like long spears, they wielded them with great force, causing the wind to howl. Each strike sent another person from Daqian Village crashing to the ground. Together, the two of them alone managed to hold back over 100 men from Daqian. As for the group led by Chen Wu of over 100 villagers, half were already on the ground, and the other half stood back to back in a tight circle. Tian Laohu had completely surrounded them. At the same time, over 100 of Daqian's villagers were also on the ground crying in pain. Neither side held back in this battle, and the fighting was far more brutal than any previous encounters. Kill! Kill! Chen San and Chen Yun charged in from the left and right respectively, immediately injuring dozens of Daqian's villagers. The sudden appearance of over 100 attackers from behind shocked the villagers of Daqian. Bloody hell, there's an ambush. Fight your way through, kill them all. Tian Laohu roared in anger. All the villagers from Daqian immediately turned to fight, attempting to eliminate Chen Yun and Chen San's groups. Chen Wu wouldn't give them the chance. Villagers, this is our chance. Work with Chen San's group, strike back. Strike back. The remaining villagers from Chinsuan suddenly unleashed 120% of their fighting strength. Chapter 31 Victory. Seeing the villagers of Daqian Village flustered, at a loss, and in low morale, Tian Laohu shouted angrily, Damn it, I'll fight to the end with you bastards. Tian Laohu rushed toward Chen Wu and swung his club wildly at him, but each blow was blocked by Chen Wu. Realizing the worsening situation, Tian Laohu growled, Tian Xiong, take some men and break through. Yes, father. Tian Xiong responded. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. Chen Yun shouted. Brothers, hit them hard and don't let them escape. Then he swung his club directly, which was blocked. Immediately afterward, he kicked out a foot, sending his opponent flying. Without hesitation, he swung his club again. Chen Sen also shouted, Not even death will let them pass. If we win, let Chen Fan treat us tonight to a big feast. But if we lose, we'll have nothing left. Kill. The villagers of Chen Village immediately roared, their morale soaring. Tian Xiong also shouted, Brothers, the meat they're eating is ours. Take back our meat and feast tonight. Eat meat. The villagers of Daqian Village shouted in response, their morale rising sharply as well. The fight continued fiercely, but the disparity in numbers was just too great. The people of Chen Village gradually began to fall behind. At that moment, Chen Fan arrived and saw the people of Chen Village at a disadvantage. Chen Wu was being attacked by several people and getting hit repeatedly. Chen Dahu and Chen Erhu, riding horses, were struggling to control more than 100 people. Some of the other villagers were lying on the ground, while others were still fighting, although often with several against one. Chen Fan spotted Tian Xiong, and he saw Tian Shui Lan, Lao San, and Lao Si, which made him furious. What he hated most in this world was those who betrayed their own people. Chen Fan retrieved a trident spike from the system and charged forward. Wherever he passed, he gave them a cut. Cries of pain erupted around him. Chen Fan. Tian Shui Lan suddenly screamed loudly. Everyone's attention was drawn to her voice, and all eyes turned to Chen Fan. Betrayer! Chen Fan shouted furiously. Then, holding the trident spike, he quickly made his way toward Tian Xiong and said, Since I didn't take your life yesterday, do you think I'm someone to be bullied? Tian Xiong, recalling the humiliation of the previous day, burned with rage. Chen Fan, today I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, Tian Xiong charged toward Chen Fan, but limped slightly. Chen Fan sneered and pulled out a crossbow from his robe. Tian Xiong's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chen Fan pull the trigger. Ah! Tian Xiong screamed in pain. Tian Xiong, big brother. Tian Laohu and Tian Shui Lan, along with their siblings, all shouted at the same time before rushing to Tian Xiong's side. Chen Wu and the others also rushed to Chen Fan's side. Thus, both sides separated into two groups, facing each other. Tian Laohu checked Tian Xiong's injuries, then stood up, glaring angrily at Chen Fan. You little bastard, you actually used a crossbow? Chen Fan sneered. Not only that, I also used other weapons. Some villagers from Xiaqian need to stop their bleeding immediately, or they will bleed to death. Tian Laohu's face turned dark with anger. Immediately, he ordered people to stop the bleeding for the wounded and had Tian Xiong carried away. Chen Fan, I underestimated you, Tian Xiong said coldly. I had only planned to vent some anger and let you know who's stronger. Now, Xiaqian Village and Qin Village will be mortal enemies. Chen Fan sneered again. Mortal enemies? When you brought your clubs and sticks to our Qin Village, we already were mortal enemies. Now, do you want to continue or leave? Give me a straightforward answer. At that moment, Chen Fan loaded an arrow into the crossbow and aimed it directly at Tian Xiong. Faced with the crossbow, sweat broke out on Tian Xiong's forehead. Chen Wu then said, Chen Fan, you can't use the crossbow. If someone dies from it, you'll end up in prison. Chen Fan smiled and explained, Uncle Chen Wu, don't worry. They are a bunch of bandits. It's legal to kill bandits while defending our home. If any official claims otherwise, then anyone could rob others and get away with it without punishment. And then chaos will follow across the land. When the imperial court finds out, the official who accuses me will lose his official cap. Chen Fan spoke loudly on purpose, so that everyone would hear. He wanted the villagers of Xiaqian Village to understand that they were just bandits and could be killed. He also wanted the villagers of Chun Village to realize that if they killed people from Xiaqian, nothing would happen to them. They would just have to blame their bad luck. Chen Fan continued to stare at Tian Xiong and said coldly, I'll count to 3. If you don't make a choice by then, I'll make one for you. 1. Dad, let's fight this little bastard to the end. The speaker was Tian Xiong's second son, Tian Ba, also known as Chun Fan's second maternal uncle. Whoosh. An arrow flew through the air and pierced Tian Ba's thigh. Tian Ba. Tian Ba's scream and Tian Xiong's anxious voice echoed at the same time. Second brother. Tian Shuilan immediately walked over and concernedly supported Tian Ba. Tian Xiong glared at Chen Fan with fury. You little bastard actually dared to. Seeing that Chen Fan had already loaded the crossbow, Tian Xiong's words came to an abrupt halt. 2. Chen Fan continued counting. Tian Xiong calmed himself. The fact that Chen Fan had shot Tian Ba without hesitation meant he would do the same to him without a second thought. This realization brought cold sweat to Tian Ba's forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and left a parting threat. We shall meet again in future, Chen Fan. Just you wait. Let's go. Wait, Tian Shuilan and her 2 sons stay. Chen Fan spoke again. On what grounds? Tian Shuilan snapped angrily. On the grounds that you married into the Chen family, and on the grounds that Lao San and Lao Si bear the Chen surname. Chen Fan replied furiously. Chen Wu added, That's right. The rest of you can go, but these 3 must stay. All of them must stay. The villagers of Chun Village shouted in unison. Tian Laohu looked viciously at Chen Fan as if wanting to devour him, and roared, I'll remember this. Father, you can't abandon us. Grandfather, don't abandon us. Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi shouted simultaneously. Tian Laohu snarled. What are you afraid of? If they dare harm your lives, I will definitely avenge you. Let's go. With a single command from Tian Laohu, he led the entire village away. All the villagers of Xiaqian Village left with their heads hanging low in disappointment. Victory! Chen Dahu, sitting on his warhorse, suddenly let out an excited roar, as if he had just achieved a great triumph on the battlefield. Victory! Victory! Infected by Chun Dahu's excitement, Chen Er who shouted next, followed by the entire village joining in a loud cheer, their morale soaring high. Chen Laosan and Chen Laosi trembled as they grabbed Tian Shuilan's arms. After a short while, the cheering faded. Chen Wu spoke first. Chen Fan, today we owe our victory to you. Without you, we wouldn't have won. Chen Fan smiled and said, What I did is called capture the king first. Tian Laohu may look fierce and brave, but in truth, he is a coward who fears death above all else. The reason Xiaqian Village dared to be so ruthless is that we've been too soft, afraid of spilling blood and causing deaths. What we didn't realize was that it was they who truly feared causing deaths. Chapter 32. Expulsion. Chen Wu and the villagers of Chenjia nodded slightly. Indeed, they were worried that their actions might have resulted in fatalities. Chen Fan continued. Everyone, today's Xiaqian Village suffered a heavy loss, and they definitely won't let this go. In the next few days, they will surely look for ways to cause us trouble, so we must be prepared. Before that, we must first deal with those who betrayed us from within. As Chen Fan spoke, he turned his gaze toward Tian Shuilan and the others. Everyone else's eyes immediately shifted toward Tian Shuilan as well. What do you want to do? Tian Shuilan shielded old third and old fourth Chen behind her. Chen Fan frowned slightly. From the memories of his former self, he had never received protection from his parents since childhood. Even when he was bullied, the first reaction of his parents was to scold and beat him, not the bully. He originally thought his parents were just that way by nature, but now it seemed they were only like this toward him. Chen Wu spoke. Tian Shuilan, you 3, mother and sons, actually helped another village against our own. You betrayed us from within. You are traitors of Chenjia and should have your land reclaimed and be expelled from Chenjia. Yes, expel them from Chenjia, Chen Yan added. Soon after, everyone began condemning the 3. Chen Wu waved his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Tian Shuilan, do you have anything to say? Tian Shuilan looked panic-stricken at first, then furious. You can't do this to us. I didn't betray Chenjia. I just came here to demand an explanation. Yesterday, my son and my older brother hunted so much game, all of which was stolen by this little devil. Tian Shui Lan angrily pointed at Chen Fan. Not only did he take away the game, he injured many people. Shouldn't this little brat explain himself to everyone? Chen Fan's face darkened with anger. Explain my ass. There's a rule in mountain hunting. Whatever game is caught in whose trap belongs to that person. They took the game and still destroyed the traps I carefully set. Also, that mountain is our Chen family mountain. Why do people from Xiadian village dare to hunt there? Old Third and Old Fourth guided them there. Isn't that clearly a case of betrayal? I told them to leave, but they dared to attack me. If I injured them, so what? Even if I killed them, the authorities wouldn't hold it against me. Therefore, Tian Shui Lan, all of you are traitors of Chenjiakan. As for old Chen, he is now in Tianjiakan. When he learned that Tianjiakan was going to cause trouble but didn't send us any warning, that shows his heart is only with Xiadian village, not Chenjiakan. He's unworthy of bearing the Chen surname and should be removed from the clan register. I propose that we hold a clan meeting to decide on this matter. I agree, said Chen Wu. I also agree. I agree too. The entire village approved. Fine then, let's wait for the village chief to return and temporarily detain them first. Uncle Chen Wu, you organize people to check the injuries. I'll go to the city to buy some medicine for everyone. Once the village chief returns, you can hold the clan meeting without waiting for me, Chen Fan said. Chen Wu asked, do you still have money? Chen Fan smiled. On my way down the mountain, I hunted a deer, worth at least 20 to 30 taels. Oh, here, give this to the old doctor when he arrives. Chen Fan handed Chen Wu a pair of deer antlers. Originally not believing that Chen Fan had actually hunted a deer, Chen Wu now had no choice but to believe upon seeing the antlers. He thought in his heart that Chen Fan was indeed born for hunting. Then go quickly and return soon. It's not serious injuries anyway. Just buy some medicinal wine for bruises and sprains. Okay. Immediately, Chen Fan rode away on his warhorse, leaving Chenjiakan under Chen Wu's care. Chen Fan didn't go to the city, but instead headed back to the mountain again to hunt deer. He put his warhorse into his space and then went up the mountain. Chen Zheng and Zhao Hui arrived at the village with the senior doctor, finding many people in the village with black eyes and bruised faces. Chen Zheng frowned deeply, understanding immediately that the people from Xiadian village had already come here, and he cursed Tian Laohu and the others from Xiadian village on the spot. Chen Wu briefly explained the situation, then urged Chen Zheng and the clan elders to convene a clan meeting to deal with old Chen's family. Chen Wu then led the senior doctor back to his home. Li Xiaoning heard that the Xiadian villagers had already retreated, and it was Chen Fan who had driven them off. Her heart relaxed a little. Therefore, Li Xiaoning gathered a group of women to begin working, taking over where the injured men had left off. Chen Zheng immediately convened a clan meeting, where one representative from each household came out to participate. Chenjiakan had only 50-some households, meaning about 50 or so people were attending the meeting together, and most of them were elderly. In the Great Qian Empire, elders held great authority in the family, essentially acting as the head of the household. To hold a clan meeting was, in fact, directly passing judgment on old Chen's family. Their crimes were betrayal of Chenjiakan, colluding with outsiders to harm their own village, and committing acts of treachery from within. The punishment was carried out exactly as Chen Fan suggested. Old Chen's entire family was expelled from Chenjiakan, and their names were erased from the clan register. As for their land and house, they were not taken by the village, but instead given entirely to Chen Fan. Tian Shui Lan and the others protested bitterly, but Chen Zheng and the rest simply ignored them. They were given only 1 hour to pack their belongings, or else they would be dragged out by force. With no choice, Tian Shui Lan and her sons could only gather their things and leave. Chen Dahu and Chen Er, who personally watched them leave the village. Outside the village, Chen Laosin pushed a cart, while Tian Shui Lan kept cursing the villagers of Chenjiakan, Chen Fan, Chen Wu, and the others. Chen Laosi walked with his head down, seemingly lost in thought. Mother, stop cursing. They can't hear you anyway. Chen Laosin said impatiently. Tian Shui Lan snapped. Who asked you to meddle? I'll say what I want. You two are useless anyway. If you couldn't even handle that brat Chen Fan, how would we have fallen into this situation? Mother, you. Shut up. What big brother? That bastard is just a bastard child with no blood relation to you at all. Tian Shui Lan angrily interrupted Chen Laosan, revealing a shocking secret. Mother, what exactly are you saying? Chen Laosan looked at Tian Shui Lan in shock. Realizing she had accidentally let it slip and knowing there was no point denying it now, Tian Shui Lan muttered, that little bastard Chen Fan was picked up by me when he was found on the roadside. If it weren't for me, he would have died long ago. No wonder father and mother always disliked big brother. So he's not really our blood-related elder brother after all. Chen Laosan exclaimed in sudden realization. Chen Laosi said, third brother, you still think of him as your big brother? He's nothing but a heartless wolf, ungrateful for what our parents did for him. Now he treats us like this. I will settle this score with him eventually. You're right, fourth brother. We will settle this someday. On the mountain, Chen Fan couldn't find the deer herd, but he did find a flock of sheep. It seemed some kind of fierce beast lurked in the deep mountains, scaring the sheep from entering. This turned out to be convenient for Chen Fan, as he captured 3 sheep. Before descending the mountain, Chen Fan also set up traps. Anyone stepping into them would be caught helplessly, unable to escape. Chapter 33, Shocking News. After descending the mountain, Chen Fan retrieved his horse and rode toward the county town. Upon arriving at the county town, Chen Fan followed his usual routine and went directly to Yunlai Inn to sell his hunting prey. Pushing his cart, Chen Fan arrived at the inn entrance and noticed a carriage parked in front of the door, loaded entirely with wine jars. A waiter was unloading the wine jars while the innkeeper and another man were deep in conversation. Chen Fan immediately pushed the cart over to the innkeeper. Master Zhou. Startled, the innkeeper turned around and saw Chen Fan along with the deer on the cart, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Little brother, did you hunt this deer yourself? Yes, Chen Fan replied. Would you like to buy it? How much will you pay? I will buy it. 20 taels for this deer, the innkeeper said, pulling out 2 silver ingots from his robe, each weighing 10 taels, and handing them over to Chen Fan. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Is this deer really worth so much? This single deer was worth as much as several sheep. Of course, if you can hunt a tiger, it would be worth over 100 taels, the innkeeper said. He even dares to think of hunting tigers. Master Zhou, you must have great expectations of him, a broker nearby said. Chen Fan looked at him and bowed. May I ask for your honorable name? The middle-aged man sneered. A mere hunter dares to ask for my name? Take your money and go. Master Chui, that was quite harsh. The innkeeper showed some displeasure on his face. Chen Fan was a customer who had sold his catch to him, and insulting Chen Fan was like insulting himself. Chen Fan was not angry. In every era, there were people who judged others by their looks. He accepted the silver, handed over the deer to the innkeeper, and bowed again. Master Zhou, rest assured, I won't hold it against you because of someone's attitude. As long as you keep buying my catches, I'll keep selling them to you. Excuse me. Then, Chen Fan looked toward Chui. Today I am a hunter, but tomorrow I may become a wine merchant and your competitor. Chui scoffed. Kid, my Chui distillery has expanded throughout the great Daqian Dynasty. You, too, dare to become my competitor? Seems you've lost sight of who you are. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. Arguing for the sake of arguing was a sign of weakness. The best way to prove a point was to let actions speak louder than words. Seeing Chen Fan leave, the innkeeper's expression turned sour as he said, Master Chui, he is my customer. Ha ha. Chui laughed. Master Zhou, ours is a long-term business while a hunter like him is just temporary, insignificant. The innkeeper was speechless. His tavern indeed heavily depended on Chui's wine, thus couldn't afford to offend him. After receiving the 20 taels, Chen Fan came to the grain store. He noticed that the grain price remained steady at 60 won per jing. He was relieved and also curious. Soon, he walked into the grain store and a shop assistant greeted him. Sir, are you here for coarse grains or polished rice? Chen Fan took out a coin and asked, Young sir, may I ask why the price of grain increased so dramatically within a month? The shop assistant smiled. Sir, the price is set by the boss. I'm just here to follow orders. I don't know anything. Chen Fan laughed, then pulled out 5 mace of silver and put it into the assistant's hand. Do you know now? After receiving the bribe, the assistant glanced left and right before whispering, outside the border, the Beatty people are attacking the border defense, and it might not hold. When that happens, refugees will flood into the inland areas. There will be countless refugees in Linjiang County, and grain prices will only keep rising. Chen Fan's face darkened, and he quickly asked, Is the information accurate? Very accurate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have raised the price so much. However, we're still fine because we are more than 300 miles away from the border. Even if refugees come, they won't be too many. Jiangning Prefecture will be the hardest hit, becoming the main destination for the refugees. Is there any information saying the Beatty army will come to Jiangning? No one knows for sure. However, every time Beatty attacks the border gates, the imperial court would send envoys to negotiate peace. Regardless of success or failure, the Beatty people will raid the border areas. We will only face the real threat of the Beatty army if peace talks fail. But you don't have to worry too much. With the increasingly cold weather, they can't stay outdoors for long. Chen Fan instantly understood the assistant's meaning. Once the weather became colder and snow came, the Beatty army would be trapped inside the Great Qian territory. Then the Qian army could gradually eliminate them bit by bit. The reason the Beatty attacked the border was to plunder grain for the winter, not to seize the throne of Great Qian. If they wanted to take over the Qian dynasty, the best time would be in spring. Finally, Chen Fan spent another 6 taels of silver and bought 100 jin of rice. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan went to the pharmacy and purchased some medicinal herbs for bruises and injuries, especially more golden wound ointment, just in case. Once refugees appeared, the most terrifying things would be food shortages leading to cannibalism, followed by epidemics, and then people turning to banditry. Chen Fan thought of everything he could possibly prepare. He also bought some quicklime and vinegar, both of which were excellent for sterilization. As a result, only 15 taels of silver remained in his possession. After returning to the estate, Chen Fan summoned Chen Wu and the village chief, and relayed the information and his analysis. Damnable! Chen Wu angrily slammed the table. Less than 10 years since General Mu left, and the border defenses have fallen into such a state. Uncle Chen Wu, were you once a soldier stationed at the border? Chen Fan asked curiously. That's right, Chen Wu replied proudly. Back then, I was just a soldier under the command of the great Qian war god, General Mu. When General Mu guarded the border, he was the nightmare of the Beatty people, forcing their armies to remain outside the border. Chen Zheng did not want Chen Wu to dwell on the past, so he asked, a real man doesn't boast of past achievements. Chen Wu, do you think the border can still hold? Chen Wu sighed and shook his head. With General Mu gone, the border is in peril. We must prepare in advance. Once the refugees come, the villages will be the first to suffer. Chen Fan nodded and said, I agree with you. But the refugees are not the scariest part. What worries me most is the Beatty army. Therefore, I want to form a civilian militia, assembling all the able-bodied young men in the village into a force to defend our village. I plan to transform my home into a fortified estate, build wooden walls, and dig trenches outside them, preparing for any Beatty attack. I'll handle the arrangements, Chen Wu said. Chunjung added. I will notify the other villages and have them prepare defenses too. Chen Fan shook his head. We can't notify them, Chief. Alerting them now will only cause unnecessary trouble. If the authorities find out, they may accuse us of spreading false rumors against the court, and the entire village will be ruined. Moreover, we must also prepare for the worst-case scenario. Chapter 34, Formation of the Civil Militia. Chunjung and Chen Wu were both taken aback at the same time. The worst-case scenario. If that was the case, had they not already begun preparing for the worst? Chunjung Jin Nanda Wendao. Samugzoi Huathada Dasan. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, prepare for the worst, that the northern D will invade. So Uncle Chen Wu, this time you must bring out all your military skills and properly train the civilian militia. There should not only be infantry, but also archers, pikemen, and cavalry. Ideally, they should become versatile soldiers, and we only have at most half a year. After the beginning of spring, we will know whether there will be peace or war. All right, said Chen Wu gravely. Chen Zheng raised no objections either. When it came to the safety of Chen Village, how could he object? However, forming a civil militia must be reported to the authorities. Otherwise it might lead to misunderstandings that we are building up our forces for ourselves. Chen Fan replied. I've thought about it already. Tomorrow, you go to the government office and say that we've spotted bandits and need to form a militia to protect the village. This is 10 taels of silver for bribing the officials. Also, apply for an official document permitting wine production. We can use the production of wine as an excuse to purchase grain, so no one else will discover our real intentions. Clever idea. However, Chen Zheng said, we don't know how to brew wine. I do, Chen Fan replied. Village chief, when you return, buy some yeast starter as well. Chen Fan handed another 2 taels of silver to Chen Zheng. Chen Zheng did not refuse and said, all right, I'll go tomorrow. The three of them discussed a little longer, and eventually agreed that the militia would indeed be formed, but under the name of Chen Fan's distillery. Chen Fan agreed. After returning home, the three did not reveal what Chen Fan had discovered, to prevent unnecessary trouble. At Xiatian Village, Tian Suilan recounted the incident of being driven out by Chen Village. While Tian Laoan and others had not yet recovered from the shock, old Chen fell heavily onto the ground. I've been driven out of Chen Village and disowned from the clan. Father, third Chen said, it is their loss for not wanting us. Don't be sad. Tian Suilan roughly pulled old Chen up, furious. You useless creature. Isn't it just being removed from the family registry? At most, we will start our own registry. With your second, third, and fourth son still here, don't we have confidence in our Chen family becoming prosperous? All right, Tian Lao Tiger said. Forget about him. This time we were humiliated by them, and our reputation has been completely ruined. I can't let this insult slide. I want revenge. Everyone, let's think of ways to get our dignity back. Tian Xiong said. Father, have someone closely monitor Chen Village, especially Chen Fan. Find out his every move. Once I recover, I will ask my city associates to act. Once Chen Fan is disabled, we can take action against Chen Village. Tian Lao Tiger nodded silently. Tian Ba said, brother, why don't I come with you to the city too? Take third and fourth brothers with you. Tian Tsulan said. Tian Xiong nodded and said, all right, I do need some hands to deal with some people in the city. But second brother, fourth sister, once in the city, injuries may happen daily. If someday the injuries are too severe, resulting in disability or even death, you cannot blame me. Don't worry, Tian Ba said. Life and death are in the hands of heaven. Wealth and honor are destined. I will never blame my brother, but only my own lack of ability. Tian Suilan gritted her teeth and said, same with me. Third Chen said, thank you, uncle, for giving me this opportunity. All turned to look at fourth Chen. With no choice, fourth Chen also followed saying, thank you, uncle. Excellent. Now, recover first, and then come with me to the city. The next morning, Chen Wu announced to the villagers that Chen Fan intended to establish a distillery and hire the villagers. Upon learning they would earn 2 mace of silver per month, many readily agreed to join. People of all ages, men and women, answered the call. Chen Wu selected a group of strong young men, 200 in total, to form the militia, and another 100 women were assigned to work at the distillery. Chen Fan addressed the 300 people. Dear fellow villagers, from this moment on, I shall be your employer. Your duties will be to help me brew wine and to protect both the distillery and Chen Village. For this purpose, I will hire Uncle Chen Wu to train you, and I will also have my wife teach you to read and write. From today onward, you are employees of Chen's distillery, and obedience to my orders shall come first. Any disobedience will result in immediate dismissal from Chen's distillery. One act of disloyalty is sufficient to brand someone unreliable forever. If anyone has any difficulties, feel free to come to me. I will help you if I can, and if I cannot, we will discuss together. All right, that is all I have to say. Uncle Chen Wu, the rest is up to you. Chen Fan turned to Chen Wu and said, Uncle Chen Wu, the distillery needs designing now, and I'm almost out of money. I must go hunting in the mountains again. Also, this is the distillery blueprint I drew last night. Have someone start the construction immediately. Especially the wooden walls must be sturdy enough to withstand enemy attacks. In addition, the brewing techniques are also included. Once village chief brings the yeast starter, we can begin brewing at the distillery. Don't worry, I will handle it, Chen Wu replied. By the way, I forgot to give this to you yesterday, the 10 taels of silver from selling the deer antler. There's no need to give it to me. Keep it and use it to buy some medicine for wounds and herbs to prevent epidemics. Chen Wu was greatly startled and said, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Fan sighed and said, "Exactly as you suspect. After a great disaster comes a great epidemic." Then, Chen Fan turned to Li Xiaoning. "Once the distillery is set up, you will help me manage the accounts and teach the people how to read and write. I'm afraid this will be hard work for you." Li Xiaoning smiled and said, "Not at all. I know my husband is a man with great ambitions. As your wife, I will surely support you. Having you is the greatest happiness of my life. The same for me." Next to them, Chen Wu couldn't help but tease, "If you two want to show affection, do it at home." Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning blushed. Immediately after, Chen Fan went up the mountain. It took more than an hour to reset the traps, hoping to catch some pheasants or hares to improve the villagers' meals. If only I could run into a wild boar, then I could make ham and sausages. Even if we really had to leave the village, we could still have meat on the road. With this idea in mind, Chen Fan became filled with motivation. He returned to the area with the animal traps, but this time, there was no catch at all. Chen Fan went to the pear tree. This time, he finally made up his mind and transplanted the pear tree into his space. Now, with this pear tree, he could eat pears every day. Down the mountain, 3 shadowy figures saw Chen Fan heading up the mountain. They stopped where they were. "That bastard went up the mountain alone. What should we do?" "Follow him. You follow if you want. I won't. If we meet a wild beast, we might die without even knowing how." The 3 fell silent for a moment. After a short pause, one of them said, "Then let's just wait for him to come back down the mountain." "Good." The other 2 agreed at once. Chapter 35, A Live Tiger. Chen Fan wandered around the mountain, not finding wild boars, but instead a herd of deer, dozens of deer grazing and drinking water. Chen Fan immediately hid himself, took out his bow and arrow, and quietly aimed at one of the deer before releasing the arrow. The deer hit by the arrow fell to the ground and began convulsing, while the others scattered like frightened birds. While the rest of the deer were still within range, Chen Fan shot 5 more arrows in succession, one of which hit another deer. Chen Fan grinned, placing the 2 deer into his space and harvesting their antlers. 60 tails in hand. Chen Fan exited his space and went in search of deer again. He hoped to find 2 more deer. Finally, Chen Fan spotted 4 deer together. Just as he felt excited, a tiger's roar startled him. A tiger! Suddenly, a huge yellow-spotted tiger leaped from the bushes, landing on one of the deer, while the other 3 deer panicked and fled. Without hesitation, Chen Fan turned to run, but after taking a few steps, he turned back again. Wealth lies in danger. Chen Fan entered his space and looked at the 3 sheep inside, all surviving solely thanks to the spiritual spring water. He suddenly had a good idea. Last time at the pharmacy, he bought a large amount of medicine, including knockout powder. Whether it could work on a tiger or not, Chen Fan was determined to try. He smeared the powder onto the smallest goat, then left the space with the goat. Chen Fan used his dagger to make a small cut on the goat's belly. Bah! The goat cried out in pain. Who? The tiger, which was biting into the deer's neck, heard the goat's sound and the smell of blood. It turned its gaze toward the source and spotted Chen Fan and the goat. Who? The tiger stared at Chen Fan, who in turn stared back. Chen Fan took out his bow and aimed it at the tiger. Shoo! The arrow flew straight toward the tiger. Roar! The tiger dropped the deer, blocked the arrow with a swipe, and let out an angry roar. This 2-legged creature dared to challenge it? It was practically begging to die. Focusing intently, Chen Fan faced the tiger. Without using his space, he had no chance of escape, but now, with his space, he could use strategy to deal with the tiger. The tiger pounced forward, rushing quickly toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan also rushed forward. As they were about to collide, Chen Fan suddenly vanished into his space. The tiger lunged at empty air, rolling forward several times from the momentum, crushing many dry branches beneath its body. Roar! When the tiger stood up again, it noticed Chen Fan approaching the deer's corpse before disappearing once more. Roar! Roar! This enraged the tiger even further. Its roars were louder than ever before, driving birds and beasts away from the forest. Bah bah! The severely wounded goat bleated in fear. The tiger's eyes turned to the goat. Its sharp teeth gleamed as it suddenly lunged, biting into the goat's neck. As if venting its rage, the tiger continued devouring the goat until it was half dead. Inside his space, Chen Fan had already removed the deer antlers, and now he watched the tiger eat. The goat was already half consumed by the tiger. Why hasn't it fainted yet? Chen Fan was anxious in his heart. A few more minutes passed. Chen Fan saw the tiger stand up, but its walk became unsteady, shaking its head repeatedly. This made Chen Fan extremely pleased. There was hope. A few minutes later, the tiger finally collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Chen Fan exited his space and tightly bound the tiger with ropes, even securing its mouth shut. He even placed animal traps on all 4 of the tiger's limbs. Since they were lightly attached, they wouldn't hurt the tiger. Even if the tiger woke up, it wouldn't dare to struggle. Any resistance would risk serious injury or even crippling. Chen Fan intended to sell a live tiger. A dead tiger was worth 100 taels, but a live one would surely fetch at least 150 taels. After finishing everything, Chen Fan headed down the mountain, leaving the half-eaten goat corpse behind. After reaching the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan went to a secluded area and took out his horse from his space, then rode it to the county town. He's gone, he's riding away. One of the people surveilling Chen Fan shouted loudly. The other 2 instantly looked at Chen Fan riding away. Where did he get that horse? Who knows? We can't catch up anymore. Let's return and report to the village chief. Let's go. Daqian Village. Tian Laohu, the village chief, frowned slightly as he listened to the villager's report. You're saying the boy left the mountain on horseback, and he wasn't carrying anything with him? That's right, Chief. The three of us saw it clearly. All right, I understand. You may go. Keep following him tomorrow. Yes, Chief. After the villagers left, Tian Xuan said, Father, what exactly is that brat up to? Maybe he didn't get any game. So he went to the county town to find work, said Tian Laohu, pausing in thought. Xuan, go to the city and inform Big Brother. Let him keep a close watch on that brat. And if there's a chance, kill him. All right. Outside the county town, Chen Fan stored his horse in his space and pulled out a small pushcart, covering it with a coarse hemp cloth. Move along, get out of here. When the city guards saw Chen Fan, they inexplicably shivered and waved him inside without hesitation. Chen Fan said, thank you, and pushed the cart into the city. Chen Fan returned once again to Yunlian. Master Zhou, time to deliver the goods. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, the waiter went to notify Master Zhou, who quickly came out. When Master Zhou saw Chen Fan, he was greatly surprised. It had only been a single day. How did he already have more game? Why couldn't the other hunters catch anything every day like this? Young man, what did you bring this time? Master Zhou will definitely like it. Chen Fan pulled off the cloth, revealing a tiger and 4 deer beneath. A tiger, the waiter exclaimed in shock. This immediately drew the attention of nearby pedestrians. That's really a beast. Which hero managed to capture a fierce tiger? Old man, I haven't seen a tiger this large in years. It must weigh at least 500 jin. As the crowd gathered, Master Zhou shot a disapproving glare at the waiter. Who? Suddenly, the tiger twitched and let out a snort, causing the onlookers to panic and scatter in fright. But none went far. They simply hid themselves. Both Master Zhou and the waiter dashed into the inn. After waiting a while and hearing no commotion, everyone gradually poked their heads out again. Only then did they notice the tiger's mouth was bound, its limbs trapped in animal traps. It couldn't move at all. Everyone exhaled in relief almost simultaneously. Goodness, this tiger is alive, the waiter exclaimed once more. Everyone now realized simultaneously that the tiger was actually alive. Dead tigers could sometimes be seen, but none had ever seen a live one before. Chapter 36 Bandits block the road. Zhao Clerk glared at the waiter again and angrily said, go inside and work. The waiter sensed Zhao Clerk's anger, immediately bowed and apologized, then entered the shop. At this moment, Chen Fan spoke up. Master Zhao, this really is a live tiger. Are you interested in buying it? Of course, let's go inside and talk, Master Zhao smiled. All right, Chen Fan agreed. Chen Fan still had a good impression of Master Zhao. He had shown him favor, paying a high price for all of Chen's hunted goods. Once inside the shop, Master Zhao immediately had someone take the tiger to the backyard. There must be no more onlookers among the common people. Young brother, how much do you plan to sell it for? Master Zhao asked directly. Chen Fan held up one finger. 100 taels? Fine, I'll pay you now. Master Zhao, a dead tiger is worth 100 taels, but isn't a live one more valuable? Chen Fan reminded him. Zhao's face darkened. 1,000 taels? You might as well just rob me. Master Zhao, shame on you for being a businessman, Chen Fan laughed. The tiger's intrinsic value tops at 300 taels, but as a gift, its value exceeds its worth itself. I don't know whether you have powerful backing behind you, or whether you need favors from above. All I know is that if you present this creature to the imperial court, your name will certainly be remembered well by those in power. Master Zhao immediately understood what Chen Fan meant. All right, 1,000 taels it is, Master Zhao agreed. Chen Fan hadn't been wrong. The tiger's actual worth was fixed at 300 taels, but being alive made it precious due to its rarity. As a gift, it was worth far more than 1,000 taels. It could be even more valuable than giving 10,000 taels directly. Seeing Master Zhao's agreement, Chen Fan immediately said, then thank you, Master Zhao. Starting from today, I will begin distilling wine. The wine I produce will surpass chores. I wonder if Master Zhao will be willing to purchase it. Fine. Bring me a few jars of it in a few days for tasting, and we'll talk about the rest of the business afterward. Farewell. All right. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan received 1,100 taels of silver. The 4 deer sold for 100 taels. These 4 deer were much larger than the one he had previously sold, so an extra 20 taels were given. Chen Fan then went to the apothecary to sell the deer antler, and bought a large amount of knockout powder this time. The effect was stronger, capable of even knocking out an elephant. In one go, Chen Fan's space now held an additional 1,140 taels. Then, Chen Fan went to the blacksmith and had 10 3-edged bayonets and 400 horseshoes forged. After that, he purchased 10 retired war horses and left the county town. 10 horses were accompanied by 10 grooms who followed Chen Fan on his way back to Chen Village. Tian Shui Lan and Old Man Chen were about to reach the city gate when they saw Chen Fan riding a war horse, 10 more following behind him. At the same time, an inexplicable surge of anger arose in their hearts. Arriving at Tian's general store, they met Tian Xiong and recounted everything about Chen Fan. When Tian Xiong learned that Chen Fan had come to the city today and that he hadn't even known about it, allowing him to slip away, he became extremely angry. Brother, things can't continue like this. The mountain is his territory where we cannot contend with him, but the city is yours. We must not let him escape again. Now that both the 3rd and 4th brothers are in the city, why not have the 4th brother loiter near the city gate every day, watching its entrance? Once that little brat arrives, you will know immediately, Tian Shui Lan suggested. Tian Xiong nodded. Fine, we'll do that. Oh, and on the way back, take some money and a jar of wine and a jin of meat. Since some villagers were injured this time, If you don't give something, father will have a hard time maintaining his authority as village chief. Alright, I'll go back now. Fine. Since Tian Shuilan and her husband had arrived in the city via donkey cart, it was very convenient to carry a few things back. After leaving the city, Tian Shuilan kept cursing Chen Fan loudly along the road, and people who passed by couldn't help but look. Annoyed, Tian Shuilan started shouting at those who looked, causing people to avoid her entirely. The sun gradually moved westward, and the sky turned red with evening glow. Rather than bringing Tian Shuilan joy, the picturesque scene seemed only to enrage her further. What's wrong with your driving? The sun's nearly set. Do you intend to leave mother to sleep in a wild wasteland tonight? Old man Chen helplessly said. That's not my fault. We already left pretty late this morning. It's your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing that bastard home all those years ago, we wouldn't have ended up like this. But you weren't against it either back then, and he did work for us for over 10 years. If you treated him a little better, we wouldn't have ended up in this mess. What? Now you're blaming me. Tian Shuilan exploded. No. Stop. As old man Chen was about to explain, two masked men brandishing broadswords suddenly appeared before them. Who are you? Tian Shuilan stared at them in terror. Less talking. Get down now, one of the bandits said, dragging Tian Shuilan off the donkey cart. Wife? Old man Chen immediately went over to help her up, asking with concern, are you okay? Tian Shuilan shook her head. By now, the two of them already knew the two masked men were bandits. They were trembling all over. The scene of Chen Erge's entire family being slaughtered by bandits many years ago was still fresh in their minds. Gathering her courage, Tian Shuilan said to the two masked men, Masters, we are just ordinary people. We have no money at all. Please let us go. Don't bullshit me. If you have no money, how could you buy so many things? Hand over the money now, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, oomph. After saying this, one of the bandits raised his iron saber and made a beheading gesture. Old man Chen and Tian Shuilan were both terrified. Heroes, have mercy. These things aren't ours. They belong to our employer, she pleaded. One of the masked men directly kicked Tian Shuilan in the stomach, knocking her down, and placed his saber against her neck. Wife. Old man Chen tried to go over to help Tian Shuilan, but found a blade already at his own throat. The other bandit stepped in front of Tian Shuilan and coldly said, I don't want to repeat myself. Hand over the silver and all valuable things. Otherwise, I'll take your lives. Mercy, hero, Tian Shuilan begged, trembling. Mercy, we were driven out by the village, so what valuable things could we possibly have? We're from Chen Village. We were forced out by Chen Village. We have nothing left but these few belongings. If you heroes need money, you can go to Chen Fan in Chen Village. His house must have at least 100 taels of silver. His house is right outside the village entrance. If you gentlemen don't know the way, I can guide you there myself. Old man Chen immediately understood Tian Shuilan's intention. She was diverting the danger elsewhere, using the bandits to kill Chen Fan. Once the bandits eliminated Chen Fan, Chen Village would no longer have any capable people. Then Xiutian Village could strike again, and he might have a chance to return to Chen Village. Right away, Old man Chen also said with a flattering expression, Hero, let my wife stay here while I go ahead first and scout the way for you. Chapter 37 Bandits invade the house at night. Two masked men eyed Old man Chen and his wife suspiciously. One of the bandits sneered coldly. Humph, no need for you to lead the way. We know the path ourselves. Since you pointed out this source of wealth for us, we won't kill you. But hand over all your money right now. If we have to search and find any, we'll chop off your hands and feet. Don't waste words with them. If they don't hand it over, kill them immediately. Don't keep the boss waiting. I'll give it. Tian Shuilan shouted, her voice filled with humiliation. Trembling, she pulled out 5 taels of silver that Tian Xiong had given her. One bandit snatched the money, weighed it in his palm, and chuckled. Good choice. Now scram. Old man Chen immediately pulled Tian Shuilan away, not daring to show even a hint of dissatisfaction. They were scared for their lives. They practically ran all the way back to Xiatian Village and reported everything about the bandits. Upon hearing this, Tian Laohu was greatly startled. Bandits have come down from the mountains again? It looks like we're going to suffer heavy losses this time. Father, what should we do now? Tian Shuilan asked. What else can we do? When the bandits come knocking, we just give them what they want. But there's one thing you did very well. You led the bandits to Chenjia. Tomorrow, go back to the city again and ask the boss if there's any way to get in touch with the bandits. I want to destroy Chenjia. Alright. On the other side, after returning to Chenjia, Chen Fan had Chun Dahu and the others take over the horses. He rewarded each stableman with 30 cash coins, which delighted them greatly. Chen Fan, how come you brought back so many horses again? Chen Zheng asked. Of course, to form a caravan to transport our liquor. I've already spoken to the tavern owner, and he's agreed to buy our liquor. By the way, village head, did the official documents get approved? They've been approved, Chen Zheng replied. Not only that, but the authorities have also given you 3 bows and arrows, a broomstick, and a pugwa knife to guard the distillery. They've even permitted you to establish your own village guards, although you're only allowed to have 50 of them. Chen Fan smiled and said, numbers are just a formality. Just formally choose 50 men as guards. The rest can be listed as regular workers, but their training must be the same as the guards. Chen Zheng suddenly understood. He handed the official documents over to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the documents and tucked them into his robe. Village head, have the brewing yeasts been bought? They have. According to your method, they've already been brewed, but they still need 10 days to ferment. Perfectly normal. Also, I've brought back 2 sheep. Tomorrow, village head, come with me to other villages to purchase grain. Grain in the city is far too expensive. Okay. After wrapping up their discussion, Chen Fan returned home. Li Xiaoning, seeing his return, immediately brought a basin of hot water. She asked Chen Fan to sit on the bed, then removed his shoes and washed his feet. Chen Fan didn't refuse and asked, "How has the village been today? Did you get tired?" "Not at all. I've been quite busy. In the morning, I taught the children to read and write for an hour, then taught the guards for another hour. I've also taken stock of all our possessions. We still have 18 smoked wolves, 100 jin of grain, but no more silver. As for our newly built house, only the main gate remains. Once the gate is built, the outer structure will be completed, but our belongings are far too limited. It might be difficult to start the distillery." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about money. Today I sold some game and made some money. Keep it safe." He took a money pouch from his robe and placed it on the table, saying, "There's a total of 300 taels. Guard it well. Tomorrow I'm going with the village head to purchase grain from other villages. The price is too high in the city and not worth it. I might be away for several days. Take good care of our home." "I will. Be careful on your journey, my lord," said Li Xiaoning, drying Chen Fan's feet before letting him lie down. She then poured out the foot-washing water, carefully stowed away the silver, noted 300 taels into the ledger, and finally lay beside Chen Fan. The moon rose above the willow trees when two dark figures silently approached the outskirts of Chenjia. "When did this Chenjia get a mansion? The last time we came here a few years ago, it was just open land. It looks like it's newly built. The gate isn't even finished yet. Probably constructed by that Chen Fan the old couple mentioned. TSK, building such a large mansion. This family must be wealthy. Kill them, take their money, and we can leave this place forever, living comfortably in the inner city without ever having to endure the boss and the second-in-command's tempers again." "Exactly. Come on, let's sneak in. Look, that's the house. Back then, the boss brought us here. We killed that household and got a lot of treasures. Who would have thought another rich fish would appear here? So it's our brother's turn to get rich now. Come on, let's go." The mansion they were talking about was the large residence where Chen Fan currently lived. The two bandits were none other than Yang Li and Hong Shan, the same men who had robbed old man Chun and his wife. The two arrived outside the gate. "You keep watch while I pry open the door," Yang Li whispered. "Fine, hurry up," Hong Shan replied, immediately scanning the surroundings. Woof, woof, woof. The two large yellow dogs that Chen Fan had bought began barking wildly. Inside the room, Chen Fan's eyes snapped open as he detected the anxiety and warning in the dog's barks. Li Xiaoning muttered in annoyance, "So noisy." Chen Fan looked at Li Xiaoning, who seemed to be speaking in her sleep, then quickly woke her up. "Quickly, wake up. Husband, what's wrong?" she asked sleepily. "Why are the dogs barking so loudly? There might be thieves breaking in. I'm going to check." "You quickly hide under the bed." Before Li Xiaoning could say anything, Chen Fan walked straight to the window and pried open a small gap to peer outside. Two masked men had rushed into the courtyard with knives in hand. The two large yellow dogs lunged at them but were slashed and injured by the bandits. Chen Fan's heart tightened. These were bandits. The memory of how Chun Erga's family, the house's former owners, had been killed by bandits resurfaced. He saw Li Xiaoning already getting up and walking toward him, so he immediately stopped her. "One petty thief came in. Let me deal with them. You first hide under the bed, so they won't use you to threaten me." Li Xiaoning's heart pounded in fear. Then, "Husband, be careful. Don't worry. I can even handle wild boars. How frightening can a mere petty thief be?" After Li Xiaoning had hidden safely, Chen Fan immediately retrieved a crossbow from his space and, using the dim moonlight, shot an arrow through the window at the bandits. Yang Li, hit in the shoulder by the arrow, cursed, "Damn it. We're ambushed. Time to retreat." Hong Shan supported Yang Li and fled outside. Chen Fan, reloading his crossbow, rushed out right after. Since they had come, he couldn't let them escape. If more bandits came later, the village would be in grave danger. Just as he reached the door, a glint of cold steel flew straight at him. Feeling the danger, Chen Fan instantly activated his mind and retreated into the space. Chapter 38. One wounded, one fled. Where is he? Yang Li and Hong Shan were both shocked. A living person had actually vanished into thin air. Just moments ago, he had been right there in front of them. "Search." Clenching his teeth, Yang Li said angrily, "We must catch that guy. I'll cut off his limbs and let him suffer a fate worse than death." They looked around, saw no one, and cautiously re-entered the courtyard, more cautious this time, afraid another ambush might come. Inside the space, Chen Fan felt a chill down his spine. The blade had come within millimeters of him. Fortunately, the heavenly loophole, the system space, had saved him from certain death. Otherwise, this time he might have been ambushed and killed by these two bandits. Calm again, Chen Fan immediately looked outside and saw the two bandits entering the courtyard once more. This time, Chen Fan took out his longbow. With a thought, he appeared behind the bandits, didn't say a word, and shot one in the thigh before returning to his space. Yang Li was hit by an arrow again. This time it was his thigh, forcing him to kneel on one leg. Hong Shan immediately turned around, seeing nobody, which made cold sweat drip down his back. There's no one, Yang Li. Yang Li struggled to stand, yelling furiously, "Shut up, help me up quickly." Hong Shan walked over and helped Yang Li up. They looked left and right, but saw no one. The other leg of Yang Li was hit again. Despite the pain, he looked around wildly, but still couldn't find anyone. He immediately screamed hysterically, "Come out! Show yourself, you bastard!" Under the bed inside the room, Li Xiaoning relaxed slightly, sensing the tension in the opponent's scream. It meant Chen Fan was safe. Hongshan also got an arrow in his calf. Startled, he looked around and saw Chen Fan appear suddenly, shoot him in the shoulder, and disappear once more. Ah, there's a ghost. Hongshan suddenly screamed and quickly limped out the door, abandoning Yang Li. Damn you, don't go! Don't leave me behind. Yang Li screamed hysterically, both thighs wounded by arrows. He couldn't stand steadily anymore, but his survival instinct drove him to crawl out. This place was too eerie. Arrows were flying from unknown directions. Chen Fan emerged from his space holding a wooden stick and gave Yang Li a fierce blow to the back of his head. Yang Li fell unconscious. Chen Fan walked to the doorway. Seeing the pitch dark outside, he decided not to pursue. Chen Fan returned to the courtyard, found a rope, and tightly bound Yang Li. Then he gave the two big yellow dogs some spirit water, hoping it would help them recover. Finally, he returned to the house and called out to Li Xiaoning. As Li Xiaoning crawled out from under the bed, Chen Fan saw that she was gripping a pair of scissors. Seeing Chen Fan, Li Xiaoning dropped the scissors and immediately hugged him. Husband, I was so worried about you. Quickly realizing something, Li Xiaoning pushed Chen Fan back and carefully examined his body from top to bottom for any injuries. Once satisfied, she hugged him tightly again. Chen Fan gently patted Li Xiaoning's back, consoling her. Don't worry, I'm fine. As long as I'm alive, I will never let anyone harm you. Li Xiaoning hugged him tighter. After a few more words of comfort, Chen Fan told Li Xiaoning to rest while he kept watch. The next day, Chen Dahu and his brother led more than 200 village guardsmen in a morning run. Passing by Chen Fan's house, they noticed the courtyard gate wide open, blood stains on the ground. Oh no, something happened. Chen Dahu rushed into the courtyard immediately, others quickly following, while many remained outside. Why is there someone tied up here? Chen Erhu asked. How should I know? Chen Fanji, are you inside? Chen Dahu shouted loudly. I am. Chen Fan walked out from inside the house, yawning. He hadn't slept at all last night. Seeing Chen Fan, everyone felt at ease. Chen Dahu asked, Chen Fanji, who is he? Why is he injured and tied up? Bandit, Chen Fan replied. I captured him last night. Everyone was shocked. Their looks toward Chen Fan changed. Capturing a bandit. What level of skill did Chen Fan really possess? Erhu, go call the village chief and our father. I have important matters to discuss. Yes. Dahu, you lead everyone to finish making the winery's gate and reinforce the wooden walls around it. Understood. Before long, Chen Wu and Chen Dahu arrived. Chen Wu arrived using a crutch. The old physician had instructed him not to use his injured leg until it healed. Hearing that bandits had attacked Chen Fan's home last night, they rushed over. Chen Fan, are you alright? Chen Wu asked with concern. I'm fine, Chen Fan replied. Last night 2 bandits came. I caught one, and the other fled. I'm worried more bandits may come again, and there will be more of them. So let's put the grain collection on hold for now. I want the villagers to stay at the winery these few days. The winery is large enough anyway. I plan to let the villagers stay here at night to avoid bandit attacks during the night. Chen Wu said, but this isn't a long-term solution. You're right, but for now, we have no choice. We'll think about it later after we wipe out these bandits. That's the only way, said Chen Zheng. Didn't you catch one of the bandits? Let's go ask him what we can find out. All right, Chen Fan agreed. The 3 men came to where Yang Li was tied up. Chen Fan splashed cold water on him to wake him up. At this point, the arrow lodged in Yang Li's thigh hadn't been removed, so he hadn't bled too much, but if not treated promptly, the wound could become infected and kill him. Chen Fan, however, paid no attention. Since the enemy wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Yang Li slowly opened his eyes and, realizing he was tied up, began struggling violently. But after just a couple of tugs, the pain from his wounds made him stop. Untie me, or our big boss will slaughter the entire Chen family village. Even tied up, Yang Li still spoke arrogantly. Chen Fan frowned slightly. It seemed these bandits had long been oppressing the villagers, which made them act so haughtily and disrespectfully. Truly arrogant. Aren't you afraid of death? Chen Wu said coldly. Afraid of dying? I'm a bandit, for crying out loud. Chen Fan took out his dagger and stabbed it directly into the bandit's thigh. Ah! Yang Li screamed in pain, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. You dare stab me. Chen Fan pulled out the dagger, blood spurted out. Then he stabbed again. Yang Li screamed once more and this time, no longer dared to utter threats. He's going to die like this. Chen Zheng frowned slightly. Chen Fan nodded and said, I know. Since he isn't afraid of death, then let him die. But dying like this is too easy for him. I want him to bleed to death slowly, watching his own life drain away. That fear is more satisfying than killing him outright. You, Chen Fan said. You what you? If you want to live, tell me everything. Tell me about your bandit hideout, and who sent you to my house. Tell me everything honestly. I will. Just stop the bleeding first. Chapter 39, You Shall Take Command. From Yang Li, Chen Fan and the others learned that these 2 bandits were outlaws from Wangshan. There were more than 400 bandits on the mountain, led by 3 gang leaders, all of whom had escaped from border military camps. The chief, Chang Wei, was skilled in using the cavalry spear. The second in command was a scholar named Lai Yukai, and the third, Wang Chong, was proficient in the long spear. Wangshan lay separated from Linshan by several mountains. They also found out that Yang Li and Hongshan had been sent down the mountain to purchase some daily necessities. However, before reaching the town, they noticed Tian Salon and her husband. Their donkey cart carried a great deal of supplies, and they assumed the couple must be rich. Therefore, they followed them all the way and robbed them of their donkey cart and money when night fell. It was all revealed by Tian Suolan and her husband. This enraged Chen Fan and his people. How despicable. Even tigers won't devour their own cubs. Who could have thought they would commit such a bestial act? Chunjung said angrily. Village chief, there's no need to speak like this, Chen Fan replied. Don't call me village chief anymore. Call me Uncle Zhang. Call Chen Wu Uncle Wu. Now that bandits have appeared, I, as the village chief, am unable to defend the village against them. Chen Wu's leg injury hasn't healed yet, and even when it does, he cannot match your wisdom and strategic mind. Therefore, I plan to entrust the entire village's safety to you. From now on, you shall take command. Me? Chen Fan was surprised. I am young and impulsive. How can I take this responsibility? Village chief. No, Uncle Zhang. Please, let you and Uncle Wu handle it. Chen Zhang said. Chen Fan, don't refuse first. Listen to me. Although I am the village chief, I haven't managed to let the villagers enjoy meat. Even though Chen Wu used to hunt often in the past, he couldn't match your consistent success in hunting, catching so much game every day. It was just luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. Plus, you know how to brew liquor. You predicted disaster from the grain prices. You built the manor, the archery towers, trained the local militia, brewed liquor. All these things show your foresight. Moreover, you care for the villagers. You arranged for Xiaoning to teach them reading and writing. More importantly, both Chen Wu and I believe only you can ensure the survival of every villager. And this is something that both me, Chen Wu, and even the government officials are unable to do. Therefore, from now on, officially, I am still the village chief, but in reality, both Chen Wu and I will follow your orders. Fearing that Chen Fan would disagree, Chen Zheng exchanged a glance with Chen Wu. Chen Wu said, That's right, Chen Fan. The fighting and killing can be left to me. Official matters can be entrusted to my elder brother. Daily affairs of the village can be managed by my elder sister-in-law, my wife, and Xiaoning. You only need to issue commands. Chen Fan hesitated briefly before saying, Since Uncle Zheng and Uncle Wu have such great trust in me, I won't decline. Now that the bandits have appeared, only by uniting as one can the villagers overcome the crisis. Otherwise, the fate of Chun Ergo will be our fate. Correct, Chen Zheng replied. Back then, the bandits attacked Chun Ergo's home, and not a single villager knew about it. They only discovered the next day. Had the bandits turned their attack toward the entire village, Chenjia Village would probably no longer exist. Chen Wu said, Chen Fan, you just issue the commands. Chen Fan said, Uncle Wu, please ask Da Hu to take 2 villagers and go to Wang Manor to gather information about the mountain bandits. Wangshan falls within Wang Manor's territory. They should know more than we do. Uncle Wu, we need to install the main gate to the manor as soon as possible. Then inside the manor, build a small stable and construct some houses for temporary shelter. The wooden walls of the manor need reinforcing, and additional archery towers should be built. Most importantly, we need to produce bows and arrows. Ideally, one for every person, including each woman. Even the women? Chen Wu was surprised. Chen Fan's expression was grim as he said, Yes. If the Northern D really invade, Jiangning Prefecture will be the first to face the onslaught, becoming their target. Once the Northern D's army occupies Jiangning, they will sweep across the surrounding county towns. Linjiang County will face the Northern D forces. Brother, what Chen Fan says is right. Nowadays, the border of Great Qian is not what it used to be. The Northern D will attack sooner or later, and we must prepare comprehensively. Fine. I'll inform all villagers that the bandits have come, and everyone must share the responsibility of defending the village. Excellent suggestion, Uncle Zhang. Next will be to dig trenches, fill them with flammable oil for emergencies. For now, that's all I can think of. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wu, do you have any other suggestions? Both Chen Wu and Chen Zheng shook their heads. Okay, then let's proceed accordingly. Village chief, after you finish your tasks, please come with me to the county town together with the 2 bandits and hand them over to the county magistrate. All right. Before long, the entire village plunged into tense preparations for defense. Every person had work to do. Men dug trenches and repaired the gates. Women made bows and arrows, collected hemp ropes, and twisted bowstrings. Li Xiaoning taught the children to read and write. However, Chen Dao didn't go with the others to Wang Manor, but went alone to gather information. Chen Fan and Chen Zheng went to the county town together. On the road, they met Zhao Hui driving a donkey cart to take the old physician to the village for medical treatment. Chen Fan told them about the matter with the bandits and advised them to be careful. At the city gate, Chen Laosi saw Chen Fan had arrived. He left a few men to continue following and ran frantically to Tian's grocery store by himself. Seeing Tian Xiong, Chen Laosin gasped for breath. Brother-in-law, Chen Fan has entered the city. Tian Xiong immediately stood up, but pulled the wound on his leg and sat back down. Perfect. Go find your second brother-in-law at the fortune gambling house quickly and find an opportunity to deal with Chen Fan. Yes. Inside fortune gambling house, Chen Laosan found Tian Ba and informed him of Chen Fan's arrival in the city. Immediately afterward, Tian Ba led a group of men to search for Chen Fan. More than 30 men carrying short clubs rushed out of the gambling house, unsettling the customers. Such a large commotion indicated someone was about to suffer. Just as Tian Ba and his men stepped outside, a subordinate rushed to report. Master Ba, they've gone to the county office. Let's go check it out. At the county office, Chen Fan handed the bandit over to the authorities. He did not meet the magistrate, but instead met with an elderly official clerk who specialized in registering and issuing official documents. 1 bandit captured. Reward of 5 taels of silver. Thank you, sir. Chen Fan bowed and pushed the 5 taels of silver back. Sir, our village has now incurred the wrath of mountain bandits. There may even be a risk of the entire village being destroyed. May I ask whether the county office can send troops to suppress the bandits? The old clerk looked at Chen Fan with cloudy eyes, as if observing some rare creature. Chen Fan, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, asked, "Is it not possible?" "It's possible, but you must provide the military expenses for the campaign," the old clerk sighed. "Military expenses from me? Isn't it the government's duty to eliminate bandits?" The old clerk immediately became furious. "Great Qin Empire, enjoying peace and prosperity. Where are these so-called bandits you speak of? Are they truly bandits?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately understood the clerk's meaning. If the county officially acknowledged the presence of bandits, it would reflect poorly on the government's administrative achievements. Making him fund the campaign was merely an excuse, a way to avoid responsibility. Chen Fan was even certain that, if he did pay for the suppression, the soldiers dispatched would certainly not be regular troops. More likely, such an operation would end in failure. Chapter 40. Doing the job for the money. Chen Fan took out another 5 taels of silver and pushed it toward the old official messenger. "I wonder, sir, if you have any way to help our village get through this crisis?" The old official messenger accepted the silver emotionlessly and spoke indifferently. "There is one way. Find a powerful patron and have half of the village's farmland registered under his name, making yourselves tenant farmers." "Is there another way?" Chen Fan asked again. The official messenger didn't respond, but just stared at Chen Fan. Chen Zheng started to feel anger rising and was about to erupt when Chen Fan stopped him. Chen Fan now pushed forward 10 taels of silver and said, "Sir, the Chen family village would rather fight the bandits to the death than become someone else's tenants. Could you possibly provide us with some weapons?" "You want to fight the mountain bandits?" the old messenger said with a look of disdain, then weighing the silver in his hand. "Fine, I'll give you 10 Pudeo swords, 10 iron-bowed crossbows, 100 arrows, and 10 sets of armor." "That's too little. The bandits number 4 or 500. Chen Fan replied. "The great Daqian Dynasty strictly controls weapons. Do you really think the bandits have many weapons? All right, I'll give you an official document authorizing your village to possess 100 wooden longbows and 100 wooden sabers, 200 Pudeo swords, and 200 longbows." Chen Fan added another 20 taels of silver. "Done." The old official took the silver, then quickly handed Chen Fan a document of authorization. With this document, even if they truly possessed iron weapons, there would be no problem. After receiving so much money from them, the old messenger gave them a piece of information. The border situation is unstable. It said that the Northern D have gathered an army of 200,000 troops and might attack the border at any time. Everything now depends on whether the peace negotiations between the imperial court and them will be successful. Upon hearing that, Chen Fan bowed to the official and said, "Thank you very much, sir. If you have any more accurate information in the future, please feel free to send someone to Chen Village. Here are 20 taels for your messenger's service. Please accept it." Chen Fan placed another 20 taels on the table, which made Chen Zheng swallow hard several times. This time, the official didn't accept the 20 taels of silver but smiled and said, "I heard you're going to start brewing alcohol. I happen to enjoy drinking. I could take 2 jars of your good wine instead." "You can count on it," said Chen Fan. When leaving, Chen Fan didn't take back the silver he had placed on the table. Once he had taken something out, there was no reason for him to take it back. Though upset about spending so much silver, Chen Zheng didn't complain. He simply struggled for a moment with carrying all the weapons back, but at least they had come with a donkey cart this time. After placing the weapons on the donkey cart, Chen Fan went to the blacksmith's and picked up 40 horseshoes. The remaining horseshoes and the 3-edged spears were not yet finished. Chen Fan didn't urge him for them. Then, Chen Wu went directly to the pork stall and bought the offal along with the pork. "Chen Fan, why are you buying so much pork?" "I'm going to make preserved sausages and dried pork, foods that can last a long time. If we ever really have to leave the village, we'll still have meat to eat. I really don't understand you anymore. Not only can you hunt, brew, and cook, now you can even make preserved sausages and dried pork." Chen Fan laughed and said, "I can do many more things than that. Uncle Zheng, you head back first. It's getting late. I'm afraid you might run into bandits. I need to buy some spices and seasonings first, and then ride to catch up with you." "You're going to buy another horse?" "Yes, horses are essential. So, I plan to establish a stable in the vineyard. We need at least 50 war horses." "Fine then. Be careful on your way." Since they couldn't travel together, Chen Zheng left first. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Fan covered the donkey cart with a piece of burlap cloth. After Chen Zheng returned, Chen Fan planned to head west of the city where cattle, horses, sheep, and also human traffickers operated. When Chen Fan arrived at his usual spot and bought a horse, he suddenly heard the sound of drums and gongs. Dang dang. Chen Fan turned his head toward the noise and asked the horse dealer, "What's happening? Why is it so noisy?" "Some human trafficker came from somewhere. After you left yesterday, they came here to sell people. Yesterday they sold an ugly-looking person," the horse dealer answered. "People actually buy even ugly people? Interesting. I'll go have a look," Chen Fan said with a smile. In the Great Daqian Dynasty, selling human beings with the official document from the government was legal. Without one, it was a crime. Since they dared to openly shout and advertise in the streets, they must be legal. Then, leading a horse, he walked into the crowd. Indeed, he saw a tall and strong man with a heavy beard and hollow eyes, anything but ugly. "Ladies and gentlemen," a sharp-eyed, monkey-faced man announced to the onlookers, "Today what I'm selling isn't an ugly person, but this mighty strong man. He can lift a cauldron weighing 1,000 jin with his bare hands." Lifting a cauldron weighing 1,000 jin. Wasn't that something only someone like Xiang Yu or Li Yuanba, men born with supernatural strength, could accomplish? They were all famous generals in Chinese history. If I could obtain him, wouldn't our village become even safer? Chen Fan thought to himself. What's the price? Do you have official documents from the government? Chen Fan asked first. The human trafficker smiled and replied, of course we do. We're perfectly legal. Not only do we have official documents, but also a contract of sale. Would the honorable guest like to buy him? How much silver? Chen Fan asked. Others turned their attention to Chen Fan, most of them thinking he was simply a fool with too much money to spend, buying a useless person. A few thought Chen Fan was only asking about the price and wouldn't actually pay for him. The trafficker raised 3 fingers and said, 30 taels. 30 taels. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Do I look like a fool to you? With 30 taels, I could buy several pretty maids to serve me. In the great Daqian Dynasty, human lives were the least valuable. A girl could be bought for just 5 taels of silver. During years of famine, one could purchase a person for just 10 jin of grain. 30 taels could buy 3 high-quality maids. The surrounding crowd laughed. The trafficker insisted, he's a strong man, capable of lifting a cauldron weighing 1,000 jin. He probably eats as much food as 10 men combined. Chen Fan retorted. Buying him would mean feeding him as much as 10 people. Who here do you think would be willing to waste that kind of money? Exactly, someone in the crowd added. He's not even as useful as yesterday's ugly fellow. At least the ugly one eats less and can help with taking care of horses. Chen Fan's heart stirred. Perfect. He now had more than 10 war horses and needed someone to care for them. Nodding in apparent agreement with the onlooker's words, Chen Fan said, you hear what everyone's saying. 30 taels is way too high. Lower the price a bit. The trafficker began to shift his eyes, deep in thought. This strong man eats through so much of my silver every day. If someone's asking about him today, maybe I should just sell him cheaply. But selling him too cheap would mean a huge loss for me. Perhaps I should convince him to buy several people at once. That way, I can go get more stock. The trafficker made up his mind and, with a fawning smile, said, esteemed sir, if you're serious about buying him, I can give you a discount, but only if you buy a few more people together. Chapter 41. Purchasing the 3 marvels. Here it comes, here it comes. He said it out loud. Chen Fan's heart became excited, yet he still wore a look of reluctance on his face. He asked, how many more people do you have? There are 3 more. They're inseparable. If you, sir, want to buy them, I can give you a discount, but you have to take all of them. All right, Chen Fan replied, but I can only give you 30 taels. If you're unwilling, then forget it. The slave trader hesitated. You don't have to force yourself. Just forget I said anything. Chen Fan said, and turned to leave, pulling his horse's reins. Seeing his customer preparing to walk away, the slaver immediately called out, wait, sir, I agree. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity to find a buyer? He gritted his teeth and accepted. 30 taels was already quite a generous amount. Then it settled. Bring them over. We'll go to the government office to make an official record, Chen Fan said. Sure. Following that, the slaver instructed his men to bring the other 2 people, and then accompanied Chen Fan to the official bureau. Along the way, Chen Fan learned that the 3 had escaped from the borderlands. They had grown up without names, usually referred to by their numbers, Ada, Aer, and Asan. The strong man was Ada. The ugly one called Aer knew how to care for horses and was exceptionally fast, and the smallest and thinnest of them was Asan, who had an extremely keen nose, always managing to sense danger and avoid disaster. The group of slave traders originally headed to Linjiang County instead of Jiangning Prefecture precisely because of Asan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but glance at Asan repeatedly. This was practically a living talisman for evading misfortune. Under the witness of the old government official and with the formal certification of the authorities, Chen Fan handed over 30 taels of silver to the slaver, who in turn handed him the deeds of sale. After receiving the deeds, Chen Fan proceeded to get official slave records for the 3 men before departing. Master, where are we going? Asan asked curiously. Follow me. I'll explain why I bought you along the way, Chen Fan said with a smile. Chen Fan led the 3 to a steamed pancake stall and bought 50 pancakes, watching as the 3 men gulped in hunger at the sight. Then, he brought them to a remote tea house. After sitting down, he saw the 3 standing respectfully, hesitating to take a seat. He chuckled. Sit down, all of you. Asan said, it's not proper for us to sit. We dare not. I told you to sit, so sit down. Chen Fan's tone darkened slightly. Yes, master. Ada and the others immediately sat, though they remained tense and constrained, likely because they had never been treated so well in their entire lives. Chen Fan pulled out the stack of pancakes, took one for himself, and said, eat. The 3 were taken aback for a moment, but quickly grabbed a pancake each and began devouring it hungrily, as though they hadn't eaten a proper meal in their lives. Chen Fan poured each of them a cup of water and laughed. Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you. They're all for you. Thank you, master, the 3 said while chewing, their speech slightly unclear from excitement. Chen Fan smiled. When Asan reached his 3rd pancake, he suddenly cried out excitedly, meat? This is meat. Ada and Aer stopped eating hastily, looked at the buns in their hands, and indeed found that they were filled with meat. Their eyes immediately turned red. The 3 stood up and knelt before Chen Fan, bowing deeply. Chen Fan was startled and quickly helped them up. What are you doing? Quickly get up. The 3 showed no sign of getting up. Asan said, Master, we 3 brothers were orphans since birth. We were sold to a farmer's family, where every day we worked endlessly without ever having a full meal, not to mention tasting meat. This is the first time we've ever had meat in our lives. The 3 of us once swore an oath. Whoever feeds us meat and allows us to eat our fill would gain our loyalty for life. Chen Fan, you bastard. Finally, I have the chance to get you. Before Chen Fan could speak, he heard a loud, arrogant voice. Tian Ba led more than 30 ruffians who surrounded Chen Fan and his group. Ada and the others stood up immediately, shielding Chen Fan behind them, glaring coldly at the gang of 30 hooligans. Master, allow me to help you get away, Ada said in a low voice, already clenching his fists in preparation. Tian Ba sneered. Today, none of you four will escape. Chen Fan, I will break your hands and legs to avenge my father and elder brother. Chen Fan's voice turned cold. Revenge? Your entire village, Tian Village, oppressed my Chen Village with all its might. How can you oppress us and not expect us to resist? Humph. Your Chen Village was born to be suppressed. If you wish to resist, then be ready for the worst outcome possible. Break all their limbs. With Tian Ba's command, the 30 ruffians raised their clubs and attacked. You two protect the master. They're my playthings, Air said with a grin. It's been a while since I've had a real fight. Ada roared furiously and charged forward, instantly knocking down 4 or 5 men who cried out in pain on the ground. This scene stunned all the ruffians, leaving them wide-eyed and frozen. Chen Fan's face showed excitement. Just as I expected, Ada possessed extraordinary strength, a rare natural warrior. With him, Chen Village would be much safer against bandits. Ada, finish this quickly. Let's return to the village. I'll treat you all to meat and alcohol, Chen Fan shouted. Roar. Ada roared again and immediately attacked the remaining hooligans. Charge. All of you attack. Tian Ba regained his senses and issued orders instantly. Beat him until he's crippled. All the ruffians focused their attacks on Ada, ignoring Chen Fan and the others. At that moment, they felt a real threat from Ada. Every time Ada struck, someone was knocked down, and every strike aimed at Ada hit him directly. Blows rained down mercilessly, and even one club smashed against Ada's head, causing blood to gush out. However, Ada grew fiercer and stronger in battle. With blood dripping from his face, he appeared extremely fierce and terrifying, causing the ruffians to flee in fear even before fighting. Tian Ba, seeing the unfavorable situation, was the first to escape. Chen Fan gave only 8 words to describe them. Cowards who pick on the weak and fear the strong. Mere rabble. Master, are you injured? After the enemies had fled, Ada immediately checked if Chen Fan was harmed, which delighted him greatly. I'm fine, but you are hurt. Come on, I will take you to see a doctor, and then I'll buy you new clothes. Master, I don't need to see a physician. I only need steamed pancakes to recover, Ada replied. Ha! Chen Fan laughed heartily, took a pancake, and placed it in Ada's hand. Eat as much as you like. We can buy more if needed. You two, eat as well, but don't overfill yourselves. When we get back, there will be meat to eat. When they arrived at the herbalist, the doctor only gave Ada some ointment for wounds and stopped there. As for Air and Asan, except for their weakened physical conditions caused by malnutrition, they were otherwise fine. Before leaving, Chen Fan also bought 3 sets of medicine for diarrhea and quietly told the doctor the specific causes of their digestive issues. Finally, Chen Fan bought a horse cart and let it to drive, while leaving the horse he had bought for Air to ride. Chapter 42, Assigning 3 Men. Chenjia. Chen Fan introduced the 3 men, Ada, Air, and Asan, to the entire village, and they were warmly welcomed by everyone. That very evening, Chen Fan treated the 3 to meat, the kind of feast where one eats until nearly bursting. The 3 were deeply moved, thinking that even if they died now, it would be worth it. After the meal, all 3 suffered from diarrhea, and Chen Fan had Li Xiaoning brew medicine for them. At that moment, they realized that the anti-diarrheal medicine Chen Fan had bought in the end was meant for them. This convinced them that Chen Fan was a celestial immortal sent from heaven, kind-hearted and capable of foretelling events. Everyone passed the night safely. The next morning, after rising, Chen Fan summoned the 3 men. We have seen our master. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, from now on, call me Dongjia. You've seen the manor ahead. It's mine, and it will be completed today. Starting tomorrow, I will begin brewing liquor there and enter the business of selling wine. We see our Dongjia, the 3 said again. Chen Fan nodded and said, are you all wondering why I bought you, treated you to find food and drinks, yet haven't assigned you any work? Ada said, I don't know and I don't want to know. As long as Dongjia gives me enough to eat, he's a good master, the best master in the world. Chen Fan smiled faintly, and then turned his gaze to Air and Asan. Air said, Dongjia, I don't know anything. I just know that I'm very ugly. I'm not looking for a wife. What does that have to do with anything? I have no abilities whatsoever. Knowing horses and raising horses is your greatest ability. Asan knelt and said, since Dongjia has noticed this humble servant's skill, I will certainly help Dongjia raise the best horses. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, get up. His gaze then shifted to Asan. Asan hurriedly knelt again and said, Dongjia, this humble servant has no abilities. Please don't drive this servant away. Stand up. Asan stood. Chen Fan said, actually, from the very beginning, I had already decided to buy Ada because he's a strong man that the village needs. Now Chenjia is at odds with bandits numbering over 400, with 3 leaders each possessing special skills, particularly the second in command, whose background is a mystery. Therefore, I need someone like Ada, a warrior, to protect my estate. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan pulled out 2 slave contracts, one for Air and one for Asan. After handing them over, he continued, from now on, you 2 are free men and no longer of slave status. As for Ada, after we defeat the bandits, I will return your contract to you as well. I don't want it. I just want to stay with Dongjia. Ada immediately refused. With Dongjia, I can eat until full, even eat meat. Good. Since you feel this way, you may stay. I will give you a name. Chenhu. First Tiger Warrior of Chenjia. Protect my village from every invader. Once we eliminate the bandits, I will enroll you into the Chen family registry and make you a true clansman. Thank you, Dongjia. Ada. No. Chenhu said excitedly. Heir and Asen looked at Chenhu with envy. Dongjia, this humble servant doesn't want to leave either, said Heir. Please, give me a name. He returned the contract to Chen Fan. Asen did the same. I feel the same, not wanting to leave. Please, Dongjia, give me a name. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, picked up the 2 contracts, then pulled out another one and tore it up. Since none of you wish to leave, the contracts are meaningless now. Dongjia, the 3 were deeply moved as they looked at Chen Fan. With the contracts burned, they became free men. Having been slaves since childhood, they understood how extremely difficult it was to obtain freedom. Yet today, it came so suddenly and effortlessly. It felt like a dream, and they would soon receive proper names. Chen Fan continued. I heard Heir, besides your skill in raising horses, runs extremely fast. That's right. Then in the future, you will be called Chen Foam, swift as the wind. Thank you for granting me this name, Dongjia. Asen, I've heard your talent is somewhat miraculous, so you shall be called Chen Chi. Chi, as in miraculous. Thank you, Dongjia. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Get up. The 3 stood. You 3 have come from the border areas. The Beatty are threatening the northern frontier. Their wolfish ambitions mean they will attack sooner or later. Therefore, I will have tasks for you 3. Please, give us orders. Chen Foam, I will put all the war horses under your command. Furthermore, you must train a cavalry unit. You will train with everyone else, and in the future, you will lead the cavalry to kill bandits and Beatty horsemen. This servant understands. Chen Shi, your temporary duty is also to train with everyone else. As for Chen Hu, you will be trained separately in techniques by Master Wu. Yes. Good. Now go to the estate. First, train together and get used to one another. Yes. After the 3 left, Chen Fan came to the manor. Unlike others, he came specifically to check on the wine. Zhao Qian Sunli. Zhao Qian Sunli. Chen Fan saw Li Xiaoning teaching the children how to read and write, and nearby villagers were running for training. He felt pleased. If this could last forever without those troubling matters, this would truly be the best life. But now bandits were eyeing the village hungrily. Once the Beatty infiltrated the pass in the future, the 3 prefectures along the border would likely become targets of the Beatty army's plundering. Chen Fan found a carpenter, handed him the blueprints for the distillation apparatus, and asked him to build it for use in making distilled wine in a few days. The brewing method he gave to Chen Wu was merely the standard technique, excluding the final distillation step. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chen Wu, but he feared someone else might discover the secret of distilled spirits. Then, he went up the mountain again to continue hunting. For several days straight, no bandits attacked, leading the people of Chenjia to believe the bandits wouldn't come after all. Deep in Wangshan Mountains, Heihu Fortress, Hongshan had returned several days ago. After being injured at Chen Fan's house that night, he had gone to a tea house at the foot of the mountain, and through the tea house worker, returned back to the mountain stronghold. Upon returning, Hongshan reported that a rich landlord had appeared in Chenjia, possessing thousands of taels of silver. But this man was highly skilled with the bow, unafraid of their Heihu bandits, even openly declaring that he would kill each one who dared come. This enraged the 3 gang leaders. The 1st and 3rd leaders had immediately wanted to gather their men and march on Chenjia, but were stopped by the 2nd leader. The 2nd leader believed that one must know both oneself and the enemy to achieve victory in 100 battles. Moreover, from Wangzhuang to Chenjia, the journey would take over an hour, and an attack during the daytime would surely draw attention from the authorities. Although nighttime would be ideal, the village had recently experienced bandit troubles, and the villagers would undoubtedly have defensive forces set up, even preparing ambushes to trap them as they rushed headlong into danger. Thus, the 2nd leader sent spies to investigate Chenjia Village. Sure enough, they discovered that people were indeed training in the art of war, greatly alarming both the 1st and 3rd leaders. Had they impulsively attacked Chenjia back then, it would have surely been walking into a trap. But the 2nd leader proposed another plan, splitting their forces into 2 groups. One would openly attack Chenjia directly, while the other would take a mountain path through Wangshan to Linshan. Chapter 43, Driving Away the 2nd in Command. On Linshan Mountain, after obtaining 2 pheasants, Chen Fan didn't gain anything else. Even by the stream, he hadn't seen any prey. This made Chen Fan feel puzzled. It was the worst day he'd had so far, except for the first day. Thinking about the 2 injured goats in his space, plus the knockout powder, Chen Fan decided to venture deeper into the mountains. The deep mountains were a primeval forest. After entering, Chen Fan heard the cries of monkeys and occasionally the roars of other fierce beasts. When Chen Fan heard the sound of the fierce beasts, he was startled. He patted his chest and said, "With space on my person, I remain calm in any crisis." Chen Fan continued deeper inside. Not long after, he spotted a herd of deer. "So, you've all hidden here." Drawing his bow and releasing an arrow, a sharp arrow struck one of the deer. The rest of the herd sensed danger and scattered in panic. Chen Fan stored the deer into his space and immediately began searching for more deer. Half a shurchen later, Chen Fan obtained 3 more deer. Just as Chen Fan was about to search for the next deer, he heard human voices. Chen Fan entered his space. "Second in command, we will be out of this forest and onto Linshan Mountain in half a shurchen. Hurry up. We must reach high ground and scout out Chun Village's situation before eldest brother and third brother arrive, and then notify eldest brother and third brother to launch an attack." "Yes." Inside the space, Chen Fan saw more than 30 bandits holding wooden swords and longbows, heading down the mountain. Didn't expect the bandits to split into two groups. That person at the front dressed like a scholar must be the second in command, Liu Yukai. After exiting his space, Chen Fan quietly began to follow them. When they arrived at the stream, Liu Yukai ordered everyone to rest in place. How much longer until we arrive? To report to the second in command. It will be less than an hour before we reach the foot of the mountain. Good. Everyone rest here for half a shurchen. Yes. The bandits began resting while chatting and laughing. Second in command, please have some water. A bandit handed a water pouch to Liu Yukai. Xiao, an arrow flew through the air, piercing the water pouch and embedding itself directly into Liu Yotsai's shoulder. There's an ambush. Liu Yukai reacted quickly, immediately ducking behind a large tree. Upon hearing the noise, the others panicked and hurried to find cover. Chen Fan hadn't expected the enemy to react so quickly. Before he could fire another arrow, he saw that they had already hidden themselves. Second in command, what should we do now? A nervous bandit asked. Liu Yukai pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder, his face pale as he exhaled. Ask who the enemy is. Yes. That bandit immediately shouted. We are from Hyuzai Bandit Fort. Don't know which brave hero this is. Could there be a misunderstanding? Chen Fan snorted coldly in his heart, thinking, humph, trying to pinpoint my location with sound alone? Dream on. Chen Fan ran to the flank of the bandits. While one of them wasn't paying attention, he shot an arrow into the man's leg. It wasn't that he couldn't kill the bandit. Rather, a wounded enemy would better drain the bandit's manpower and resources. I'm hit, the archer shouted in pain. Other bandits looked toward the sound and spotted a fleeting shadow that was Chen Fan disappearing into the forest. Liu Yukai had also seen it. Quickly, capture him. He must be Chen Fan. Chow. Didn't expect Tian Xiaolan to sell me out so completely. Chen Fan silently cursed. He immediately entered his space and observed the bandits' movements. When he saw them running away, he appeared behind them and shot another arrow at one of the bandits' thighs. My leg. My leg is hit. He's over there. Quick, chase him. After the archer shouted, the bandits around him turned their attention toward the sound, catching a glimpse of Chen Fan fleeing. The bandits immediately gave chase. My foot. My foot. Soon, 5 more bandits cried out in pain. They had all stepped into the animal traps Chen Fan had prepared. After shooting another arrow, Chen Fan didn't retreat into his space, but instead ran toward the trap zone. According to his plan, the bandits wanted to capture him, so they would focus only on him and ignore any potential traps. Once 5 of them had cried out in pain, Chen Fan directly entered his space and placed 5 traps. From within his space, Chen Fan watched as the bandits rescued those who had been caught in the traps, then carefully retreated back to Liu Yotsai's position. Liu Yukai held his wound tightly. Seeing the bandits return in a battered state with several injured, his face darkened as he asked, what happened? Was the person captured? Second in command, that young man set many traps in the mountains. Several of our brothers were caught in them. We didn't dare pursue further, fearing he would lure us into more traps and annihilate all our brothers. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Liu Yukai cursed, then took a deep breath. Retreat, return to the bandit fort, and go inform the eldest brother. There's an ambush. Tell them to retreat as well. Yes. Chen Fan, seeing them retreat, quietly followed them from a distance. To prevent getting lost, Chen Fan left markings along the way. Half a shurchen later, they finally arrived at the bandits' fort. Chen Fan did not enter, so as not to alert them. After observing from a distance for a while, Chen Fan returned. When he arrived back at his estate, Chen Fan found the village already in a state of alert, with several people standing on the rooftop of the tavern. Chen Fan Ji has returned, Chen Eru shouted loudly. Slowly, the estate's gate was opened. Li Xiaoning and Chen Zhong, among others, walked out. Husband, you're finally back. I was so worried, said Li Xiaoning, who had been holding a chopping knife, as she dropped it and ran to embrace Chen Fan. Chen Fan held Li Xiaoning and patted her back gently, saying, I'm back. Don't worry, in this world no one can harm me. Chen Fan noticed Chen Zhong and the others watching the two of them smiling, and felt his face turn slightly red. Okay, everyone is watching. Only then did Li Xiaoning loosen her hold and say to the others, I'll go tell everyone to prepare dinner. Immediately, she hurried away. Sorry, I made you all laugh. Let's talk inside the estate. All right, Chen Zhong replied. Once inside, Chen Fan asked, did the bandits come by already? Chen Datong quickly said, I saw them leaving, but for some reason, they still haven't arrived. It's good they didn't come because of what I did on the mountain. Chen Fan told everyone what had happened on the mountain, leaving out the part about entering his space, only mentioning how he led them into the trap zone. Never thought they would be so devious. If you hadn't driven them away, we would have been in great danger today. Chen Zheng's expression visibly relaxed. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, just because the bandits have retreated now doesn't mean they won't return tonight. Starting today, everyone must move inside the estate. All right. Chapter 44 Bandits Night Raid. Chen Zheng immediately ordered everyone to be notified, and all retreated into the village compound. Fortunately, the compound was large enough. Chen Fan had previously built many wooden huts for the workers to live in, which turned out to be unexpectedly useful now. Uncle Zheng, are the trenches dug? They're done. As you said, oil has also been placed inside them. Chen Zheng hesitated, but I'm worried the fire might spread and damage the wooden walls. Chen Fan nodded and replied, don't worry. The fire won't reach too close to the wooden walls. Even if they attack with fire, I have a way to put it out. At this moment, Chen Zheng excitedly hobbled into the room, leaning on his walking stick. Chen Fan, where did you buy those 3 monsters from? 3. Chen Fan frowned slightly. I know Chen who possesses extraordinary strength, a real monster among 10, but the other 2 aren't really that monstrous. Chen Wu shook his head and said, you don't understand. You only see Chen Hu's strength, but overlook Chen Feng's talent. He's naturally a scout, fast runner, strong endurance. Moreover, his hearing is incredibly sharp. He can hear hoofbeats several miles away, and he has great knowledge about horses. With just one look, he can tell whether a warhorse is injured or ill. As for Chen Qi, he learns everything extremely fast. He's very smart. Whatever Dahu teaches him, he grasps instantly. Truly a prodigy. All of them that remarkable. Chen Fan said, delighted. Indeed. In the army, each of them could become a Xiao Wei officer, commanding 1,000 men. Chen Fan nodded and said, great. Then please Uncle Chen Wu to take good care of them. They'll be the main force to deal with the bandits. These fine gems, of course I'll train them well. Wangshan, Heihu camp. Brother, I heard you were ambushed. When did Dong Jiachong Wei returned, he rushed immediately to the Zhongyi Hall to see Lu Yukai. At this time, Lu Yukai had already had the arrow removed, and his wounds were dressed. Big brother, my apologies, I failed my mission. I never expected that kid Chen Fan had set up so many traps at Lin Mountain and even personally stopped us, causing many of our brothers to be injured. Lu Yukai spoke with grief and resentment about the ambush by Chen Fan. Chong Wei comforted him. No problem. After you recover fully, we will revenge for you. Second brother, are you alright? San Dongjiao Wang Chong returned as well. I'm fine. Lu Yukai shook his head. Seeing that Lu was bandaged, Wang Chong became furious. This is fine? Second brother, right now I'll go to Chen Village to take revenge for you. Good, but not yet. Lu Yukai replied. Wait until it gets dark, and then we leave. Great, Chong Wei asked in surprise. Tonight still go? Lu Yukai nodded and said, Big brother, I know you have doubts. Hear me out. Today they drove us away and are sure to be lax in vigilance, believing we won't attack them again. But we'll do just the opposite, we'll strike back. Good, then it's settled. The moon rose over the willow tips, over Chen Village. Chen Hu and Chen Feng stood on a watchtower keeping night watch. Ada, Chen Feng called out. Call me Chen Hu. Chen Hu corrected immediately. The master said I have the potential to be a warrior of Daqian. Don't call me wrong again. Chen Feng nodded slightly, and said, Fine, Chen Hu, what do you think of the master? A good man, a very good man. No, a really, really good man. Only the master gave me enough to eat, and even meat. Chen Hu said foolishly. Chen Feng replied, I also think the master is a good person, but in this world, good people don't live long. Don't forget, on the border, there were kind people who sheltered us, but they were all killed by the wicked. No way, we mustn't let anything happen to the master, Chen Hu said, his voice rising with emotion. Thinking back to their tragic experiences with their previous master on the border, Chen Hu became highly agitated. Calm down, Chen Feng said. I just want to tell you, you must protect the master with your life. Chen Hu nodded forcefully. Suddenly, Chen Feng twitched his ears. Something's coming. Quickly, Chen Feng jumped down from the watchtower to the ground, pressing one ear to the earth. Chen Hu, sound the gong. Dang dang. Chen Hu struck the gong violently. What happened? What's that damn gong at night for? Damn it, can't people sleep anymore? Many villagers inside the compound hadn't realized the danger yet. They were simply annoyed at being woken in the middle of the night. One by one, they stepped out of their rooms, intending to confront whoever had struck the gong. Chen Fan, Chen Wu, and others also rushed out from their rooms. Unlike ordinary villagers, they immediately thought upon hearing the gong that mountain bandits had arrived. All militia members, grab your weapons and assemble. Chen Fan shouted loudly. Master, danger's coming. Quickly get everyone into hiding. Chen Qi suddenly yelled out. Chen Fan hadn't yet figured it out himself. Xiao xiao xiao. An arrow flew from outside the village compound and landed inside. It caused significant casualties in an instant. Chen Fan's eyes immediately turned red. These people were all the village's labor force. Hide. Everyone hide. Chen Wu and Chen Zheng shouted urgently. The villagers rushed back home to hide, and many had already begun to feel frightened. Master, hurry inside. At this moment, Li Xiaoning stood at the doorway, urging Chen Fan to enter the house to avoid the arrows. Chen Fan, who had originally intended to enter his spatial realm, could only duck his head and quickly run into the room. At this time, Chen Qi also ran inside. Master, are you alright? Chen Qi asked. Chen Fan shook his head and replied, I'm fine. Chen Qi, do you have any premonition of danger? Chen Qi shook his head, no, but my intuition isn't always. If there's no danger, then it's fine. Xiaoning, stay inside the house. Chen Qi, you come with me. Be careful, master. Chen Fan looked at Li Xiaoning's face and smiled. Don't worry. In this world, the person who can harm me hasn't even been born yet. With that, he left the room along with Chen Qi. By now, the bandits had already stopped shooting arrows. Women, care for the injured. All able-bodied men, pick up your weapons and form ranks. Form ranks. Form ranks. Everyone, grab your weapons and form ranks. The scene became chaotic with activity. The villagers took out wooden swords, spears, and bows, quickly gathering together. Chen Wu and Chen Zheng arrived in front of Chen Fan at the same time. The formation is ready. Shall we strike out now? Chen Wu asked. Chen Da, who stepped forward and said, Brother Chen Fan, let us go out and kill these sons of bitches. Not yet. First, let's assess the situation. Everyone, gather at the main gate and wait for my command. Archers, take your positions on the watchtowers. Yes. Chen Da Hu and others responded in unison. Chen Fan and a few others climbed onto the watchtower. Chen Feng and Chen Hu, seeing Chen Fan arrive, immediately saluted, saying, "Greetings, master." Chen Fan waved his hand, asking, "What's the situation?" "They've already stopped shooting arrows. Based on the sound, there should be more than 300 of them. 2 are riding war horses," Chen Feng reported. Chen Zheng exclaimed in shock, "More than 300? How can we fight them?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's report, Chen Zheng's heart was already filled with fear. "Big brother, don't panic. Although we are fewer in numbers, our combat strength is superior," Chen Wu calmly replied. Chapter 45. The Fighting Strength of Chen's Village. Chen Fan's face darkened as he spoke. "Zhengshu, don't worry. So what if they outnumber us?" "Chen Hu, go down there and fight alongside Daqian. Each of you takes out a mounted enemy." "Yes, master." Chen Feng, prepare the cavalry for a charge." "Yes, master." "Wushu, go down and wait for my command. When I tell you to open the gate, open it, and let the cavalry charge first." "All right, I'll go right away." Everyone went off to prepare. Outside the village walls, the second in command, Lu Yukai, rode his horse forward a few steps. "Listen up, people of the village. Hand over Chen Fan, and we will leave." "What an insolent bastard. I'll tear him apart." Chen Hu roared angrily. "Chen Hu, hold your temper." Chen Feng immediately shouted. Beside him, Chen Daqian said, "Don't be hasty. Chen Fan has his own plans. Don't disrupt his arrangements." Chen Hu finally calmed down, but still exuded a shocking aura. Watching this, Chen Wu was shocked inwardly. If the border troops had such fierce warriors, how dare the Northern D forces invade the great Qian Empire? On the arrow tower, Chen Fan shouted angrily, "What use would you have for me if you captured me? You are Chen Fan. Come down and face death, and we shall leave." Lu Yukai replied arrogantly. Chen Fan sneered, "I've never meant to offend you. Why do you want me dead? You injured my brother and sent him to the authorities. How dare you say you've not offended me? Now come out, or we will break through the wall, and spare not even a single chicken or dog." Lu Yotsai's voice was heavy with murderous intent. Chen Fan replied coldly, "You want to kill me? Do you even have the ability? All archers, prepare." Chen Fan himself took out his bow. It was an iron bow given by the government. To draw this bow required a strength of at least 10 dan, over 120 jin. Chen Fan stepped forward with one foot slightly bent forward, his other foot tilting, one hand holding the bow, the other pulling the arrow to full draw. Fire! With a release of his fingers, the arrows flew. "Shoo shoo. Brother 2, watch out." Wang Chong, holding a spear, clamped his thighs on his horse and quickly rode in front of Lu Yukai, blocking Chen Fan's arrow. Saved, Lu Yukai remained safe, but behind them, over a dozen mountain bandits fell to the ground. Chen Fan glared at Wang Chong with darkened features, his attack having been blocked. Wang Chong raised his spear, pointing at the city wall, daring to fire arrows. "Break down the village walls. Kill them all. Kill." The mountain bandits immediately charged forward. "Continue firing," Chen Fan commanded. The archers kept shooting, each volley felling a dozen bandits. Chen Fan kept watching the attackers. Many bandits pulled out grappling hooks and threw them onto the wooden wall, creating ropes they could climb. "Set fire." Chen Eru immediately shot a flaming arrow. Oil in the moat ignited instantly, engulfing hundreds of bandits in flames. Dozens more were trapped between the wooden wall and the sea of fire, neither able to advance nor retreat, fear in their hearts. Their will to fight completely gone. "Shoot them all below the wooden wall." Chen Fan issued another command, his tone filled with invisible killing intent. Cries filled the area below the wall. "Retreat! Retreat!" Lu Yukai trembled as he shouted. The mountain bandits immediately began retreating. Wang Chong glared at Chen Fan, then reluctantly nodded before leaving. "Open the village gate. Kill them all. Cavalry charge. Infantry follow behind." Chen Fan commanded from atop the city wall. Creak, creak. The wooden gate slowly opened. "Kill." Chen Hu, Chen Daqian, and Chen Feng led the cavalry rushing out of the gate eagerly, with the militia following closely behind. Chen Wu led a small unit to finish off the remaining bandits beneath the wooden wall. Chen Zheng ordered someone to open the water channel, flooding the moat to put out the fire. Chen Feng led the cavalry chasing down the bandits, who fled on foot. After several waves of charges, the bandits scattered, fleeing in panic. Many used the darkness to hide in the mountains. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately came down from the arrow tower. "Wushu, give me a bandit's outfit. I will infiltrate the mountains and investigate the bandits' den." "This cannot be done." Chen Wu immediately refused. Chen Fan's expression hardened. "This is final. I will return tomorrow night. First thing tomorrow morning, have Zhengshu go to the county town to notify the authorities to count the bandits' bodies." Without waiting for Chen Wu's approval, Chen Fan changed into a bandit's uniform and immediately left the village. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's cavalry continued to wipe out the remaining bandits, while Chen Hu and Chen Daqian chased after Wang Chong and Lu Yukai on horseback. "Brother 2, their horses are faster. You go first, I'll handle them." "No, we either leave together." "Brother 2, don't you believe in my martial prowess?" "This. Don't hesitate. Go." Wang Chong turned his warhorse, gripping the red-tasseled long spear, wearing a brown armor that gave him the imposing presence of a warrior who could hold a pass against 10,000 men, causing Chen Daqian to halt his horse in hesitation. Chen Hu, however, charged recklessly forward, seeking death. "Out of my way." Wang Chong raised his spear to intercept, but Chen Hu wielded his broadsword and slashed fiercely downward. Suddenly, Wang Chong felt as if his spear had struck a giant mountain, causing it to rebound violently, nearly throwing him and his horse to the ground. His spear barely stayed in his hand as it struck the ground. Seeing this, Chen Fan felt a jolt in his heart. This was a true display of overwhelming strength overcoming techniques. After landing the blow, Chen did not press the attack, but instead rode on to continue chasing Liu Yukai. Don't run. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and thrust his spear toward Chen Hu. A long spear blocked his path. I'm your opponent. Chen Hu, go on and chase. Chen Fan finally spoke. Chen Hu gave a heavy nod and rode after Liu Yukai. Wang Chong's face darkened as he looked at Chen Fan, never expecting to hit a solid rock this time. His enemies had not only fierce warriors, but also cavalry and archers. Even a child of 15 or 16 could pose a threat. Surrender and dismount, or I'll make you wish you were dead, Chen Fan roared. You? Dream on. Wang Chong gripped his spear tightly and lunged straight at him. Chen Fan raised his spear to block, and the two exchanged blows evenly. After a short while, Wang Chong shouted in shock, Mu family spear technique. How do you know the Mu family style? You don't need to know, Chen Fan replied, raising his spear again and launching an attack. Damn it, Wang Chong cursed and blocked Chen Fan's spear with his own. I am also part of the Mu family troops. When you return, ask the person who taught you this spear style if he knows someone named Mu Chong. With those words, Wang Chong rode his horse and retreated in another direction. Chen Fan stood there stunned. His opponent knew the Mu family spear techniques, which meant he must be connected to the Mu family forces. I must discuss this with father, he muttered. Then, Chen Fan pursued Chen Hu. Soon he caught up. Chen Hu, are you alright? I'm fine. Just didn't catch him. Let him escape. No problem. Let's go back first. Chapter 46. Infiltrating the bandit camp. Victory, victory. In the village, witnessing the bandits fleeing in defeat, the villagers were all elated and couldn't help shouting loudly. Chen Wu immediately ordered the battlefield to be cleared, the bodies arranged neatly, and the wounded who were still alive tied up, waiting for the authorities to arrive the next day. When Chen Hu and Chen Da returned, the scene had already been cleaned up. Upon seeing them, Chen Zheng stepped forward and asked, Are you injured? Thank you for your concern. Uncle, we're not injured, though we also didn't manage to capture anyone. Chen Da said shamefully, lowering his head. It's good that you're unharmed. Even the authorities couldn't catch them. There's nothing shameful about us failing to capture them. Chen Zheng comforted. You two go rest now. All right, I'll go find my father first. Chen Hu, you go rest. I need to find the master, Chen Hu replied. Chen Zheng said. Chen Hu, you don't need to look for Chen Fan now. He's not in the village. Don't ask where he went. He'll be back the night after tonight. Oh, I'm hungry. I'll go find something to eat. Chen Hu said. Chen Zheng was a bit speechless. Where did Chen Fan find this glutton? He was hungry again already. Don't need to look. There's still meat soup from today, and quite a few steamed buns. I'll take you there. Great. Thank you. Chen Da helplessly watched Chen Hu leave. This guy had tremendous strength, and an equally tremendous appetite. Chen Da then found Chen Wu and relayed everything that Wang Chong had said. Chen Wu frowned deeply. Father, exactly who is this Mu Chong? Mu Shuai's son. Chen Wu answered flatly with 5 words. Upon hearing the name Mu Shuai, Chen Da obediently shut his mouth. That was a sore spot connected with his father's past. The next day, Chen Wu had those villagers who had been killed by the bandits' arrows given a proper burial. Li Xiaoning gave 5 taels of silver as condolence money to each family. The villagers refused, but she insisted. Her reasoning was that Chen Fan was the captain of the civilian militia, and since he had temporarily left, she, as the captain's wife, should offer the compensation. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Chen Zheng then contacted the local officials, intending to give them credit for the victory, hoping to obtain a reward. This had been the original plan. The Chen family village shouldn't draw too much attention now. It would make them a target. Thus, they turned military achievement into a monetary reward. For eliminating 200 bandits, the authorities generously awarded a reward of 1,000 taels. Chen Zheng divided the 1,000 taels among the villagers, giving 20 taels to each household, which made everyone very happy. They could not only defeat bandits and eliminate a threat, but also receive silver. How could they not be delighted? Everyone knew that Chen Fan had played an invaluable role in this victory. Without his advanced preparations, they would have certainly been defeated. Not only were they outnumbered, but in terms of combat ability, their opponents were hardened criminals while they were merely ordinary villagers, people who rarely even slaughtered chickens, let alone killed people. Chen Fan followed a group of bandits back to Heihu camp. When Chang Wei learned about this, he immediately led everyone down the mountain again to rescue Liu Yukai and Wang Chong. This nearly ruined Chen Fan's plan to stay behind in the camp. Fortunately, they hadn't been off the mountain long when they encountered Liu Yukai, and shortly thereafter found Wang Chong, so they returned to Heihu camp again. Liu Yukai ordered all the bandits to rest, and said nothing more would be done until the next day. Chen Fan followed the rest to rest. Unlike the others, however, Chen Fan entered his special space to rest. The next morning, Chen Fan ate in his space before exiting. He looked carefully around the bandit camp, and then cautiously began to explore the surroundings. Who's there? A patrolling bandit noticed him. With a fawning expression, Chen Fan replied, It's me, Zhang Chong. Why haven't I seen you before? The bandit asked suspiciously. Chen Fan smiled and said, I'm new here. The elder brother who brought me was Yang Li. Oh, that explains it then. He's the one who brought you. You'd better stay away from that direction. The quarters of the 3 leaders are over there. Yes, Chen Fan nodded quickly. By the way, brother, I lost my knife last night. What should I do? You can just get another from the weapon storage. Thank you, brother, but I'm a bit directionally challenged. Yang Li brother took me there last time. Chen Fan said awkwardly. The patrolling bandit pointed toward a house in a specific direction. There it is. Just go there. Thank you, brother, Chen Fan said, feigning excitement as he headed toward the armory. The patrolling bandit mentioned this to his companion and laughed about it. He never doubted Chen Fan's identity at all. Who in their right mind would willingly join a bandit gang? Chen Fan arrived at the armory but was stopped by someone. This person was the manager in charge of the weapons. Who are you, and why have you come here? My name is Zhang Chong, and I'm new. My knife was lost last night, and I came to pick up another one. The manager gave Chen Fan a quick look and then said, come in. Choose a suitable weapon. Tonight, we still have an operation to conduct. Another operation? To seek revenge. Chen Fan asked curiously. The manager nodded and said, exactly. How can we not seek revenge for last night? I believe the 3 leaders will issue orders soon. So you're just making a guess. You made me excited for nothing. Chen Fan inwardly scorned. If they really went tonight, there was a chance to trap them all outside the village and completely eliminate the threat to the village. After entering the armory, Chen Fan saw many weapons, but most of them were wooden. There were fewer than 10 iron weapons. Among them were 3 iron-limbed bows, 2 iron swords, 3 Pu Dao blades, and 1 long spear. There are weapons belonging to 3rd leader Wang Chong, but Chong Wei's horse spear isn't here. Could it be in his own room? Without hesitation, Chen Fan put all the weapons into his special space. Then he took out a wooden Pu Dao and left the armory. The manager hadn't even entered the armory to check what was missing. Chen Fan glanced around. Seeing no patrolling bandits, he quickly headed toward the quarters of the 3 leaders. Chen De casually entered one of the rooms and found it very clean and simple. After searching through it, Chen Fan only found a flag bearing the character Mu, though it was a bit worn out. After searching for a while longer, he also discovered a token with the character Mu engraved on it. Chen Fan placed both items into his special space. Then he left the room and entered another. In this room, Chen Fan saw many books. He flipped through each one before placing them all into his space. These books could serve as showpieces, be used by Li Xiaoning to teach the children reading, or even be sold for some money. Just as Chen Fan was halfway through flipping through the books, he came across a letter. Without hesitation, Chen Fan opened it and found it was a message from Lu Jia, the head of the Lu family in the county town, addressed to Lu Yukai. Whoa, so Lu Yukai is actually someone deliberately placed by Lu Jia's family to control these bandits and help him deal with his rivals in town. After placing the letter into his space, Chen Fan searched further and found a box containing several hundred taels of silver and more than 10 letters. Without hesitation, Chen Fan put the box into his space. Not only that, he also took all the valuable items in the room. The writing desk, brushes, ink, paper, and yen, even the bedding, clothes, and the bed itself were all placed into his space. Chapter 47. Emptying everything out. In the end, Chen Fan discovered that the room had actually been emptied by him completely. There wasn't even a single piece of paper left. After quietly exiting the room, Chen Fan glanced left and right before entering the adjacent room. Inside the room, Chen Fan saw a set of armor, a horse spear, and a precious sword whose sheath and handle were inlaid with gemstones. Without hesitation, Chen Fan put all these items into his spatial realm. Immediately afterwards, he began rummaging around again, and whatever he thought might be useful to himself or others, he also placed into his spatial realm. Not long later, the room was nearly emptied as well. Chen Fan noticed that the clothes in this room were quite large, which would fit Chen Hu perfectly. That doesn't make sense. How can a bandit leader have no silver coins? Not to mention 10,000 taels, at least thousands should be available. There must be another treasure vault. Let's go check it out. After saying that, Chen Fan left the room and began wandering around the bandit hideout. Chen Fan noticed that aside from the patrolling members, there were only guards stationed outside the hideout, while the bandits inside moved freely, some gambling, some sleeping, and others just bragging. As he kept walking, he arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Brotherhood. Chen Fan glanced both ways. No one was around, so he stepped into the hall. Second brother, since we've lost more than half our men, shouldn't we ask Master Lu for money and reinforcements? Liu Yukai nodded. Not only should we ask for money and men, but we also need to report what happened at Chen Village. We currently can't handle people from Chen Village at all. Wang Chong said. Why fight with Chen Village? We could make Chen Village like Wang Manor, having them submit as our vassals, and simply pay taxes and tributes to us every month. Third brother, you're thinking too simply, Liu Yukai replied. Nowadays, Chen Village is so powerful they have no fear of us at all. Why would they give us tribute? What concerns me more is Wang Manor. When they heard about what happened to Chen Village, would they also dare to resist us? Do they dare? Looks like we'll have to make an example by killing a few, Chong Wei said. Big brother, second brother, I disagree. I don't mind bullying ordinary people, but I firmly refuse to kill innocent civilians. Third brother, don't involve yourself in this matter. Big brother, you just stay behind and guard the hideout. Big brother, please don't act hastily. I'll write a letter now to the tea house and have them deliver it to the Lu family. Also, the brothers in the hideout must start training. Otherwise, if we can't even defeat ordinary villagers, how can we fight against the imperial army? Liu Yukai suggested. What second brother said makes sense. Chong Wei nodded. Wang Chong also slightly nodded in agreement. Who's there? A voice startled the three at once. Chen Fan stepped out from behind a pillar, followed closely by 2 patrolling bandits. Who are you? Chong Wei asked. Liu Yukai stared at Chen Fan and said, why do you seem so familiar to me? Chen Fan immediately bowed respectfully to the 3 leaders and replied, reporting to the 3 esteemed leaders, a thief has entered the hideout. A thief? Chong Wei sneered. Black Tiger Hideout is the biggest gang in Linjiang County. What petty thief dares sneak in? Tell me, who exactly are you? Honorable leader, if you don't believe me, go check the armory. I just came out from there, and there's not a single weapon left, Chen Fan quickly explained. Chang Wei pointed at a bandit and ordered, you go check. Chen Fan suggested, honorable leader, this will cost too much time, and the thief might escape in the meantime. Why don't all three esteemed leaders come with me to check it together, and then ask people to inspect the hideout to see what else has been stolen? That's a good idea, Liu Yukai said. Brother, let's go check it out together. Fine. Chang Wei agreed reluctantly after seeing Liu Youcai's opinion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Fan followed them toward the armory. The manager hurried forward and bowed. Honorable leader, second leader, third leader. Chang Wei and the others briefly nodded. Open the armory now. Yes, honored leader. When the manager opened the armory's door, he shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Where are the weapons? Upon hearing that, the three leaders rushed forward urgently. Out of my way. Chang Wei shoved the manager aside. As the three looked at the completely empty armory, their faces were full of disbelief. How is this possible? Where are the weapons? Where's my long spear? They all shouted simultaneously, filled with disbelief, panic, and even a sense of absurdity. The bandit hideout had been broken into by a thief stealing everything. Such an absurd event. How could anyone believe that? Honored leader, Chen Fan spoke. I'm afraid other places might have been robbed as well, such as the warehouse, and even the leader's rooms. Hearing that, the three rushed quickly out of the armory and hurriedly headed toward the warehouse. So the warehouse was next to the Hall of Loyalty all along, Chen Fan mused inwardly. The warehouse door was pushed open, and Chen Fan saw inside there was grain, wine, and meat, but no money at all. This made Chen Fan extremely curious. How could such a large bandit hideout have no silver coins? At least the grain is still here. Otherwise, we would have to go down the mountain to raid for supplies. Liu Yukai exhaled in relief. Second leader, there's still your room and the others, Chen Fan reminded. At once, Chang Wei and the others left the warehouse heading toward their own rooms. In an instant, the warehouse became completely empty. No one remained inside, as all the bandits rushed out in panic following Chang Wei. Seeing this, Chen Fan without hesitation touched the grains and other daily necessities with his hand and absorbed them all into his spatial realm. Then he hurriedly followed them out, pretending to be calm and indifferent. Chang Wei suddenly let out an angry roar. Immediately, he ran out of his room, looking left and right among the crowd of bandits. Finally spotting Chen Fan's figure, he charged toward him. Chang Wei grabbed Chen Fan tightly and shouted, tell me, who did it? I don't know, Chen Fan replied nervously. Liu Yukai and Wang Chong also walked out from their rooms. Big brother, something is odd here. It's not him. Asking him won't help, Liu Yukai said. If it's not him, then who did it? Chang Wei shoved Chen Fan aside. I don't know, but I'm sure this happened after we came back. Third brother's red tasseled spear was still in use last night. Now it's gone, which proves this situation only began after our return. Liu Yukai paused, then lowered his voice, speaking only for the three brothers to hear. Big brother, third brother, emptying the armory and our own rooms would require a large number of people. We know the items were stolen, but whether they were taken off the mountain or hidden somewhere remains unknown. What worries me the most is the possibility that there's someone within the stronghold who isn't loyal to us. Impossible. They are all my sworn brothers who've risked their lives with me. Big brother, me and third brother are your true sworn brothers who have risked life and death with you. Others are nothing more than stepping stones on our path to climbing the heavenly ladder. Besides, both the armory and our rooms have been completely emptied. This act couldn't possibly be completed by just one person. Chapter 48, Return to the Village. Chang Wei was at a loss for words. Just as Liu Yukai had said, no single person could have possibly done all this. Even if someone could, carrying such large items away would surely draw attention. Therefore, if they didn't want to arouse suspicion, the only option would be doing it while everyone was asleep. However, during the night, all three of them had been in their rooms sleeping. Even if they emptied the armory, they couldn't have moved everything out of their quarters unnoticed. Therefore, it must have happened during the day while the three of them were discussing matters at the Hall of Brotherhood. Yet during daylight hours, the patrolling bandits surely would have noticed something, but nothing unusual had occurred. Unless someone pointed it out, they might not have realized the situation until several days later. Big brother, Liu Yukai continued. I suspect everyone is a potential suspect. Now that this has happened, some people might try to shift the blame onto others. Big brother, I think what second brother said makes sense, Wang Chong interjected. So what do we do now? Wait for them to reveal themselves, Liu Yukai replied. Leader, it's terrible. A bandit came running in a panic. Chang Wei's mood had already been bad, and upon hearing this news, his temper flared. He stomped heavily on the ground, venting his anger. Seeing Chang Wei couldn't control himself, Wang Chong quickly held him back. Big brother, stop quickly or you'll beat this brother to death. Chang Wei shook off Wang Chong's grasp and shouted furiously, Speak up! What's going on? TT, the goods in the warehouse are all gone. Leader, the bandit reported with a pained expression. Meanwhile, he silently cursed himself for suffering this unexpected misfortune. That's impossible. We just came back from the warehouse, Chang Wei said. Unlike Chang Wei's reaction, Liu Yukai immediately rushed toward the warehouse. Big brother, let's go check it out too. Wang Chong followed helplessly. Other bandits followed suit, and Chen Fan also went along. When Chang Wei and others arrived, Liu Yukai walked out appearing dazed. Seeing Liu Youcai's expression, Chang Wei knew the bandits' report was true, but he still rushed into the warehouse, unwilling to believe it. Wang Chong followed him inside, while Lu Yukai stopped other bandits from entering. What are you looking at? Go back. Yes, second leader. Although puzzled, the bandits dared not disobey orders and all left. Chen Fan looked at Lu Yukai for a moment, thinking to himself, it seems intellectuals do possess clever minds. By keeping others out, he successfully maintains everyone's morale. Otherwise, without grain reserves in the warehouse, the bandits might abandon the stronghold. Chen Fan left the warehouse and headed for the Hall of Brotherhood. When no one was around, he entered his space. He believed that Chong Wei and the others would definitely come here to discuss the matter. Inside the space, after feeding the chickens, Chen Fan picked a big pear from a pear tree and washed it with spiritual spring water before beginning to eat. Before long, Chen Fan saw Chong Wei and the other three returning. Second brother, tell me, how could this have happened? Thousands of pounds of grain just vanished. It's simply impossible. No, it's definitely possible, Lu Yukai replied. As long as enough hands are available, not only thousands, but even tens of thousands of pounds could be moved. So second brother means someone in the mountain betrayed us? Precisely, Lu Yukai said. It's very likely that we lost too many brothers last night, causing some people to grow fearful. They stole items from the stronghold and fled. Second brother's reasoning makes sense, Wang Chong added. That's why there were no thefts previously. Now that people are scared, they want to steal some goods and escape from here. Listening inside the space, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile, surprised at how imaginative Lu Yukai was, unknowingly saving him much trouble. Big brother, third brother, I must personally go down the mountain. The two of you must remain here in the mountain stronghold and constantly monitor the others' movements. Pay particular attention to anyone attempting to leave the mountain. Understood. Both Chong Wei and Wang Chong responded simultaneously. Within the space, Chen Fan grew suspicious of Lu Yotsai's identity. Seeing how Chong Wei and Wang Chong behaved, he began to suspect that Lu Yukai was truly the actual leader. After Chong Wei and Wang Chong left to see Lu Yukai off, Chen Fan emerged from the space. Though he wanted to follow Lu Yukai, he worried about being discovered and alerting him. Immediately after, Chen Fan strolled around the mountain stronghold and collected anything he found useful into his space. Even the stone tables and benches in the stronghold were placed into the space. This caused the bandits to think that because they committed too many evil deeds, heaven was warning them. Everyone believed this theory. Even Chong Wei and Wang Chong thought so too. That same night, Chen Fan used the cover of darkness and his system space to return. Chen Fan didn't take the road toward Wangshan, but instead chose a mountain path near the hill. Thanks to the markers, even though it was a mountain path, Chen Fan wasn't worried. If he encountered any wild beasts in the middle, he had planned to hunt and kill them. Unfortunately, aside from hearing wolf howls and bird calls, there wasn't even the sound of insects. Chen Fan descended the mountain smoothly. Then he placed all the weapons, clothes, and other miscellaneous items on the mountain. Even the 2 goats and 4 deer were taken out. Only the grain remained inside. Chen Fan intended to keep it as emergency rations. Finally, Chen Fan headed toward the village. Master, it's the master. The master has returned. On the watchtower, Chen Feng saw Chen Fan by moonlight and immediately shouted loudly. His voice stirred the entire village. Li Xiaoning, Chen Wu, and others quickly walked out. Once the village gate was opened, everyone came out. Li Xiaoning walked at the front and rushed into Chen Fan's embrace. Husband, you've finally returned. I'm sorry to have worried you. With just those few words, their bond deepened further. Seeing the people before him, Chen Fan patted Li Xiaoning's shoulders, and the two parted. Uncle Zheng, Uncle Wu, you both should now send people to the foot of the mountain. There are many things there. Bring everything back. All right, Chen Zheng replied. Dao, you take some people to bring them back. Yes, uncle. There aren't enough people. Everyone go. Also take the donkey carts and horse carts. Chen Fan said. So much stuff, Chen Zheng said in surprise. Chen Fan nodded seriously. All right then, Chen Wu, you stay behind. I'll go with everyone else. Fine, Chen Fan said. Chen Hu, you 3 should go as well. Yes, master. Chen Hu and the other 2 followed the group. Uncle Wu, let's go back first. We'll discuss the bandits once Uncle Zheng returns. All right, Li Xiaoning said. Husband, I'll go prepare something for you to eat. All right. Chapter 49, Distilled Spirits. At the foot of Lin Mountain, Chen Zheng stood there bewildered, staring at the weapons, meat, clothes, a bed with bedding, and piles of meat, seasonings, salt, oil, and all sorts of other items scattered on the ground. Fortunately, Chen Dahu reminded him, or else he wouldn't have known how long he would have stood there stunned. Although there were many people, there were also a lot of things, so everyone spent quite a while moving everything to the estate. Chen Zheng also made a record of all the items. Finally, he came to Chen Fan's house with the inventory book. Uncle Zheng, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for quite a while, Chen Fan teased. Chen Zheng replied helplessly. Can you blame me? It's not my fault you've got so many things. Just moving everything took more than half an hour, not to mention the time needed to record everything. Here is the inventory, take a look. Chen Fan took the book and flipped through it casually. It looks like a lot, but in reality, it's not that much. It's plenty. Just the meat alone is over 500 gene. There are also so many books, clothes, weapons, and even firewood, oil, salt. Plus the sausages, hams, and smoked meat we already had. As long as the bandits don't come, we'll have a better new year than in previous years. Don't worry. Before the new year, the mountain bandits won't have time to harass us, but we still can't let our guard down. Chen Fan then told them everything he had done on the mountain, describing how he had stolen everything and created the sense of mystery around the missing goods. After hearing this, both Chenjia and Chen Wu opened their eyes wide. You mean you stole everything by yourself? Chenjia asked. Chen Fan nodded. That's right. I worked really hard on it. Oh, Uncle Wu, I found these two things in the bandit camp. Chen Fan took out the flag with the character Mu and the token with the same character. Chen Wu abruptly stood up, then knelt down, tears streaming down his face. General Mu, Chen Fan, and Chenjia also stood up. They could feel how significant these two objects were to Chen Wu. The General Mu? Could this be the general's military flag and token? Chenjia said. Chen Fan didn't know, but Chenjia did. Chen Wu had once served under General Mu, the so-called war god of the Daqian Empire. After General Mu was murdered, the Mu army was disbanded and scattered across the land. Chen Fan handed the two items to Chen Wu. Uncle Wu, since these two things are so important to you, I'll entrust them to you. Thank you. Chen Wu accepted them and sincerely said, thank you. It's my honor to do so. Uncle Wu, don't be so formal. This is the Mu army thanking you. Chen Fan nodded and helped Chen Wu stand up. Uncle Wu, first get up. I'm just curious. How could the bandits have General Mu's belongings? Because of Mu Chong, General Mu's adopted son. He might be Wang Chong, the third bandit leader. Chen Wu speculated, and then recounted the story of Chen Dao. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. He could recognize the Mu family spear techniques at a glance. That person is very likely General Mu's adopted son, Mu Chong. We'll give you a chance to meet him later. All right, Chen Wu nodded. The three then discussed some plans for the village before they all departed. In the following days, Chen Fan also joined the training, though he didn't practice with the spear, but with the sword. He only practiced 3 moves: stab, slash, and cleave. Those who used wooden swords only practiced cleaving techniques, just enough to cut down enemies. Those wielding spears, on the other hand, were taught the Mu family spear techniques. After all, that was the only technique Chen Wu knew. 7 days later, the new batch of liquor was ready. Chenjia found Chen Fan. Chen Fan, the new liquor has just been brewed. I opened a jar a moment ago, and its taste can rival the wine from Chui's distillery. Chen Fan sneered. What's so special about Chui's liquor? Compared to ours, it's nothing but horse urine. Uncle Zhang, bring all the wine, follow me. Okay. Chen Wu brought 10 jars of wine into a room where there was a large vat covered with a lid, a bamboo tube inserted into it, and beneath it was a stove. What is this? This is a distillation apparatus. The final step in brewing liquor, Chen Fan explained. What are you doing? How can you just pour away such good wine? When Chenjia saw Chen Fan pouring all the wine into the vat, he couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. But then he remembered Chen Fan had said this was the last step in the process, and immediately shut his mouth. Once all 10 jars were poured in, the whole room was filled with the aroma of alcohol. Light the fire, Chen Fan ordered. Someone immediately lit the stove. Chen Fan placed an empty jar under the end of the bamboo tube. Uncle Zhang, from now on, brewing will be your responsibility. Distillation is the most important step. Distilled liquor can be divided into 3 parts: the head, the heart, and the tail. The head is the strongest, burning the throat and chest, and can only be consumed in small amounts. The heart is the best, strong but smooth, rich and fragrant. It's the most valuable part. The tail is the worst, weak in flavor, with scattered and faint bubbles. Even the tail, however, is still better than the wine from Chui's distillery. Chenjia understood. The distilled liquor was incredibly good, yet he couldn't grasp why. If it was all distilled liquor, there had to be a distinction between head, heart, and tail. Chen Fan, too lazy to explain, simply didn't bother. How could people in the Daqian Dynasty understand the principles behind this? Before long, Chenjia saw liquid begin to flow from the bamboo tube. A much more intense aroma quickly filled the entire room. Chenjia thought even someone who didn't drink would get drunk just from smelling it. Chen Fan scooped up a small bowl of the liquor and handed it to Chenjia and the others. Everyone, take a taste. Everyone took a sip, instantly feeling their throats burn, followed by a burning sensation in their stomachs. This wine was truly strong. All their faces turned red, and 2 of them already began feeling dizzy. Chen Fan also took a sip, then said, "This is the head, burning the throat and chest." After a while, Chen Fan replaced the jar with an empty one and gave everyone another taste. Chen Jiang's eyes lit up. It's still strong, but the aroma is rich and lasting. More importantly, when the liquor goes from the throat to the stomach, it only feels warm in the stomach, no burning sensation. This is the heart, Chen Fan said. This is the liquor we will sell. As for the head, we can use it as alcohol. Alcohol. It can be used to clean wounds, preventing infection. Chen Zheng didn't seem particularly impressed and merely said, "Oh." Chen Fan could only look at him wordlessly. If Chen Wu had been there, he surely would have been astonished. On the battlefield, injuries were common, and infections followed closely. This alcohol would be a life-saving item for soldiers. Finally, the tail was also tasted by everyone. To Chen Zheng, even the tail was an excellent grade of liquor. Out of the 10 jars, only 8 contained liquor suitable for sale. Chen Zheng also learned the distillation technique, and from then on, brewing would be his responsibility. The next day, Chen Fan brought the 8 jars of liquor to the county town, accompanied by Chen Hu and Chen Dao. The others were all engaged in training. Chapter 50, A Name Change. Zaidateo Village. Tian Laohu and Tian Solon learned that the Chen family village had killed many bandits and earned great credit. The local authorities had even rewarded them with 1,000 taels of silver. This made them extremely envious. Dad, Chen family village has fewer people than us, but they managed to repel the bandits and earned a fortune. We can do the same too. How about we also organize a local militia and defeat some bandits? Then we can also earn 1,000 taels of silver. Tian Solon tempted. Tian Laohu felt a bit tempted. 1,000 taels was too alluring. With that much money, they could live comfortably inside the inner city. Fine, we will also establish a militia, Tian Laohu said determinedly. Go to the city, find your eldest brother, tell him we are organizing a militia, and ask them to give us some weapons. Okay, I'll leave immediately. Then, the couple, Tian Solon and her husband, headed to the county city again. The news of Chen family village eliminating the bandits had already spread throughout the region, and many villages wanted to form militias to resist the bandits. However, aside from Daqian village, all other villages ultimately gave up, because they neither had the ability nor, more importantly, the funds. Chen family village succeeded because of Chen Fan hunting daily to provide meat for the villagers, Chen Wu's martial training methods, the village chief Chen Zheng's unconditional support for Chen Fan, and most importantly, Chen Fan's abilities. Without such factors, any independent attempt to form a village militia would certainly end in failure. On the way to the county seat, Chen Dahu rode on horseback while Chen Fan sat on the horse-drawn cart, with Chen Hu driving. There were also 8 jars of wine on the cart. Along the way, Chen Fan saw several wandering refugees, frowning slightly. It seemed the border situation wasn't promising. Perhaps the Beatty would invade after spring came. Suddenly, Chen Dahu spoke up. Chen Fan go, I want to change my name. Why? Chen Fan was a bit startled. I think my name is too common, and there are too many tigers. Look at Daqian village. They have Tian Laohu, and probably others like Tian Hu, Tian Da too. Even in our own village, 3 people are named Dahu, and now we have another one, Chen Hu. Chen Hu quickly replied, my name was given to me by the young master. I really like it. He said, I am a mighty tiger of Daqian, possessing the strength to defend the pass against thousands. That's true. Your strength is undeniable. Probably 10 Mies combined wouldn't be able to beat you, but your speed is lacking, and you don't know how to use finesse. If you meet skilled opponents, you might be at a disadvantage, Chen Dahu warned. So what? No matter who they are, I can just punch them dead. Chen Hu clenched his right fist and swung it powerfully in the air, generating a strong gust. Chen Fan said, Dahu makes a good point. Chen Hu, you should learn from Uncle Wu. He was trained by General Mu, and he can teach you a lot. In the future, you'll be able to fight in wars, forge your own path towards wealth and status. I can't keep holding you 3 brothers back forever. Of course, if you don't want to leave, I won't push you away either. I actually hope you stay with me forever. You needn't worry, young master. Even if Chen Qi and Chen Feng leave, I won't leave. Chen Fan nodded and said, Dahu, you want to change your name. Have you told your parents yet? Why wouldn't they agree? Help me pick one. Chen Fan go. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll give you a name. How about Polu? Chen Fan go. Does Lu here mean prisoner? Not at all. It refers to Hulu, meaning nomadic tribes like the Beatty, Xiongnu, or Turkic peoples. Polu means to defeat these northern invaders. Polu signifies the act of breaking the Hulu and defeating them. Oh, I see. From now on, call me Polu, Chen Polu. I shall defeat all the Hulu in the world, Chen Dahu said excitedly. Chen Hu, from now on call me Chen Polu, understand? Yes, Dahu. Call me Polu. Chen Polu gritted his teeth and shouted. Oh, right, Polu. Chen Hu finally seemed to understand, calling out with his usual simple-minded tone, which only made Chen Polu grit his teeth even more. As they approached the city gate, Chen Fan told Chen Hu and Chen Polu to go in first and wait for him at the Yun Lion. Though puzzled, Chen Hu and Chen Polu entered the city without hesitation. Chen Fan then covered the wine jars with a piece of burlap and drove the cart toward the city gate. The city guards, seeing Chen Fan again, felt uneasy and dared not even approach him. The incident involving Pinyin had already left a deep psychological scar on them. Chen Fan, however, deliberately stopped the cart, pulled off the burlap cover, and took out a jar of wine, saying, Honorable soldiers, this is some new wine I brewed. It's for you, please accept it. This. The 2 guards looked at each other in suspicion. Without a word, Chen Fan broke the seal himself. Instantly, a strong fragrance spread into the air, making all the wine-loving soldiers drool. Sir, this wine smells fantastic. Could I buy a jar? I'd also like to buy one. Me too. Once one soldier broke the silence, others quickly followed. Chen Fan smiled and said, Honorable soldiers, if you wish to drink wine, you may go to the Yun Lai Inn. I will sell my wine to this inn. Of course, others who wish to buy may come to Chen family village. But this time I only brewed this much. If you wish to buy more, you'll have to wait half a month. Without waiting for the 2 guards to respond, Chen Fan carried a jar of wine in his arms, walked straight to the supply area, and placed the jar on the ground. He did not ask for anything in return. Sir officers, the wine is placed right here. I hope you enjoy it. I'll enter the city first. Then, Chen Fan drove his horse cart into the city gate. The 2 guards simply stood there, watching Chen Fan enter the city. None of them dared to touch him. The previous disappearances of the goods had been too baffling. The reason Chen Fan separated from Chen Hu and Chen Polu was to avoid giving the city guards the impression that he had companions. Arriving at the Yun Lai Inn, Chen Fan immediately noticed the wine merchant cart from Chui Family Distillery. He also saw the condescending manager of Chui Family Distillery, who was currently discussing business with Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou, I've come to deliver the wine, Chen Fan intentionally said loudly. Both Manager Zhou and Manager Chui turned to look at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Hu and Chen Polu arrived at Chen Fan's side. Master, Chen Fan go. Chen Fan nodded and said, Dahu, you guard the cart. Chen Hu, carry a jar of wine and follow me. Yes. Both responded in unison. Manager Zhou excused himself to Manager Chui and walked toward Chen Fan. Chen Xiaoga, I thought you were just joking. I never expected that you would actually start brewing wine. Manager Chui also approached and sneered. A small family-run distillery dares to show off in front of Chui Family Distillery? How ridiculous. What did you say? Chen Hu glared fiercely at Manager Chui, clearly ready to beat him up at any moment. This caused Manager Chui to hesitate in his steps. He actually felt afraid. Chen Hu, don't respond to him. Chen Fan scolded. Yes. Chen Fan smiled and said, my men are uneducated and disrespectful. I hope Manager Zhou isn't offended. This time I only brought a few jars of wine, merely for Manager Zhou to taste. Chen Hu, open the wine jars. Chapter 51, Selling Wine. Chen Hu opened the wine jar, and instantly the aroma of the wine filled the air. Both Zhou Zhonggui and Chui Zhonggui sniffed simultaneously, their expressions carrying a hint of shock. But their shock was not the same. Zhou Zhonggui was pleasantly surprised, while Chui Zhonggui was startled in fear. May I have a taste of this wine? Zhou Zhonggui asked. Chen Fan took the wine jar from Chen Hu and said, of course, shall we go inside to talk? Please, come in. Chui Zhonggui gestured with an inviting hand. Chen Fan smiled and said, Chen Hu, Pulu, you two carry all the wine into the tavern. Yes. Chui Zhonggui immediately became anxious and hastily said, wait. Zhou Zhonggui paused and asked, is there anything else, Chui Zhonggui? Chui Zhonggui said, Zhou Zhonggui, everything has its proper order. We were already discussing the quantity of wine for next month. How can you ignore me just because of someone else's arrival? Zhou Zhonggui smiled slightly and asked, Chui Zhonggui, did you catch the scent of this wine? I did. Since you smelled it, may I ask if your wine can compare to this young man's wine? You? Chui Zhonggui's face turned cold. Zhou Zhonggui, think carefully about this. I believe no one in this world would have any reason to refuse good wine. Do you guarantee he can brew that much wine? Even if he can, are you sure he can deliver it to you? Chui Zhonggui sneered. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan realized this was an outright threat. Chen Hu and Chen Pulu wanted to beat up Chui Zhonggui, but were stopped by Chen Fan. Zhou Zhonggui's expression became very serious. He looked at Chen Fan and said, young man, I believe in you. Chen Fan bowed and said, thank you, Master Zhou, for your trust. These 7 jars of wine are a gift from me. You too, quickly help the master deliver them into the tavern. Oh, okay. Chen Hu and Chen Pulu carried all the wine into the tavern. Chui Zhonggui, furious, burst into laughter. Very well then, Zhou Zhonggui, don't regret it later. Let's go. Don't expect me to see you off, Zhou Zhonggui replied. After Chui Zhonggui left, Zhou Zhonggui bowed toward Chen Fan and said, sorry for making you witness such a scene. Come, let's talk inside. Please. After entering the tavern with Zhou Zhonggui, Chen Fan couldn't wait to taste a sip of the distilled wine. The fragrance is intoxicating, the flavor is rich, strong but not burning the chest. Excellent wine. Master Zhou is indeed a connoisseur of fine wine. Chen Fan flattered. Zhou Zhonggui smiled and asked, does it have a name? Yes, it's called Drunk Among Mortals. What a great name, Drunk Among Mortals. Is there one called Drunk Immortal too? That remains to be seen. Considering the unrest from the northern nomads beyond the frontier, having Drunk Among Mortals is already quite good. Indeed, Zhou Zhonggui sighed, then said, young man, I need 300 jars of Drunk Among Mortals every month. Can you supply it? Of course, 5 taels per jar. I'll need a portion of the deposit from you first, because I need to buy grain. That's acceptable. How much deposit do you need? 300 taels. Chen Fan raised 3 fingers. Chen Pulu, standing beside, couldn't help but take a deep breath. This money seemed too easy to earn. Done, Zhou Zhonggui said. If you can't provide the wine a month later, I won't ask for compensation. Just return my deposit. Fair enough. Then, the two signed a contract, after which Chen Fan left. Brother Chen Fan, this money is so easy to make. We instantly got 300 taels, Chen Pulu exclaimed excitedly. Chen Fan smiled. That's nothing. Selling this wine will bring 1,500 taels. And this is only one tavern from Master Zhou. Others can also come to our winery to purchase. At that time, the money will be even more. Brother Chen Fan, you're really smart. Master is truly amazing. Chen Hu laughed. All right, let's go to the cloth shop, buy some fabrics, and upon returning, make each member of the civil militia a set of clothes. Master, I'm hungry. Chen Hu said at this moment. Can we eat first? All right, I'll take you to eat. Chen Fan took Chen Hu and Chen Dadeger to a pancake shop, reserved the entire place, went to a steamed bun shop, bought many buns, also bought many water bags, and then bought a large quantity of fabrics. Finally, they went to the local government office, spent some money to register their weapons, paid 100 taels to get 10 sets of equipment, 10 Pudeo swords, and 10 sets of armor. He also paid another 100 taels for 10 long spears and 10 sets of armor. Chen Hu actually took a liking to a Yen Yu Dao. Chen Fan had to pay 20 taels to get this weapon. As for armor, Chong Wei set would suit him perfectly. Out of the 300 taels, there were only 80 left in an instant. Brother Chen Fan, why did you buy so many weapons? Chen Pulu asked in confusion. Obviously for fighting bandits, Chen Fan laughed. And also for protecting the vineyard and the village. I see. Chen Fan smiled faintly. He knew Chen Pulu had asked the question mainly because of his young age and inexperience. Unlike Chen Fan, who had lived 2 lives, especially the one in his previous incarnation, where he had undergone 9 years of education, experienced high school and university, and even endured the harsh lessons of society. Therefore, ever since arriving in this ancient era, Chen Fan had always been cautious, thinking at least 3 steps ahead with every move. The remaining 80 taels of silver were meant for purchasing grain. Although in his spatial realm, he still had money and plenty of grain, he preferred not to touch them for now. He kept them as a backup, part of his long-term preparation. Walking along, Chen Fan suddenly saw a grand mansion that rivaled the local government office in scale. Above the main gate hung a plaque inscribed with 2 characters, Lu Mansion. Chen Fan's lips curved slightly as he said, Chen Hu. Chen Pulu. You two return to the village first. I need to investigate inside the Lu Mansion. Chen Pulu stared at the grand estate in surprise and exclaimed, could this Lu Mansion really be the one colluding with mountain bandits? It's very likely, Chen Fan replied. If you two follow me, I'll be at a disadvantage. Go back first. I'll return before nightfall. All right, be careful. Please be cautious, master. Hearing their thunderous voices, Chen Fan couldn't help but say, enough, don't speak so loudly. As if you want everyone to know what I'm about to do. Chen Hu immediately covered his mouth, while Chen Pulu scratched his head awkwardly. Go on. Then I'll leave the warhorse behind. No need. I'll find my own way back. Okay. After watching Chen Hu and the others leave, Chen Fan proceeded to the rear of the Lu Mansion. Once he confirmed no one was around, he used his spatial ability to enter through the back entrance. Inside the courtyard, Chen Fan noticed 3 horses. At a glance, he could tell they were all top-quality steeds. Without hesitation, he absorbed them into his spatial realm, an unexpected joy. The warhorses he had purchased were suitable for regular cavalry use, but not suitable as long-term mounts for Chen Hu. But these 3 were perfect. When I return, I'll have Chen Hu properly train them. Who knows? Maybe they'll even produce offspring. Not only did he take the horses, but he also collected the feed, premium quality feed, excellent for nourishing the animals. Chapter 52. Investigating the Lu residence. Chen Fan carefully walked through the side courtyard, hiding whenever he saw a servant or maid, either behind pillars or within his space. When he spotted a set of servant clothes in the courtyard, he immediately stole them and entered his space to change. Then, Chen Fan exited his space again, deliberately smearing some dust on his face to conceal his identity. Chen Fan wanted to find the letters, which would be the evidence proving that the Lu family had colluded with bandits. Of course, he wasn't even sure whether such evidence would be useful in this era. But the Lu estate was just too vast, and Chen Fan searched for a long time without any luck. Several times along the way, people had questioned him, asking who he was and saying they'd never seen him before. Chen Fan simply brushed them off by claiming he was a new servant. Fortunately, those maids and servants were all low-level workers who had no idea whether a new servant had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been exposed for sure. The Lu family estate wasn't like Black Tiger bandit camp. It wasn't chaotic. One careless move, and he might be discovered. If he were caught, he could be hunted down by the guards. Help, help. Suddenly, Chen Fan heard a woman crying for help and quickly pinpointed a room, though there was a guard standing outside the door. Thinking for a moment, Chen Fan came up with a plan. He waited until no one was around and the guard wasn't paying attention, then entered his space. He immediately exited again, moving behind a pillar much closer to the guard. Chen Fan entered his space once more, this time wearing a mask and holding a sturdy wooden club, making the motion of preparing to swing it. Then, he reappeared, this time directly behind the guard. The moment he appeared, Chen Fan struck the guard hard on the back of the head with the club. The guard fell to the ground with a thud. Sure enough, it worked. Could this be the method I use for assassinations from now on? Chen Fan thought to himself. At that moment, cries for help came again from the room. Help! Help! Keep shouting. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Upon hearing the dialogue from inside, Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Those lines were way too cliched. Then, Chen Fan kicked the door with all his strength, breaking it open. Damn it! Who dares to interrupt my fun? A young man with delicate features, but a look of arrogance impatiently shouted at Chen Fan. But when he saw Chen Fan holding a wooden club and wearing a mask, he instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Fan slowly approached him. Who are you? I am the Lu family's young master. If you dare. Master? More like the eldest son. Chen Fan directly swung hard at the head of the young Lu heir, and the boy immediately stopped talking. The girl nearby, however, was startled by this. Chen Fan ignored her and dragged the guard inside, then shut the door. Only then did Chen Fan ask the girl about her identity. Who are you and why are you here? My name is Xiaohong. I was selling vegetables on the street when they forcibly dragged me here, wanting to do indecent things to me. If not for my benefactor rescuing me, I see. Now you should change into the guard's clothes and pretend to be a guard escaping from the Lu household. Chen Fan also searched the young Lu heir and the guard, taking some silver coins and handing them to Xiaohong. Take this money, then leave Linjiangxian with everyone else and start a small business elsewhere. Xiaohong accepted the silver coins and knelt respectfully before Chen Fan. Thank you, my kind benefactor. Thank you. All right, hurry up and change. I'll wait for you by the door. Then, Chen Fan walked out of the room. Not long after, Xiaohong stepped out of the room. Benefactor, I'm ready. Chen Fan gave her a quick once-over and said, Good, looks quite convincing. But remember, if someone asks you questions, say you are obeying the young master's orders to buy medicine from the herbal shop. If the person stopping you asks what medicine you're buying, act angry and scold him for not being worthy to know. Will that really work? You're a woman, so you wouldn't understand. This young master clearly spends all his time on liquor, women, and pleasure. Without medicinal help, he's no real man. Okay, go now. I still have important matters to attend to. Yes, my kind benefactor. We shall meet again someday. After watching Xiaohong leave, Chen Fan went back inside, stripped the young Lu heir of his clothes, and changed into them. Then he bound both the heir and the guard tightly, stuffing a cloth into each of their mouths. Chen Fan walked out of the room once more, fanning himself while using the fan to cover half his face. He now looked just like a true young master. Greetings to the fourth young master. Greetings to the fourth young master. So that was the fourth young master from the Lu family earlier, Chen Fan mused silently. The servants along the way bowed respectfully when they saw Chen Fan, not daring to lift their heads and gaze directly at his face, making Chen Fan feel much more relaxed and gradually bolder. Chen Fan arrived at a courtyard and casually entered a room. He found the house very spacious, with an inner chamber, outer room, living hall, and study. The rich really do live extravagantly. Immediately, Chen Fan put everything inside his space. Without delay, he went to other rooms and did the same, storing everything inside his space. After repeating this process in 4 rooms, Chen Fan finally reached outside the study and saw a familiar figure exiting a room. It was Lu Yukai, the second in command of Black Tiger Bandit Camp. Chen Fan didn't chase after Lu Yukai, but instead came to the outside of a room. Using his spatial ability, he observed what was happening inside. Inside, he saw a middle-aged man and a young man sitting face to face. Father, the young man spoke. How could you believe that, Lu Yukai? How is it even possible for things to disappear into thin air like that? He's just trying to blackmail us. Silence. Do you think I don't know that? The middle-aged man angrily replied. However, it's true they lost more than 200 men. My second brother has already sent people over. The Chen family village wiped out more than 200 bandits, and the county magistrate gave them 1,000 taels of silver as a reward. Originally, we planned to supply the Chun village militia with more weapons, but your uncle stopped that along with a few others. Otherwise, Chen family village would have grown even stronger, which certainly isn't good news for us. Father, shall I send people to Chen family village and bring them under our Lu family? When we return to the inner city, that would be considerable military strength and could help us negotiate certain leverage within the main family. The middle-aged man thought for a moment before saying, that could be possible, but they are already sworn enemies with the Black Tiger bandits. They might make some unreasonable demands. Chen Fan sneered. Just as I thought, the Lu family is the true mastermind behind the Black Tiger bandits, and they want to absorb Chen family village. Let me show you how to ruin your plans. We Lu family, noticing those commoners should already be considered their ancestors' good fortune. They dare to make demands? I'll destroy them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, then I'll leave this to you. If they act too arrogantly, they no longer deserve to exist. Chapter 53, Future Plans. When Chen Fan heard the middle-aged man's words, a trace of ferocity appeared on his face. Asterisk, you want to destroy my Chen family village? I'll destroy the Lu family first. Asterisk. Not long after, the middle-aged and young men left the room. Chen Fan used his spatial ability to enter the room. After glancing around, he realized it was a study. Immediately, he emptied everything from the room. No paper, not even a single cabinet was left behind. Then, Chen Fan left the study. Seeing that it was already getting late, Chen Fan decided to leave. Because he was wearing the clothes of the fourth young master of the Lu family, and deliberately covering half his face with a fan, Chen Fan left the Lu mansion brazenly. Actually, the fourth young master of the Lu family had a terrible temper and was disliked by everyone. Not a single servant dared to approach Chen Fan willingly. Just as Chen Fan left the county town, the entire Lu family erupted into chaos. First, the fourth young master was discovered tied together shirtless with a guard, shivering from the cold by now. Then, several rooms were found completely emptied, especially the patriarch's study, which had been stripped clean without even a single piece of paper left. The Lu family head immediately gathered all members of the household to search for the missing items. He believed that with so many things, they must still be on the premises and hadn't yet been smuggled out. However, after searching every room and finding nothing, and questioning every passerby on the road, no one had seen anyone transporting items out of the Lu mansion. The eldest son of the Lu family recalled what Lu Yukai had said. Something similar had happened at Heihujai too. The steward of the Lu mansion told the patriarch that things had also gone missing inexplicably at the city gate before. Later, a Taoist priest was invited to perform rituals, and since then no further items had disappeared. So on that very day, the Lu mansion summoned a Taoist priest to conduct exorcism and drive away evil spirits. All of this, however, was unknown to Chen Fan, and even if he knew, he'd only give 2 words, SB. Chen Fan returned to the manor before sunset. Everyone in the estate was having dinner. The evening meal consisted of smoked meat and sausages they had just made not long ago. Back at his quarters, Li Xiaoning brought a bowl of meat soup to Chen Fan. After sipping a mouthful of hot soup, Chen Fan said, Xiaoning, go bring Master Wu and Master Zheng over. I'll go find them. Eat slowly. Although Chen Fan verbally agreed, he finished his meal with surprising speed. By the time Chen Wu and others arrived, Chen Fan had already tidied the dining table. When Chen Zheng saw Chen Fan, he smiled. Chen Fan, we've all heard about it. You landed a 1,500 taels job this time. From now on, the whole village will rely on you. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Uncle Zheng, you personally tasted my Zui Ren Jian. Isn't this quite natural? Natural indeed. Absolutely natural. Everyone laughed. Chen Wu then spoke. Chen Fan, the bandits have been frightened by us already. They won't dare to come back soon. Why did you purchase so much weaponry? Uncle Wu, the bandits merely lost half their numbers, but they haven't truly been scared off. Moreover, our real danger does not come from them. It's the Northern D and the chaos about to come. Chen Fan's face darkened. Well, The Northern D situation can be planned for. Maybe the Imperial Court will offer many incentives. It's unlikely they would attack the border, Chen Wu responded. But a chaotic age? Impossible. The Daqian Dynasty has stood for 500 years. How could it collapse just like that? Don't exaggerate. Chen Fan shook his head, then repeated what he had overheard from the Liu family. Uncles, according to the Lius, the inner-city noble families have already begun recruiting soldiers and weapons. Though I don't know what's happening at court, I know one saying holds true. One cannot sleep peacefully with another snoring near one's bed. Would the emperor really allow noble families to maintain private armies? Chen Wu and Chen Zheng fell silent. After a moment, Chen Wu asked, "Then, what are your plans?" Chen Fan replied, "Gather strength, stockpile food and wealth. Should real chaos come someday, we can quickly recruit soldiers and expand our strength. Once we have strength, we can choose whether to support the imperial court or seek a new ruler. At present, forming the civilian militia is to protect ourselves. In the future, it will be to protect all the people of the land." Uncle Zheng, you once followed General Mo. What was his goal? To drive away the barbarians of the Northern D and restore peace to the people along the borders, Chen Wu answered solemnly. In that case, the task General Mu couldn't complete, we shall carry on. What we want to achieve is not only peace along the borders, but peace for all the people under heaven, Chen Fan declared solemnly. Chen Zheng and Chen Wu both turned deeply serious as well. Chen Zheng asked, "What exactly do you have in mind?" Chen Fan said, "As the saying goes, even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. We're still too weak. Even facing a branch family of the Liu clan, we're like ants. Therefore, we cannot be too conspicuous right now. I plan to secretly develop under the name of the winery." Chen Wu and Chen Zheng nodded slightly. This idea is good. In this way, even if the authorities find out, they can't say much, Chen Zheng said. Exactly, Chen Fan replied. So starting tomorrow, everyone should address me as the young master. I will give each of them a monthly salary of 2 taels of silver. That's too much, Chen Zheng said. Not for family members, Chen Fan replied. And you two will get even more, 10 taels each per month. However, you'll have many responsibilities. Uncle Zheng, you will become the chief steward, mainly responsible for business and logistics. Uncle Wu, you will become the second steward, in charge of training soldiers. Whether male or female, everyone must train. When actually facing enemies, women can be even more dangerous. It's better for them to suffer through training than to die. I will have Li Xiaoning serve as the commander of this women's army and personally train them. Originally wanting to argue, Chen Wu and Chen Zheng became silent when they heard that Chen Fan wanted Li Xiaoning to be the commander of the women's army and personally train them. Chen Fan spent half the night explaining his plans for the future. Guards barracks at the city gate. After 2 guards finished cleaning up their daily take, they began to divide the spoils. After everyone received their share, they found there was an extra jar of wine, one that Chen Fan had given them. The two decided to present this wine to the junior officer, as they didn't dare to drink it themselves. Yan Lian. The 7 jars of wine received by manager Zhou sold out in less than half a morning. Many guests who couldn't get any demanded to be given priority next time. Even many people had already ordered a jar in advance, some ordering as many as 10 jars. Zhou was almost overwhelmed. He was the manager of a tavern, meant for dining and drinking, not merely selling wine. Nevertheless, he remained very happy, purchasing at 5 taels per jar and selling at 10 taels each. Those who came to dine at the tavern were all rich people, who wouldn't mind spending a few extra taels. This infuriated the owner of Chui Winery. He immediately started inquiring about Chen Fan's whereabouts and finally learned from city guards that Chen Fan was from Chen Family Village. Chapter 54, Lu Zifeng's Visit. The next day, Chen Zheng announced the good news to everyone. Earning 2 taels of silver per month was something the villagers couldn't even dream of. On top of that, they were provided with 3 meals a day, including meat. This meant the 2 taels of silver were practically saved every month without spending a single coin. Even more important was that 8 out of 10 family members worked at the winery, which meant 16 taels of silver each month. For the villagers, this was a fortune. As for the daily training and brewing, those were minor matters. When Chen Eru learned that Chen Datong had changed his name to Chen Polu, he also wanted to change his name. He went to find Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was practicing horse stances at the time, looked at Chen Eru in amusement and confusion. Why don't you call yourself Chen Pajuan, if your older brother is named Polu? Chen Eru asked, what does that mean? He knew that Polu meant defeating the northern invaders. Chen Fan smiled. Pajuan is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It is known as the vanguard in the army. Named Pajuan, you shall charge into battle for me, for your parents, for the village, and for the people of the world. Pajuan means victory, yet danger is inherent, and losses are inevitable, especially when fighting alone with insufficient support. If Pajuan transforms into a favorable omen, it suggests reinforcements and continuous supplies, hence named, with roots. Therefore, Pajuan implies breaking first, then rebuilding. Do you like this name? I do. From now on, I will be Chen Pajuan and be the vanguard, Chen Eru declared solemnly. Fine, go and consult your parents. If they agree, you will keep this name. Otherwise, we will choose another. Okay, Chen Eru replied. Chen Fan watched Chen Eru's back retreating and shook his head helplessly. After standing in the horse stance for about 10 minutes, Chen Fan could no longer endure. He then went to practice swordplay, returned to the horse stance, and then rested. 2 hours passed this way. Chen Zheng came rushing over. Master, someone from the Liu family has arrived. They're waiting outside the manor. Chen Fan lifted the corner of his mouth. They arrived sooner than expected. They're quite impatient. Exactly, master. We should make them pay dearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager. Huh, let's go meet the god of wealth. Soon, the two arrived outside the manor and saw 5 men. Among them was the eldest son of the Lu family, whom Chen Fan had already met in the space the previous day. Chen Zheng said, Master, this is the eldest son of the Lu family. Greetings, Master Lu. Chen Fan saluted with a fist. You're too polite, Master Chen. Lu Zifeng responded with a bow. I was told by Zheng uncle that Master Lu has something important to discuss with me. Perhaps we could talk more thoroughly inside the manor? Chen Fan suggested. Of course. Please. Upon entering the manor, Lu Zifeng saw a group of people training. Men and women of all ages were undergoing physical training, which resembled the training of a citizen army. Master Chen, training so many people could make the imperial court suspect you of gathering military power for yourself, Lu Zifeng joked. Chen Fan said, pretending to be afraid. Master Lu, please don't joke around. I'm just a countryman, and I'm terrified of dealing with the authorities. Zheng uncle, quick, stop them from training. Okay, I'll go right away, Chen Zheng said in a flustered rush. Stop training, everyone. The master said to stop training now. Lu Zifeng sneered contemptuously. Peasants would always remain peasants. Master Chen, you needn't worry so much. They are only training for health, not building up your own army. You're right, Master Lu. It's for physical health. But also, it's to prevent bandits from harassing the village, which leaves us no choice. Unfortunately, we only have wooden swords and staffs. I had to pay a large sum to purchase the iron weapons from the government, which came with official documents. This is certainly not illegal forging. We're just guards of the wine estate, protecting the village from robbers. Chen Fan quickly clarified, fearing a misunderstanding. Observing Chen Fan's fear, Lu Zifeng inwardly smirked. Was a person like this even worthy of being recruited by the Lu family? Upon arriving at the guest hall, Chen Zheng returned, and servants brought in 2 cups of boiled water. Master Lu, please excuse our poor household. This is the best we can offer, plain boiled water. Please don't mind. Chen Fan apologized. Lu Zifeng waved his hand, saying, It's fine. Master Chen, I won't beat around the bush. The purpose of my visit is to request that Chun Village follow the Lu family. Master Lu, please don't joke. What are we compared to you? How could we possibly be worthy to align with the Lus? I don't enjoy jokes. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Well then, Master Lu, following you would surely require me to hand over the winery and the secret recipe for brewing, wouldn't it? Humph. Do you think the Lu family are bandits or robbers? Lu Zifeng said coldly. Chen Fan let out a breath of relief and said, Then that's good. But what benefits would we receive? Following the Lu family is the greatest benefit. This seems inappropriate, Master Lu. We gain no benefits, but acquire a new master instead. I'm afraid that won't do. You must understand, I give each villager 2 taels of silver per month, and that's why they're willing to follow me. What? Lu Zifeng instantly lost his calmness. Did you say 2 taels? 2 taels? What's wrong? Is it too little? Chen Fan pretended to look frightened again. I can't afford any more than this. Lu Zifeng became so angry he laughed. Can't afford more? So you're saying you can actually come up with 1,000 or 2,000 taels every month? Have you ever even seen that much silver in your life? Master Lu, you're looking down on me. Why don't you ask Uncle Zhou, the innkeeper of Yunlian? He's already placed an order for 300 jars of wine, each priced at 5 taels. That was my first customer. More will come in the future. I'm not short of money at all. I'm short of weapons, iron weapons. Once we have weapons, our village's combat strength will greatly improve, especially with bows and arrows. With arrows, I can turn the women into archers. And the men can become infantry ready for direct assaults. Master Lu, tell me, wouldn't the fighting capability of my 500 villagers increase significantly? Chen Fan acted like a proud genius. Beside him, Chen Zheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was obvious Chen Fan was overacting. Lu Zifeng frowned slightly. According to what Chen Fan had said, the combat power indeed would increase noticeably, but was that really possible? Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of women going to war. Master Lu, besides weapons, I'm also short of grain. These 500 people consume an astronomical amount of food every single day. If you hadn't come here today, I was planning to leave to collect grain soon. I can have 1,000 jin of grain sent over immediately. As for weapons, however, I can't make that decision. I'll need to consult my father. Still, once the grain arrives, I'll send someone to the village. He normally won't interfere in village matters, but when I issue an order, all of you must obey him, including you. That seems problematic, Master Lu. What if he asks for my silver or the secret recipe for brewing? Chapter 55, A Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Lu Zifeng was somewhat speechless. He thought Chen Fan was nothing more than a greedy commoner, a commoner who valued money above all else. I don't want your silver, nor do I want your alcohol brewing formula. On the contrary, I will give you silver. Really? Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly. Would I, Lu Zifeng, ever deceive you over mere silver? Forgive me, I shouldn't have doubted you, young master. Chen Fan's genuinely anxious appearance satisfied Lu Zifeng greatly. Enough. I'll go back first. Wait for my message. Of course. I shall await your orders to the death, young master. Lu Zifeng looked at Chen Fan with approval. Good. Follow me closely, and I promise you wealth and glory in the future. Thank you, young master, for your favor. Young master, I've run out of grain. I had originally planned to collect grain today. I wonder if you could send some grain over first. No problem. When I return, I'll send over 1,000 caddies. Thank you, young master. Let me see you off. At this moment, Chen Fan's sycophantic demeanor pleased Lu Zifeng even more. After Lu Zifeng left, Chen Fan's smile disappeared. Chen Zheng approached and said, Master, Do you think the young master of the Lu family will really send over grain? He will, Chen Fan replied. Not only will there be grain, but also money and weapons. However, he will want my secret brewing formula in return. But he said he wouldn't take it. He won't take it directly, but he will demand a partnership. So it's the same thing. That's exactly why we can only do business once. After that, we'll be enemies for life. Chen Zheng suddenly understood. Lu Zifeng returned to the Lu mansion and went directly to his father. Lu Zifeng saw his father practicing calligraphy in the study and bowed. Father. Lu's father merely glanced at him before continuing his calligraphy, speaking in a flat tone. The matter is settled? It is, Lu Zifeng said. They're nothing but greedy peasants. As long as I give them a little benefit, they will obey us. Lu's father set down his brush. The Chen family's drunken immortal is currently the finest wine in Great Qian. He certainly does not lack silver. He doesn't lack silver, but he lacks grain and weapons. I observe that they only possess a few iron weapons obtained from the government, with many wooden swords and farming tools used for training. And that young master still thinks I want his grain and brewing secrets? Doesn't he realize the Lu family has no interest in his pitiful possessions? Lu's father looked at Lu Zifeng with a condescending expression. Do you know that his wine has completely overshadowed the county? It surpasses even the wine of Chui's brewing house. Furthermore, don't you know that the tiger Zhou Fuhai presented to the county magistrate was sold by this kid to Zhou Fuhai? A person who can capture a tiger alive and has a brewing technique better than Chui's, and who destroyed half the bandits of Black Tiger Ridge. Can such a person truly be an ordinary commoner? But, however I look at him, he seems like a selfish peasant. If that's true, then someone behind him must be guiding him. If you can bring that strategist to become an advisor for the Lu family, then those villagers will be expendable. Father, who do you think this mastermind might be? Lu's father said mysteriously. I suspect the hidden mastermind in Chen's village is Zhuge Yun, the top strategist of martial Mu. Lu Zifeng was greatly shocked. Impossible. Zhuge Yun, known as the greatest strategist in the world, would never stoop to hiding in a small village. You just don't see much. If Black Tiger Ridge can have the adopted son of martial Mu, why can't Chen's village have a strategist? Since Zhuge Yun does not wish to reveal himself, we shall pretend we know nothing. Tomorrow, send 1,000 caddies of grain and give that young master 2,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels are to buy his loyalty, and the other 1,000 to let him purchase weapons from the authorities. You'd better go with him to the county office, so Zhuge Yun can see our sincerity. Yes, father. Chui's brewing house. Master, that peasant's wine is indeed better than ours. Once he gains momentum, our Chui brewing house might be in grave danger. Chui's steward was cautiously reporting to a middleman. The middle-aged man was the branch head of Chui brewing house in Linjiang County, Chui Yuanhe. After hearing the report, Chui Yuanhe frowned deeply and said, notify all the grain merchants. Whenever they buy grain, raise the price 100-fold. Also, send people to monitor Chen's village. If they try to buy grain elsewhere, intercept them on the road. Finally, Chui Yuanhe made a chopping motion with his hand. Wise decision, master. Chui's steward couldn't help smirking. Your brewing might be powerful, but I'll ensure you run out of grain to brew with. One day later, Chen Fan, who was in the middle of training, received a report from Chun Zheng that Lu Zifeng had arrived again, and this time, he had brought things with him. This came as a surprise to Chen Fan. He hadn't expected the other party to return so soon. Master, Chun Zheng asked, do you think the eldest son of the Lu family coming so quickly means some kind of scheme? We'll find out once we meet him, Chen Fan replied. By the way, has Chen Qi returned yet? Not yet, Chun Zheng said. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Chen Qi left on a fast horse 2 days ago. Since he's not back yet, it's likely that grain can no longer be obtained near Linjiang County. That can't be right. There are many villages around Linjiang County. Collecting grain shouldn't be difficult. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan said, we'll have to wait for Chen Qi to return to understand the real reason. Uncle Zheng, let's go meet the eldest son of the Lu family first and see what surprises he's brought us. Let's go. Their excited expressions left people like Chun Wu confused. Outside the estate, when Chen Fan saw the 5-mule cart behind Lu Zifeng, his face lit up with joy. There must be about 1,000 caddies of grain here. Young master. Chen Fan greeted Lu Zifeng with a bow. Master Chun. Lu Zifeng returned the bow. Chen Fan welcomed Lu Zifeng into the estate, where he quickly revealed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and Chen Zheng were overjoyed. They hadn't expected that Lu Zifeng would actually bring them grain, and 1,000 taels of silver as well. Thank you, young master. On behalf of the entire village, I sincerely appreciate your generosity. You're welcome, Lu Zifeng said. Master Chun, may I meet the wise man behind you? Wise man, there's no such person behind me, young master Lu. Please take back these things. Chen Fan's expression suddenly changed completely, and his attitude did a 180-degree turn. He now called Lu Zifeng, young master Lu, instead of young master. This change in tone made Lu Zifeng even more convinced that someone was guiding Chen Fan from behind the scenes. Lu Zifeng stood up. Master Chun, I was rude just now. Please forget what I said. Do you have time now? Chen Fan's expression slightly softened. What does the young master need this time? To go to the government office to purchase the weapons you need. Chapter 56, Exposure. Chen Fan's expression changed suddenly, not expecting that Lu Zifeng would actually come up with such a method, making him buy weapons from the government. Master Chun, please allow me to discuss this with others first. Wait a moment. Lu Zifeng felt secretly delighted. It was only natural. Please hurry back, Master Chun. All right. After Chen Fan left, he immediately sought out Chen Wu and instructed him to arrange 30 men who could ride horses to wait outside the estate, also calling for Chen Hu and Chen Feng. Then, Chen Fan returned to the main hall. Looking at Lu Zifeng, Chen Fan asked, "Master, I would like to ask, will this 1,000 taels be entirely under my control?" "Of course." Lu Zifeng nodded slightly. "Fine, then I will buy 50 war horses and use the rest of the money to buy long spears." Lu Zifeng was shocked and even more convinced his father's guess, that the strategist behind Chen Fan was indeed Zhuge Yun. Otherwise, why would he buy horses? These horses are not easy to purchase. "It's all right, just the retired war horses from the army will do. Master, is that acceptable?" "All right then, let's set off now." "Fine." Outside the estate, Lu Zizhong saw more than 30 villagers. Seeing their vigor and spirit, he even more suspected that they might be the elite cavalry of the Mu family. "Master Chen, would you mind letting these 30 men follow my Lu family?" Lu Zifeng asked tentatively. Chen Fan helplessly replied, "I can't decide that. You'll have to ask them. If they agree, I'll agree." I understand. Lu Zifeng looked into the estate, and indeed saw a figure secretly watching them. But when he looked directly at that person, they immediately retreated into a house. There really is someone. After Lu Zifeng and Chen Fan left, the figure came out from the house. "I really don't know why my husband wants me to keep watching him, and yet when someone looks at me, I have to hide." The figure was Li Xiaoning, and all of this had been arranged by Chen Fan. Just as Lu Zifeng said that someone was behind Chen Fan intentionally acted as if there really was someone behind him. Later, under Lu Zifeng's company, Chen Fan smoothly purchased 50 war horses, spent another 500 taels to buy 10 sets of cavalry gear, long spears, armor, and iron core bows. And because of Lu Zifeng's reputation, they even threw in 20 Pudeo swords extra, an unexpected joy. Chen Fan expressed deep gratitude to Lu Zifeng. This gullible fool had to be treated well. However, this good fortune didn't last long. That same day, he was betrayed, and those who sold him out were his own parents. It turned out that Tian Xiong had never given up on seeking revenge on Chen Fan, and therefore had always kept someone posted at the city gate. Today, they had seen Chen Fan and Lu Zifeng entering the city together, and Lu Zifeng had been extremely courteous to Chen Fan. Furious, Tian Lan grabbed Old Man Chen and dragged him directly in front of Chen Fan and Lu Zifeng. "You unforgivable beast, daring to deceive Master Lu. May heaven strike you with lightning." Tian Lan pointed angrily at Chen Fan. Chen Zheng immediately realized what was happening, furious as he roared, "Tian Lan, traitor! Our Chenjia Village has already expelled you from the village. How dare you still show your face before us? Chen Hu, drive them away. If they refuse to leave, break their legs." "Yes." The tall Chen Hu slowly approached the Tian Lan couple. "What do you want to do?" The couple involuntarily stepped back several paces. Seeing his sister and her husband being mistreated, Tian Xiong could only grit his teeth and come forward with his group of brothers to stand up for the couple. "Tian Xiong, greetings to Master Lu." Tian Xiong respectfully saluted Lu Zizhong with a fist salute. Lu Zifeng frowned and said, "Tian Xiong, what are you doing here if you're not properly managing your tiger gang?" Tian Xiong answered, "Master, the person next to you is my nephew. They're disowned." Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. "Master, since they're your people, I won't get involved." "Excuse me. Wait." Lu Zifeng said, "Master Chen, they just accused you of deceiving me. Don't you want to clarify this?" Chen Fan looked at Lu Zifeng and his entire aura changed as he asked, "Master, tell me, what exactly have I lied to you about? If you believe their words, don't come looking for me again. But if you don't believe them, then break their arms and legs so they know the consequences of slandering me." Lu Zifeng stared at Chen Fan, sensing no deception in him. Yet Tian Xiong, as a loyal henchman of the Lu family, also wouldn't dare lie. After a moment's thought, Lu Zifeng smiled. "Of course I believe Master Chen. But since they're your parents, disowned, they're not fit to be parents," Chen Fan said darkly. "I understand. Guards, take them back to the Lu residence. I shall personally break their legs." "No, Master, we're innocent. We are innocent." Old Man Chen and Tian Lan became terrified and began begging for mercy. Seeing this, Tian Xiong immediately raised his fists in respect and said, "Master Lu." "Shut up," Lu Zifeng roared. "You're coming to the Lu residence too." Tian Xiong's face instantly turned pale. Chen Fan said, "Master Lu, since you have official duties to attend to, I won't bother you any longer. I'll take my leave now. If you believe in me, then you know that in Chenjia Village, we follow the Lu family without question. If you don't believe me, then it won't be a loss to Chenjia Village, but to you, Master Lu. I've said all I needed to say. Farewell." "Farewell," Lu Zifeng replied. After watching Chen Fan leave, Lu Zifeng's expression immediately darkened. "Take them away." Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Lu Zifeng led Tian Lan, Old Man Chen, and Tian Xiong directly before Lu family head and explained the entire situation. The Lu family head frowned deeply, his gaze alone radiating immense authority at the three before him. "Tell me everything about Chen Fan, especially how he obtained the secret liquor recipe and how he defeated the bandits." Tian Lan spilled everything like beans from a bamboo container, even revealing the family secret that Chen Fan was not their biological son, but someone they had adopted. However, she knew absolutely nothing about how Chen Fan had defeated the bandits or obtained the secret liquor recipe. "Son, just hearing this probably isn't enough to prove there's no hidden strategist behind Chen Fan. Foolish. We've been deceived," the Lu family head angrily said. "The reason Chen Fan has such abilities is all thanks to Chen Wu. This Chen Wu might very well be a soldier from General Mu's army. Father, can we be certain about that? Lu Zifeng argued. Even if Chen Wu is one of General Mu's men, he wouldn't be that capable. Stupid. It's not Chen Wu who is capable, it's Chen Fan. After nearly dying from a severe illness, Chen Fan miraculously survived and suddenly became wise, no longer blindly obedient. He finally became himself again. Chen Wu passed on all his skills to him, and Chen Fan surpassed even his master. So you're saying Chen Fan is that hidden strategist? In a way, yes. In another way, no. Father, you've confused me now. Is Chen Fan really that strategist or not? Chapter 57, Leaving the Manor. Lu family had looked at Lu Zifeng with furious disappointment. Chen Fan is a person of high ability, but not the kind we assumed him to be. Damn it, I've actually been deceived, Lu Zifeng said angrily. Today we also lost 1,000 jin of grain and 1,000 taels of silver. I'll go settle the score with him right now. Idiot, get back here for the old man. Going to confront him would be announcing to everyone that our Lu family has been cheated. After saying that, the Lu family head looked at Tian Salon and the other two with eyes devoid of any emotion. The three of them immediately lowered their heads. At this moment, Lu Zifeng had no mind to deal with Tian Salon and the others. What's the worst that could happen? Just kill them. However, he felt particularly bitter about Chen Fan. Father, we cannot let Chen Fan gain advantage unchecked. Since he dared to deceive us, if we don't make him pay a price, I won't be satisfied. Lu family head coldly snorted. Chen Fan needs grain for brewing wine. The 1,000 jin we provided is barely enough for his wine production, but not for feeding people. He'll eventually have to go out to collect more grain, so target Chui's winery and the Black Tiger Bandit camp. Oh, I understand now. I'll go to them right away. Eldest young master, wait, Tian Xiong spoke at this point. Lu Zifeng looked displeased at Tian Xiong. What is it? Reporting to you, eldest young master. The three of us have a grudge against that bastard Chen Fan. Could you allow us to participate as well? Just the three of you. Family head, eldest young master. You don't know something. My father is the village chief of Daqian Village. Daqian Village is the largest village within the 10-mile radius, with over 300 households, and a total population of 3,000 men, women, and children. Currently, just like Chen Family Village, Daqian Village has also formed a civilian militia, not only to deal with bandits, but also specifically against Chen Family Village. If the family head and eldest young master agree, I am willing to bring the entire Daqian Village under the Lu family's protection. Also, the Tiger Gang has already been practically serving the Lu family as their lackeys. Lu Zifeng fell silent for a moment before glancing at the Lu family head. Father, what do you think about this? If you have to consult me on such a small matter, how can I trust you with the position of family head in the future? The Lu family head glared with furious disappointment at Lu Zifeng. Lu Zifeng lowered his head and said, Father, I was wrong. All right, all of you leave now. If you don't handle this well, don't bother returning. Yes, father. Chen family manor. After returning, as soon as Chen Fan and his men got back, Chen Feng immediately had horseshoes put on all the war horses. These war horses were retired not because they were old, but because their hooves had been nearly worn down, leaving no other choice but retirement. Suddenly adding 50 more war horses meant the total number was now 67. This was sufficient to form a small cavalry unit. However, Chen Fan still thought it insufficient. He wanted 200 riders, each with a mount. Of course, this was an ambitious goal, and particularly expensive. Each warhorse cost 1 tael of silver per month just for food and maintenance. For 200, that was 200 taels. Labor cost 2 taels per person, making 600 taels monthly, plus miscellaneous expenses. Selling 300 jars of wine each month would not be enough. Master, what are you thinking about? Chenjia asked. I'm thinking that we can't just keep using up resources without replenishing them. We must create a way forward, collect grain, brew wine, sell wine. This entire process is essential. Without it, we cannot afford to maintain the horses, nor even support the villagers. Chenjia nodded in agreement. That's correct, but Chenqi hasn't returned yet. Wait for him. 2 more days passed, and Chenqi finally returned. Chenjia led Chenqi before Chen Fan. Master, Chenqi has returned, and with bad news, Chenjia said urgently. Chen Fan stopped mid-swing of his sword and said calmly, Has the grain price nearby gone up sharply? Chenqi clasped his fists and replied, Exactly as master guessed. I personally checked all the villages, manors, and grain stores around Linjiang County, and every single one of them is charging higher than the county city's grain price. But there was one grain shop offering surprisingly low prices, less than half of the county cities, located quite far from the village. Even galloping back and forth nonstop would take a full day and night. I suspect there might be a trap. Chen Fan said. There must be a trap indeed. However, even if it is a lion's den or tiger's lair, we still have to go. So dangerous. Why must we go? We aren't exactly short of grain right now, Chenjia said. Shaking his head, Chen Fan replied. We do not actually have much grain. Don't be misled by the 1,000 jin the Lu family gave us. That's only enough for brewing wine, not for feeding ourselves. Uncle Zhang, buying grain is absolutely necessary. There's no room for discussion. Also, have the villagers consolidate their grain supplies. I will buy their grain. Each household can only keep 10 jin for themselves. Chenjia immediately responded. That's no problem, but collecting grain shouldn't be our next step. It's too dangerous. Now you are the pillar of Chen Family Village. If something happens to you, Chen Family Village may face a catastrophe. Uncle Zhang, Chen Fan said, I must go myself. This time, I will send out 10 carriages to that grain shop to buy grain. After half an hour, you should send out all the remaining carriages and cavalry to buy grain elsewhere, using people from Chui's winery to assist in purchasing grain. Upon hearing this, Chen Zheng was alarmed. No, you cannot take such a risk. I can go in your place to collect grain from that village, Chen Zheng said. Chen Qi followed up saying, this servant is also willing to take your place, master. Shaking his head, Chen Fan said, now, many parties wish to target our village, the Lu family, the mountain bandits, Chui's winery, and those from Daqian Village. If I leave, most of their attention will be drawn to me. If you were to go in my place and were discovered, you might be used to threaten the village. So I must go personally to collect grain. This. Chen Zheng felt Chen Fan's words made sense, and for a moment did not know how to counter his reasoning. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, Uncle Zheng, I know you are worried about me, but this is the only way. At that time, I will bring 10 of our best fighters with me. Also, if I choose to go, I definitely have thorough preparations in place. This, alright fine. Chen Zheng could only agree. The grain consumption across the entire village was indeed tremendous, so collecting grain was truly necessary. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan summoned Chen Wu and arranged village defenses before personally leading the 10 carriages out of the manor. Open the gate, Chen Fan shouted. The manor's great gate creaked noisily and slowly swung open. Move out. The 10 carriages slowly rolled out of the manor. Quickly, inform the chief bandit. Chen Fan has left the manor. Quickly, notify the village chief. Chen Fan has left the manor. Quickly, report to the eldest young master. Chen Fan has left the manor. Quickly, inform the manager. Chen Fan has left the manor. For groups of watchers stationed outside the manor witnessed Chen Fan leading the 10 carriages out of the compound and instantly dispatched messengers to report to their respective masters. However, none of them realized that half an hour later, another group of riders would emerge from the manor. Chapter 58, Peril at Every Step. In the county town, at Yunlai Inn, inside a private room, Lu Zifeng, Cui Zhonggurit, Tian Laohu, and Lu Yukai gathered together. However, Tian Laohu stood while the other three sat. The day before, Lu Zifeng had summoned the other three to discuss how to deal with Chen Fan. The three had arrived as agreed, and now they had already received reports from their men. Chen Fan had left the manor. Lu Zifeng smiled and said, Lu Yukai, now that Chen Fan has left the manor, have the men been arranged properly? It's all set. The big boss and others have already lain in ambush halfway. Lu Yukai replied, my Chui family distillery has also dispatched 100 axemen to lie in wait halfway. Chui Engri said with a smile. This time, Chen Fan, that damn bastard, is as good as dead. Young master, Chui Engri, Lu Gongju, I will return to Xiaoputian village now and gather the local militia to attack Chen's village. Lu Zifeng waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. If you fail to capture Chen's village, don't bother coming back. Rest assured, young master. After watching Tian Laohu leave, Chui Engri curled his lip in disdain. Just a mere peasant's son, daring to snatch food from the bowls of my Chui family distillery. Utterly fearless, or should I say foolish. Lusha town lay about 100 miles away from Linjiang County. By fast horse, it was possible to make a round trip in one day and one night. The journey required passing through several small woods. Chen Fan had already made a rough analysis of these wooded areas. At night, Chen Fan and his group took a rest in one of the woods. Polu, organized 3-man groups for night watch. You'll be in charge. Yes, master. Chen Polu responded. Chen Qi came to Chen Fan and said, Master, I haven't sensed any danger. Chen Fan smiled. I know. We haven't bought the grain yet, so they won't ambush us yet. But taking shifts on night watch is a habit that can't be abandoned just because we don't sense danger now. I understand. Exactly as Chen Fan predicted, nothing happened throughout the entire night. When everything was packed again the next morning, Chen Fan and his people resumed their journey. Finally, they arrived at Lusha town. Master, I'm really hungry. Can we buy something to eat in Lusha town? Chen Hu said with a pout. Chen Fan shook his head slightly with a bitter smile. Go ahead. Buy plenty. Chen Qi, go with him. Yes, master. Chen Fan entered the grain shop, where he found the grain selling at 30 cash per caddy, half the price of the county town, but still very expensive, 5 times more than usual. Given the circumstances, Chen Fan had no choice. This time, he had brought 10 horse-drawn carts, each capable of carrying 500 caddies. So he bought 500 caddies of mixed grains and 4,500 caddies of fine grain, spending a total of 200 taels of silver. Fine grain was much more expensive than mixed grain. After purchasing the grains, Chen Fan started to stroll around the town of Lusha. Although it was a border town, it was well equipped with all necessary things. Chen Fan bought a lot of dried food and water bags, and then he spent more money to purchase another horse-drawn cart. Master, why did you buy another cart? It's clear at a glance that this is an old horse. It can't run fast. Chen Sheng and Chen Qi returned. Chen Fan nodded and said, I have a purpose for this cart. Outside Lusha town, there's a lot of sand. You guys should fill some gunny sacks with sand, same number as the grain sacks, just about 500 caddies worth. Yes, master. Soon, 10 sacks of sand were filled, about 500 caddies in total. Master, it's all loaded. Chen Qi reported. Chen Polu asked curiously, Master, what is the use of this sand? Chen Fan smiled and said, Polu, you will one day lead armies and aspire to be a great general. Therefore, you need more than just physical strength. You also need wisdom, especially in military strategy, arranging troops, and planning operations. Put simply, you need to skillfully use the art of war. The art of war allows the few to defeat the many, lets you use the terrain to ambush the enemy, creates favorable conditions to win, or even find an escape route when necessary. This time, when we came out to buy grain, surely someone will come after us, and they will be many. So I intend to use this sand-filled cart to help us escape from their encirclement. Chen Polu said with a slightly confused expression, why not just fight them directly and kill them all? Caring only for fighting without assessing the situation properly. That's just brute courage. Chen Fan replied helplessly. Expecting a farmer's son to understand the art of war was perhaps a bit too much. If only there were some extraordinary people to help him. Shaking off these unrealistic thoughts, Chen Fan ordered another checkup before heading back. 3 hours later, the sun slowly set. Polu, Chunhu, light the carriage lamps. Each of the 11 carriages lit an oil lamp at the front. Since they were fixed securely, there was no swaying. 11 carriage lamps glowed like beacons in the night sky, guiding the 11 carts forward swiftly. Just as they were about to enter the next small woods, Chen Fan ordered everyone to halt. Polu, have everyone take a rest here. Yes. Everyone dismounted and began to rest. Chen Chi came to Chen Fan's side and said, Master, I can sense danger now. Chen Fan calmly nodded and said, I know. Let everyone rest first. He stared with his eyes at the dark little woods ahead, the perfect place for an ambush. A moonless, windy night, suitable for murder. Chen Fan had deliberately stopped here. Those lying in wait expected him to walk straight into their trap, but now he suddenly stopped advancing, which would make them anxious. The longer they waited, the more impatient they would become, and this would erode their morale. Chen Fan even ordered people to light a fire and cook food, intentionally letting those in ambush watch them living comfortably, which would only anger them further. Big boss, they've actually lit a fire and are cooking just outside the woods. Should we strike now? An outlaw couldn't hold back his eagerness. Chang Wei looked at the person beside him and asked, Third brother, what do you think? Wang Chong shook his head, no. If we charge out now, we only have the advantage in numbers. If they suddenly drive off in their carts, we won't be able to stop them. We can only easily capture Chen Fan when they enter the woods and fall into our trap. Then we wait. They waited for over an hour. When Chen Fan saw that everyone had already eaten and drunk their fill, he smiled and said, Brothers, later I will drive the first cart. No matter what happens to my cart, all you must do is escape quickly. That's not acceptable. My father told me to protect you, master. Chen Polu immediately objected. I also want to protect the master and prevent him from getting hurt, Chen Hu said. Me too, Chen Chi added. And us as well, the villagers from Chen's village said together. Chen Fan was deeply moved and bowed to everyone. Thank you, brothers. Master, the others bowed in return. Chen Fan continued. Brothers, as your employer, I will not put myself in danger unnecessarily. Chen Hu, you drive the last cart. I'll ride in your cart. Yes, master. Chapter 59, Breaking Through the Encirclement. Get on the carriage. Yes. After Chen Fan got on the carriage, the others also boarded their own carriages. Including Chen Fan, there were 11 people and 11 carriages. Extinguish the carriage lamps. Everyone extinguished their carriage lamps. Instantly, everyone could only move forward by moonlight. Damn it, they actually turned off the lamps, Chang Wei said darkly. Wang Chong remained calm and shouted to everyone. They're coming. Get the horse-tripping ropes ready. Kwangdong, Kwangdong. The sound of carriage wheels grew closer. All the bandits stood ready. Chen Fan took out 7 or 8 jars filled with flammable oil from the system space and lit one of them. After entering the small forest, Chen Fan threw the ignited jar to the side. Pong! The flames burst out instantly, igniting several large trees and revealing many bandits. Kill them, Chang Wei shouted loudly. The bandits immediately charged toward Chen Fan's carriage. Chen Fan's maneuver completely disrupted their formation. Originally, they planned to stop Chen Fan's carriage, which would cause all the following carriages to halt, making it easier for them to surround and kill everyone. Brothers, keep moving forward. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, he threw another jar of flammable oil. Not only did it set the trees ablaze, but it also caught fire to the clothes of several bandits. The burning bandits immediately dropped to the ground and rolled frantically. Chen Polu and others drove their carriages closely behind. Just as Chen Fan was about to throw another jar, the old horse pulling his carriage suddenly stumbled, throwing Chen Fan out. Master! Seeing this, their carriages stopped simultaneously. Don't care about me. Keep going. Chen Fan shouted loudly, and then he suddenly disappeared. Go! Surround them, Chang Wei shouted. Nearly 200 bandits rushed forward. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly disappear and so many bandits approaching, Chen Polu hardened his heart and said, Everyone listen to my command. Keep moving forward. Jia! The war horses, feeling pain, ran wildly forward, charging toward the approaching bandits. Dozens of bandits at the front were knocked flying. Wang Chong and Chang Wei, seeing this, rushed forward personally, determined to surround the carriages. Chen Fan appeared in the space, his body slamming heavily onto the bed. Although Chen Fan could control which location in the space he would appear at, he couldn't eliminate the inertia from the sudden throw earlier. Dear God, they actually used horse-tripping ropes. It must have been Wang Badan Muchang's idea. These bandits alone wouldn't have this capability. Chen Fan looked at the outside situation and found that Chen Polu and others continued moving forward. In every direction, there were many bandits. 2 men wielding weapons were running toward Chen Polu. In this situation, breaking through would be extremely difficult. If they got surrounded, his men would certainly be killed without doubt. Even if Chen, who was extremely capable, it would be tough to fight off 100 enemies alone. Many bandits with quicker legs matched the carriage speed. Using the ropes tied around the grain, they began climbing onto the carriages. Seeing this, Chen Fan appeared unhesitatingly beside the old horse-drawn carriage. He lit all the flammable oil jars and threw them into the bandit crowd. Pung, pung, pung. Suddenly, flames spread in all directions, throwing the bandits into chaos and giving Chen Hu's group a chance to catch their breath. At the same time, Chen Fan also exposed himself. There's Chen Fan. Kill him. Chong Wei pointed at Chen Fan and roared. Chong Wei and Wang Chong immediately abandoned Chen Polu and shifted their focus to Chen Fan. They led a large group of bandits charging toward Chen Fan, significantly reducing the number of bandits ahead of Chen Polu. Taking this opportunity, Chen Polu exerted great force, whipping the horse hard. The horse, feeling pain, sped up. Everyone charged forward. The carriages behind Chen Polu followed closely. As for those who had climbed onto the carriages, they were all cut down by Chen Polu and others. Each of them now carried a Pu Dao sword. Just as the other carriages were breaking through the encirclement, Chen Sheng's carriage suddenly stopped. Master, hurry up and get on. Chen Hu roared. Chen Fan smiled and smashed the last 2 jars onto the carriage before stabbing the old horse hard on its rear. The horse screamed painfully and started kicking wildly, blindly rushing forward. This sudden dash broke through the bandits' encirclement. Surprisingly, the direction of the carriage was heading straight toward Chong Wei and his men. Seeing this, Chen Fan smirked, thinking, crash into you and kill you. Earlier, Chen Fan successfully drew the attention of most of the bandits and then used flammable oil from the space, throwing the jars into the bandit crowd. One bandit directly shattered a jar midair, spilling oil over his entire body and burning to death. Chen Fan also threw oil jars at Chong Wei and Wang Chong. The two dared not use their weapons to strike the jars and could only dodge. This caused the bandits to dare only dodge every time Chen Fan threw flammable oil. When he saw that Chen Polu and the others had all left, he felt greatly reassured and pushed the carriage to move at its maximum speed. Damn it, you're asking for death. Chong Wei saw the burning carriage heading straight for him and flew into a rage, rushing directly toward the carriage. With one jump, Chong Wei leaped into the air. Seeing this, Chen Fan pulled out his crossbow and shot an arrow straight at Chong Wei midair. Brother, be careful. Don't let it hit my brother. Wang Chong shouted as he rushed forward. Chen Fan didn't even bother to glance at Wang Chong. He directly fired the crossbow. The arrow struck Chong Wei on the shoulder, and his body fell to the ground. Brother, after shouting out, Wang Chong looked toward Chen Fan again, only to find that the carriage was already empty. On Chen Hu's carriage, Chen Hu had just thrown a bandit off the carriage when a figure suddenly appeared. Just as he was about to attack, he stopped because of the voice. Chen Hu, quickly drive the carriage away. Chen Hu lowered his fists and shouted excitedly, Master, don't waste words. Hurry up, or those bandits will rush over again. Yes. Chen Hu drove the carriage away, chasing after Chen Polu and the others. Wang Chong and the others saw this and let out an unwilling yet furious sigh before moving to check Chong Wei's injury. They had traveled about 3 or 4 li when Chen Fan finally caught up with the caravan. Chen Polu and others had been waiting there. Although anxious in their hearts, they hadn't gone back looking. They were afraid of disrupting Chen Fan's plan. He's here, Master is coming, Chen Chi said excitedly. Chen Polu and others showed delight on their faces, especially Chen Polu, who finally relaxed mentally. Chen Fan came in front of everyone and said, My brothers, today we narrowly escaped death. All of you have worked hard. Not at all. Everything is for the village, they all replied in unison. For the village. Nodding his head, Chen Fan said, We won't rest. Let's head back to the village tonight. All right. Immediately afterward, everyone relit their carriage lamps and headed back to the village. Just as everyone was about to enter the next small forest, Chen Chi suddenly felt uneasy. Master, there's danger ahead. Chapter 60, Fire Attack. Upon hearing the words, Chen Fan's expression suddenly turned extremely grave. Everyone, be alert. There is an ambush ahead. Master, why fear? I'll just charge through and kill them. Chen Hu Bufu Chi'd said. Chen Hu, be quiet. Master surely has his plans, Chen Feng said. Not knowing how many enemies were lying in wait, Chen Fan asked, Chen Feng. Yes, master. Listen carefully. How many people are hiding in that grove? At once, Chen Feng immediately lay down on the ground and pressed his ear to the earth, listening carefully to the surrounding sounds. After a moment, he stood back up and reported, Report to you, master. The grove is too quiet. I cannot determine the number of enemies. Chen Fan was silent for a moment before continuing. Then let me ask you this. If we abandon the grain and charge straight through on horseback, how many enemies do you think we could handle with our current force of 11 men? 50 or 60, Chen Feng replied, but only in direct combat. Chen Fan understood his meaning. In open combat, they had a slight chance of winning, but now facing an ambush, no one knew whether traps had been set. Chen Hu, Chen Polu. Present. Chen Polu and Chen Hu replied together. Chen Fan retrieved 5 jars of fire oil, a longbow, and 10 arrows from the cart. Both of you will approach the grove shortly. Chen Hu, after lighting the fire oil jar, throw it into the air above the grove. Polu, you shoot the arrows to pierce the jars of fire oil. If you spot the ambushers, continue throwing the jars. Burn them alive. If you find no one, continue advancing and keep throwing. Understood. Seeing the 2 men take the fire oil jars and bow an arrow and head toward the grove, Chen Fan said, Everyone, unhitch the carts, draw your weapons, and prepare for battle. Understood. Everyone, including Chen Fan, detached the carts from the horses, mounted their steeds, and readied their weapons, waiting for the signal to charge. Boom. At the front of the grove, flames quickly spread and illuminated the surroundings. Many who were hiding inside the grove were suddenly exposed. They've discovered us. Kill! Kill! The ambushers hiding inside the grove charged out in unison. What fools! Chunwu spat angrily. He threw jar after jar of flaming oil, while Chunpolu shot arrow after arrow. Every shot hit its mark, and the fire oil rained down like a fiery storm onto the ambushers. Instantly engulfed in flames, the enemies screamed in agony as their formation disintegrated into chaos. Kill! Chen Fan shouted and led the charge forward. When Chunwu ran out of fire oil jars, he also charged ahead. After firing off all his arrows, Chunpolu likewise spurred his horse into the fray. The battlefield echoed with screams of agony. In an instant, the 11 men under Chen Fan were all drenched in blood, the confrontation turning into a complete massacre. Within less than 5 minutes, the number of ambushers visibly dwindled. Finally, the remaining assassins showed signs of terror and began fleeing. As Chunwu and others attempted to pursue, Chen Fan stopped them. Do not chase desperate foes. Master, this is our perfect chance. Why not finish them off? Chunpolu asked. Chen Fan replied. Polu, remember this. Do not chase desperate foes unless our forces far outnumber theirs. Otherwise, cornering them and inciting their brutality will make us the losers. Remember, when people fight for survival, the strength they unleash is no small thing. I understand now. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Quickly clean up the battlefield. Gather all their weapons, money, clothing, and shoes. Bury the corpses, Chen Fan ordered. Yes, everyone replied. This battle was a great victory, and everyone was thrilled, knowing it was all thanks to Chen Fan. It further solidified their admiration and respect for him. More than an hour later, the bodies had been buried. In total, they gathered 78 Pu Dao swords, 45 taels of silver, and 43 sets of clothing and shoes. Chen Fan gave each of them 2 taels of silver, keeping the rest himself. Looking at the 78 Pu Dao swords, Chen Fan's face was grim. The mountain bandits from the first attack had mostly used wooden weapons, but now all were armed with Pu Dao swords. Such an abundance of swords meant the force behind them must be either wealthy or powerful. Combined with the clothing recovered, Chen Fan deduced they must all belong to Chui's liquor workshop. In Chen Fan's eyes, both Chui's liquor workshop and the Black Tiger outlaws had already been marked for death. After this second ambush, Chen Fan decided not to rest but to return directly to the village. He's back. Master is back. Chen Pajuan stood atop the watchtower and cheered when he spotted the convoy. The manor gates opened, and Chen Fan's group entered the estate on their carts. Chunwu immediately arranged for the grain to be unloaded. Li Xiaoning saw Chen Fan and the others covered in blood and felt deeply xingtung. It's okay. This is all enemy blood. None of us are injured. Let everyone take a bath first, then get some rest. None of us had a chance to rest last night, Chen Fan said with a smile. All right, I'll make arrangements right away. After taking a bath, Chen Fan and the others ate a little and went to rest. They slept until evening. When Li Xiaoning saw Chen Fan wake up, she immediately brought him a basin of hot water to wash his face and refresh himself. Then she brought over steaming hot food. After washing his face, Chen Fan picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he asked, Xiao Ning, after we left, did anything happen at the manor? Tian Lahu led villagers from Daqian Village to attack the manor once. Surprisingly, more than half of them were armed with Pu Dao swords. Chen Fan slightly furrowed his brow and asked, why would people from Daqian Village also have Pu Dao swords? I suspect it was the Lu family who provided them. Chen Fan nodded slightly and asked, were there any casualties among the villagers? No, they were just a rabble. We shot 1 round of arrows, and they were scared off. Chen Fan laughed. Indeed, they are nothing but a rabble and not worth fearing. But they keep coming again and again to harass us. It's time we taught them a lesson. Husband, how do you plan to handle it? Recently I've been training with a group of women, and I've been eager to test my skills. Why don't you leave the matter of Daqian Village to us? Chen Fan smiled. No rush. Deal with the Black Tiger outlaws first. Go and invite Uncle Wu. All right. Not long after, Chen Wu arrived. I already heard from Polu that you encountered 2 ambushes. Do you know who they were? The Black Tiger outlaws and Chui's liquor workshop, Chen Fan said solemnly. I'm familiar with the strength of the Black Tiger outlaws. They are not worth worrying about. As for Chui's liquor workshop, we don't know their actual power. They could be troublesome. We must absolutely prevent them from joining forces, or else the village will be in trouble. Chen Wu nodded and said, we can adopt a strategy of divide and conquer, wiping out the mountain bandits first. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 61, Stirring from All Directions. Tomorrow I will go to Black Tiger Bandit Camp to investigate the situation and then devise a plan to wipe out all the bandits. You again? That's too dangerous. Chen Wu shook his head. Let Pulu go instead. You should stay at the manor and direct things from here. Uncle Wu, you've forgotten I have someone inside the bandit camp. Otherwise, how could I have stolen so many things before? So there's no need to worry about my safety. Chen Wu thought for a moment and realized that was true. Last time, when so many items were stolen from the camp, Chen Fan had not been discovered. Now, he was only gathering information, which should be even safer. Still, you must be careful. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, don't worry, I will. By the way, have Jingshu and others returned yet? Not yet, Chen Wu replied. They went to another county. It's quite far, so they might take another 1 or 2 days to come back. Chen Fan nodded again. All right, now that we have grain, we can start brewing. This time, make 1,000 jars. 1,000? That many? Chen Wu was greatly surprised. Not too many. This wine won't only be sold to Yunlaiyan. I'm going to sell it all the way to the prefecture city. that Chui Distillery dared to send people to assassinate us, so they should be prepared to bear our wrath. I want them to know that Chen Family Distillery is no longer a soft target to be bullied. Well said. Chen Wu inhaled deeply. The Chen Family Village today is no longer the weak village it once was. We won't allow ourselves to be pushed around anymore. By the way, how are the training sessions going? Have the villagers gotten used to it? They have started to adapt. Good. However, if we want 200 villagers to have the combat effectiveness of 500, we need battle formations. Do you know battle formations? Chen Wu was astonished. As a former aide of General Mu, he well understood the importance of battlefield formations. However, even he could not acquire a proper formation. Even General Mu himself did not possess a complete battle formation. I know a little. Chen Fan had already thought of one specific formation, the Mandarin Duck Formation, developed by Qi Jiguang to combat the Japanese pirates. Uncle Wu, let's discuss a new battle formation I've recently learned, the Mandarin Duck Formation. Chen Fan then fetched paper and a brush and began drawing diagrams of the Mandarin Duck Formation, followed by a detailed discussion with Chen Wu. They talked through the night, concluding that the formation was effective but would require many missing components. For example, shields. 2 types were needed. One was a long shield to block arrows, and the other was a rattan shield to defend against swords and blades. Also, wolfjaw halberds were missing. Finally, they decided to make both types of shields from rattan. For long-range weapons, they would use spears. For short-range, Pu Dao swords. They could always upgrade to other weapons in the future. 11 people would form a unit, able to either fight independently or support each other in coordinated groups. Chen Wu began to value Chen Fan even more. Except for his relatively weak physical condition, his courage, wisdom, and business acumen were unparalleled. Such abilities were rare not only in the Chen family village, but even among General Mu's soldiers. The next day, the distillery became busy once again. Chen Wu divided the villagers into several teams, one for brewing, another sent to the mountains to collect bamboo and rattan for shields, another responsible for making bows and arrows, and the last group continued their training. As for Chen Fan, he said goodbye to Li Xiaoning, handed over the distillery's management to her, and then headed up the mountain. In the county town, both the Lu family and Chui Distillery, along with Tian Xiong, had already learned that Chen Fan had safely brought back the grain. All 3 factions were extremely angry. Therefore, Lu Zifeng once again approached Chui Distillery to discuss strategies against Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, this bastard Chen Fan had such good luck. Despite 2 ambushes, we failed to take him down. Worse, it seems he sustained no losses at all, said the Chui steward. Truly infuriating, agreed Lu Zifeng. Then we must involve the authorities. No, going through the government is like announcing to the world that we cannot deal with Chen Fan ourselves. Where would that leave the dignity of our noble families? Then what do? We wait. We strike when they attempt to deliver the wine. The Chui steward suddenly understood and smiled. Ah, Master Lu, that's brilliant. What good is the finest wine if it cannot be sold? How unfortunate for such a secret brewing formula. And when they're in a difficult situation, we can approach Chen Fan to buy the formula. But there is only one copy of the formula. Then let each do his best, and see who Chen Fan will hand it over to. Their words were as if the secret brewing formula was already in their possession. In Shatian Village, when Tian Lahu heard that Chen Fan and only 9 others had escaped from an encirclement by more than 300 men, his heart was filled with fear. This Chen Fan was truly terrifying. Father, said Tian Sulan, now that this bastard is back, dealing with the Chen family village will be even harder. What should we do now? What can we do? The enmity has already been made. There's nothing else we can do for now. No, we can do it, Tian Ba spoke up. My younger sister and her husband are Chen Fan's parents. Now that he has become rich, if he ignores his parents, he is unfilial. We can report him to the authorities and have them arrest him. But he has proof of our disowning him. The authorities can't do anything to him. What of it? Our real aim is to lure him out of the manor and then ambush him on his way back. At that time, he won't have a horse, nor many men with him. If 100 men gang up on him alone, surely we won't fail. Tian Ba explained. Excellent plan, Tian Suilan said. I'll go to the county town right away to accuse that bastard. Tian Lahu said. First go see your eldest brother. Have him present this plan to Master Lu, allowing your eldest brother to gain favor with the Lu family. That would benefit us greatly. All right, we'll do it this way. Without delay, Tian Suilan and her husband set off for the county town again. Black Tiger Bandit Camp. Lu Yukai saw Chong Wei and others returning with dejected expressions and felt a sense of foreboding. Big brother, third brother, did he escape? Wang Chong nodded and said, that Chen Fan is no ordinary man. He seemed to know of our ambush in advance and prepared oil for burning. As soon as he entered the ambush zone, he used the oil to neutralize our attack. He even burned many of our brothers to death with it. Lu Yukai had considered many ways Chen Fan might escape, but never anticipated he would use oil for burning. This oil was extremely difficult to extinguish. Once someone's clothes caught fire from it, they would no longer focus on attacking Chen Fan's group, only on putting out the flames. Smart move. This Chen Fan has become a major threat to the bandit camp. Second brother, what worries me now is that Chen Fan may attack our camp. Don't worry about that. He doesn't even know where our bandit camp is located. Otherwise, the authorities would have already sent troops to destroy us long ago. Still, to be safe, increase patrols and add more hidden lookouts for now, Lu Yukai instructed. Also, third brother, you need to go down the mountain and visit Chen Family Village. We must use your identity now. I hope Chen Family Village will join us. Chapter 62. Mu Chong has ambitions. Are you suggesting, second brother, that I reclaim Mu Chong's identity and use Lord Mu's name to persuade them to surrender, bringing them into our mountain stronghold? Liu Yukai nodded and said, exactly. You changed your name and identity because you didn't want people to know that Lord Mu's adopted son became a bandit. But why did we end up becoming mountain bandits in the first place? Because we were driven to the edge of survival. The imperial court is filled with corrupt officials, the emperor is unjust and blind, and common people suffer terribly. Now the Northern D relentlessly harass the border. As you've said, the Northern D have ambitions of their own and will never seek peace with the court. They're planning a massive invasion in the coming spring, and the border defense will definitely fall. When that happens, Northern D will pour through the passes, and the common people will suffer greatly. Your joining the bandits is to build up strength to resist the Northern D forces and also to avenge Lord Mu. Therefore, we need a strong fighting force like Chen's village, especially a capable person like Chen Fan. But if we do this to him, would he really follow us? Wang Chong expressed concern. We've been trying to kill Chen Fan and destroy Chen's village. How would he ever agree? You won't know unless you try. If he agrees, we can acknowledge him as our leader. Acknowledge him as our leader? Both Wang Chong and Chong Wei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, recognize him as our leader. Big brother, third brother, here's what I think. Let Chen Fan be the lord, me the strategist, and you two brothers as the generals. All right, decided then, Wang Chong said. Third brother. Seeing Wang Chong's excitement, Chong Wei felt unhappy and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Liu Yukai. Liu Yukai smiled and said, Third brother, hurry up. This is a very important matter. Yes, second brother. After Wang Chong left, Chong Wei expressed his dissatisfaction. Second brother, are we really going to acknowledge Chen Fan as our leader? Don't forget our purpose. A slight smirk appeared on Liu Yotsai's lips as he revealed a sinister smile. Big brother, how could we forget the mission our lord gave us? You really think we're sincere about making Chen Fan our leader, don't you? I just want third brother. No, I just want that fool Mu Chong to help bring Chen Fan into our trap. Then we can execute a trap and capture them all at once. What about Mu Chong then? He follows our orders. Then he can continue to be our third brother. If not, kill him along with the others. Fine. TSK. Never expected there's really someone pulling the strings behind Black Tiger Bandit Camp. The adopted son of Lord Mu is truly pitifully stupid to believe those ruthless bandits. In the space, Chen Fan saw what Chong Wei and Liu Yukai said and couldn't help shaking his head. When Chong Wei and Liu Yukai left the Hall of Brotherhood, Chen Fan exited the space. At this time, Chen Fan was wearing bandit clothing, with fake beard attached and a puteo in hand. He carefully walked out of the Hall of Brotherhood. After lingering around the Hall of Brotherhood for half a day, Chen Fan wanted to continue plucking wool, just like last time, but he found two bandits standing guard at each of the three leaders' doors. Even the weapon storehouse and the supply warehouse were guarded. With no choice, Chen Fan could only return after familiarizing himself with the layout. Chen Fan returned to the manor. Both Chen Wu and Chen Zheng came to see him at the same time. Uncle Zheng, you're back. That's great. Chen Zheng smiled and said, thanks to you. Using yourself as bait, you drew everyone's attention to you, leaving me free to do my part. This time I managed to buy 10,000 jin of grain. It should last us several months. Chen Fan nodded and said, good. Uncle Zheng, since you're back, brewing will be your responsibility. Don't worry, Chen Wu has already told me. 1,000 jars of wine, and also sell them in the prefectural city. Good, Chen Fan said. Uncle Wu, did Mu Chong come by? How did you know? Chen Wu was surprised. Chen Fan smiled slightly and explained in detail how he had eavesdropped on Chong Wei and the others in the bandit camp. After hearing it, Chen Wu sighed. Sigh. Didn't expect that Lord Mu's adopted son could be such a confused person. Chen Fan shook his head and said, he isn't confused. He's greedy for quick success and will use any means necessary. Do you think Mu Chong doesn't know that the bandits of Black Tiger Bandit Camp are ruthless and wicked? He does know, yet he still became their third chief. And he deliberately changed his surname to Wang. Not for Lord Mu, but for himself. Because it was Wang Chong who committed the crimes, not Mu Chong. If he truly wanted to avenge Lord Mu, he should use Lord Mu's name to raise an army. If that didn't work, he could even gather Lord Mu's former men to occupy a mountain stronghold, wait for imperial pardon, and obtain a title, then slowly plan his next moves. But his ambition goes far beyond that. What he truly desires is the entire empire. When the Northern D cross the pass, Mu Chong will definitely rise against the imperial court. Is that possible? He is Lord Mu's adopted son after all, Chen Zheng said. Chen Wu shook his head and said, no, it's actually quite possible. General Mu had 18 adopted sons, yet he always remained cautious of this particular one. Mu Chong had repeatedly suggested that General Mu declare himself king, but each time he was rejected by General Mu. That insignia you stole last time was actually General Mu's insignia, which holds the authority to command Mu's army. I clearly remember this insignia was given to Miss Mu Qingqing, yet it's now in Mu Chong's hands. That is indeed puzzling. So it seems Mu Chong really has ulterior motives. It's possible that Miss Mu has already been. Chen Zheng didn't finish the last two words. Chen Wu's face darkened as he sighed. I hope Miss Mu is safe. Otherwise, I will never forgive him. Chen Fan said, don't worry. Miss Mu must be safe. In fact, the person who most wants Miss Mu to stay alive is Mu Chong himself. Why? Both Chen Wu and Chen Zheng asked simultaneously. Chen Fan explained, because everyone knows Miss Mu is the rightful holder of the insignia, not Mu Chong. As long as anyone suspects Mu Chong, none of Mu's army will obey him. Then where did this insignia come from? It must have been obtained through deceiving Miss Mu. If Uncle Wu wants to meet Miss Mu, simply present the insignia and have Mu Chong summon Mu Qingqing. As for their request, once we see Miss Mu, we will follow her instructions. Chen Zheng smiled and said, brilliant plan. Mu Chong knows Chen Wu and knows that Chen Wu is loyal to General Mu, thus also loyal to Miss Mu. Since Mu Chong has ambitions, he will find Miss Mu, have her convince Chen Wu, and then control the military forces of Chen's village. With the military strength of Chen's village behind him, Mu Chong will finally gain real authority in Black Tiger Bandit Camp, perhaps even kill the big and second brothers. Then he will control both Black Tiger Bandit Camp and Chen's village. Plus, with the young master's secret brewing formula, he can earn large sums of silver to raise an army. Chen Wu's face darkened further as he said grimly, he'll come back again in 3 days. I'll talk to him then. Chen Fan nodded and said, fine. These few days we will continue brewing wine, training, and making shields. As for the matter of eliminating Black Tiger Bandit Camp, I already have a rough idea. Chapter 63, An Ambush on the Road. After a detailed discussion, Chen Fan and the other two finally decided to keep Black Tiger Gang at bay for now and focus on developing their own strength first, beginning with recruitment. They traveled to other villages to recruit refugees and tenant farmers, strengthening the Chen family vineyard. This task was assigned to Chen Zheng. After being recruited, these people were handed over to Chen Wu for training. As for Chen Fan, he continued training every day, brewing wine, and entering the space to feed the chickens and water the fruit trees. This continued for over 10 days. During this time, Chen Wu's leg and big girl's illness had significantly improved, especially Chen Wu, who could now walk normally, although he still couldn't exert himself or walk for too long. The population of Chen family village also rapidly increased, with a sudden addition of 300 people, all either tenants or refugees. Chen Fan offered them a wage of 2 mace of silver per month, with free food and accommodation. Everyone was willing to stay and undergo training. With the increase in personnel, Chen Fan had everyone build a wooden wall around the perimeter of Chen family village, just like the vineyard, to ensure its safety. Although wooden walls couldn't provide ultimate protection from enemies, they could at least hold up for a short time. Chen Zheng approached Chen Fan, who was practicing horse stances, and said, Master, the drunken heaven wine has been brewed. When are we sending it to the county town? Chen Fan ended his stance and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel on his shoulder. Today, same as always. I'll leave the city first and take the main road, and you will follow later through the back roads to the county town. Got it. Shortly afterward, Chen Fan had people load wine jars filled with water onto the horse-drawn carts, while he personally loaded the 300 jars of real wine into his space. The manor's gates opened, and Chen Fan led 10 carts heading toward the county town. Half an hour later, Chen Wu also departed the vineyard with another 10 carts. Half an hour later, Chen Fan's caravan was already on a road flanked by small woods on both sides. The caravan was equipped with top-tier fighters, Chen Hu, Chen Feng, Chen Qi, Chen Pulu, Chen Jun, and 5 of the strongest fighters from the civilian corps. Each of the 10 carried weapons suited to their skills. Chen Hu wielded a halberd, the brothers Chen Feng and Chen Pulu both carried long spears, and Chen Qi and Chen Fan used swords. The others carried pudeo, single-edged swords. This group was capable of handling enemies, outnumbering them several times over. Master, there are ambushes on both sides, Chen Feng warned. Chen Fan nodded. Charge forward. Don't worry about the wine jars. Watch out for horse-tripping ropes. Understood. The others acknowledged. Instantly, the 10 carts accelerated. Chen Fan, driving the lead cart, kept a sharp eye on the road ahead. A horse-tripping rope was a cavalry's worst enemy. Unless the horse jumped over it, it would be tripped, and both the horse and rider would be injured. They're trying to escape. Go out and kill them. A group of masked men rushed out from both sides of the woods, lifting a horse-tripping rope from the ground. Nay! Chen Fan reacted swiftly and halted the horse cart, and the carts behind also stopped. Everyone prepare for battle. Protect the wine. Chen Fan jumped off the cart and drew his sword. The others also jumped off, each wielding their weapons. Chen Fan led the charge toward the approaching enemy. However, the masked men had no intention of engaging in close combat with Chen Fan's group. Instead, they pulled out bows and arrows and shot directly at the wine jars on the carts. Ping ping ping. Many jars shattered instantly, spilling the wine and spreading the aroma into the air. Protect the wine. Chen Fan ordered immediately. Everyone rushed back onto the carts trying to protect the wine. To enhance the realism, Chen Fan had placed a large amount of lower-grade wine in the carts. Once broken, the strong aroma naturally wafted out. Chui, the overseer watching from a distance, caught the scent and laughed so hard he couldn't stop. The plan succeeded. Ha ha. No matter how good your wine is, if it can't be sold, it's just garbage. Ha ha. Not only are we breaking your wine jars, we're also going to burn your carts. Daring to oppose Chui Winery, that's your punishment. Ha. Look, the carts are burning. One flaming arrow after another struck the carts, igniting the oil-drenched wooden carts, making it impossible for Chen Fan to put out the fire. Save the horses. Chen Fan decisively cut the reins tied to the cart, jumped on a horse, and charged toward the masked men. The others followed his lead, especially Chen Hu, who had been itching for action. These damned dogs had the audacity to ambush their master. It was an unforgivable crime. Chen Hu wielded his halberd, held the reins tightly, and charged the fastest. From the woods, a servant of Chui Winery turned pale and said, Boss, they are charging this way. Retreat, the overseer commanded. He rode his horse ahead, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. After all, Chen Fan and his men had broken through encirclements by 200 to 300 men before. They were a group of ruthless fighters. Fighting them would almost certainly end in total annihilation. Besides, their mission was to destroy the wine, not kill people. After killing a few enemies, Chen Fan noticed the rest fleeing, so he ordered everyone to stop chasing. Let a retreating enemy go. Master, said one of his men, these people are nothing but a ragtag bunch. Why don't we just kill them all? No, Chen Fan replied. Our mission is to lure their group into attacking us, and that objective has already been achieved. Now we should head to the county town to meet with Zhengshu and the others. Master, you're amazing, Chenjia remarked. They probably think they'll return and get credit for it, but once they see you've successfully sold the wine to the tavern, they'll lose all credit and might even be scolded by their master. Everyone looked at Chen Fan with deep admiration. If Chen Fan hadn't split his forces into two groups, those 300 jars of drunken heaven wine might have truly turned into shattered pieces. Chen Fan said, Chui Winery is an old established brewery, large and powerful, belonging to a noble family. While our Chen Winery has just been founded, if we intend to snatch a share from them, we must remain cautious. All right, everyone clean up, put out the fire, and check how many intact jars are left. Hide them for now, and we'll retrieve them on the way back. Understood. The team quickly put out the fire. More than 100 jars were still usable, so they were hidden carefully. This time, Chen Fan didn't place the wine jars into his system space, but let Chun Hu and the others hide them themselves. At the Yunlai Inn, manager Zhou had been waiting anxiously outside the inn for the arrival of Chen Fan's drunken heaven wine. According to their scheduled time, today was the day for delivering the wine. However, many customers had already reserved the drunken heaven wine. If no wine arrived today, Zhou doubted whether he could continue running the inn in the county town. Inside the tea house across the street, two people were watching manager Zhou closely. They were Lu Jia's eldest son, Lu Zifeng, and the young master of Chui Winery, Chui Linyu. He's still not here. It looks like manager Chui has succeeded, Lu Zifeng smirked. Chui Linyu shook his head. Before I receive definite confirmation, I never blindly assume a mission is complete. A slight flash of anger passed through Lu Zifeng's eyes before he coldly laughed. Chui Linyu, you really don't trust the capability of your subordinates. If I'd known it'd be like this, I should have sent my own men to help you. Chapter 64, Master Chui's Family. Chui Linyu glanced at Lu Zifeng and said indifferently, there will be a chance. At this moment, Chui, the shopkeeper, excitedly came before Chui Linyu and said, Master, it's done. Chui Linyu took a sip of tea and said, we'll wait. Lu Zifeng was surprised and said, congratulations. Your Chui distillery will once again dominate the market. Chui, the shopkeeper, replied proudly, of course. How dare a nobody try to steal from our bowl? It's practically a death wish. If not for the master's mercy, they would have been killed today. Enough. Chui Linyu said calmly, though his tone carried the authority that brooked no disobedience. Chui the shopkeeper immediately closed his mouth. Seeing Chui Linyu's domineering manner, Lu Zifeng felt somewhat angry. Chui Linyu, since Chen Fan's wine won't be arriving, there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Excuse me. You may go. However, just as Lu Zifeng rose to his feet, he saw Chen Fan's carriage arriving. How is that possible? Chui the shopkeeper also exclaimed in disbelief. I personally saw 10 carriages worth of wine jars shattered completely. The aroma was stronger than even our distillery's wine. Master, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, in the end, I even set the 10 carriages on fire. There's no way they could still have any wine left. Chui Linyu withdrew his gaze, his voice heavy with realization. A clever ploy, a false bait to deceive us. I made a mistake. Lu Zifeng's face darkened. Are you saying Chen anticipated we would ambush them along the way, destroy their wine, so they deliberately let us ruin fake goods as part of their scheme? Chui Linyu said solemnly, exactly. Chen Fan is capable of such a strategy. Otherwise, how could he have eliminated the bandits of Black Tiger Fort? Damn it, we've been tricked, Chui the shopkeeper said bitterly. Master, what should we do now? Come, let's go down and meet him. You go ahead. I'll just stay here watching you. Lu Zifeng said. He wasn't ready to face Chen Fan yet. Meeting him would only make him a target of mockery. At the Yunlai Inn, upon seeing Chen Fan arrive, Zhou, the innkeeper, felt an immediate relief and smiled slightly. Chen Young sir, thank goodness you're finally here. Apologies for making Master Zhou wait anxiously. Master Zhou waved a hand. You've arrived, that's all that matters. Are these the 300 jars of Zui Renjian? Yes. Quick, bring them into the tavern. Master Zhou instructed the waiters to move the wine jars into the building, while Chen Fan also let his men help and entered the inn with Chun Zheng following behind. Once inside, Chen Fan casually picked up a jar of Zui Renjian, removed the clay seal, and instantly a rich aroma filled the air, quickly drawing attention from the customers. What a strong, pure fragrance. Master Zhou, is Zui Renjian here already? This scent seems even stronger than last time. In a moment, customers gathered around. Master Zhou stood up, bowing respectfully to the crowd. Everyone, Zui Renjian is here, and this is the owner of the distillery, Master Chen. Chen Fan also stood and bowed to the crowd, saying, thank you all for appreciating Zui Renjian. These wines have already been sold to Master Zhou, and he alone has the authority over them. However, this time I will make an exception. I'll personally share this newly opened jar with everyone here. Master Zhou, this one I owe you. I'll give you double next time. No need. This one I'll treat everyone, Master Zhou said with a smile. Come, pour the wine for everyone. Thank you, Master Zhou. Thank you, Master Chen. The guests thanked them both repeatedly. After everyone sat down, The attendants poured bowls of wine for each guest. It was past the dinner hour, so there weren't many people eating. After sharing one jar among the guests, more than half a jar still remained. Master Zhou took the half jar of wine, leading Chen Fan and Chen Zheng upstairs to a private room. Inside the private room, after taking a sip of wine, Master Zhou said, "This batch is even better than the last." Yes, this time, the ingredients were better, and we stored it a few more days. The longer this wine is aged, the smoother the flavor becomes. Master Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Chen Fan continued, "Master Zhou, he is my uncle. I will leave the management of the brewing business to him in the future. If you need to conduct business, you may liaise directly with him." Master Zhou felt a flicker of excitement and said, "Chen Young sir, if you're planning any new ventures, allow me to invest a share. Don't worry, I won't interfere in business decisions. I'll leave everything to you." Chen Fan shook his head. "I have no business ideas at the moment. To tell the truth, I'm preparing for the worst-case scenario." "The worst-case scenario? You mean the northern border?" "It seems you've realized as much," Chen Fan interrupted. "The northern D have wolf-like ambitions and will never agree to peace with the imperial court. Master Zhou, if you want to retreat to the inner city, come find me in Chen's village. In any case, my people from Chen's village are leaving, so it would be much safer for you to come with us." "In that case, thank you. The young master of Chui Distillery is here, Zhang Guidut." A waiter's voice came from outside the private room. Master Zhou sighed and said, "I'll go out and see him." "No need." Chui Linyu entered the private room directly with Chui the shopkeeper behind him. The waiter immediately said to Master Zhou, "Master, I couldn't stop Master Chui. I failed you." Master Zhou waved his hand. "Get out." The waiter shut the door quickly and left. Master Zhou bowed politely. "Young Master Chui, I failed to greet you properly. Please do not take offense." Chui Linyu said indifferently. "Master Zhou, we are not here to see you, but Master Chen." Chen Fan stood up and said, "Master Chui, if I recall correctly, the first time we met, you didn't even deign to look at someone like me, a commoner. Who would have thought that not long after, your master would personally visit me? Do you feel any regret for looking down on me back then?" Chui Linyu looked at Chui the shopkeeper and said, "The one who looks down on others, strike your own face." "Yes." Without hesitation, Chui the shopkeeper slapped his own face repeatedly. Within a few slaps, his cheeks were swollen and red, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was hitting himself with full force. Chen Fan simply watched, not stopping him. Chui Linyu also watched Chen Fan silently, without stopping him either. It was Master Zhou who finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Enough, enough. Master Chui, do you have something to discuss with Master Chen? If so, I'll leave you two alone in the room." "I have nothing to say to him." Chen Fan stood up. "Master Zhou, how much wine are you planning to order next month?" Master Zhou said, "Let me think. Chen Young sir, why don't you speak with young Master Chui first? I'll go calculate how much wine I need to order next month." Chui Linyu remained calm, not angered in the least by Chen Fan's words. "You may leave as well." "Yes, master." Chui the shopkeeper respectfully exited the private room. Seeing Chen Zheng still standing there, Chui Linyu spoke. "Are you not sending your servant away?" Chapter 65 Chui Clan's Ambition. "There's nothing one can't say openly. Besides, he isn't my subordinate, he's my uncle," Chen Fan said solemnly. Chen Zheng felt a warmth rising in his heart. Since he had decided to follow Chen Fan, he had cast aside his title as village chief of Chen's village, fully intending to assist Chen Fan loyally. He wished for the villagers of Chen's village to survive in these chaotic times and even fight for a future. Chui Linyu glanced at Chen Zheng and said, "Chui Zhanggui is also my uncle, my third paternal uncle, but he is still my subordinate." Upon hearing this, Chen Zheng couldn't help but feel sorry for Chui Zhanggui, while simultaneously feeling relieved that Chen Fan wasn't a person who forgot kindness or betrayed trust. "If you enjoy treating your father as your subordinate, that's none of my business," Chen Fan said indifferently. "Say what you have to say, otherwise please leave." A flash of killing intent passed through Chui Linyu's eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it came, replaced by his original confidence. "In that case, I'll speak plainly. I wish for Mr. Chen to pledge allegiance to our Chui clan." Chen Fan slightly frowned. "You want my secret wine brewing formula?" Chui Linyu shook his head. "Mr. Chen might not understand what I mean by pledging allegiance. Pledging allegiance means everything of yours belongs to our Chui clan. Not just your secret formula, but you yourself, along with all your subordinates, will come under my command." Both Chen Fan and Chen Zheng were stunned. Was this guy out of his mind? Chen Fan looked at Chui Linyu, as though he were some lunatic. This reminded him of a line from a novel in his previous life. "You are beautiful to look at, so don't imagine yourself too prettily." He thought that line sounded rather arrogant, so he said lightly, "You are indeed beautiful to look at." Chui Linyu smiled slightly. "That's what everyone says." Chen Fan sneered. "Then don't imagine yourself too prettily." Chui Linyu's face suddenly turned icy cold. If glances could kill, Chen Fan would have been dead by now. "Mr. Chen, you are declining my kind offer? You can take your damned kindness and go. I really don't understand where you get the confidence to talk about pledging allegiance before me. In terms of wine, mine surpasses yours from the Chui clan's brewery. Given time, it'll sweep across the entire great Qian Empire while no one would even cast a glance at your Chui clan's wine anymore. In terms of people, the people of my village are united as one. We share everything, and even dare to face mountain bandits fearlessly. The Chui clan may appear numerous, but everyone is selfish at heart. When danger comes, there's no one willing to protect you. I ask you then, by what face do you ask me to pledge allegiance to you? You ignorant commoner. Do you even realize that the era of warlords is approaching? Not only your little Chen's village, but even our Chui clan needs to ally itself with a powerful figure in the imperial court to hold any position. I considered you talented and offered you the opportunity to join me so that you could follow the Dairen into battle across the land, achieve great feats, and gain a promising future. Since you're so ungrateful, there's no need for me to be courteous anymore. After issuing this threat, Chui Linyu left. What an egotist. I don't even understand how the Chui clan's brewery could let him become the young master. Chen Fan said helplessly with curiosity. Chen Zheng spoke up. Master, though this Chui fellow might be somewhat despicable, his words have revealed some valuable information. Chen Fan nodded. That's true. It seems our assumption was correct, that after the beginning of spring, the Beatty will attack the border. But I initially thought the imperial court would send people to negotiate peace, offering some reparations, and then the Beatty would withdraw, after which the court would dispatch great generals to guard the border. But now it seems, the Beatty might demand territory before they will stop their aggression. No way. Territorial concessions would draw endless criticism. Chenjia said. Chen Fan sighed. This is only my speculation. It's possible the imperial court might send an army to counterattack. But I'm certain about one thing. The imperial court will seek peace talks. Why? What benefits do peace talks bring to the imperial court? If they don't seek peace, they will gain nothing. Chaos benefits opportunists. Chen Fan said. But it won't be enough to plunge the entire great Qian Empire into complete disorder. In that case, that's good. Chen Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. In the eyes of those noble lords, there's only interest. They don't care one bit about the common people's survival. Once the chaos starts, the common people will sink into deeper suffering. Life has already been tough enough. Chen Fan sighed again. Let's hope there are still loyal officials in the imperial court. Don't think too much. We will handle matters step by step. Oh, Jingshu, I've heard that your son Qinsheng is studying in the prefectural city. Yes, this troublesome boy shows some talent in study, so I'm sending him to prepare for the imperial examinations. As Qinsheng spoke of his son, he couldn't help but feel proud. After all, Qinsheng was a true scholar in the village and already a Shiotsi degree holder. Chen Fan nodded. Call him back. I will fund his studies in the inner city. After spring begins, you will lead a group of elderly, women, and children to the inner city, buy estates and farmland there, and continue brewing wine. What about you then? I will remain in the village with the local militia. Unless absolutely necessary, we won't leave easily. After all, this place is our home, the root of who we are. This matter doesn't need to be rushed. Discuss it with Chun Wu first when you return. All right. Zhao Zhonggui walked in. Master Chun, I just saw Master Chui looking very unhappy, as if he were extremely angry. Chen Fan said. Zhonggui, do you know who stands behind the Chui clan's distillery? Zhao Zhonggui replied. The Chui distillery in Linjiang County is only a branch of the Chui clan. The main family resides in the capital city. I've heard that someone from the main branch of the Chui clan holds a high-ranking government position in the imperial court. Chen Fan nodded slightly. No wonder. So the ambitions of the Chui clan are no small matter, and neither is that Chui Linyu's ambition. Zhonggui, I suspect that the Beatty really will invade across the northern border after the beginning of spring. You should make preparations in advance. Zhao Zhonggui hesitated for a moment and then asked, Did the young master say that? Chen Fan gave a slight nod. Zhao Zhonggui's face turned solemn as he said, Thank you for the warning. I'll prepare accordingly. I may trouble you again when the time comes. That's only natural. After receiving the remaining payment, Chen Fan also collected another 600 taels as a deposit for next month's order of 600 jars of wine. Altogether, he received 1,800 taels of silver, making Chen Fan and others extremely pleased. Chen Fan gave 20 taels of silver to each of 20 men, 2 taels per person, allowing them half a day of free time to wander about the county town before gathering later at the tavern. As for himself, he went with Chun Zheng to the county yamen. Previously, he had received 78 Pu Dao swords, which remained unreported to the authorities. Keeping such weapons privately constituted a serious crime. However, Chen Fan had no intention of registering them, since certifying each sword legally required a 10-tael fee, far too costly. Still, to be prepared for unexpected situations, he intended to purchase 50 Pu Dao swords at the county yamen. That way, even if large numbers of swords were seen on his estate, there would be no problem. Upon reaching the county yamen, Chen Fan once again met the old official officer. Little master, you've come again. The old officer seemed to have expected Chen Fan's arrival, looking rather pleased. Official, how did you know I would come back? Chen Fan grew highly interested in this experienced officer. This old officer was no simple man. Chapter 66, The County Magistrate Xiao He. The veteran official looked at Chen Fan with an ambiguous smile and said, Among the countless peasants in the great Qian Empire, you, young master, are the most remarkable one. Do you remember how many times you've come here in just 2 months? And every time, you've spent a considerable sum. Other people come to the government office to buy land or houses, yet you come for weapons. You've already bought over 100 weapons from me. A person who can afford to buy weapons would never think his weapons are too many. I believe you'll be coming here often in the future. Officer, you're truly insightful. Chen Fan couldn't help but give the old official a thumb up. Don't flatter me. Just pay the correct amount. This is 500 taels. I need 50 sets of Pugwa swords and armor, and shields would be even better. The old official glanced at the silver on the table, and then wrote out the official vouchers for 50 sets of Pugwa swords and armor with his shaky old hands. Thank you, officer. Chen Fan quietly slipped 5 taels of silver into the old official's hand. The old official accepted the silver contentedly and said, "Recently, we've acquired dozens of abandoned carts. Interested?" "What's the price?" Chen Fan asked. 100 taels, all yours for the taking." Without hesitation, Chen Fan took out 150 taels of silver and said, "This is 150 taels. 100 belongs to the government, and the other 50 is for you, officer. You can treat the other officers to some tea." "Huh, you're very skillful in dealing with people, and quite promising too," the old official said as he swiftly grabbed the silver. Chen Fan respectfully bowed to the old official. He knew that the old official had already figured out his intentions. Not only did he not charge him for hoarding arms, but he was actually helping him. Take these dozens of carts for example, they would prove very useful for him. Chen Zheng was especially excited. Just when he was worried about the problem, a pillow came along. With these dozens of carts, it would be much more convenient for them to go to the inner city in the future. After obtaining the carts, Chen Fan found that there were too many carts and too few men to move them. So he hired many more cart drivers and sent Chen Zheng, Chen Hu, and everyone else back to Chen Family Village first. As for him, he remained at the government office, chatting with the old official. Chen Fan retrieved a jar of Zui Renjian from his space and offered it to the old official. "Officer, this is my brewed Zui Renjian. Please accept it." "Zui Renjian?" The old official excitedly grabbed the jar, immediately tearing off the seal. A strong aroma of wine filled the air instantly. Just the scent of this wine proves its top quality. Eagerly, the old official took a sip and wine spilled from both sides of his mouth, enhancing his bold and unrestrained demeanor. "Excellent wine, ha! Truly excellent wine. If officer enjoys it, I'm very glad," Chen Fan smiled. "After drinking, may I ask why officer has chosen to help me? Or rather, who is the person behind you?" The old official paused, put down the wine jar, looked at Chen Fan, and asked, "Why do you think that?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Officer, I don't mean to underestimate you. Although you are in charge of managing the government warehouse and official seal, to give me more than 60 carts for merely 100 taels, your authority alone is probably not sufficient." "Aha!" The old official was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Young master of Chen Family Village, indeed clever. You established a civilian militia, built a wine distillery, completely transformed Chen Family Village, eliminated more than 200 bandits, outwitted the Liu family, and escaped the ambush from the bandits and the Chui family. Every single incident demonstrates your capabilities." Chen Fan maintained a smile on his face while his heart churned wildly inside. He had been under someone's watch all along, and he hadn't even realized it. Scared, the old official seemed to have the eyes of fire and gold, penetrating Chen Fan's inner anxiety. Chen Fan awkwardly smiled and said, "Officer, I must admit I am quite startled. I didn't expect officer to have been watching me all along." "Huh?" The old official laughed. "Actually, it's not me who's been watching you. Since you've already guessed, let me take you to meet the magistrate." "Thank you," said Chen Fan. "Please, please." Led by the old official, Chen Fan entered the yamen for the first time, seeing several officials and a man dressed in official robes. However, the old official did not lead Chen Fan to those two men in official robes, but instead took him to a study. "Go in. The magistrate is inside," the old official happily said. "Isn't it necessary to announce my arrival?" Chen Fan curiously asked. "Not necessary. Just go in." "Thank you." Chen Fan gently pushed open the door and entered the study. Before he had a chance to look around, he heard a deep voice. "You finally arrived." Chen Fan was startled. It sounded like he was expected to come long ago. He immediately looked toward the speaker. A middle-aged man with a thin, gaunt figure and a goatee sat there, smiling happily at Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately clasped his fists and said, "I don't quite understand your honor's meaning." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Sit down. Let me explain everything to you." "Thank you, your honor," Chen Fan said as he sat down. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "Neither humble nor arrogant. Very good. Ask whatever you want, and I will explain everything to you." Chen Fan immediately asked, "May I know your honor's name?" "Magistrate Xiao He of Linjiang County." "Xiao He." Chen Fan paused for a moment. Could it be the same Xiao He who chased Han Xian under the moonlight? Impossible. It must just be a coincidence of the same name and surname. Quickly regaining his composure, Chen Fan stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "It's an honor to meet Magistrate Xiao. No need for excessive courtesy. Sit down and speak." "Thank you, your honor." Chen Fan sat again. "Your honor, may I ask why you are so well informed about my affairs?" Magistrate Xiao He smiled and replied, "You are so clever. Don't you already know why I know so much about you?" Chen Fan helplessly said, "I know the fact, but not the reason. I should just be an ordinary person, not worthy of such attention from your honor." "No, you are worthy," Xiao He said. "And it all started with a tiger." Chen Fan suddenly understood. "So it was that. I suppose Master Zhou presented the tiger to your honor and also informed you of what I said, which drew your honor's attention toward me. And all my subsequent actions have continued to draw your honor's attention." "Exactly," Xiao He replied. "Since you used just a few Pu Dao and homemade bows to wipe out over 200 bandits, I've been keeping an eye on you through others and helping you wherever possible. Otherwise, do you really think you could have safely delivered the wine to Master Zhou? The county town is far more complicated than you imagine. There are over a dozen Dada Shaoshak gangs, and the largest are controlled by powerful clans. Tian Xiong's Tiger Gang has allied with the Liu family, while the Qinghe Gang is controlled by the Chui family's wine shop. Together, those two gangs number at least 500 men. If they blocked your carriage in an alleyway, do you really think your wine could still reach the tavern?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Impossible. In an alley, the carriage couldn't pass. Just a few stones, a few jars of oil, and a few torches would be enough to ruin all my wine shipment. Then, Chen Fan stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao He. Thank you, Your Honor, for your assistance. Chapter 67 Xiao He wants to exterminate the bandits. Xiao He slightly nodded. No need for formalities. I help you because I admire you. The great Daqian Dynasty needs talents like you. At the same time, I also need your help. Please speak, sir. As long as it's within my ability, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Good, Xiao He said. Eradicate the mountain bandits. What I mean is not only Black Tiger Fort, but all the bandits in Linjiang County. Sir, I only know about Black Tiger Fort. I don't know about other bandits. You don't know, but I do. Xiao He replied. Chen Fan, a man dressed in a constable's uniform, entered the study. Sir, Xiao He waved his hand. No need for formalities. Brief us on the situation of the mountain bandits in Linjiang County. Yes, Chen Fan said. Currently, there are over a dozen Xiaoshag mountain bandit groups in Linjiang County, with a total number of about 2,000. Originally, Black Tiger Fort had the most members, over 500, now reduced to only over 200, all young and strong men. Therefore, they're still the strongest among all the bandits. There's also Flying Tiger Fort and Sleeping Tiger Fort. Together they have 700 or 800 people, but mostly elderly, women, and children. The rest are small bandit groups with only dozens of fighters. Xiao He slightly nodded and looked at Chen Fan. Do you have any plans to deal with them? Chen Fan thought for a moment before replying. I need time to consider. Please give me a few days, sir. All right. Will 3 days be enough? Yes. Chen Fan replied. Good. Xiao He said. Chen Fan, go to Chen's village in 3 days. Everything will follow Chen Fan's orders. Yes. Chen Fan acknowledged. Chen Fan said. Then I will take my leave now. Chen Fan, see him out. Yes. Chen Fan gestured to Chen Fan. Master Chen, please. Thank you. Leaving the yamen, Chen Fan said. Thank you, Constable Jean. As the saying goes, though a friend may travel 1,000 miles, a farewell is inevitable. This is far enough. 3 days from now, you and I will storm Black Tiger Fort together. Chen Fan replied. I hope Master Chen won't let down everyone in Linjiang County. Of course. After leaving the county office, Chen Fan once again arrived at the rear gate of Lu family. Then he entered the space, changed into the attire of a Lu household servant, carefully observed the back courtyard situation, and upon confirming safety, entered the Lu residence again. Chen Fan cautiously arrived at the study, only to find the study already locked. Just as Chen Fan was considering leaving, a servant spotted him. What are you doing here? Don't you know the study has been sealed by the master? Chen Fan acted surprised. I'm new here, I got lost. Could you kindly tell me where the latrine is? Follow me. Thank you. On the way, Chen Fan subtly got some information from the servant. It turned out that after the last time Chen Fan stole from the study, everyone in the Lu family believed the study was haunted. They had even brought in Taoist priests to exorcise the spirits. Eventually, they simply sealed off the study. Chen Fan also learned the study's location. After finishing his business at the latrine, Chen Fan continued to explore the Lu residence. To be honest, the Lu family was incredibly wealthy. Rock gardens, pavilions, terraces, towers, and exquisite flowers in the garden, etc. If the aristocratic families in border town had such extravagant houses, then the rich people in the inner city must be even more luxurious. Arriving outside the study, Chen Fan heard Lu Zifeng's complaints. Instantly, Chen Fan entered the space and observed the study's interior. Father, that Chui Linyu is too arrogant. I approached them with good intentions to cooperate against Chen Fan, but was scorned. Chui family's young one has always been arrogant. Even his father is often looked down on. There's nothing strange about it. This kind of person has always thought highly of himself, never tasted defeat, and once he does lose, he'll lose all his will. This time, facing Chen Fan, the kid might lose. Just wait for the show, the head of the Lu family stated. Lu Zifeng said, if Chen Fan wins, won't his power grow even stronger? So what? Even if he grows more powerful, he's still just a commoner. Commoners are no match for officials. Your second uncle is the deputy county magistrate. In Linjiang County, apart from the county magistrate, your second uncle has the greatest authority. If he wants to arrest Chen Fan, it'll be effortless. Why not arrest him now then? Foolish. Once he's arrested, how can he fight against the Chui family? The Chui and Lu families each dominate half of Linjiang County. Neither can overpower the other. Finally, there's Chen Fan who can help us counter the Chui family. Why would we interfere? Upon hearing this, Lu Zifeng remarked, so in fact, father has had methods to deal with Chen Fan long ago, but chose not to, in order to use him against the Chui family. Father is wise, son deeply admires you. Learn well. Understood. Inside the space, Chen Fan overheard their conversation and shook his head. They actually think they can use me against the Chui family, not realizing how powerful the Chui family's backers are. Chen Fan exited the space and arrived outside the study. Then he left the Lu residence. This time, Chen Fan didn't steal anything. He feared that stealing too much might cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he was not short of money now. After leaving the Lu residence, Chen Fan arrived at the Chui residence. Again, he used his space ability to enter the Chui compound, and then obtained the clothing of a servant. After changing into it, he began searching for the study. When he finally located the study, Chen Fan found only Chui Linyu inside, without seeing Chui Jiazhuang or others, which frustrated him. He also noticed that everyone in the Chui household seemed deeply fearful of Chui Linyu. Unwilling to waste more time in the Chui residence, Chen Fan left and immediately headed out of the city. Upon returning to the manor, Chen Wu and Chen Zheng came to see him. Master, I've already discussed with Chen Wu, Chen Zheng said. We'll follow your plan. I'll call Chen Sheng back, and after the beginning of spring, he'll lead the elderly, women, and children to the inner city. Chen Fan nodded. Good, that's best. But I plan to bring more people along. Then he recounted the conversation he had had with the county magistrate at the Yamen. Chen Wu said, the county magistrate is using our Chen family village as a pawn. If the county office can't handle so many bandits, how can we? Right, master, Chen Zheng suggested. Maybe we should discuss this again with the magistrate. You both think the magistrate is using us as a tool, but in fact, we are leveraging the county office's authority to eliminate the bandits. Truthfully, we'll only have to face Black Tiger Fort. Once we destroy them, the other bandit camps won't pose a real threat. In 3 days, Constable Jean will lead 500 soldiers here. I will personally command them to wipe out Black Tiger Fort. While we don't need to be directly involved, we can preserve our strength. Do you have a plan already? Chen Wu asked. Of course, Chen Fan replied. Mu Chong is the key. Uncle Wu, find a way to contact Mu Chong and tell him I want to meet him. All right, I'll handle it, Chen Wu said. The next day, Chen Wu sent Chen Pulu to the communication point in Wang's village that was linked to Black Tiger Fort, informing them of Chen Fan's desire to meet Mu Chong. This communication point had been specifically told to Chen Wu by Mu Chong when he visited Chen's village previously, for easier coordination. Since they were all under Mu Shui, Mu Chong still trusted Chen Wu to a certain extent. Chapter 68, Meeting Mu Chong. Heihu Fort, Gathering Hall. Wang Chong. No. At this point, he had already reclaimed his family name and become Mu Chong. Upon receiving news from his men that Chong Wei and Lu Yukai were looking for him, he hurried over. Big brother, second brother, you called for me. Chong Wei said. Yes, we received word from Chen's village. That young master wants to see you. It's been over 10 days. Finally, he's decided to see me. Mu Chong replied, suppressing his anger. Lu Yukai said. Third brother, I'll go with you to meet him. I'll speak for you when needed. All right. Chen Fan, along with Chen Sheng and Chen Pulu, arrived at Wang's village as scheduled. The village chief personally welcomed them into the estate. Chen Fan tried to get information about the bandits from the chief, but the man claimed to know nothing, only stating that he had no choice but to become a contact point for Heihu Fort. To protect the safety of everyone in the village, they also had to provide 1,000 jin of grain and supplies of wine and meat every month, a burden the chief could still manage. Yet Chen Fan didn't fully believe the chief's words. How could a landlord willingly accept constant oppression unless it brought greater benefits in return? Rather than seeing the chief as a helpless victim, Chen Fan believed him to be in cahoots with Heihu Fort. Chen Fan returned to the main hall, where the village chief sent tea and pastries, then excused himself. Chen, who looked ready to reach for the pastries the moment they were served. Don't touch them, Chen Fan stopped him. We're deep in enemy territory, we must be extra cautious. Chen, who nodded and pulled his hand back, though his eyes remained fixed on the pastries. Chen Pulu scolded angrily. You fool, stop staring and focus on protecting the young master. Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Fan took out 2 pastries from his sleeve like a magic trick. These are from the county town. Each of you take one. Thank you, young master. Chen, who immediately took one and started eating. Chen Pulu said, Master, you eat it. I'm not hungry. Just take it. I still have more. Chen Fan handed one to Chen Pulu and took one himself, leaving him with a third. After the 3 finished their pastries, the village chief arrived with Lu Yukai and Mu Chong shortly after. Chen Fan exchanged polite greetings with them. Then everyone sat down. Chen Fan got straight to the point. Deputy leader, your younger brother mentioned before that he wished to acknowledge me as our leader. Is that truly the case? Seeing that Lu Yukai had come, Chen Fan abandoned the idea of speaking privately with Mu Chong and changed tactics, coming straight to the issue. Of course it's true, Lu Yukai replied. As long as Master Chen takes command of Heihu Fort as our chief leader, the fort will certainly rise to greater heights and stand out in these turbulent times. Chen Fan replied in mild surprise. Turbulent times? What do you mean by turbulent times? Can deputy leader be more specific? Do you know who I really am, Master Chen? You're the deputy leader of Heihu Fort. Even the villagers know that, Chen Fan replied. Lu Yukai nodded. That's just my current identity. Previously, I was a concubine-born son of the Lu family in the capital. I have reliable intelligence that the entire empire is on the brink of chaos. I came to this small border town of Linjiang specifically to meet big brother Chong Wei and third brother Mu Chong, gathering a group of brothers to accomplish great feats during this chaotic era. Master Chen, if you agree to join us, the 3 of us will gladly pledge loyalty to you as our lord. I shall be your strategist, and my big brother and third brother will become your 2 top generals. Chen Pulu shot a glance of discontent at Lu Yukai. Only I can be the master's top general. Chen Fan considered thoughtfully before saying, I need time to think. I'm not alone anymore. I have hundreds depending on me. I must ensure their safety. Of course, Lu Yukai said. Such a tempting offer. I find it hard to believe you'll refuse. Oh, by the way, Uncle Wu missed his old army comrades. I hope third brother Mu could visit our village for a chat. Will you be willing to come, third brother? Mu Chong seemed slightly tempted, but finally looked to Lu Yukai. Second brother, what do you think? Of course it's fine. May I accompany you as well? Of course, Chen Fan stood. Then let's go now. All right. Thanks to fast horses, an hour later, they arrived at Chen's village. Chen Wu greeted Mu Chong and Lu Yukai in Chen's village rather than at the Chun family distillery. The The distillery held many secrets, its training grounds, horses, weapons, and brewing equipment. Things outsiders must never learn about, at least not until they grew stronger themselves. Upon seeing Mu Chong, Chen Wu immediately clasped his fists and greeted, "Captain Mu, it's been a long time." Seeing Chen Wu, Mu Chong's face showed sudden recognition. "Captain Chen, so it really was you. No wonder Chen's village has such strong fighting capabilities. Is Captain Chen really that impressive?" Liu Yukai asked curiously. Mu Chong said, "Under my foster father's command, Captain Chen led the vanguard cavalry and was the strongest cavalry force among my foster father's troops. When the Northern D saw Captain Chen's cavalry, they would flee at the sight of them. Apart from my foster father, Captain Chen was the one the Northern D most wanted to eliminate. Unfortunately, in the final battle, my foster father was betrayed, and most of the Mu army died in combat. Those who survived went their separate ways. I never expected to meet Captain Chen again here. Second brother, as long as Captain Chen is here, within half a year we can build a cavalry unit that rivals the Northern D." Liu Yukai became intrigued. He looked at Chen Fan with envy, realizing there was such a capable person aiding him. This was the first time Chen Fan heard of Chen Wu's past. No wonder the newly established cavalry unit was so formidable. It turned out that Uncle Wu was so skilled at training cavalry. It seemed that he should expand the cavalry force, but the problem was manpower. Chen Fan thought of the bandits in the mountains, of course, excluding Heihu Fort. Chen Wu waved his hand dismissively. "A true hero does not boast about past glories. Today I'm just a humble villager. The reason I invited you, Captain Mu, besides an old reunion, is to return this flag to you." Chen Wu took out a flag. Mu Chong immediately stood up. "Where did you get this flag?" He recognized it instantly. It was the lost flag of the Mu army. But how did it end up in Chen Wu's hands? "I obtained it from a group of people. They came down from the mountains, bringing many things, including grain, books, and oddly, beds and quilts," Chen Wu explained. This was the story Chen Fan and Chen Wu had rehearsed in advance. Liu Yukai and Mu Chong immediately understood. Those who had sold the items to Chen Wu were the same ones who had stolen them. Emotionally moved, Mu Chong accepted the flag and said, "Thank you, Captain Chen. By the way, do you also have my foster father's command token?" "What? The General Mu's command token was also stolen?" Chen Wu exclaimed in shock. With a look of shame, Mu Chong said, "I'm embarrassed to admit it, but some flying thieves appeared among the mountain bandits and stole many things from the fort. A thief actually robbing a bandit's den. It sounded shameful enough just to mention it." Chapter 69, Chen Fan Strategy. "Mu Xiaowei, you've really gone too far. Don't you know how important the Commander Mu's token is? How could you lose it?" Chen Wu scolded loudly. Mu Chong helplessly replied, "I never expected the mountain stronghold to have thieves." Liu Yukai said, "Commander Chen, don't be too worried. Since the token is lost, we can just go find it. We already have clues. As long as we capture those people, we can get the token back. However, what's the use of this token anyway?" Chen Wu looked at Liu Yukai and said, "What, didn't Mu Chong tell you?" Liu Yukai glanced at Mu Chong and shook his head. He didn't say anything. Thankfully he didn't speak up. Otherwise, I would have punished him severely on behalf of Commander Mu. After saying this, Chen Wu looked at Mu Chong with an expression full of disappointment. Liu Yukai secretly placed importance on that token in his heart. Chen Fan said, "Enough, Uncle Wu. You were supposed to discuss some matters with the third leader, right? Since things are already lost, we should find ways to retrieve them. The main matter comes first." Sighing, Chen Wu said, "All right then. If something is lost, it's lost. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of Mu's army, it's nothing more than a piece of scrap iron. I originally intended to talk with Mu Chong, but since the second leader has arrived, I'll talk with you instead." Straightening his posture, Liu Yukai said, "Please proceed." Chen Wu continued, "I accept your conditions. The Black Tiger stronghold will be merged into Chen Family Village. The second leader will become our military strategist. Mu Xiaowei and the second leader will serve as the two great generals." "Wonderful," Liu Yukai said excitedly. He bowed to Chen Fan and said, "Lord, please guide me in the future." Immediately standing up, Chen Fan said, "Have the two of you misunderstood something? I'm merely a figurehead. The true lord is Uncle Wu." Liu Yukai cast a doubtful glance at Chen Wu. Mu Chong said, "Jidong Ly. So it's true. You're not willing to stay idle. You're beginning to build your own power base. I thought you were sincere, just like my father said, with no interest in power." All lies. If my father had listened to me back then, he wouldn't have died." "What did you say?" Chen Wu's face instantly turned ice cold. Chen Fan stood up, his tone firm and righteous. "Mu Chong, with that comment alone, we have no further need to cooperate. Second leader, you all may return." Liu Yukai hadn't expected Mu Chong to speak so brazenly, nor had he anticipated that Chen Fan would issue an immediate dismissal order. "Commander Chen, young master, please don't anger. I apologize on behalf of my younger brother. Out of respect for our surrender, please grant us another chance." Chen Wu said darkly, "If you truly wish to join our Chen family village, by no later than the day after tomorrow, burn down Black Tiger stronghold and bring all your brothers to our Chen family village. Send them into my village and be ready to take my orders. If I don't see you by then, I'll consider your refusal final, as if we'd never met. Chen Fan, show them out." "Yes, Uncle Wu." Chen Wu was unwilling to pay any attention to Mu Chong or Liu Yukai as he turned around and left immediately. Before leaving, though, Chen Wu cast another glance at Mu Chong. "Were it not for Commander Mu's sake, with the crime of losing both the command flag and the commander's token, I would certainly have you executed." Mu Chong glared at Chen Wu but dared not retort. Firstly, because he had indeed lost those 2 items. Secondly, because he knew he wouldn't win in a fight. And thirdly, because they were now on the enemy's turf. Chen Fan said, Langwei Dongjia, Qing. Liu Yukai wanted to say something, but, in the end, could not bring himself to utter a word. Chen Wu's attitude was too harsh, and Mu Chong had indeed spoken out of turn. Among the Mu army, Commander Mu was as if a deity. Who could tolerate speaking ill of him, especially from his adopted son? Sighing, Liu Yukai said, Alas, younger brother, let's go. Black Tiger Stronghold. Liu Yukai asked Mu Chong to rest well and not to brood, insisting that the failure wasn't his fault. After dealing with Mu Chong, Liu Yukai went in search of Chong Wei and explained everything about the Chen family village. Chong Wei said, This confirms my suspicion. Chen Fan is just an 18-year-old youth. He can't possibly be capable of commanding obedience from the entire Chen family village. But if he's the cavalry commander of the 1st Vanguard Battalion of Commander Mu, that makes sense. Chen Wu has pushed Chen Fan forward as a front while he hides behind the scenes. Should any problem arise, everyone will look to Chen Fan, never suspecting that Commander Mu's shadow lurks behind. As for the 3rd brother, he was utterly despicable. Such a good opportunity was ruined with just a few careless words, offending Chen Wu. Our chances of joining may now be quite difficult. Liu Yukai replied, It's not without hope yet. Then, Liu Yukai whispered something into Chong Wei's ear. Chen family village. After Liu Yukai and his men had departed, Chen Wu found Chen Fan. Do you think our plan will succeed? Chen Fan replied, It definitely will. How can you be so sure? Because of you, Uncle Wu, Chen Fan said. I didn't know before how remarkable you are. You were the cavalry commander of the 1st Vanguard Battalion under Commander Mu's command. Whoever possesses you can train a cavalry that rivals the Beatty forces. Any faction that learns of your existence would likely stop at nothing to keep you. Now that Black Tiger Stronghold's combat strength has been weakened and they want to increase their power quickly, they have only 2 options. One is to seek external help, and the second is to recruit new members. The Liu family was originally the best option, but since they want me to deal with the Chui family, they won't help Black Tiger Stronghold. As for the true mastermind behind Liu Yukai, he's too far away to offer immediate help, so it's of no use. Recruiting new members, if there are no refugees appearing yet, even if there are displaced people, they would be in the county town. Therefore, they thought of joining us, only to later sideline our authority or assassinate us, turning everyone from Chun family village into members of Black Tiger Stronghold. They truly have evil intentions. Then why do we still allow them to join us? Chen Wu asked. Isn't it so that the authorities can easily eliminate Black Tiger Stronghold without us getting involved? We fulfill the county's demand without suffering a single casualty. Isn't it a 2 birds with 1 stone situation? But why did you order them to burn down their own stronghold? It's simple. Make them have no place to retreat except to go all in or come to my Chen family village. But they won't burn it themselves, so I'll give them a little help. Chen Wu slightly frowned and asked, How will you help? I'll pay them a visit myself and help them set the stronghold on fire. Finally, leaving them with no escape route, forcing them to come here. But I won't let them arrive. What do you mean to do? Intercept and eliminate them halfway, Chen Fan said grimly. Immediately, Chen Fan wrote a letter and sent Chen Qi with it to the county office, handing it to County Magistrate Xiao He. Inside the county office, after receiving the letter, Xiao He appeared slightly surprised. Tell your master that I shall personally come 2 days from now. Yes, sir. When Chen Fan received the reply, he was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao He to trust him so much that he'd lead a group in person. Time passed quickly, and the appointed time arrived. At the county office, Magistrate Xiao He led 500 troops out of the county office. At Chen family village, Chen Fan gave Chen Wu some final instructions before heading up the mountain. Chapter 70, Ambush. Black Tiger Bandit Camp. Liu Yukai angrily approached Chong Wei. Big brother, that bastard Mu Chong has escaped. What? He actually fled. Chong Wei stood up in disbelief, then roared in fury. I always knew this ungrateful bastard couldn't be tamed. I knew he'd leave eventually. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Sai, we've lost a bargaining chip with Chen Wu, Liu Yukai said. We should have bound him up 2 days ago. If we had him today to hand over to Chen Wu, it would show our sincerity and make things easier for us in the future. Then what should we do now? Gather all the brothers and head down the mountain to Chen's village. Not only that, we must bring gifts with us. What gifts? Gold and jewelry, Liu Yukai replied. Originally we planned to use Mu Chong to offset the cost of this box of treasures. This time, we can't save that expense. If we want to possess cavalry as strong as the Beidi, we must rely on Chen Wu. Now it seems that this ungrateful Mu Chong had been holding back all along. As fellow lieutenants, it's impossible he understood nothing of training troops. Chen Wu managed to transform a group of peasants into a force with such combat capability in a short time. But after 3 years with us, the bandit camp's fighting strength still lags behind even those peasants. Truly infuriating. Chong Wei suddenly realized, then angrily declared, so it was true all along. This Mu Chong had been concealing his knowledge. Let's go first, then send people to find this bastard. When we do find him, I'll personally sever both his hands and feet. Agreed. Let's go. Oh, should we burn the bandit camp? No, burning it would cut off our retreat. But, I understand your concern, brother. If questioned later, we can say there's still much grain stored on the mountain, which would be a shame to burn. Understood. Then we go down the mountain. Down the mountain. Chong Wei and Liu Yukai led everyone in the bandit camp down the mountain. Since they intended to defect to Chen's village, there was no need to leave anyone behind. Not long after Chong Wei and his men had descended the mountain, Chen Fan emerged from his space. Seeing their retreating procession, Chen Fan began shamelessly looting the bandit camp for anything he considered useful. Not even a single needle was left behind. Fortunately, the space was big enough, so there was no worry about running out of room. Between Wang's village and Chen's hamlet, aside from the official road, there was also a small path. Governor Xiao He, leading 500 soldiers, had been lying in ambush along this path. Sir, we've waited for over 2 hours already. Could the intelligence be incorrect? Zhang Fei was growing impatient. Governor Xiao He waved his hand. The intelligence couldn't be wrong. Be patient. Yes, Zhang Fei reluctantly complied. Zhang Fei's eyes never left the trail ahead. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick passed. Before long a procession finally appeared on the path. Someone's coming, one soldier whispered. Everyone remain quiet, stay hidden, and await my command, Xiao He said excitedly. The soldiers all held their breath, slowly crouching lower than the surrounding grass, completely concealing themselves within the brush. Damn it, this is all Mu Chang's fault for stabbing our 2 mounts. Otherwise, we could have ridden to Chen's village. Now we can only walk, and still have over an hour's journey ahead. Chang Wei grumbled impatiently. Liu Yukai comforted him. Brother, once we're settled in Chen's village, we'll get revenge on Mu Chong. Sighing, Chang Wei replied, all right. Brothers, keep pushing forward. Once we arrive at Chen's village, I'll have Chen Fan treat us to a round of drunken in heaven, a wine superior even to the Tsuisher wine workshops. Thank you, Chief Bandit. Liu Yukai joined in. The bandits also shouted together, thank you, Chief Bandit. Though the voices lacked much energy. Want a drink, huh? Then have yourselves some farewell wine. Xiao He sneered. Archers, fire. Zhang Fei stood up first, announcing to the entire force. The governor commands. Archers, fire. Instantly, many soldiers emerged from both sides of the trail. More than 100 archers immediately targeted the bandits on the trail and released their arrows. Caught completely off guard, a good portion of the bandits turned into pincushions pierced with arrows. They're ambushed. Retreat quickly. Liu Yukai was the first to react. Immediately, another hail of arrows flew, taking down more bandits. Governor Xiao He stood up, drawing his sword. Men, kill them all. Zhang Fei was the first to leap from the grass. Kill. Other soldiers, besides the archers, emerged from the underbrush wielding their swords. The bandits instantly scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to engage in combat with government troops. Liu Yukai ran at the front. Except for Chang Wei, who wielding a great sword, killed several soldiers before engaging Zhang Fei in combat. After only 2 or 3 moves, Zhang Fei was kicked away. Chang Wei's eyes then immediately turned toward Xiao He. Several soldiers immediately rushed over to protect Xiao He. 2 soldiers attacked Chang Wei at the same time. But Chang Wei swung his blade sideways, killing both instantly. Other soldiers, frightened, took several steps back. Xiao He hadn't expected that Chang Wei would be so fierce, capable of holding off 100 men alone. Archers shoot. Chang Wei turned toward the archers. Lifting the body of a soldier with his left foot, he blocked the incoming arrows one by one with the corpse. As the archers began to reload their bows, Chang Wei threw the corpse toward the group of archers on one side, and kicked another corpse toward the archers on the other side. The archers on both sides fell into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Wei, gripping his large blade, charged directly at Xiao He. Xiao He was shocked, never expecting that Chang Wei could be so mighty. Dozens of men could do nothing to him, and even Zhang Fei, who prided himself on superior martial skills, couldn't withstand a single move. Seeing over a dozen soldiers protecting him easily cut down by Chang Wei, Xiao He's face turned pale as he backed away repeatedly. Yet his words remained defiant. Chang Wei, you're already surrounded. Surrender, and I will show you leniency. Die, you damned official. Chang Wei charged forward directly. Villain, don't dare harm the governor. Your grandfather Chen Hu is here. Xiao He had already shut his eyes, waiting for death, but suddenly he heard a furious roar, then opened his eyes again. He saw a tall, muscular man riding a large chestnut warhorse, holding a huge blade shaped like a crescent moon, charging swiftly toward him. This man was Chen Hu. Chang Wei decisively abandoned Xiao He and charged straight at Chen Hu. Chen Hu on horseback faced the incoming Chang Wei, raised his blade, and struck downward. By the time his warhorse passed Chang Wei, the blow had already landed, in the blink of an eye. But this scene left Xiao He, Zhang Fei lying on the ground, and the crowd of soldiers and bandits staring in shock, utterly disbelieving. This moment would haunt them forever. Just now, when Chang Wei saw the furious attack coming, the speed too fast to react, he had no choice but to raise his own blade to block. But the muscular rider on horseback had swung his blade down so powerfully that it severed Chang Wei's sword in one strike. Chang Wei's body was even sliced from his right shoulder diagonally down to his abdomen, half his torso cut cleanly away. Chapter 71, Xiao He's Decisiveness. Brother, Big Boss. At this moment, Liu Yukai and a group of escaped bandits were being escorted over. The leader among them rode a tall horse, gripping a long spear with a red tassel. This person was Chen Polu. To ensure that all the bandits were captured, Chen Fan carefully calculated the timing and ordered Chen Wu to dispatch Chen Hu and Chen Polu to intercept the fleeing soldiers from Haihuzai halfway and assist Xiao He. Sure enough, Chen Hu saved Xiao He, while Chen Polu intercepted Liu Yukai and the escaping bandits. What Liu Yukai and the others never expected was that Chang Wei had died like that, killed in a single strike from an enemy. Such a death was indeed unbearable. How humiliated he must feel, the mighty leader of Haihuzai dying at the hands of an unknown nobody in just one blow. Regaining his composure, Xiao He walked toward Chen Hu and bowed, saying, "Thank you, brave sir, for rescuing me. Chen Hu replied, I came here on my employer's orders. If you must thank someone, thank my employer. Chen Polu dismounted and stepped forward to Xiao He, saying solemnly, Chen Hu, get off your horse. Have you forgotten our employer's instructions? Remembering Chen Fan's instructions, Chen Hu immediately dismounted and said to Xiao He, Please pardon me, sir. Chen Polu bowed and said, Please pardon us, sir. It's fine, Xiao He said. You have saved my life. It is I who should thank you. By the way, where's Mr. Chen? We don't know. Our employer left the village very early this morning. Zhang Fei approached Xiao He and said, Sir, look, it seems like there's a fire on the mountain. That's the direction of Haihuzai. Chen Polu added. Hastily, Xiao He said, Zhang Fei, quickly lead some men up the mountain to check for any results. Yes, sir. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Zhang Fei led a portion of the soldiers toward Haihuzai, while the remaining troops detained about 50 to 60 captured bandits who were still unharmed. Originally just a disorganized rabble, these bandits had fled at the sight of the soldiers, never expecting, however, there were guards blocking their retreat as well, hence their capture. Chen Polu said to Xiao He, Sir, since the matter here is settled, we'll return to the village now. Very well. Please thank Mr. Chen on my behalf for his kindness. Tell him to come to the county office in 3 days. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. I will be sure to relay your words, then. We bid you farewell. Just as Chen Polu turned to leave with his men, he was stopped by Lu Yukai. Wait. Chen Polu shot Lu Yukai a cold glare and asked, What is it? Lu Yukai, his face dark, said, Tell your employer, I've lost this round. But don't be smug. I will certainly seek revenge against him. Just try it. Chen Hu retorted angrily. I'll kill you with one slap. Ha ha. Lu Yukai laughed brazenly. Once I'm dead, everyone in Linjiang County will die with me. Empty boasts. Xiao He raged. Once we return, I'll execute you first. You damned official, kill me if you dare, Lu Yukai sneered. Yesterday, I already sent a letter to the capital. Before long, Chancellor Lu will send people to Linjiang County to investigate my death. And you'll all, you ugh. Xiao He thrust his sword into Lu Yotsai's abdomen, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from Lu's mouth. In utter disbelief, Lu Yukai opened his eyes wide and died right there. Kill them all. Kill every last one of these bandits, Xiao He directly ordered. As the bandits began to beg for mercy, the soldiers cut them all down. Chen Polu and Chen Hu and the other villagers were all shocked by Xiao He's decisive brutality. Regaining his original composure, Xiao He said, Tell Mr. Chen that I need him to deal with the remaining bandits as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Xiao He didn't try to detain Chen Hu and the others further, but instead had the soldiers carry over 200 corpses back into the city. Meanwhile, after scavenging everything on the mountain, Chen Fan returned. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chen Fan retrieved everything from the bandit stronghold, including all the items stolen from the Lu family, which he now took out from his space. Now, inside the space remained only some chicks, planted wheat, for fruit trees, over 3,000 jin of grain, more than 200 jars of drunken paradise liquor, and close to 2,000 taels of silver. Everything else, tools, weapons, and even the 3 prized horses from the Lu family, had been removed. Once everything was handled, Chen Fan returned to the village and summoned people to move all the items back to the winery. He distributed the goods to those in need, storing the surplus in storage rooms to be catalogued by Li Xiaoning. As for logistics, Chen Zheng was put in charge. He would hand the accounts book to Li Xiaoning for verification. Not that Chen Fan doubted Chen Zheng, but it was actually Chen Zheng's own request. After all, Li Xiaoning was the lady of the house, and naturally deserved to hold the purse strings. Chen Fan found little reason to object to that. Now Chen Zheng had gone off with a batch of drunken paradise liquor to the prefectural capital, not only to sell wine, but also to bring back his son, Chen Sheng. Therefore, Lady Li Xiaoning personally handled the registration matters. Master, Polu and the others have returned. A villager from Chen's clan approached Chen Fan. Let them come to me. Yes, sir. Not long after, Chen Polu and Chen Fan arrived before Chen Fan. Greetings, master. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, No need for formalities. Was the mission successful? Were any of our men injured? No one was injured at all. These bandits were merely a disorganized rabble who surrendered as soon as we showed up. I couldn't even be bothered to fight them. Chen Hu, however, exchanged blows with their leader. But that guy couldn't withstand a single strike and was immediately beheaded by Chen Hu. Chen Fan slightly nodded. Everything had proceeded exactly as he had expected. What about Lu Yukai? How does Xiao He plan to deal with him? He's already been killed by Commissioner Xiao. Killed. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Tell me exactly what happened. Yes. Chen Polu quickly recounted the entire incident, including Xiao He's words. Chen Fan understood why Xiao He had decided to kill all the bandits. It was primarily to silence them. More importantly, it was done to protect Chen Fan himself, so that Lu Yotsai's people from the capital would have no way to trace back to him. It seems we need to settle the remaining bandits as soon as possible. Polu, go invite your father here. Yes. Not long after, Chen Wu arrived. Master, you summoned me? Chen Fan nodded and said, Uncle Wu, the county magistrate executed every member of Haihuzai, including Lu Yukai, who appears to be connected with Chancellor Lu in the capital. He might even be the Chancellor's illegitimate son. And Lu Yukai sent a letter to Chancellor Lu yesterday. This is a serious issue. I'm certain Chancellor Lu will dispatch people to investigate what exactly happened here. With our current strength, we're completely incapable of opposing the Chancellor. Chen Wu's expression grew heavy. Do you have a solution in mind? I intend to expand our forces by recruiting all remaining bandits into the Chun winery for permanent service. What do you think? That would be too many people. We might not be able to afford their maintenance. Don't overlook the fact that we currently offer 3 meals a day with meat in each portion. But if the numbers increase, the current standard of living will inevitably decline. Chapter 72. Farewell to Xiaohe. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, Uncle Wu's concerns are valid. More people mean higher expenses, and having more people doesn't necessarily mean more loyalty. So I will only take in those who have families. As for money, we just need to sell our wine to other places. Since you already have a plan, we'll go by your words, Chen Wu replied. There's another reason why I'm recruiting people. When Zhengshu takes the elderly, women, and children away, the able-bodied men of Chenjia can leave too. I don't want to face them again only to have them not ask me how their children or husbands died. Instead, I want them to ask me whether their men fought bravely on the battlefield. As a soldier, Chen Wu certainly understood the hidden meaning in Chen Fan's words. No matter the outcome, Chen Fan would bear the guilt toward their families. I understand your meaning. If that day truly comes, I promise I'll take full responsibility for you. Uncle Wu, that's not what I meant. I know, but it's my own choice to do this. Enough about this, let's talk. How are you planning to persuade those bandits to surrender? Chen Fan replied. I will write them a letter, have it delivered by one of our more eloquent villagers, and have Chen Hu accompany him. 1 scholar and 1 warrior, along with the offer I'm giving them. They should accept. What if they refuse? Then we let it go, Chen Fan said. We are not bloodthirsty people. As long as they're not doing evil deeds, we won't bother them. But if they are committing crimes, we won't spare them either. We can use them as practice for ourselves. Alright then, let's settle on that. Also, take control of Wangjiazwang and find a way to force its lord to sell the village to us. Once the bandits join us, Wangjiazwang will be our second base, a secret training ground where we can hide in the future. Fine, I'll follow your plan. I'll send Pulu and Pijuan with some men. If he refuses to sell, we'll leak to the authorities his collusion with the bandits. I guarantee he'll be willing to sell. Uncle Wu, you are wise. After a day's preparation, Chen Fan finally assigned the task of delivering the letter to Chen Qi and Chen Hu. To prevent Chen Hu from getting hungry along the way, they prepared plenty of white flour steamed buns and some dried meat. Luckily, since Chen Fan had previously asked Zhang Fei about the locations of the bandits' hideouts, Chen Qi and the others saved a lot of time searching for the positions of the bandit camps. Chen Pulu and his brother were sent to Wangjiazwang, giving them 3 days to consider their response. 2 days later, the time he had set with Xiaohe arrived, and Chen Fan decided to head to the county town with Chen Pulu and Chen Pijuan. My lord, Li Xiaoning approached and said, I want to go to the county town too. You want to go? Chen Fan was a little surprised. This was the first time Li Xiaoning had made such a request. Yes, the weather is getting colder and I want to buy some warmer clothes. Don't you already have some? Li Xiaoning rolled her eyes and said, My lord, I'm buying them for everyone else. Also, I want to buy some other things. You don't need to worry about it. Alright. The previous life bachelor Chen Fan truly could not understand a woman's heart. After Li Xiaoning got on the carriage, Chen Pulu pulled Chen Fan aside and said, Master, my mother says women sometimes like it when men give them gifts. Have you ever given Sister Xiaoning anything? Chen Fan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Indeed not. With all the recent training I've been busy with, I haven't even thought about this. Okay then, let's head out first to visit the county magistrate, and then I'll buy something for Sister Xiaoning. After the gate of the village manor was opened, the carriage set off. Chen Pulu and his brother rode outside the carriage while Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning sat inside. In less than 2 hours, they reached the county town. Since they were not carrying goods, Chen Fan and the others didn't have to wait in line, and were allowed directly into the city. Once they entered, Li Xiaoning lifted the curtain and gazed at the bustling streets. My lord, let me get off. I'll walk around on my own. Chen Fan nodded and said, Fine. Pijuan, you follow Xiaoning. Chen Pijuan said, Master, I've never been to the county office before. Why not let my brother protect Sister Xiaoning, and I'll go with you to the magistrate's office instead? Chen Pulu replied, What nonsense is that? Do as the master says. Chen Fan smiled and said, If you can convince your brother to switch with you, I'll agree. Chen Pijuan pouted, But I can't beat him. Li Xiaoning laughed and said, Is following me really that disgraceful for you? No, I don't mind, but I also want to see what a government official is like. Another time, Li Xiaoning said, Today you follow me. I'll take you to buy some feminine items, then you can give them to the girl you like the most. Chen Pijuan scratched the back of his head and blushed slightly. Sister Xiaoning, I don't even have someone I like yet. You will, sooner or later. If you really can't find anyone, we'll go to the inner city later, and your future sister-in-law will help you choose someone from a well-educated family. Chen Pijuan began grinning foolishly. Chen Pulu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Good man, protect Sister Xiaoning. Understood. Shortly after, the carriage arrived at the Yunlai Inn. After handing over the carriage to manager Zhou, Chen Fan took Chen Pulu and headed to the county office. Li Xiaoning, on the other hand, took Chen Pijuan shopping. Worried the two weren't familiar with the town, Chen Fan asked manager Zhou to assign a waiter as a guide. Manager Zhou dispatched one of his most capable assistants to accompany Li Xiaoning. At the county office, Xiaohe was inside the hall handling official matters. Zhang Fei arrived at the entrance and said, Your Honor, Master Chen has arrived. I've already had them wait for you in the main reception hall. Xiaohe immediately set aside his work and said, Good, I shall meet him now. As soon as Chen Fan had arrived at the county office, Zhang Fei had led them directly inside and brought them to the reception hall to wait. This was Xiaohe's prior instruction. When Chen Fan arrives, bring him straight in and let him wait in the reception hall. Upon entering the reception hall, Xiao He, who had been seated, stood up. Chen Master, no need for formalities. Master Chen, it's good of you to come, Xiao He said with a smile. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Thank you, Your Honor. I wonder why you summoned me today. Xiao He said, 2 matters. First, the bandits. Though Black Tiger Fort has been dealt with, many mountain bandits remain. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Fan replied. I've already made arrangements. I've sent people to all the bandit strongholds offering surrender. As long as they come down the mountain, they can work at my winery and have food to eat. In this way, the issue of bandits can be completely resolved. Do you think they will accept? They will, unless they are hardened criminals who choose to remain bandits by choice. Otherwise, they won't risk their families and openly oppose the authorities. Excellent. Since you've already devised a plan, tell me what you need from me. Chen Fan said, I'll need some official surrender documents, and I ask you, Your Honor, to approve this plan. Chapter 73, Li Xiaoning's Change. That's simple. Wait a moment, and this official will give it to you. Thank you, sir. I also need land reclamation documents to win the people's support. Xiao He waved his hand and said, No problem. You're doing it for the peace of the people of Linjiang County. No need to thank me. Besides, I called you here for another reason. Please tell me, sir. Xiao He sighed and said, As I told you last time, there are many gangs in the county seat. They oppress the good people and often extort merchants. That's still not the worst. If they run into someone who offends them, they'll destroy the person's entire family. Many victims have come to me. I have arrested some gang members and dispatched officials to patrol, but it's useless. Anyone who reports a crime to me disappears the next day. Alive, we can't find them. Dead, we can't find their bodies. But you don't even have to think. They've obviously been murdered. Bang! Xiao He smashed his fist heavily on the table, his face twisted with fury, showing just how angry he was. Chen Fan said, Are you asking me to eliminate these gangs? Xiao He calmed down and said, No. I want you to gather these gang members into one place. I want them to become an army capable of resisting the Northern D forces. This, sir, you are placing far too much confidence in me. I can destroy all the gangs and ensure those people obey only your orders. But to train them into a real army, I don't have that kind of ability. Chen Fan replied hesitantly. Xiao He said, Mr. Chen, have you forgotten Chancellor Lu? Now, you and I are like grasshoppers tied together on the same string. Since you've drawn Lu Xiang's attention, I should remind you. He can easily get to you, whereas I, as the Prince Regent's man, won't be touched so easily. Chen Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Sir, you sound dangerously close to discarding the millstone after grinding the flour. I will never do anything so disgraceful. As long as I remain in Linjiang County, I will protect you. Even if Chancellor Lu himself comes, I will still protect you. But what worries me most is that Chancellor Lu might promote me. The most likely promotion would be to the post of governor of Jiangning Prefecture. That is, in fact, the Prince Regent's own wish. So right now, helping me is, in fact, helping yourself. Chen Fan fell silent. He had not expected Xiao He to be a man of the Prince Regent. From Xiao He's words, it seemed the Prince Regent and Chancellor Lu were at odds with each other, yet also somehow connected. It appeared both men wanted to install someone into the position of Jiangning Prefecture's governor. What could be the reason? Could it be related to the Northern D? Sigh. I understand far too little about this dynasty and the court's affairs to make accurate judgments. Seeing Chen Fan in deep thought, Xiao He wasn't in a hurry. Smiling, he calmly took a sip of tea. Just then, an official hurried into the room. Sir, the manager of Yunlai and wants to see Mr. Chen. He says that Mr. Chen's wife is being harassed by members of the Tiger Gang. What? Chen Fan shot to his feet. He looked at Xiao He without hesitation and said, Sir, I'll take care of this matter. Please give me some manpower. Very well. Zhan Fei, lead some men and follow Mr. Chen to rescue Lady Chen. Follow his every command. Yes, sir. Zhan Fei responded promptly. Chen Fan led a group of officials out of the yamen. When manager Zhou saw Chen Fan, he immediately said, Young Master Chen, it's all. Chen Fan raised his hand to stop Zhou from wasting words. Where are they? At Tian's general store. Lead the way. All right. Guided by manager Zhou, Chen Fan led Zhan Fei and a group of officials in a determined procession toward Tian's general store. In front of Tian's general store, two muscular men were driving away passing pedestrians. What are you staring at? Get lost. What's there to see? Hurry along. Inside the store, Chen Pujuan was shielding Li Xiaoning, standing protectively behind her. Before them stood 30 or 40 large men. Ha ha ha. I didn't get to see Chen Fan, but instead I got his wife. Tian Xiong laughed excitedly. I can't get revenge on Chen Fan for now, but venting my anger on you two first is good enough. Brothers, grab the two of them. Let's break their hands and feet first. As for the woman, let me have my way with her first before handing her over to the brothers for fun. Chen Pujuan roared. If you dare hurt Lady Xiaoning, Brother Chen will make sure you die without a place to be buried. Ha! Tian Xiong laughed loudly. This is the county town, not Chen Village. Then his face turned cold. Brothers attack. Immediately, 4 or 5 men charged forward. Xiaoning sister, I'll cut a bloody path for you. Chen Pujuan struck swiftly, landing a punch on the first man who charged at him. But soon, he was surrounded by 7 or 8 strong men. At first, he was still able to resist, but eventually, one pair of fists could not match many hands. He wasn't like Chun Hu, who would either not fight at all or strike so hard that bones would break. He could bring even the strongest men to their knees. If Chen Pujuan had held a spear, handling a dozen men would have been no issue at all. Even against 20 or 30, he might have barely pulled through with great difficulty. But now he was unarmed, and still young. In no time, he was knocked down. Li Xiaoning stood there, glaring fiercely at Tian Xiong, as 7 or 8 men continued to beat Chen Pujuan mercilessly, not stopping until he had completely lost consciousness. Ha ha ha, Tian Xiong laughed again, as if releasing all the suppressed frustration he had built up recently. Since his losses at Chen Fan's hands, he hadn't tasted victory in any confrontation. Today, he finally had the chance to exact revenge through Chen Fan's woman. Stop! At Tian Xiong's command, the 7 or 8 men ceased their assault on Chen Pujuan. Bring that stinking woman over here. Yes, boss. One muscular man, grinning lewdly, approached Li Xiaoning. But in that instant, Li Xiaoning suddenly radiated a terrifying aura. She moved. The man's hand reached for her, only for it to separate suddenly from his body. Inside the general store, the air was instantly filled with the stench of blood. No one noticed when Li Xiaoning had drawn a sword. With a casual swing, the man whose hand she had severed hadn't even cried out before he was cut down. None of you will escape. Li Xiaoning's eyes burned with intense killing intent. She moved. Within Tian's general store, screams erupted one after another, as many members of the Tiger Gang fled outside in panic. Yet they hadn't even had the chance to escape far before running straight into Chen Fan's group. These are the men from the Tiger Gang. Manager Zhou pointed at the escaping men and shouted. Arrest them all, Chen Fan said without hesitation and charged straight into the store. Zhang Fei followed closely behind, shouting, seize them all. Only then did the officials rush forward and apprehend every last member of the Tiger Gang. Zhang Fei finally stepped into the store as well. After entering, Chen Fan saw over 20 corpses scattered inside. Li Xiaoning stood there gripping a long sword, pointing it directly at Tian Xiong, ready to strike him down with one blow. Xianggong. When Li Xiaoning saw Chen Fan appear suddenly, she called out to him as husband, and then immediately fainted. Chen Fan reacted swiftly and caught Li Xiaoning in his arms. Chapter 74. Chen Fan's Origins. Xiaoning. Pajun. Chen Pulu saw Chen Bojun lying on the ground and anxiously ran over to check his injuries. Chen Fan also noticed Chen Bojun's condition and said, Manager Zhou. Startled by Chen Fan's call, Manager Zhou responded, Master Chen, what can I do for you? Chen Fan said, please ask a physician from the Bon Hall to come over and check my wife and my brother. All right, I'll go right away. After Manager Zhou left, Chen Fan handed Li Xiaoning over to Chen Pulu. Take good care of them. Yes, sir. Then, Chen Fan picked up the sword Li Xiaoning had dropped earlier. He hesitated, puzzled. This sword's hilt looked remarkably similar to the belt design on Li Xiaoning's robe. He glanced at Li Xiaoning's waist and secretly thought, sure enough, but how did this sword end up with Xiaoning? Zhang Fei pushed forward Tian Xiong and brought him to Chen Fan. Master Chen, this is Tian Xiong, the second in command of the Tiger Gang. How do you wish to deal with him? Furious, Tian Xiong stared at Chen Fan and roared, let me go. I'm your uncle. Slap. Chen Fan struck Tian Xiong hard across the face, leaving him stunned. Beast, you dare to call yourself my uncle? Chen Fan placed the sword against Tian Xiong's neck. Speak. How do you want to die? Feeling the cold blade against his throat and the murderous intent in Chen Fan's voice, Tian Xiong panicked. No, you can't kill me. I'm your uncle. Coldly, Chen Fan replied. The letter of disownment has already been signed. We no longer have any connection. If you refuse to choose, I'll choose for you. Chen Fan raised his sword and thrust it forward. Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. Just as the blade pierced his skin slightly, Tian Xiong revealed a secret about Chen Fan's origins that interested him greatly, prompting Chen Fan to stop. Chen Fan pulled the sword back and saw a trace of blood on its tip. Tian Xiong felt a surge of fear. He realized that Chen Fan truly intended to kill him. A wave of dread washed over him. Explain. What do you mean? I can tell you, but you must promise to let me go. Chen Fan replied sternly. You can either speak or die. You have no right to bargain with me. Again, he pressed the blade to Tian Xiong's neck. Tian Xiong, feeling the icy touch against his throat, stuttered. Unless you promise to let me go, I won't say anything. Then die. Without hesitation, Chen Fan raised the sword again to strike. The officers and Zhang Fei nearby couldn't help but twitch their lips. Master Chen truly was decisive. Wait, I'll talk. Realizing that Chen Fan was not falling for his ploy, Tian Xiong quickly spoke up. Luckily, Chen Fan stopped. I don't want to hear nonsense, Chen Fan said coldly. Carefully, Tian Xiong said. Actually, you are not my sister's son. Understanding lit up on Chen Fan's face. So it really is like that. You actually knew? Tian Xiong was shaken. Chen Fan snorted bitterly. From childhood to the present, I have never felt the love of a father or mother. All I experienced was endless work, beatings, insults, even hunger and cold. There can't possibly be parents like that in the entire world. Chen Shan, Chen Hai, and Chen Shui are their real children. Only Chen Laohan and Tian Shui Lan acted like real parents. Do you know who your real parents are then? Chen Fan looked at Tian Xiong and asked, you know. Tian Xiong said, you were the child of a distant relative of Chen Laohan. At the time, your real parents were fleeing famine and came to find Chen Laohan. It just so happened that Chen Laohan and my sister were visiting Tianjikan when they met. After that, your parents died, and they entrusted the child, meaning you, to Chen Laohan. The couple had been married for 3 years but hadn't conceived, so seeing you, they decided to adopt you. To make people believe you were their natural child, my sister stayed in Xiatikan for over a year. When she returned to Chenjiakan later, people were suspicious at first, but as time passed, nobody cared anymore. Frowning slightly, Chen Fan asked, then what happened to my birth parents' bodies? Fearing the bodies might carry diseases, we burned them. I burned them myself. After finishing, Tian Xiong dared not even raise his head to look at Chen Fan, afraid he might kill him with one strike of the sword. At this moment, Manager Zhou returned with an elderly physician. Master Chen, the physician has arrived. Immediately, Chen Fan said, Doctor, quickly examine my wife and brother. The physician placed down his medicine chest and reassured him. Master Chen, please don't be anxious. Then, he began to examine Li Xiaoning and Chen Bojun. Soon, the examination was done, and the physician said, Master Chen, rest assured. Your wife has only suffered great fright. I will prescribe some calming herbal tea for her. As for the young brother, although his injuries seem severe, they're only superficial wounds. He'll recover after a few days of rest. Thank you, doctor. Chen Fan took 10 taels of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the elderly physician. Please prepare the best medicine for them. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Anything extra will be your payment. That's too much. It's only appropriate. Manager Zhou said, Doctor, just follow Master Chen's instructions. In that case, thank you, Master Chen. The elderly physician accepted without further refusal. After the physician left, Chen Fan said, Zhanfei, take all these people back to the Yamen and seal off Tianji grocery store. I've agreed to the magistrate's request, so I'll go with you to the county office now. Immediately, Chen Fan went to the county office with Zhanfei, but before leaving, he made sure Li Xiaoning and Chen Bojun were properly accommodated at Yunlai Inn, placing Chen Pulu in charge of their care. At the county office, Xiaohe had already learned about the matter of Tianji grocery store from Zhanfei, and upon hearing that Chen Fan had agreed to his request, he was extremely delighted. Good, excellent, Xiaohe said excitedly. I will handle the matter quietly. I will issue a notice to inform the townspeople that they died in a gang fight. At the same time, I will issue another notice that the government will thoroughly crack down on the gangs. What do you think? Chen Fan said. There's no need to post anything about the government cracking down on the gangs. I will establish the Chen family gang in the city and sweep away all the gangs here. Just give me their gathering places and details of their daily activities. You want to use violence to suppress violence? Xiaohe said. In that case, there will be a lot of bloodshed at the county office. Chen Fan replied. Violence is the fastest way to resolve the gang problem, magistrate. I know you don't have much time left. Otherwise, with your capability, eliminating these gangs would be a piece of cake. Xiaohe gave a bitter smile and said, You're right, my time is indeed limited. Solving this gang problem would be effortless for me. But once I leave, those gangs will resurface, and the people will suffer even more. That's why I thought of you. If you can reform these gang members and form them into an army, then even if another magistrate arrives, you will have the strength to stand up to them. Chapter 75, Turn the Tables. Chen Fan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, I might not even stay. We'll take it one step at a time. Thank you for your generous offer, sir, Chen Fan said. But there is one more request I must make. As long as this official can manage it, I certainly will. Chen Fan continued. I'd like to deal with the Tian family first. Agreed, Xiaohe replied. By the way, I forgot to mention something to you earlier. Old Man Chun and Tian Suilan came to the office to file a complaint against you for being unfilial. However, this official has already looked into the matter. Since you've signed the formal letter of disownment, you no longer have any relationship with them. Therefore, I've charged them with the crime of making false accusations and locked them in jail to prevent them from causing you any trouble further. Now that we know they are not your real parents, they can no longer have any claim over you. This is something worth congratulating you on. No wonder I haven't heard anything from them recently. So they've been arrested, Chen Fan murmured to himself. May I visit them? Of course. Zhanfei, please take Master Chen to see the Tian couple. Yes, sir. Master Chen, please follow me. Inside the county jail, under Zhanfei's escort, Chen Fan easily entered the jail and was brought face to face with Old Man Chun and his wife, as well as Tian Xiong, who had just been arrested. Separated by iron bars, the three looked at Chen Fan with mixed expressions of fear and anger. You ungrateful child. How dare you treat your uncle like this? You're completely disrespectful, Tian Suilan shouted first. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Tian Xiong and asked, Didn't you tell them I already know the truth? Truth? What truth? Brother, what is this ungrateful child talking about? Tian Suilan asked, puzzled. Tian Xiong replied helplessly. Sister, Chen Fan already knows that he's not your real son. So what? Even if he's not our birth son, we raised him, and raising someone is more important than giving them birth. We raised him, so he should repay us. If he doesn't repay us, then he's unfilial, unforgivable by the heavens. Chen Fan laughed bitterly. Tian Suilan, do you have any shame saying raised me? Do you actually dare to say that out loud? From childhood, you people did nothing but beat me and curse me, and had me working nonstop. That might be bearable, but I never even had a full meal in my life, so I had to eat the leftovers from your table. If someone in the village kindly gave me food, you would scold them for meddling, and I would be severely beaten by you. You want me to repay that kind of favor? I did that to motivate you, to make you into someone capable, Tian Suilan stubbornly insisted. Oh right, then how about all those times I was sick from childhood onward, and you never sent for a doctor? Were you hoping I would become immune to all diseases? Chen Fan said coldly. Exactly, that's exactly what we meant. Otherwise, how could you have become so capable? Tian Suilan claimed. Fine, Chen Fan said seriously. Then assuming what you said is true, I will repay you. Jean the constable, starting today, beat them 3 times a day. Give them only 1 meal daily, food taken from the leftovers of restaurant customers. Moreover, they must work every day. But there's no work here, Zhanfei said. Bring some bricks, and have them move bricks inside their cell. Move bricks. Zhang Fei scratched his head. Chen Fan sneered. Make them move the bricks from left to right, and then back again. If they refuse, hit them hard with a whip. Curse them severely. Zhang Fei grinned. Great idea. Torturing criminals like this might be more effective than just beating them. No, you cannot do this to us. Tian Suelon screamed in terror. The mere idea sounded horrifying. Once implemented, it would surely kill them. Old Man Chen spoke. Chen Fan, you can't treat me like this. Although your mother, this slut always beat and scolded you, I didn't. I often stopped them. You still think of me as a child until now? One playing the kind role, the other the harsh. Wasn't it just to control me so that I would work for you like a madman? Actually, you're even worse than Tian Suelon. She's a true villain, while you're just a hypocrite. Villains are detestable, but hypocrites are both detestable and loathsome. That's enough. You yourself said suffering beatings, hunger, insults, and labor would build one's character. Those were your own words. So now, how can you renege on that so quickly? Oh, and don't forget the cold. Strip them of all warm clothing. Zhang Fei waved his hand, and immediately 2 prison guards entered the cell. No, don't come any closer. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Old Man Chen and Tian Suelon began struggling, but to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as the guards pulled off their inner clothes. It was already early December, and being in the north, combined with this year's unusually cold weather, one could find upon checking the thermometer that the temperature had dropped as low as -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Old Man Chen and Tian Suelon simply couldn't withstand such cold conditions. Yet Chen Fan felt no slightest guilt about this. Rather, he experienced a sense of satisfaction, as if a deep revenge had finally been fulfilled. Just as Chen Fan had anticipated, Tian Suelon and Old Man Chen couldn't bear the freezing cold at night and eventually froze to death. However, this was something that happened a month later, and no one truly cared about them. Chen Fan, you can't do this to us. We will die. Old Man Chen said fearfully. Tian Suelon also pleaded. Chen Fan, I'm wrong. I truly know my mistake now. I apologize to you. I apologize. Please let us go. Shut up. Zhang Fei roared. Speak again, and I'll strip you both naked. Tian Suelon and Old Man Chen instantly dared not utter another word. Though they were unafraid of Chen Fan, they deeply feared the officials, especially someone like Zhang Fei, who was an old man himself. Chen Fan glanced at them before turning to look at Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong, do you want to die or live? Tian Xiong, completely terrified by Chen Fan's ruthless actions, trembled as he answered. Live. I want to live. Chen Fan nodded approvingly. Fine, then take him out. Let's go see the Barun. Zhang Fei waved his hand, and immediately someone led Tian Xiong out. Old Man Chen and Tian Suelon became anxious again. Seeing that Chen Fan actually had the ability to get someone out, they immediately shouted, Chen Fan, save us. You must have a way to get us out, don't you? Please don't leave us here. Save us. Chen Fan, I'm wrong. I truly am wrong. Please save us. Chen Fan coldly watched their desperate pleas and sneered. You two should just properly experience the very life I once endured. Then without looking back, he turned and left the prison. Zhang Fei gave some instructions to the jailers before taking Tian Xiong and leaving the jail. The 3 soon returned to the county office. When Xiao He saw Tian Xiong, he asked with confusion, why did you bring him here? Chapter 76, Li Xiaoning is a master. Tian Xiong, kneeling on the ground, displayed a mix of fear and curiosity on his face. Chen Fan glanced at Tian Xiong and said, since I am going to help the Daqian unify all the gangs, this man Tian Xiong might be useful. How do you plan to use him? May I borrow a piece of paper and a brush? Be my guest. Thank you, Daqian. Chen Fan walked to the desk, picked up the brush, and started writing. For some reason, despite never having used a brush before, this time felt surprisingly natural. Soon, Chen Fan had filled several pages. He then carried the paper and brush to where Tian Xiong was and said, sign and press your thumbprint. What is this? Tian Xiong hesitated, not reaching for the paper and brush. Read it yourself. If you don't want to go back to prison and end up like Tian Suelon, sign and press your thumbprint. Tian Xiong shivered. He wasn't stupid. The paper clearly stated a property transfer agreement. It specified that due to gambling debts, Tian Xiong owed a sum of 10,000 taels. Furthermore, he had sold himself into servitude for 10 years. Tian Xiong let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't a fool. 10 years of servitude meant he was still useful, and Chen Fan wouldn't kill him during that time. Without hesitation, he signed and pressed his thumbprint. He's a clever man. Chen Fan bent down to pick up the paper and brush, then handed them to Xiao He. Please, Daqian, write your name in the witness section and stamp it with the county government seal and your personal seal. Xiao He took the document and frowned slightly. What is all this for? Dealing with all the gangs in the county requires manpower, and that needs a lot of money, which I don't have. Now you do. Xiao He signed his name and stamped the official county seal and his personal seal before returning the document to Chen Fan. After thanking Xiao He, Chen Fan instructed Zhang Fei to escort Tian Xiong to Chenjia the next day with a large group of officers, then proceed to Zixiankan before leaving the county office. Tian Xiong was once again locked inside the prison. Inside the jail, Tian Xiong watched as Chen Laohan and Tian Suelon kept moving bricks back and forth. If they so much as paused, they were beaten and insulted by the guards. The food they ate was truly leftovers, food taken from restaurants, usually meant for pigs. It was bad enough, and there was hardly any of it. This made him feel some regret over how he had treated Chen Fan in the past. Unexpectedly, his own meals were much better, wheat flour buns, plus 2 small side dishes. As Chen Laohan and Tian Suolan grew hungrier, they began begging Tian Xiong for scraps. But he dared not give them any. He knew Chen Fan was deliberately punishing the two. If he helped them, it would be like defying Chen Fan. With his life already in Chen Fan's hands, he couldn't afford to give them food, especially with guards always watching. So he quickly finished his meal, explained his reasoning to Chen Laohan and Tian Suolan, and told them to be patient. When he was released, he would find his father and come back to rescue them. Hearing this, Chen Laohan and Tian Suolan were filled with deep gratitude. Their earlier resentment over Tian Xiong eating without sharing completely disappeared. At this moment, their hearts were full of hope that Tian Xiong would lead someone to rescue them. Chen Fan arrived at Yunlian. Zhou, the innkeeper, personally greeted him. Master Chen, you finally came. Madam Chen and Master Chen have already woken up and are now in the guest room. Thank you, Master Zhou. I'll go see them now. Led by Zhou, Chen Fan entered a private room. After Chen Fan entered, Zhou closed the door and left. Li Xiaoning and Chen Pelu were tending to the newly awakened Chen Pejuan. Husband. Master. Chen Fan nodded slightly, then walked to the bedside, looking at Chen Pejuan and asking, how are you feeling? Is it still painful? Master, I've shamed you. Chen Pejuan began to cry, like a child. In truth, Chen Pejuan was only a 15-year-old teenager, a child indeed. Chen Fan himself was merely an 18-year-old youth. If not for being a person from 2 lifetimes, even the original Chen Fan might have suffered more than Chen Pejuan. Chen Fan frowned and said solemnly, you didn't shame me at all. You were brave, you protected your sister Xiaoning with your life. However, your training isn't enough, and you must learn to use your mind. Next time when you face many enemies, your first action should be to grab whatever is nearby and use it as a weapon. Even a brick or a wooden stick would be better than fighting barehanded. I understand. After returning, I will train harder and ask Sister Xiaoning to tutor me more in my studies. I will learn to think. Pejuan, Polu, both of you will remain in the county town first. Help me rent a house and investigate the details of the county's gangs as thoroughly as possible. Then recruit some strong, kind-hearted carriage drivers, men with parents, wives, and children. Remember, better to have none than to settle for less. Once you've hired the right people, start running Tian's general store. But isn't that Tian Xiong's shop? Chen Pejuan asked. It belongs to me now. How dare he bully my people? He must pay a price. Not only that, I also want the villagers of Daqian Village to serve me. My husband, what do you plan to do? Have the villagers from Daqian Village wipe out the tiger gang, Chen Fan said coldly. I promised the county magistrate that I'd help him unify all the gangs in the county. That sounds very difficult, Li Xiaoning said. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements, Chen Fan replied. At first, I didn't know how skilled you were, but now that I do, I need your help. Li Xiaoning said nervously. Husband, I don't know why, but I feel like I was always meant to be this skilled. Chen Fan smiled. I know. You've lost your memory, which is why you can't remember anything. But when danger arises, your body reacts instinctively. The only regret is that you haven't remembered anything from your past. By the way, here's your sword back. As Chen Fan spoke, he pulled a soft sword from his sleeve, a sight that stunned both Chen Pelu and Chen Pejuan. The sword had been hidden inside his sleeve the entire time. Li Xiaoning hesitantly took the sword, examining it curiously from top to bottom. Suddenly, a scene flashed through her mind, a scene of sword training, with a few people beside her, though their faces were blurry. Suddenly, Li Xiaoning twirled the sword in a flourish, then smoothly slid it into her belt. Chen Pejuan and Chen Polu stared in awe. Sister Xiaoning, you're amazing. So cool. Sister Xiaoning, I want to learn too. Will you teach me? Me too. Both Chen Pejuan and Chen Polu were deeply impressed, as was Chen Fan himself. Chen Fan added another label to Li Xiaoning, true martial arts master. Li Xiaoning said somewhat embarrassedly, I'll teach you when I have time. Also, when I held the sword just now, an image of sword practice flashed through my mind. There were a few people nearby, but their faces were unclear. Chen Fan replied, that means your memory is returning. As long as I bring you to places you've been to, or expose you to people and things from your past, you will gradually recover your memories. Chapter 77. Let Lower Tian Village become the enforcer. Li Xiaoning was delighted to hear that her memory could be restored, but the joy vanished quickly as she sighed helplessly and said, but I don't even know where I've been. How can I possibly remember the people and things from my past? There will be a chance, Chen Fan replied. Once this turbulent era is over, I'll travel across the entire Great Qin territory with you. Someone must recognize you. I believe you, my husband. After that, Chen Fan gave them a few more instructions, telling them to seek help from Manager Zhou or go to the county yamen to find Xiao He if they encountered any difficulties. He also left 200 taels of silver for them. Before leaving the inn, Chen Fan entrusted Manager Zhou with a few more tasks and then departed. Manager Zhou watched Chen Fan's retreating figure and recalled a poem. Jinling is no ordinary creature in the pond. It transforms into a dragon once the winds and clouds rise. Chen Fan is that very dragon resting in the pond. When the winds and clouds shift, he will soar into the sky. Manager, you seem to highly value this Master Chen, but you always give the manager from Chui Distillery the cold shoulder, the young waiter quietly remarked. The manager sneered, the Chui Distillery? Uft, how could they compare to young Master Chen? Now go do your work. The waiter winced and hurried off to work. When Chen Fan returned to his estate, he explained the entire situation and his intentions. Chen Wu was not upset upon hearing how badly Chen Pejuan had been beaten. On the contrary, he was pleased. Although he was furious with the person who had attacked Chen Pejuan, he wasn't angry at Chen Pejuan himself. He believed this event would teach both the Chun brothers that there are always people stronger than themselves in this world. However, Chun Wu insisted he would go alone to Lower Tian Village to carry out his plan and urged Chen Fan to bring more people with him. In the end, Chen Fan compromised. Since Chun Hu had returned, he let Chun Hu accompany him. Chun Wu agreed to this. However, Chun Hu and Chen Chi had gone to deliver messages to other bandit hideouts and wouldn't be back for 2 or 3 days. Chen Fan was to meet Tian Laohu the next morning, which made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, Chen Fan said he would be escorted by the constables. Early the next morning, Zhang Fei led 30 constables and escorted Tian Xiong to Chen's village. After asking if they had all eaten breakfast, Zhang Fei replied that they had, and only then did Chen Fan set off together with them toward Lower Tian Village. On the way, Zhang Fei curiously asked, Master Chen, I've heard that Lower Tian Village has also formed a local militia. We're openly marching into their village with Tian Xiong in custody. Won't that provoke them? It doesn't matter. They're just a disorganized rabble. The purpose of going there this time is to turn them into our useful tools, Chen Fan calmly replied. He turned to look at Tian Xiong and said, Tian Xiong, do you want to become the most powerful gang leader in Linjiang County? Tian Xiong was momentarily stunned and asked, what exactly do you mean? Chen Fan said, as long as you swear loyalty to me, I will make you the sole gang leader in Linjiang County. The Liu and Chui families will have to kowtow to you, and every day you'll earn a fortune. Tian Xiong responded cautiously. Would you really do something that generous? Of course not, Chen Fan replied. There's always a price to pay. Nothing in the world comes for free. First, you must swear loyalty to me, and do exactly what I command you to do. Second, your future profits will be split. 1 share for you, 4 for me, and 5 for the government. Third, you'll become the target of many. You'll be the thorn in the eyes of other gangs and noble families like the Liu and Chui families. I won't hide anything from you. I'm promoting you as a possible scapegoat. Succeed, and you will rise to the top and command over 1,000 men. Fail, and you will die. Tian Xiong thought for a while and asked, can you let my younger sister and brother-in-law go free? Chen Fan shook his head, certainly not. I only need someone who already understands the underworld, and you're just the person. It's not about personal preference. Let me think it over. Fine, Chen Fan agreed. Once we arrive at Lower Tian Village, you'll have to give me your answer. If you don't respond, I'll assume you're giving up, and I'll find someone else. All right, Tian Xiong replied. Zhang Fei asked with confusion, why must it be him? Chen Fan smiled, because he has people. Zhang Fei instantly understood. Chen Fan's plan involved recruiting the people of Lower Tian Village. With their help and the Tiger Gang's forces in the county town, all other gangs would be sidelined. This caused Zhang Fei to regard Chen Fan with even higher esteem. After about half an hour, Chen Fan and his group finally arrived at Lower Tian Village. The village had, like Chen Fan's, constructed a manor with watchtowers where archers were constantly on patrol. Quite an imitation. Tian Xiong, do you have any sharpshooters in your village? Chen Fan chuckled sarcastically. Tian Xiong lifted his head proudly and replied, of course we do. Chen Fan showed slight surprise. Then we'd better have you knock on the gate. I'd rather not be shot by a sharpshooter. Just a moment, Tian Xiong replied. Since Chen Fan wanted to use Tian Xiong, he was not restrained with wrist or ankle chains. Tian Xiong took a few steps forward. Seeing the people on the watchtowers, he shouted loudly, Tian Guang, it's me, Tian Xiong. Open the gate. The mansion's large gate slowly opened. Go inside, Chen Fan said. Zhang Fei nodded slightly, waved his big hand, and led the 30 constables into the compound. Tian Ba came out to greet Tian Xiong. When he saw Chen Fan and the officials behind him, suspicion stirred in his mind. Big brother, how come you're with this little brat? Tian Ba asked. Shut up, Tian Xiong snapped. Haven't you seen the officials are here too? Where's father? I need to see him. Confused but obedient, Tian Ba began to speak. Father is in his room. I'll go call him. Good. Just have father come directly to the reception hall to meet us, Tian Xiong said. Tian Ba looked at Tian Xiong. Something felt off. Tian Xiong seemed unusually rushed, and why had Chen Fan and the constables come together? Eventually, Tian Ba still went to meet Tian Laohu. Chen Fan and Zhang Fei followed Tian Xiong to the reception hall, while the 30 constables remained outside. This drew the attention of the villagers from Lower Tian Village. Many villagers had never even seen constables before, nor had their ancestors, so they gathered curiously to take a look. After entering the reception hall, Tian Xiong invited Chen Fan and Zhang Fei to sit down while he personally stood by to serve. Seeing this, Chen Fan smiled and said, have you made up your mind? I have, Tian Xiong answered solemnly. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. Since there's an opportunity, of course I want to give it a try. Good. If that's the case, then do your best to convince your father to hand over control of the village militia to you so you can come with me to the county town. Fine. Tian Ba accompanied Tian Laohu to the reception hall. Upon seeing Chen Fan, he angrily said, you little brat, you come at the right time. Xiong Bar, quickly capture this beast. Xing. Zhang Fei drew his sword and sternly said, let me see who dares. Father, please calm down. Tian Xiong stepped forward to Tian Laohu and spoke softly. Chen Fan now has the support of the government. He has even come this time without holding any grudge to help me become the top gang leader in Linjiang County. Chapter 78, Making Xiadian Village into a Gang. Seeing Tian Laohu's confusion, Tian Xiong continued. Father, the county magistrate now wants to deal with all the gangs and cultivate only one single gang. That gang can be the Tiger Gang, or it can be the Wild Dog Gang. Even a new gang they establish themselves. If I don't agree, the government will eliminate the Tiger Gang first. Zhang Fei said. If it weren't for Master Chen's unwillingness to set up his own gang, Tian Xiong would have been captured by us already. Gang feuds have always been out of the government's concern, Tian Laohu said in a deep voice. And the monthly tributes from the various gangs to the government aren't enough? Although Tian Laohu was the village head of Daqian Village, when Tian Xiong joined the gang, he had once told him that as long as the government took the money, they wouldn't involve themselves in gang matters. That was before, Chen Fan said. Now the county magistrate is not like the old one. Gangs can still exist, but there's no need for too many, especially disobedient ones. If Tian Xiong doesn't listen to me, he would already be a dead man by now. Beast, he's your uncle, Tian Laohu said solemnly. Chen Fan sneered disdainfully. Even now, he still wanted to act like a senior before me, completely ignoring what I just said. Tian Xiong pulled at Tian Laohu's sleeve and whispered, Father, he already knows he's not my younger sister's child. Not blood-related, so what? Wasn't Chen Fan raised by my younger sister and her husband? Tian Laohu roared. Don't talk anymore, Tian Xiong said. My younger sister and her husband have already been arrested, and it was done by Chen Fan. You actually dared to imprison my daughter and son-in-law. Tian Laohu became furious. Tian Laohu, Chen Fan shouted. You need to understand, I've already severed ties with Tian Shuilan's family, and moreover, we don't share any blood relation at all. They went to the courthouse to falsely accuse me, and were caught and imprisoned. This is nothing but what they deserved. Also, don't you dare act like you're the village chief here, acting like everyone must obey you. You either kill us and lead the entire village into becoming bandits, or drop your heirs as the village chief. Don't you me. Choose. Either listen to me, or face death. Give me an answer now. I'll listen, Tian Xiong answered first. Rebellious son. Tian Laohu angrily stared at his eldest son, the disappointing one. Do you know what you're saying? You are the next village chief of Daqian Village, and the second leader of the Tiger Gang. How can you listen to this brat who hasn't even grown up yet? Father, don't be angry. Big brother is only thinking for us. Tian Ba quickly comforted him. Only those who had stayed in the county town, especially someone like Tian Ba, who was a member of the Tiger Gang, understood the appeal of being the top gang in Linjiang County. Once becoming the leader of the only gang in Linjiang County, one would have money and power, practically becoming a local tyrant. Even the county magistrate would show some respect. Big brother, I support your decision. You too. Tian Laohu clutched his chest, obviously in pain from fury. Chen Fan suddenly threw 2 daggers, saying, Tian Xiong, Tian Ba, take these daggers. This time I am determined to succeed. Anyone, including your father, if they dare to interfere, you kill them. Tian Xiong and Tian Ba exchanged glances, and then picked up the daggers. Rebellious sons, do you really want to kill me? Tian Laohu shouted, his chest even more painful. Tian Xiong said solemnly, Father, this is our chance. It's better you don't try to stop us. Tian Ba also said, Father, you've never been to the county town. You don't understand how prestigious and wealthy being the top gang leader can be. You practically become a local tyrant. If this is such a great opportunity, why doesn't he take the gang leader position himself and instead lets you two take it? Tian Laohu retorted. I care about my reputation. Chen Fan replied. How could I achieve anything if my reputation is ruined? You two desire the position of gang leader, while my goal is the inner city and the imperial court. Just you? Also worthy of it. Tian Laohu sneered. Being born a peasant, one understood better the affairs of peasants. Even though Chen Fan might have some ability, he was still a peasant. How could he be compared to the gentleman of the inner city? Enough. I won't waste words with you anymore. Tian Xiong, Tian Ba, gather all the young and able-bodied men now and follow me to the county town. If Tian Laohu dares to interfere, deal with him yourselves. I'll only give you half an hour. Chief Shan, let's wait for them outside the village. Yes, Tian Xiong and Tian Ba answered simultaneously. After Chen Fan and others left, Tian Ba asked, Big brother, is this really true? It's true. I even met the county magistrate, Tian Xiong said. Father, please don't interfere with this matter anymore. Fine, I won't stop you, but you cannot take all the village's laborers with you. Tian Laohu finally compromised. There was no choice. Tian Xiong and Tian Ba were holding daggers. Outside the village, Zhang Fei asked, will they come? Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. They will come, Chen Fan replied with a smile. The villagers of Daqian Village were inherently selfish, belligerent, and prone to bullying other villages. This kind of people could be easily controlled with money and power. Zhang Fei admired. What Master Chen said is truly wise. Nothing tempts humans more than money and power. Less than half an hour later, Tian Xiong and Tian Ba led more than 500 people out of the village. The people are all here. Tian Xiong walked up to Chen Fan. What's the next step? Chen Fan stepped forward and addressed the villagers. Fellow villagers, I know you are all confused about why I have summoned you. Now, I will tell you. I am taking you all to the county town to make money. As long as you are ruthless, fearless of death, and obey all my instructions, I guarantee that each of you will earn no less than 1 tael of silver every month, and possibly as much as 10 taels. Huge uproar. The crowd erupted instantly. 1 tael at minimum and 10 taels at maximum per month. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Chen Fan raised his hand to quiet them down, and the crowd gradually fell silent. But to earn such sums, you must pay with your lives. You will have to fight against gangs inside the county town. You might get injured, or even die. Those who want to quit now, leave immediately. I must warn you clearly. Those who leave will absolutely have no chance of joining next time. At this moment, Tian Laohu stepped forward, shouting Ji don't ly. Quit. Everyone should quit. He's only using you as pawns to fulfill the government's mission. You won't gain any money at all. Chen Fan sneered. That's right. I need manpower. And yes, I will use you as pawns, but I will truly give you the money. The first gang you will eliminate is the Tiger Gang. Afterwards, I will give you 10 taels up front. If you don't believe me, ask Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong quickly added, rest assured, everyone. Once we defeat the Tiger Gang, we will seize their assets. Chapter 79. First target, the Tiger Gang. The villagers of Shatian had all been convinced by the grand promises made by Tian Xiong, and they were each filled with excitement, as if they had been injected with some energizing serum. Not only were the villagers persuaded, even Tian Laohu was convinced, joining everyone on the journey. On the way, Tian Laohu walked beside Tian Xiong and quietly asked in confusion, since there are so many benefits, why didn't you say so earlier? We could have destroyed the Tiger Gang ourselves. Tian Xiong helplessly replied, Father, it's easy to eliminate the Tiger Gang, but can you deal with the government and the Lu family behind the Tiger Gang? Do you think I don't know Chen Fan is using us as a tool? The villagers of Chen's village can even defeat mountain bandits, so how come they can't defeat the gang members? But why doesn't he mobilize the people from Chen's village, but instead chooses us? Simply because he wants to use us as a hidden card to counter the Lu family. If the Lu family dares to make a move against us, the Chen's village people will strike back at the Lu family. And the main reason why I trust Chen Fan is because he's backed by the authorities. I personally met the county magistrate. That's good then. Our chance to get rich in the fields has finally come. In the county town, Xiaohe received notification from Chen Fan that he had already led the Tian family village to arrive in the county town. He never expected that the plan he just explained yesterday had already been set into motion today. Such execution ability, even seasoned generals might not match. Should I recommend him to the prince? Xiaohe thought for a moment, then immediately went to his desk, picked up the writing brush, and began writing. Not long after, a letter was finished. Someone come in. A government officer entered. Xiaohe handed the letter to him and said, travel 800 miles nonstop, deliver this letter directly to the prince's hands. Remember, it must be handed over personally to the prince. Yes. After the officer left, Xiaohe ordered people to monitor the Tiger Gang. The Tiger Gang not only collected protection fees, but also ran 2 gambling houses and 1 brothel. The Tiger Gang wasn't the only one with businesses. Other gangs had their own operations too. Some specialized in human trafficking, some controlled the pork trade in the city, and others managed the horses. Because they all had backers of various sorts, and these backers were often connected to one another, their businesses and territories were clearly demarcated, and conflicts between them rarely occurred. Yet no one could have predicted that today an outsider would disrupt the peaceful balance among these gangs. Chen Fan led more than 500 people to the city gate, scaring the soldiers guarding the gate. Luckily, there were officers like Zhang Fei and more than 30 other government officials present. Otherwise, they might have mistaken Chen Fan's arrival as an attack on the county town. After entering the county town, an officer approached Zhang Fei and whispered something before leaving. Zhang Fei came before Chen Fan and said, the Tiger Gang's leader is currently in his own estate, where around 50 people are gathered. Among his subordinates, each gambling house has about 50 men stationed, and more than 100 have been deployed to the brothel. The others are scattered too thin to locate easily. Chen Fan nodded and called out, Tian Xiong. Master, Tian Xiong responded. You're still the second in command of the Tiger Gang, so nobody would suspect you. Now, lead 300 people and raid the gambling houses. Confine all the people there. Remember what I told you about the share division. I will manage the silver taken from the gambling houses. Whoever dares to secretly pocket any of it, I will personally cut off his hands. Understood, Tian Xiong replied, a smile curling on his lips, thinking of the beautiful future ahead. Immediately after, Tian Xiong and Tian Ba led 300 people toward the gambling houses. Chen Fan himself led the remaining 200 toward the mansion of the Tiger Gang's leader. The northern part of the city was where all the rich and powerful lived. Everyone's identities were extremely noble, so the leaders of the major gangs all resided there. Right now, one street had already been taken control of by the officers, pedestrians were cleared away, and shopkeepers were ordered to close their shops. The street was deathly quiet. Zhang Fei led Chen Fan and his men to this street. The house ahead, known as Lu Zhong Mansion, is where the Tiger Gang's leader resides. Lu Zhong is the son of the Lu family steward. Therefore, the Tiger Gang is backed by the Lu family and serves as one of its main sources of income. Chen Fan nodded and asked, what about the brothel? Are the land deeds and property deeds under Lu Zhong's name or the Lu family? Officially, they are under Lu Zhong's name, but in reality, they belong to the Lu family. I only need to know whose name is registered at the county office. Lu Zhong's. Good, I understand. Chief Zhang, you don't need to be here anymore. Please monitor the brothel and the Lu family for me. All right. Once Zhang Fei and the officers left, Chen Fan addressed his men. Brothers, whether we get rich or not depends on what we do today. Follow me. Yeah. The villagers roared loudly with their wooden swords. When Chen Fan arrived outside Lu Zhong's mansion, he found the gate closed, so he began knocking forcefully. Pung pung pung. Who dares to knock so hard? Do you want your hands chopped off? A fierce, ferocious voice came from inside the mansion. Chen Fan angrily shouted, I was sent by the young master. Open the door for me right now. Just a moment, we'll open it right away. Upon hearing that he was sent by Lu Zifeng, the voice from inside softened to a more flattering tone, and the door opened much quicker. Creak. The mansion gate was pushed open. As soon as Chen Fan saw the person opening the door, He kicked him forcefully, sending him flying 2 meters away. You kept me waiting, asking for death. After saying that, the villagers behind Chen Fan rushed in one after another. Someone is attacking the gate. The man who had been kicked held his chest and shouted loudly. Die! Chen Fan struck directly, chopping the man unconscious with a wooden sword. Just 2 of you stay behind and tie him up. Everyone else, follow me. Leading the group, Chen Fan stormed forward. Upon spotting anyone, they beat the person severely before capturing him. In this way, they fought their way all the way into the inner courtyard. A few members of the Tiger Gang came out from within the mansion. After seeing Chen Fan and his group, they realized they couldn't match them and began retreating step by step. Gradually, they all fell back into the inner courtyard. At that moment, another group rushed out from a room. Immediately, the Tiger Gang members scattered backward, gathering tightly around their leader. Chen Fan slightly furrowed his brows. Although the enemy was fewer in number, half of them wielded iron weapons, while his side, though more numerous, only carried wooden weapons. Who are you people? Why are you invading the Tiger Gang headquarters? The leader shouted furiously, clutching a long knife. He must be Lu Zhong. Kill the leader first, crush the gang. Without hesitation, Chen Fan reached into his robe and pulled out a crossbow. The enemy's eyes widened in shock. How did he even get something like that from inside his robe? The crossbow pointed directly at Lu Zhong. What do you want to do? Lu Zhong instinctively stepped back, pulling 2 of his subordinates in front of him as shields. Both of them trembled in fear. Seeing this, Chen Fan changed his mind. He withdrew the crossbow and rested it casually on his shoulder. I am the leader of the Tiger Exterminating Gang. Today, I've come to eliminate your Tiger Gang. Surrender or die. You have 10 seconds to decide. Chapter 80. Seizing the Lu Zhong Mansion. Chen Fan's words instantly provoked anger among Lu Zhong and the group of Tiger Gang members. 10, 9. Who exactly are you? Who sent you here? Lu Zhong roared. 8, 3. Chen Fan had already said what needed to be said. Talking more would be meaningless. It was time to resolve this quickly and take control of the Tiger Gang. If the Lu Zhong family learned of the situation, they would surely send their household guards to rescue Lu Zhong. Therefore, Chen Fan needed to act fast and exert psychological pressure on the enemy to instill fear. 2. Wait. I have something to say. Lu Zhong shouted again. They absolutely could not allow him to finish speaking. They needed to buy time for the head of the family to send reinforcements. Yet, Chen Fan hesitated not at all, once again pointing the crossbow at Lu Zhong. 1. Wait. Shoo. Chen Fan fired the crossbow at the final count. Lu Zhong paled and shouted desperately for him to stop, but Chen Fan had already pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bolt struck one of Lu Zhong's men who had been pulled forward as a shield. Lu Zhong was frightened by Chen Fan's decisiveness. It meant they would not stop until one side was wiped out. Immediately, Lu Zhong's expression turned ruthless. He shouted in a deep voice, "Brothers, attack. Kill them all." Chen Fan shouted, "Everyone attack now. Knock them all down. Take over the mansion. 10 taels of silver for each man. 10 taels." One villager, upon hearing this, immediately became excited like he had received an injection of adrenaline. What are we waiting for? 10 taels of silver. Charge. Charge. Kill. Both sides immediately clashed, with casualties appearing instantly. Especially as the enemy wielded iron blades. Villagers were wounded and even killed in the first exchanges. Yet, over 200 villagers had completely cast aside thoughts of life and death. Their eyes only saw the 10 taels of silver promised by Chen Fan. It was a perfect illustration of how people will die for wealth, and birds will die for food. For 10 taels of silver, they disregarded life and death. At this moment, the fighting power the villagers from Daqian Village displayed exceeded Chen Fan's expectations. With their fearless ferocity, they directly drove the enemy into a retreat. As soon as an enemy was knocked down, several villagers swarmed over him and beat him senseless. Under such onslaughts, the Tiger Gang, numbering fewer than 50, was soon beaten into disarray, with less than 20 able to still stand. Lu Zhong, wielding a broadsword, slashed and wounded one villager, and then wounded several more. When he realized the situation was going badly, he started to panic. He steeled himself and shouted, "Don't be afraid. You all have weapons. They dare not fight to the death with you. Hold the line. The eldest master will come to our support any moment." After he shouted, he felt panic deep inside and turned to flee. The moment he turned around, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, which made him even more frantic. He tripped while escaping and was immediately stepped on by Chen Fan. In truth, Chen Fan had been watching Lu Zhong closely all along. Despite Lu Zhong wielding a sword skillfully and appearing formidable, Chen Fan saw through him immediately. This man had clearly been hollowed out by years of indulgence in women and alcohol. When Lu Zhong tried to escape, Chen Fan immediately fired an arrow at him and then gave chase. He had thought there might be a chase, but he hadn't expected Lu Zhong to fall, giving Chen Fan the perfect opportunity. Chen Fan stomped his foot on Lu Zhong's back, held a sword to Lu Zhong's neck with one hand, and pointed the crossbow at the members of the Tiger Gang with the other. He then shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, stop!" The bloodthirsty crowd, upon hearing the command, gradually regained their senses and looked toward Chen Fan. "Big boss. Boss." The two groups immediately separated. By now, nearly 100 people lay on the ground groaning, 30 or so members of the Tiger Gang, and 60 to 70 villagers. "Let go of Big Boss." A member of the Tiger Gang shouted, holding a cleaver and pointing it at Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan aimed the crossbow at the man who had spoken and fired. The man cried out in agony after being hit. Chen Fan roared, "Drop your weapons now, or I will kill him." Saying this, Chen Fan's right hand shook as he thrust the sword into Lu Zhong's right hand. As he pulled the sword out, blood immediately began gushing out. Lu Zhong's screams made the Tiger Gang members shudder, their bodies tensing involuntarily from fear. Chen Fan's decisiveness and brutality left the gang members looking at each other in fear. In each other's eyes, they saw terror. Everyone knew that the authorities wouldn't care about gang battles. Therefore, if Chen Fan killed them now, they would die in vain. But nobody wanted to die. Lu Zhong was no exception. Now under someone's foot, he was scared stiff and trembling as he said, "Brave sir, who exactly are you? If you want money, you may take all the wealth from my house. Want power? I can let you become the number 2 leader of the Tiger Gang. Besides, we are backed by the Lu family. Do you even know who the Lu family is?" Chen Fan pressed down hard with his right foot, placing the sword against Lu Zhong's neck and saying coldly, "Stop wasting words. Make them all drop their weapons, or I will kill you now." Don't. Seeing that Chen Fan was unafraid even of the Lu family, Lu Zhong's heart sank into despair. He immediately roared at his men in anger. "What are you all waiting for? Drop your weapons. Do you want me to die?" Hearing their leader's words, the Tiger Gang members hurriedly dropped their weapons. In truth, they had wanted to do so all along. Otherwise, who knew whose turn it would be to die next? Chen Fan was very satisfied with this outcome. He said, "Good. As long as you cooperate quietly, I guarantee nothing will happen to you. Come forth, bind them all first." His words left the gang members too afraid to resist, and they allowed themselves to be tied up. Soon, all of them were bound. Immediately after, Chen Fan ordered someone to fetch a doctor to treat the wounded. He assigned 20 villagers to guard the gang members, and told the others to search the mansion for valuables. Anything they deemed valuable could be taken to the courtyard, where everything would later be sold and the proceeds distributed. In an instant, the villagers became excited and began looting valuable items from the mansion. Chen Fan took Lu Zhong to the study. He had 2 villagers wait at the door while he and Lu Zhong entered. Bound and now kneeling before Chen Fan, Lu Zhong spoke with a sycophantic expression on his face. "Hero, name your price. Take everything inside this mansion if you want. Just let me go." Chen Fan smiled. "You're clever. You know what I want. Now tell me, where is all the money stored?" "In the storeroom." "It's all in the storeroom." "Lead the way then." Without delay, Chen Fan ordered Lu Zhong to guide him to the storeroom, while instructing the 2 villagers at the study's entrance to empty the room. The villagers began carrying everything out with excitement. To them, every item, from furniture to ink brushes and paper, was valuable. Not a single thing was to be wasted. And yet, despite this brazen robbery taking place, the authorities remained indifferent. As Chen Fan passed the courtyard, he already saw it filled with all sorts of furniture, even pots and pans from the kitchen, and numerous pieces of porcelain. Chen Fan could only sigh, thinking how to the poor, everything could be considered treasure. Chapter 81, Seeking Death. Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer inwardly when he saw how happy the villagers were. Sure enough, the villagers of Daqian all had genes of bandits. Chen Fan didn't interfere with them much. For the future, he decided to accumulate more funds. Arriving outside the warehouse, Lu Zhong said, "All right, hero, this is the warehouse." Chen Fan nodded and said, "You go in first, and remember not to try any tricks." No, I wouldn't dare," Lu Zhong replied with flattery. After he entered the warehouse, Chen Fan followed closely behind. Indeed, there were quite a lot of items inside. There were more than a dozen pieces of silk and brocade, which were extremely valuable. Additionally, there were 3 chests, which were undoubtedly filled with gold and silver treasures. On the walls were numerous weapons, all made of iron. If Chen Fan hadn't caught them off guard, it would have been difficult for his side to win. "Go, open the chests." My hands are tied," Lu Zhong said, looking embarrassed. "Humph," Chen Fan sneered. "Trying to pull a trick? Just because your hands are tied doesn't mean you can't open the chests. I can do it. Although Lu Zhong's hands were bound behind his back, he still had some finger mobility. He approached the chest and used his fingers to grab the clasp, then lifted it upward, successfully opening the chest. Chen Fan looked inside and saw a box full of silver ingots. Each weighed 10 taels, with 30 arranged in a row, totaling 300 taels. "Hero, this chest contains 3,000 taels of silver. Please take it as you wish," Lu Zhong flattered. Chen Fan glanced at him and said, "Open the other 2 chests." Reluctantly, Lu Zhong opened them as well, revealing silver in both. That was a total of 9,000 taels across the 3 chests. Excellent. With this amount of silver, I can safely send away the villagers. As Chen Fan was fully focused on the chests, Lu Zhong quietly moved away from him and approached a pillar, then pushed the lantern on the pillar with his head. Click! A mechanism was activated. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan looked up instinctively and saw a large net dropping from above, trapping him directly. "You're asking for death," Chen Fan said coldly, staring at Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong smirked at Chen Fan, walked toward the weapon rack, and said, "Daring to attack my Tiger Gang? None of you will escape today. I'll kill you first." "Kill me? With what?" Haha. "You're already trapped in this net. Becoming." Where did he go? Just as Lu Zhong was about to speak arrogantly, he suddenly noticed Chen Fan had disappeared. He wanted to rub his eyes to confirm whether he was hallucinating, but with his hands tied, he could only close his eyes and then open them again. However, when he opened them, Chen Fan was already standing in front of him. A ghost! A ghost! Lu Zhong shouted in terror and ran away. Chen Fan immediately shot an arrow at Lu Zhong. The arrow struck his back, and he fell to the ground, his face filled with both pain and fear. Chen Fan slowly walked up to Lu Zhong and fired another arrow into his body. I originally planned to ask you a few questions and spare your dog life, but you insisted on seeking death. That's no longer my problem. Chen Fan had just entered his spatial dimension and reappeared right in front of Lu Zhong, frightening him into thinking he had seen a ghost. Now that such a big secret had been discovered, how could Chen Fan let him go? After collecting all the items in the warehouse, Chen Fan took out 1,000 taels of silver and placed them in a single chest, then walked out of the warehouse and found someone to carry the silver and Lu Zhong's body outside. When the members of the tiger gang saw the corpse, their faces showed panic. In contrast, when the villagers from Shatian saw the silver-filled chests, their eyes glowed with greed, and their faces lit up with excitement. Chen Fan addressed the villagers from Shatian. Who can report the casualty situation? Master, a villager said. There were 19 people killed and 48 injured. Chen Fan nodded and said, give 30 taels to each deceased person's family, 20 taels to each severely injured, 12 taels to each lightly injured, and the rest 10 taels each. However, this money will be distributed to you only after everyone arrives. Thank you, master, the villagers shouted excitedly. Then Chen Fan turned to the captured members of the tiger gang and said, I'll give you a choice now. Swear loyalty to me, or be killed by me. I will swear loyalty. I'm willing to serve our master. I am also willing to serve our master. Count me in. All the members of the tiger gang willingly surrendered without any hesitation. Chen Fan was not surprised at all by this. Originally, they were just a gang of hooligans. Don't think that hooligans shown on TV always value loyalty, never betraying their brothers, even unto death. In reality, hooligans are a group of vicious people committing all sorts of evil. Asking them to value brotherhood is simply wishful thinking. They only care about personal interests. Very well. Since all of you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, everyone take a knife and kill your former gang leader. He's still barely breathing, not completely dead yet. I want all of you to kill him and establish your reputation. Chen Fan's words made everyone hesitate for a moment. Come on, anyone who dares refuse will be executed immediately, Chen Fan said coldly. He had no intention of wasting time. Under Chen Fan's threat, the tiger gang members all raised their knives and slashed at Lu Zhong's corpse. Chen Fan had deliberately said that Lu Zhong was still barely alive, forcing them into a desperate situation where they had no choice but to obey him obediently. Soon after they finished cutting, Chen Fan led everyone out of the mansion, leaving behind a dozen people to guard all the goods inside. Chen Fan then took everyone else to 2 gambling houses operated by the tiger gang. Tian Xiong and Tian Ba had already taken control of both gambling houses and driven away all the customers. The reason they had been able to seize control so easily was due to their identities. Tian Xiong was the second in command, and Tian Ba was his brother. The members of the tiger gang had never suspected that the two would suddenly betray them. Therefore, the 2 brothers had easily taken over the gambling houses. Chen Fan had anticipated this, which was why he had sent the 2 brothers to the gambling houses. Kaiyuan Gun Gambling House. Tian Laohu stared excitedly at the chest full of money and said, So much money, Xiongma. So much money. Father, you can't touch this money for now. Why not? Tian Laohu's tone darkened. Are you really that obedient to Chen Fan? Father, it's not yet the time to break with Chen Fan. As long as I become the leader of the first gang, I can find a way to get rid of Chen Fan and earn the county magistrate's favor. Then the money will keep rolling in, won't it? So, father, just be patient for now, Tian Xiong reasoned. Hearing this, Tian Laohu nodded in agreement and said, You're right. I shouldn't lose sight of the bigger picture for minor gains. Finally, with great reluctance, he put the silver back. As for Tian Ba, he hadn't even touched a single tael of silver. As for the tiger gang members, they had all been bound. Led by one of the captured tiger gang members, Chen Fan arrived at the gambling house where Tian Xiong was located. Master, when Tian Laohu and Tian Xiong saw Chen Fan, they all quickly bowed. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, No need for formalities. Any casualties here? And what about the gains? Chapter 82. We want people, not loyalty. Tian Xiong said. No one was injured or killed. A total of more than 800 taels of silver was obtained. Chen Fan nodded approvingly and said, Very good. Tell the members of the tiger gang that today the Eliminate Tiger Gang has destroyed their tiger gang, and their leader Lu Zhong has already been killed. Ask them whether they are willing to surrender. If they are willing, then they can follow us. If not, then we will kill them. Kill them? Isn't that too extreme? Tian Xiong was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so ruthless. How could he know that Chen Fan was merely pressed for time? Just as Xiao He had said, once Minister Lu sent someone to find them, he and the Chen family village wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure unless they themselves possessed a certain level of strength. There's nothing wrong with it. What we need is numbers. Without people, how can we become the only gang in Linjiang County? Chen Fan replied. In that case, they might not be loyal to us, Tian Xiong warned. Loyal? Tian Xiong, are you loyal to me? Chen Fan said coldly with a sneer. Both Tian Xiong and Tian Laohu began to sweat on their foreheads. Could Chen Fan have found out about their schemes? Chen Fan looked at them with contempt and continued. Let me speak plainly. I don't need your loyalty, nor do I believe you will ever be loyal to me. Don't bother to refute it. You and I both know the truth. Our relationship is merely one of mutual cooperation. I use your people, while you use my power, namely, the backing behind me. In the end, both sides get what they want. But right now, we lack manpower. Without even mentioning the fact that other gangs have larger numbers, think about Lu family behind the Tiger Gang. Their guards outnumber us and are even more skilled in combat. Therefore, we need people, plenty of them. As for loyalty, we can worry about cultivating loyal subordinates after we have truly unified all the gangs. Tian Xiong's forehead was soaked with sweat, realizing Chen Fan had already seen through everything. If he were ever to oppose Chen Fan in the future, he would have to be extremely careful. I understand, said Tian Xiong. What are you waiting for? Yes, I'll go immediately. Not long after, under a mixture of threats and incentives from Tian Xiong, the former members of the Tiger Gang became part of the Eliminate Tiger Gang. They then went to Tian Ba's gambling house. Chen Fan gave everyone from the Tiger Gang the same ultimatum: die or submit to him. All the members of the Tiger Gang wisely chose to submit to the Eliminate Tiger Gang, adding another 100 people to their ranks. Chen Fan took all the silver back to the big house. In total, they had obtained more than 2,700 taels. He gave 30 taels to each family of the 19 deceased, 20 taels to the seriously wounded, and 12 taels to those with minor injuries. More than 1,000 taels remained, and he gave each person an additional 2 taels as a reward for their efforts, making it clear that anyone who followed him, Chen Fan, would share in the wealth. Master, said Tian Xiong, if you've given all the money to them, then won't we gain nothing from this? Chen Fan disdainfully replied, are you an idiot? Don't even mention how much the big house can be sold for. These 2 gambling houses alone can make buckets of money every day. Starting tomorrow, you 2 brothers will take over these gambling houses. Also, there's a brothel that's worth quite a bit. As expected of the master, you think of everything, Tian Xiong flattered. Tian Laohu and Tian Ba's hearts were instantly filled with excitement. Chen Fan said, Tian Xiong, now assign everyone to go to the brothel and take control of everything there. Remember, don't offend the guests or harm the women from the brothel. They're sources of our income. All right, Tian Xiong immediately led everyone to the brothel. Chen Fan left 10 villagers at the big house and personally went to the yamen. At the yamen, Xiaohe was somewhat surprised to see Chen Fan. You've eliminated the Tiger Gang already? Chen Fan nodded. Lu Zhong is dead. His mansion and the 2 gambling houses have already been taken over. Now only the brothel remains. I've already sent Tian Xiong to take over the brothel. I believe the Lu family will surely send someone to retaliate. I want you, sir, to get involved. Xiaohe thought for a moment and said, so you intend to let officials also become involved in this gang conflict? More accurately, I want all the gangs to know that the government supports the Eliminate Tiger Gang. After you show up, I'll invite all the gang leaders to the Yun Lion tonight. Those who follow me will flourish, and those who oppose me will perish, Chen Fan said solemnly. What an audacious statement. Those who follow me will flourish, and those who oppose me will perish. Are you not afraid they'll unite against you? That's even better. We'll capture all the gangs in one net. I believe you, sir. We'll be very happy to see that outcome. Xiaohe fell silent for a moment before saying, Chen Fan, you're smarter, more decisive, and even more ruthless than I imagined. Originally, I intended to have people from Chen Family Village take action, yet you chose to manipulate the Tiansuan villagers instead. Now you even wish to use me. This way, with the Tiansuan people plus the power of the government, you will unify all the gangs in the county quickly. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, I just hope sir can intimidate the powerful families like the Lu and the Chui. Do you think he will give me face? No, Chen Fan replied. So what if they don't listen? If they refuse to obey, we'll wipe them out. After all, you, sir, are under the regent prince, so there's absolutely no need to worry about trouble from powerful families. Moreover, you, sir, are about to be promoted soon. Without your support, I will become extremely vulnerable. Only after the powerful families are eliminated can I feel safe. Even if someone from Minister Lu's faction arrives, without support from the influential families, what harm could they possibly do to me? To eliminate their wings in advance and remove future worries, Chen Fan, this official has underestimated you. All of this is thanks to your guidance, otherwise I absolutely wouldn't have thought of it. Chen Fan shifted the credit to Xiaohe. You don't need to flatter me, Xiaohe said. You are truly capable. This official won't make a mistake about that. But this official didn't know you were so capable. If I had known earlier, this official should have made you my advisor and taken you with me to Jiangning Prefecture. I imagine you must have already considered other options for retreat. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Sir, you flatter me. I am just an ordinary villager from Chen Family Village. Previously, because grain prices rose too quickly, I suspected trouble brewing along the border. I know the Northern D Wolves have never intended to negotiate peace with the court. They won't do it unless the court can scare them into submission. Unfortunately, since General Mu's death, the court no longer has capable generals. Therefore, I wanted to earn enough money and lead the villagers of Chen Family Village to the inner city. This official knows. You bought so many horses and carts simply to move the entire Chen Family Village to the inner city. But that was the past. Now, this official wants to know what contingencies you have prepared now. This official doesn't believe that after I leave, and if someone from Minister Lu's side arrives, your only plan is just to eliminate the gangs and the influential families. Xiaohe looked at Chen Fan with deep suspicion. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, Sir is wise indeed. I have indeed prepared contingencies, but I need Sir's help. What help could this official possibly offer? After Sir becomes the governor of Jiangning Prefecture, please issue an order to me. What kind of order? Allow me to form an army to support Jiangning Prefecture. Xiaohe said solemnly. You want to use 2,000 gang members to support Jiangning Prefecture? How is that any different from sending sheep into a tiger's den? Chapter 83, Taking Over the Pleasure House. Chen Fan sighed and said, with the Beidi entering the pass, hundreds of thousands of refugees will appear inside the pass. I will use the food supplies of the aristocratic families to recruit these refugees and lead them to reinforce Jiangning Prefecture. As for the 2,000 members of the gang, I hope you, sir, can bring them to Jiangning. I believe you yourself also need assistance. A slight sneer appeared on Chen Fan's face. If you think so, don't others think the same? Those who believe in Chancellor Lu must think likewise too. Since everyone thinks that way, would Lu's people really dare target me? If they don't act, I am safe, am I not? Whether leading an army is walking into the lion's den, I don't know. But I do know this. If I don't do it, I will certainly die. If I do it, death is not certain. And besides, I can also gain a good reputation. This is called embracing death to find life. However, this plan requires a massive amount of money and food. The government won't supply it, and I can't raise it alone. Therefore, I have no choice but to strip the wealth from these greedy aristocratic families, the gangs, and the merchants. But I can't do it alone. I must rely on your authority, sir. Without you, I wouldn't have even thought of this plan to save myself. Xiao He, upon hearing this, fully understood Chen Fan's intentions. The people from Chenjia Village were merely pawns in Chen Fan's hands, used to unify the gang. Once the gang was unified, they would be discarded and handed over to Xiao He directly. If Xiao He himself led the 2,000 members of the gang to the prefectural city, his own power would indeed grow. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Xiao He made up his mind. To survive only after being cornered, to persist only after being pushed to destruction. Chen Fan, you truly are impressive. With young men like you and Daqian, the dynasty is sure to revive. Sir flatters me, Chen Fan replied. If possible, I'd rather keep away from the chaos of court politics. You don't want to become an official? I do not, Chen Fan said. Once you step into politics, you are no longer your own master. You, sir, should know that feeling well. Xiao He hesitated, then said helplessly, indeed, you see more clearly. Zhang Fei, sir. Zhang Fei entered the room from outside. Xiao He nodded slightly. Follow Master Chen to the Tiger Gang's pleasure house. Remember, obey all of Master Chen's orders. From this moment on, Master Chen represents me. His orders are my orders. Yes. Thank you, sir. Then, Chen Fan had Zhang Fei count the soldiers before heading toward the Emerald Pavilion. The Emerald Pavilion was the pleasure house run by the Tiger Gang. Tian Xiong and his 2 sons, leading 500 men, had already arrived at the pleasure house. Although the house officially belonged to the Tiger Gang, its operations were always handled by personnel dispatched by the Lu family. Because the pleasure house was truly a money pit, the Lu family did not wish to entrust its management to others. The person in charge was Madame Lu Sangu, a matron of the Lu family who had been placed in charge because of her ability. When she saw Tian Laohu leading so many people into the pleasure house, her brows knitted together. Immediately, she approached Tian Xiong accompanied by 2 guards, questioning, Tian Xiong, what are you doing bringing so many people here? Don't you know that so many Tiger Gang members are not allowed into the pleasure house? In her 40s, Madame Lu was dressed flamboyantly, holding a custom silk fan in her hand, apparently unaffected by the cold of winter. In the past, whenever Tian Xiong saw Madame Lu Xinggu, he had always been deferential, bowing with a submissive attitude. But today, he stood tall and unafraid, not the least bit intimidated by her. Lu Xinggu, Tian Xiong sneered. The gang leader has issued orders. From now on, I will be in charge of this pleasure house. Just Lu Zhong dares to interfere in the affairs of the pleasure house. Who does he think he is? Slap. Before she could finish her word, Tian Xiong had already slapped Lu Xinggu across the face. Lu Sangu's 2 guards, seeing this, wanted to move forward to seize Tian Xiong. However, as soon as they took a step, they saw the entire group behind Tian Xiong stir, forcing their advancing left legs back in retreat. Lu Sangu paid no attention to her guards. She glared at Tian Xiong with eyes filled with hatred. You dare hit me? Tian Xiong grabbed a fistful of Lu Sangu's hair. Let go. You dare grab my hair. You want me to kill you and leave you no place to be buried. Let go. Go away. Let go. Ignoring Lu Sangu's screams, Tian Xiong dragged her toward the stage. This was the area where the courtesans of the pleasure house performed dances and shows for the guests to enjoy. Of course, these performances generally happened only at night. Now, in the daytime, there were customers, but no dancers. Lu Sangu's shrieks had already drawn the attention of the 100 guards stationed at the pleasure house. While some of these guards nominally belonged to the Tiger Gang, they were in reality under the Lu family's employment, unknown to outsiders. Faced with the guards wielding long clubs, the members of Miahu Gang grew excited. In their eyes, these guards were simply walking silver coins. If they could defeat them, there would be silver to collect. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and save me. Lu Sangu roared furiously. Although her actions were restricted, her mouth remained free. The 100 or so guards rushed forward and swung their long clubs at the members of the Miahu Gang. Tian Ba and Tian Laohu immediately stepped forward to fight. The battle quickly broke out, and soon, people were injured. Seeing the growing number of wounded, Tian Xiong gritted his teeth, pulled out a dagger, and pressed it directly against Lu Sangu's neck. Ugly woman, order them to stop now, or I'll kill you this instant. Seeing the dagger, Lu Sangu grew nervous. Though she often played the tough matriarch in public, deep down, she feared death. You can't be serious. Kill me, and the Lu family will never let you go. Lu Zhong is already dead. Do you think I'm afraid to kill one more person? Tian Xiong's face twisted with rage as he plunged the dagger into Lu Sangu's body. Lu Sangu screamed in pain. Stop. Stop fighting now. Both sides quickly pulled apart. Drop your weapons. Drop them now. As Tian Xiong spoke, Lu Sangu shouted the orders immediately after. As soon as everyone dropped their weapons, Tian Ba, seeing the enemies truly discard their clubs, shouted excitedly, "Bind them all, and wait for the master's judgment." The members of the Miahu gang pounced like starving tigers, tying everyone up tightly. At that moment, a woman quietly slipped out the back gate, determined to seek help. Tian Ba looked around the scene with satisfaction. At that moment, he felt like a great general who had just led a mighty army to capture the enemy's capital, filled with excitement. At the same time, Tian Xiong held the dagger and gestured near Lu Sangu's face. "Hand over the courtesan house records and all the money, and I might let you live." I don't have the ledger. The ledger is with the maid sent by the eldest young master." "Damn it, where is she?" She's in her room." Lu Sangu stammered weakly. "Take me there." Tian Xiong grabbed Lu Sangu's arm tightly and forced her to lead the way. In pain, Lu Sangu had no choice but to guide Tian Xiong to the maid. Chapter 84, Lu Zifeng's counterattack. At this moment, Tian Laohu was somewhat impatient and said, "Xionger, why waste so many words with her? Just finish her off and take control of the entire brothel. Your old man hasn't tasted a woman's charm in a long time." After entering the brothel, Tian Laohu had been captivated by the numerous women fluttering around. It wasn't just Tian Laohu. The other villagers were the same, their eyes glued to the women. This was also the reason why Chen Fan had arranged for everyone to come to the brothel last. If they had come here first, he feared their fighting spirit would be completely eroded. Tian Xiong found his father's sudden lust annoying. "Father, you better behave yourself and don't forget the instructions from the master. Also, I need to go retrieve the account books, the girls' contracts, and the silver coins. I hope you all can stay well behaved." The last sentence wasn't directed at Tian Laohu specifically, but at everyone. However, when Tian Xiong checked the maid's room, it was empty, with no one inside. Tian Xiong thought she was playing tricks on him and wanted to use a dagger to teach Lu Sangu a lesson. Terrified, Lu Sangu kowtowed repeatedly and pleaded for mercy, telling Tian Xiong that if he didn't believe her, he could go ask the girls himself. Tian Xiong went to question several girls, and the answers all matched. Therefore, he ordered Sangu to be tied up temporarily and wait until Chen Fan arrived for punishment. Lu residence. After receiving the news, Lu Zifeng immediately reported the matter to the head of the Lu family. "Father, a gang has attacked the Tiger Gang and taken over the brothel." Lu clan head, who was practicing calligraphy, paused halfway through a character he was writing and then continued writing. "Do you know who attacked the brothel? Send someone to check from Lu Zhong's side." Lu Zifeng said, "Tian Xiong, the second in command of the Tiger Gang." A commoner. The Lu clan head's eyes changed, his face turning gloomy. He threw the writing brush directly onto the desk. Even dogs and cats dare to bully the Lu family now. "Zifeng, you know what you should do." "Father, I will lead the house guards to the brothel right now." "Go. Remember, cripple them all. Let them know that the Lu family is not to be humiliated." "Yes." Chen Fan led Zhang Fei and a group of soldiers not directly to the brothel, but first to the Yunlai Inn, where he sent people to investigate at the brothel and Lu's residence. Shopkeeper Zhou saw Chen Fan bringing a group of soldiers to the inn, which completely affected his business. So he approached to ask, "Chen Xiaoga, Master Zhang, what's going on?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Master Zhou, don't worry, I will leave soon. Here is a letter. Please immediately deliver it to my wife." Chen Fan handed a letter to shopkeeper Zhou. Doubtfully, Zhou accepted the letter, saying, "No problem." Not long after, the men he sent for surveillance returned, exchanged a few words with Chen Fan, then took Zhang Fei and the group of soldiers and left. Shopkeeper Zhou went to Tian's general store. Yesterday, after helping Li Xiaoning find a large mansion, he had also gone with Chen Pulu to recruit many coachmen, from which they selected 50 large men with families and their own horse-drawn carts to be hired. Moreover, Chen Pulu had given each of them 2 taels of silver as rent for their carts. A few days later, after Chen Fan's approval, they could officially become workers at Chen Liquor Distillery. Now the reputation of Chen Liquor Distillery was well established, so all 50 coachmen agreed. Besides, they had already received 2 taels of silver. Most of them couldn't earn that much in an entire month. Now they all worked as clerks at Tian's general store, waiting for Chen Fan's orders. Li Xiaoning was also waiting together at Tian's general store. From morning until now, they finally saw shopkeeper Zhou. "Master Zhou, do you have news from my husband?" Panting slightly, Zhou handed over the letter to Li Xiaoning. "Madam Chen, this is the letter from young Master Chen. It was just handed to me." "Thank you, Master Zhou." Li Xiaoning eagerly took the letter and began reading it. A moment later, Li Xiaoning called out loudly, "Pulu, immediately lead all the coachmen to Lu Zhong's residence and bring all the stuff back." Hearing this, shopkeeper Zhou asked, "Madam Li, may I go along?" "Of course, there's no problem." Chen Pulu and shopkeeper Zhou led the 50 coachmen to Lu Zhong's mansion. The villagers who were guarding the house, upon learning they were people sent by Chen Fan, allowed them to take everything. After returning to Tian's general store, shopkeeper Zhou wanted to buy all the items for 3,000 taels of silver. Li Xiaoning was confused about Zhou's behavior and did not agree immediately. This matter needed Chen Fan's approval. Regarding this, shopkeeper Zhou also seemed helpless and could only bring it up after meeting Chen Fan. Leading 300 well-trained guards from the Lu family, Lu Zifeng arrived outside the Cuihong building. Seeing just a dozen or so men from the destroyed Tiger Gang guarding the entrance, he became furious. From their clothing alone, he could tell they were just a bunch of peasants. Lu Zifeng said coldly, "A mere bunch of peasants dares to lay hands on the Lu family? Go deal with them, and show no mercy." "Yes, young master." The 300 Lu family guards, each wielding a puxiando, charged toward Cuihong building with bloodthirsty fury. The dozen or so members of the Myehu gang, faced with such a large force, were seized by fear and fled into the brothel. Chief Tian, it's bad. Someone is attacking. Tian Xiong and the rest of the Myehu gang immediately focused their attention, especially the three Tians, Tian Laohu and his sons. They had finally captured the brothel after hard fighting. Inside the brothel, they had seen many pretty girls, plenty of jewelry, and a huge sum of money. In particular, more than 5,000 taels of silver were found, more than the combined earnings of the two gambling houses and Lu Zhong's residence. This sight had made the villagers of Xiadian, who had always craved wealth, regard the money as already theirs. Anyone who dared to take it away would be signing their own death warrant. Now hearing that someone was attacking, they each erupted with astonishing fighting spirit, like a single warrior blocking the pass against 10,000. Brothers, prepare for battle. Protect our silver. Who? At Tian Xiong's shout, the morale of the Myehu gang soared. The 300 Lu family guards poured into the brothel through the main entrance one after another. Upon seeing people, they immediately attacked. Though outwardly labeled as guards, they were in fact elite Lu family warriors, raised and trained from childhood. And why were there so many such warriors? The answer was simple. On the border cities, hungry children were everywhere. Every influential family would raise a group of such warriors from childhood. With their loyalty assured, such warriors ensured the family's safety and could even be used to expand their influence. However, this situation existed only in the border cities, not in the inner city. The inner city had more rules, and most importantly, the imperial court forbade aristocratic families there from maintaining private warriors, otherwise chaos would surely follow. The border cities, due to their chaotic nature, often saw influential families keep such warriors, and the authorities would often look the other way and not intervene. The combat strength of these warriors was far beyond what the Myehu gang could possibly match. As soon as the Lu family guards stormed into the brothel, they crushed the members of the Myehu gang inside without much effort. Chapter 85, Counterattack. Tian Xiong never expected the battle to turn into a one-sided massacre, with his men being slaughtered. It was indeed a massacre. A group of guards wielding Pu Dao charged into the brothel with killing intent and began hacking people down indiscriminately. Although Tian Xiong and his men initially fought back, they were quickly overwhelmed. Especially because the enemy wielded Pu Dao while many of them only had wooden weapons, they simply weren't a match. Screams of agony echoed constantly throughout the brothel. Lu Zifeng entered the brothel, escorted by 10 guards. Seeing that the enemy was still resisting and had even injured several of his men, he became even more furious. Each of his guards was extremely valuable, meant for important missions. He hadn't expected them to be lost here. Tian Hu, you dare betray the Lu family? I'll tear you limb from limb. Tian Hu also spotted Lu Zifeng and now knew exactly who he was facing. Guards of the Lu family, guards from noble families. How could they possibly stand against them? Retreat. Everyone, retreat now. Without hesitation, Tian Xiong gave the order to withdraw. No matter how much money or how many treasures there were, they were meaningless if one had no life to enjoy them. It was better to retreat while they still had some men left. At this moment, Tian Xiong had already planned his escape route. Take all the valuable items from the Lu estate, then head to the prefectural city, even the inner city. He absolutely couldn't remain in Linjiang County any longer, for the Lu family would never let him or his family go. Seeing that Tian Xiong had fled, Tian Laohu and Tian Ba also prepared to turn and escape. As Tian Laohu turned, his eyes fell upon the silver coins, greed arising in his heart. Bar, take the silver. Tian Ba immediately understood. Together with Tian Laohu, they each grabbed a handful of silver and tried to flee. But only a few steps into their escape, both were struck from behind by 2 guards, letting out piercing screams. Not satisfied yet, the 2 guards delivered finishing blows. They had perfectly exemplified what it meant by men die for greed. This terrified those gang members who had similar thoughts as Tian Laohu, and they dared not touch the silver any longer. Instead, they all rushed toward the back door. Pursue them. Not a single one should escape. Lu Zifeng commanded angrily. A bunch of peasants dared to offend the Lu family. Then their blood would be the only atonement for their crimes. The guards gave chase, and Lu Zifeng followed as well. Master, eldest master. Lu Sanggu suddenly rushed out from a room. She appeared terribly disheveled, as if she had just been assaulted. The reason she ran out was precisely because she had been abused by none other than Tian Laohu himself. Unable to have any women recently and deprived of the brothel girls, didn't mean he couldn't have Lu Sanggu. Lu Zifeng looked at her and said, I'll deal with you later. Then he turned and rushed forward. Blocked from the front, escape was now only possible through the back entrance. Arriving at the back door, Tian Xiong immediately opened it and prepared to run outside. You, master. Tian Xiong saw Chen Fan standing there, along with a group of soldiers. All of them had drawn their bows and arrows, fully prepared for battle. Without giving Tian Xiong time to react, Chen Fan spoke in a calm tone. Go draw them out. Tian Xiong immediately exhaled in relief. Yes. Gaining new confidence, Tian Xiong turned around again, but hadn't taken a few steps before the enemy guards appeared again. He ran back once more and exited the doorway. Master, they're coming. Chen Fan nodded. Good. Follow me inside. Tian Xiong hesitated for a moment. Without wasting words, Chen Fan entered first, and Tian Xiong finally followed inside. Zhang Fei raised his hand and gave a signal. The soldiers swiftly moved into position, some stationed outside the door, some hiding on the walls, and some even climbing onto rooftops, all waiting for commands. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the members of the Meihu Bang stopped running and turned around, waiting for the guards to arrive. Chen Fan, so it's you, you damn peasant, who's been plotting behind this. Lu Zifeng saw Chen Fan and seemed to figure everything out. Chen Fan coldly laughed. I founded the Mei Hu Bang and heard there's a Lao Hu Bang in the county town, so I wanted to eliminate it. What's wrong with that? As for you Lu family, breaking the rules means that I also no longer need to abide by any rules. Hara, rules? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Lu Zifeng laughed. Peasant, do you know who sets the rules? Only the strong do. Now I'm the stronger one, and you are the weaker. So the rules must be mine. Kill them all. Cut off the limbs of this peasant. Make him suffer endlessly. AI, if you're so eager to die, then I'll help you die faster. Chen Fan sighed. Jean Bantu attack. Outside, Jean Fei waved his hand and ordered, release arrows. All the hiding soldiers immediately revealed themselves, shooting arrows wildly at the group of Lu family guards. The dozen guards charging ahead were instantly shot to death. Seeing this, the remaining guards used their Pu Dao to start blocking. Those who failed to block in time were shot by the arrows. Protected by guards, Lu Zifeng stepped back gradually and retreated into the brothel. Damn it, get out. Lu Zifeng furiously kicked at a corpse on the ground. Eldest master, there are also government soldiers at the front gate, a guard reported to Lu Zifeng. Humph, that peasant actually brought in the soldiers. He really wants me dead, Lu Zifeng growled. At this moment, Lu Sengu approached and said, Eldest master, there's a secret room here. Perhaps you should go inside and hide first. Lu Zifeng grabbed Lu Sengu and said in a low voice, Go, lead me there. Yes. Master, they've all entered the brothel. What should we do now? Tian Xiong asked. Chen Fan sneered coldly. Jean Bantu, let your men go in and capture them. Tian Xiong, you go to the Lu estate and invite the head of the Lu family to come. What if he refuses to come? Tian Xiong asked with concern. The head of the Lu family, the head of the Lu clan himself, wouldn't listen to him. Chen Fan smiled and said, have 2 officers go with you. You tell the head of the Lu family that Lu Zifeng has been killing people recklessly and is resisting government forces. This is tantamount to rebellion. If he comes, Chan Lu Zifeng to surrender, then it won't involve the Lu family. If he doesn't come, then after we kill Lu Zifeng, we will go to the Lu family to investigate. Tian Xiong understood Chen Fan's meaning and excitedly said, I understand. Brothers, follow me. Jean Fei dispatched 2 trusted men to accompany him. Master Chen, it's not suitable to keep waiting like this. If the other gangs find out and unite, even the Yamen won't be able to handle it, Jean Fei reminded. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, charge in and kill all the Lu family guards. Otherwise, the Lu family will never let you or me go. Fine. Jean Fei drew his sword. Brothers, charge in. As soon as the officers rushed into the brothel, Chen Fan followed them inside. The soldiers began shooting any Lu family guards they saw with arrows. The Lu family guards were visibly decreasing in number. Within less than a quarter of an hour, all the Lu family guards had been eliminated. Jean Fei approached Chen Fan and said, the Lu family guards have been mostly dealt with, but we haven't found Lu Zifeng. Chapter 86 Threats. Chen Fan frowned and asked, have you confirmed everything? We have confirmed everything, Jean Fei replied firmly. He couldn't have vanished into thin air, nor could he have escaped from the greenhouse. If he could escape, he definitely would have taken his guards with him. With these guards, the Lu family is like a fierce tiger. Without them, the Lu family is just a tiger without fangs, nothing to fear. Therefore, Lu Zifeng must still be inside the greenhouse. The reason you couldn't find him might be that he disguised himself as a woman, something you couldn't tell. Or he might be hiding in a secret room. Anyway, deal with the bodies first, then make everyone in the greenhouse come out. If he's disguised as a woman, he won't be able to hide forever. If he's hiding in a secret room, just ask the people in the greenhouse. Jean Fei nodded slightly, saying with admiration, you're truly impressive, Master Chen. You figured it out so quickly. If it were me, I'd probably have searched several times already and then left. Chen Fan waved his hand, replying, Officer Jean, it's not that you couldn't think of it. It's just that as an officer, you must consider the bigger picture. Such a small matter naturally didn't occupy your attention. Master Chen sure knows how to flatter. What are you all hesitating for? Bring everyone out from the greenhouse. Yes. The officers went to fetch people. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan said, Officer Jean, later on, I need you to play a little role with me. Jean Fei immediately showed interest. What do you need me to do? Chen Fan whispered something into Jean Fei's ear. No problem, Jean Fei smiled. Soon, the girls from the greenhouse, the waiters, even the kitchen staff, were all brought out. Inside the main hall, things were smashed to pieces from the fight, and many corpses hadn't yet been cleared. A bloody smell filled the hall. Officer Zhang, it's me, Chen Feng. A rich young man immediately greeted the officer. Officer Zhang replied coldly, stay where you are. Now isn't the time for small talk. Chen Fan glanced at Officer Zhang and Chen Feng. Officer Zhang quickly explained, his father is a grain merchant in Linjiang County. Their business spans 3 counties under Jiangning Prefecture. A grain merchant? Chen Fan stroked his chin, looking at Chen Feng. Young Master Qian, this matter has nothing to do with you, but we can't let you leave yet. Chen Feng looked at Chen Fan and said, as long as my 3 brothers and I are fine, that's all. Chen Fan noticed 3 other young nobles nearby. Officer Zhang immediately introduced them. All 3 were sons of wealthy families in Linjiang County. They all lived in the northern part of the city and often met each other, so everyone knew them. Everyone who isn't connected to the Lu family, stand aside. Officer Zhang immediately made the guests who hadn't fled earlier stand aside. What remained were the female performers, waiters, cooks, and pimps. There were 70 or 80 female performers, some slim, some plump, each different. Who is in charge? Chen Fan asked. Lu Sanggu. Officer Zhang pointed at a disheveled woman. Don't keep dawdling, come over now. Since he had already offended the Lu family, there was no longer any need to show them respect. Trembling, Lu Sanggu slowly stepped out from the crowd. Chen Fan looked at her slowly and said, hand over Lu Zifeng, and I'll still let you manage this Chui Hong Lu. Refuse, and you will die in the chaos of this fight. I believe, apart from you, someone else must know whether there is a secret room in the greenhouse. Lu Sanggu stammered, trembling, I don't know. I really don't know. Chen Fan nodded and said, still quite loyal. I won't bother asking you anymore. Officer Zhang, please take her away and honor her loyalty. All right, leave it to me. Zhang Fei grabbed Lu Sanggu and started pulling her toward the courtyard. No, please don't. I really don't know. I truly don't know. Spare me, spare me. Lu Sanggu desperately begged. Chen Fan ignored her and addressed the others. Struggles among gangs have always been a matter of life and death. Today I eliminated the Tiger Gang. Tomorrow I might be destroyed by the Blue Wolf Gang. Especially today, I've completely broken with the Lu family. I must capture Lu Zifeng at all costs. Now, whoever reveals where Lu Zifeng is hiding will not only have her contract burned, but also receive 100 taels of silver, a free citizen's certificate, and permission to move to the prefectural city or inner city. Of course, you can also join my Chen distillery. You've probably heard of Drunken Heaven, right? It's currently the finest wine in the Great Qian Empire, even surpassing wines from the Chui distillery. And I am the owner of Chen distillery. You can trust my words. Chen Fan's words indeed caused a stir among the female performers. The offer was extremely tempting. They didn't really care about the Chen distillery, but freedom, 100 taels of silver, that meant everything to them. Chen Fan noticed the hesitation on their faces and smiled slightly. Perhaps he should pour some more oil on the fire. Soon, Chen Fan walked to a chest, picked up a box, and opened it. Inside were the indentured servant contracts he had already inspected earlier. Chen Fan pulled out one contract. Li Xiaohua, Chen Fan read aloud. You have one chance. Speak now, and I will tear this contract to pieces and give you 100 taels of silver. If you refuse to speak, not only will you lose the chance for freedom, but you will also lose your life. The girl whose name was called trembled all over. She wanted both freedom and her life, but at the same time, she was afraid to betray the Lu family. As she hesitated, Zhang Fei returned, his body now slightly stained with blood. Clearly, he had just come from a killing. Blood spattered on him, his entire aura filled with cold brutality. This frightened Li Xiaohua half to death, and she completely forgot to answer. Chen Fan nodded slightly to Zhang Fei, then picked up the second contract and said, Li Xiaohua has lost her chance. Take her away. Zhang Fei immediately dragged her out. Only now did Zhang Xiaohua regain her senses and shouted desperately, Mercy! Spare my life, spare my life. Chen Fan ignored Li Xiaohua and continued pulling out the second contract. The female performers' hearts sank completely. These were no longer contracts, they were death warrants. Whoever was called was doomed to die. Zhang Xiaohong. Before Chen Fan even finished speaking, Zhang Fei returned again, his body bearing more bloodstains and his face also slightly smeared with blood, though partially wiped off. Zhang Xiaohong completely broke down. Without hesitation, she screamed, I'll speak. I'll speak. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, Good, very good. Excellent. Lead the way. Immediately, Chen Fan, accompanied by some officers and Zhang Fei, followed Zhang Xiaohong to a room. Zhang Xiaohong walked to the wall and activated a hidden switch. A bookshelf in front of them parted open. Lu Zifeng was there, standing inside. Lu Zifeng no longer had the arrogance from earlier. His face was now filled with fear. Chen Fan waved slightly at him and said, Master Lu, we meet again. What do you want? I am the eldest son of the Lu family. Lu Zifeng couldn't help but invoke his identity. Chapter 87 Extortion. Master Lu, it seems you still haven't figured out the situation. Do you really think your aristocratic status is still of any use to me now? Chen Fan said helplessly. What do you want to do? Chen Fan replied, What else can I do? I just want some benefits. Don't worry, your father will be here soon. Now, come with me to the main hall downstairs and wait. When Lu Zifeng heard that the head of the Lu family was coming, he immediately felt relieved. His life was saved, it seemed. In the main hall, the group of young women felt relieved when they saw Chen Fan come out with Lu Zifeng. At least they had found the person they were looking for. Otherwise, no one could be sure who would be called next. Chen Fan smiled at the women and said, Headman Zhang, bring the people in. Let's not keep the ladies in suspense any longer. No problem. Zhang Fei immediately brought back Lu Sanggu and Li Xiaohua. There are ghosts. One girl screamed in fear when she saw Lu Sanggu and Li Xiaohua. Other girls also screamed in terror. Everyone calm down. They are not dead. It was a stage performance arranged by Headman Zhang, just to help us find Lu Zifeng. Now that we've found him, all of you may go back to your rooms. Lu Sanggu, stay here. The young women felt much more reassured by Chen Fan's words and quickly retreated to their rooms like they were escaping, afraid to come out again. Chen Fan turned to Qian Feng and the others and said, Gentlemen, please write a letter to your respective fathers and have them come here in person. I have a business deal I want to discuss with them. Qian Feng and the others looked at each other hesitantly. Finally, Qian Feng mustered his courage and asked, Mr. Chen, what kind of business do you want to discuss? You can talk directly to me. You can't make the decisions, Chen Fan smiled. Of course, if they don't come, well, you might have to go back in coffins. It was a clear threat. Qian Feng and the others sensed the murderous intent in Chen Fan's words. They involuntarily shivered and immediately went to write the letters. Zhang Fei frowned and said, Mr. Chen, Don't you think this is going too far? What if it affects the regent prince's reputation? Chen Fan smiled and said, I am targeting aristocratic families and merchants, not ordinary people. So how would it affect the regent prince? Moreover, whatever I obtain here, I will give a portion to Governor Xiao so he can raise an army to resist the northern D tribes. Hearing this, Zhang Fei's frown eased, and he replied, I understand. Soon, Qian Feng and the others finished writing the letters. Chen Fan had all the guests write letters. Then he had them placed under guard, including Lu Zifeng. After a while, Tian Xiong returned. Master, the head of the Lu family didn't come, but his younger brother, Lu Eryi, Lu Song from the Lu household, has arrived. Chen Fan nodded slightly and looked at the middle-aged man standing beside him and asked, Lu Eryi? Mr. Chen. Lu Song bowed his fist. Chen Fan said, let's get straight to the point. How does your Lu family intend to resolve today's matter? Lu Song's face darkened and he said grimly, this time, we at the Lu family accept our defeat. You can take the brothel, the gambling house, and Lu Zhong's mansion. Just release Zifeng, and our family will not pursue this further. Chen Fan shook his head and said, that's not enough. I also need grain and silver. 100,000 caddies of grain and 30,000 taels of silver. This is extortion. Zhang Fei, aren't you going to do anything? Zhang Fei said, Mr. Lu, the rule in the county is that feuds between gangs are not to involve aristocratic families or government officials. Your Lu family has broken the rules now and killed so many gang members. Don't you think an indemnity payment is necessary? I've counted. Excluding your own people, the Qinghu gang has lost 327 members. 30,000 taels for compensation is not excessive. You. Lu Song turned red in the face with anger, unable to utter another word. All right, I know Mr. Lu, you can't make this decision. Please go back and consult the head of your family. Tian Xiong, you personally take men to the Lu estate. Give the head of the Lu family an hour to think it over. If he refuses, you can come to their door and collect the compensation directly. All right. Tian Xiong became visibly excited. 3,000 taels was more than enough for him. He could take a few thousand taels and distribute some to the villagers. The rest would be his. A large sum made Tian Xiong forget all about Tian Laohu and Tian Ba. But Chen Fan hadn't forgotten. He reminded him, Tian Xiong, I have some unfortunate news for you. Both Tian Laohu and Tian Ba are already dead. If they refuse, you can go ahead and seek revenge. Tian Xiong's face immediately turned gloomy. He said heavily, I understand. Please, master, take good care of my father and Tian Ba's bodies. Chen Fan nodded slightly. After Lu Song left, Zhang Fei said, Mr. Chen, don't you think your demand is a bit too harsh? Chen Fan smiled and said, Headman Zhang, for aristocratic families, this isn't harsh at all. 30,000 taels, 10,000 will go to you, 10,000 to Tian Xiong. So many from Lower Tian Village died. Compensation must be paid for their families. And I will keep the remaining 10,000 myself. I need to purchase a large amount of grain and also store it away. Isn't 100,000 caddies of grain enough? You still want to buy more? Chen Fan replied, the 100,000 caddies of grain is for recruiting soldiers, 10 caddies per person, exactly enough for 10,000 people. Indeed, Mr. Chen thinks things through. Lu Estate. Upon hearing the news, the head of the Lu family angrily slammed the table and shouted, what an outrage. A mere commoner dares to extort the Lu family? He's practically asking for death. Lu Song, immediately send someone to the county town to notify them. Let them send someone to deal with Zhang Fei. Brother, Lu Song replied. The gates are already filled with Chen Fan's men. Besides, how could a mere constable dare to cooperate with a lowborn like Chen Fan? This must be the county magistrate's doing. To deal with him, we can only rely on higher authorities. As for Chen Fan, let's give him what he wants for now. Afterward, we'll have the vice magistrate step in directly to deal with Chen's village and uproot Chen Fan. The head of the Lu family knew that today they had no choice but to pay dearly. But by handing over the goods, it meant they had lost to a mere commoner. That would be a huge humiliation for the Lu family. But not paying wasn't an option either. Tian Xiong and his men were practically waiting for the refusal so they could storm the estate and loot everything. At that point, whether he'd still be alive was questionable. You handle the arrangements. After this, I want the entire Chen family to pay for this humiliation. Yes, brother. Suihong Mansion. Tian Xiong led Lu Song back again. Mr. Chen, this time we admit defeat. We are willing to hand over 30,000 taels and 100,000 caddies of grain. The grain and silver are here. Good. Send all of it to Chen's village. No problem, but I can't gather so much grain and silver immediately. I don't believe that. The Lu family is large and wealthy. If you really can't come up with it, I can have Tian Xiong assist you. But we truly cannot. Then how about using the Lu family's assets as collateral? A trace of anger appeared on Lu Song's face, but he forcibly restrained it, eventually gritting his teeth and saying, fine, give me 2 hours. Only 1 hour. Chapter 88. Madame Lu's Strategy for Revenge. Upon hearing the other party's agreement, Tian Xiong and the others felt a surge of joy. They were about to get rich. Chen Fan entrusted the entire matter of receiving the grain and silver entirely to Tian Xiong. It wasn't because he trusted Tian Xiong, but because he hoped Tian Xiong would make a mistake. Then, he could punish him openly and take control of the villagers of Xiadian Village. Right now, the villagers still followed Tian Xiong unconditionally. Only when Tian Xiong was dead could Chen Fan truly control the villagers of Xiadian Village. It wasn't long after Tian Xiong and his men had left that Qian Feng's father arrived. Qian Tai, the head of Qian's grain store, had rushed here immediately upon receiving Qian Feng's letter. As soon as he entered the hall, Qian Tai angrily questioned Zhang Fei. Headman Zhang, what crime has my son committed? Why have you arrested him? Zhang Fei smiled apologetically. Lord Qian, your son has not committed any crime, and it wasn't even me who arrested him. It's useless to ask me. Not you? Then who is? Qian Tai asked, puzzled. It's me, Chen Fan said. Today, the tiger slaughtering gang has eliminated the tiger gang, so we are now taking over all their business, including the protection fees of Qian's grain store. I will pay you every last penny. Just release my son, Qian Tai demanded. No problem. However, before releasing Qian Feng, I have a business proposition for you, Chen Fan said. Qian Tai eyed him suspiciously. What do you mean by that? Madame Lu owes me 100,000 jin of grain. She probably can't repay it immediately, so she'll likely come to buy from you. What you're saying is that I should raise the grain prices. Smart. I want to profit from half the price difference. Or, using that price difference, I want the equivalent amount of grain at cost price. This seems to offer me no benefits, Qian Tai replied. Selling grain to Chen Fan at cost price would be a huge loss. Chen Fan smiled. Why else would you raise the grain price to 60 coins per jin, Lord Qian? It's because of the Northern D invasion. Once they cross the border, your grain reserves at Qian's grain store will likely be looted by the Northern D. Not to mention, your entire family's lives may also be in jeopardy. Enough, Qian Tai interrupted. You don't have to threaten me. Whether the Northern D will enter is still uncertain, and I, Qian Mao, do not tolerate threats from others. But since you've spoken this openly, let me tell you the truth as well. After the New Year festival, I am leaving Bianqing with my entire family and moving to the inner city. As for the grain, I will hide it. If you can find it, good for you. If not, that's just your bad luck. Fine, Chen Fan said. Bring me Qian Feng. Let them go. Qian Feng was brought in. Seeing his father, he cried out, Father, you finally came. Enough, stop embarrassing yourself here. Come home with me. Qian Tai snapped. After the Qian father and son left, Zhang Fei said in confusion, You're just letting them go like that? Aren't you worried you won't find the grain? Chen Fan smiled. Headman Zhang, since I've already offended Madame Lu, I shouldn't offend too many people. Even if the deal falls through, the relationship should remain intact. Besides, he already said that once the Northern D enters, he would hide his grain, whatever one finds is his. He already spoke so clearly, there's no need to say anything else. Afterward, all the other wealthy men came. Chen Fan greeted them all, and declared himself to be the successor of the tiger slaughtering gang. From now on, the area previously controlled by the tiger gang fell under the jurisdiction of his tiger slaughtering gang, and the old rules would all be changed. Then he sent them all back with their children. Although it appeared Chen Fan had gained no tangible benefits, quite a few wealthy families in Linjiang County now knew of Chen Fan and wouldn't recklessly provoke him. Headman Zhang, one more favor. Please invite all the gang leaders. Tonight, I will host a banquet at Yunlian. Fine, Zhang Fei agreed, but I fear they won't come. Don't worry, they will, because you are the one delivering the invitation. Fine, I, Zhang Mao, shall run this errand for you, Boss Chen. The county office. Xiao He, upon hearing that the Lu family had suffered a setback, losing 100,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver, was delighted beyond words. Madame Lu, I never expected that you would suffer defeat at the hands of a mere young brat. This is so wonderful. It has been more than a year since I, the county magistrate, came to Linjiang County, yet none of you ever treated me with proper respect. Today, I've finally gotten my revenge. How satisfying. That day, everyone in Linjiang County came to know that the Tiger Gang, backed by the Lu family, had been completely destroyed by the Tiger Slaughtering Gang. Madame Lu not only lost 100,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver, but also 300 of her personal guards. At the same time, news spread that Chen Fan had invited the leaders of all local gangs in Linjiang County to gather at Yunlian that night. Inside the Lu family mansion, Lu Song said, Brother, our opportunity has come. What opportunity? The head of the Lu family asked. Lu Song said, Chen Fan is inviting all gang leaders to gather at Yunlian tonight. In the evening, we will kill all those gang leaders and frame Chen Fan for it. Tomorrow, all the gangs will rise up together to attack him. As long as we guide them towards Daqian Village will face utter destruction. Good. You go ahead and arrange this, the Lu family head said. Also, have the county vice magistrate confiscate all swords and blades from Daqian Village tomorrow morning. At noontime. No, right now. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Father, second uncle. Lu Zifeng, who had overheard Lu Song and the family head's conversation from outside, walked in. I also want to go to Daqian Village. I want revenge. After a brief pause, the Lu family head said, Go then, but be cautious and prudent. Thank you, father. Inside his spatial dimension, Chen Fan watched Lu Song and the family head's plan unfold. He curled his lips into a smile. I knew coming here was the right choice. The Lu family, after being scammed by me once, surely harbors hatred and desires nothing more than to kill me. What they don't know is that I've been guarding against you all along. After everyone had left, Chen Fan used his spatial ability to exit the Lu mansion and went straight to the county office. At the county office, Chen Fan met Xiao He and explained the entire matter of the Lu family head targeting Daqian Village. Upon hearing it, Xiao He's expression darkened. The county vice magistrate is under Chui clan vineyard. His name is Chui Quan. Using the influence of the capital's Chui clan, they managed to place him here as vice magistrate. Without mishap, after I am promoted, he would become the new county magistrate. Then won't my secret wine recipe be seized by him? If it happens here, the chances are high. However, don't worry, since I, as the prefect, rank 1 level higher than him, he wouldn't dare act too recklessly. But one cannot be too careful, Chen Fan said. I heard that the third gang leader, Wang Chong, remains at large. What if Chui, the county vice magistrate, suddenly gets ambushed and dies? Will this incident impact you, sir? You think quite boldly, Xiao He said solemnly. To plot the murder of an official equals rebellion, an offense punishable by extermination of 9 clans. Chen Fan wore a look of confusion as he said, Sir, what do you mean? As a common citizen, I would never dare to do such a thing. It must be Black Tiger Gang's third leader who wants to avenge his brothers. From time to time, he will appear to target you and other county office officials. You must remain vigilant, sir. Chapter 89, Heading to Yunlaiyan. Xiao He smiled and said, Master Chun is absolutely right. We indeed should be cautious. I've decided to notify everyone in the Yamen to be on high alert. And I'll also post notices offering a reward for the capture of the third gang leader, Wang Chong. An excellent decision, sir. In the backyard of Tian's general store, Li Xiaoning had sorted a pile of goods into different categories: paintings and calligraphy, porcelain, furniture, books, and miscellaneous items. What was supposed to be an easy day had suddenly turned busy. Big sister Xiaoning, I've almost finished the inventory. Are we going to sell all of these? Chen Polu asked. Li Xiaoning replied, originally yes. My husband suggested selling all these items for cash, then buying grain and fire oil. Then I'll go find buyers right now. No need. Manager Zhou wants to buy everything. We'll decide after discussing with my husband when he comes back. Chen Polu nodded. I'll follow your orders, big sister Xiaoning. Madam, something big happened. A carriage driver ran in. Chen Polu frowned slightly. Zhou Fu, I've told you countless times, don't panic over things. Zhou Fu, what happened? Li Xiaoning asked. Zhou Fu was a newly recruited carriage driver. He gasped for breath as he answered. Madam, everyone outside is saying that our master wiped out the Tiger Gang and extorted 10,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver from the Liu family. Our master is truly amazing, Chen Polu said excitedly. Too bad he didn't let me join in. Others were also exhilarated. No one knew better than them what the Tiger Gang was like, and the Liu family was even more powerful than the Tiger Gang. But their unknown master had actually wiped out the Tiger Gang and dared to extort the Liu family. It was something they had never even dared to imagine. Li Xiaoning said solemnly. Our master has his reasons for not involving you. Come on, let's go to the store. Master should come looking for us soon. Back in the store, Li Xiaoning kept waiting for Chen Fan. No one knew how long it had passed before Chen Fan finally arrived. A young clerk spotted Chen Fan first and stepped forward to greet. Welcome, sir. Chen Polu saw him too, immediately stopped the clerk. What, sir? He's our master. Master. The clerk was astonished. His voice drew everyone's attention inside the store. Curious and excited, they all gathered to see the man who had defeated the Tiger Gang and extorted the Liu family. Seeing that Chen Fan was merely a very young man, some couldn't help but doubt their eyes. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and greet our master. Chen Polu urged in dissatisfaction. The clerks snapped back to senses and raised their fists in respect. Greetings, master. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, no need for ceremony. Everyone return to your work. Yes, sir. Master. Li Xiaoning walked forward. Xiaoning. Chen Fan responded, walking toward her. Come, let's talk inside. Polu, you come too. All right. Chen Polu followed the couple into the inner hall. Upon entering, Chen Polu spoke out with some resentment. Master, did you forget about me? You didn't even call me for the elimination of the Tiger Gang. I was really hurt. Chen Fan smiled and patted Chen Polu's shoulder. You're my general who commands armies, not just gang fighters. Also, I have a mission for you now. What kind of mission? Chen Polu's eyes lit up. Assassinate the county deputy magistrate Chui Quan. Chen Fan said solemnly. Then he explained the whole story from beginning to end. Chen Polu was filled with admiration. Master, you're truly amazing. Without sacrificing a single village soldier, you managed to destroy the Tiger Gang. And even used the people from Daqian Village, the wicked village that had been oppressing the surrounding villages, as your muscle. With such heavy casualties now, they won't dare to act tough anymore. Chen Fan shook his head. Don't underestimate them. Though they now number less than 200, after the Shili of bloodshed, they've become even more vicious. And from what I see, the people of Daqian Village were fundamentally evil. They would throw away their lives for money. Such people will commit any atrocity for wealth. Master, perhaps you're exaggerating just a bit, Chen Polu said, a little uneasy. I hope it's just my suspicion, sighed Chen Fan. Enough, let's drop this topic. Go back to the village and prepare. Take Bojun with you. Understood. Chen Polu nodded, then left. Xiaoning, tonight you and I will go and meet those gang leaders. All right. Li Xiaoning drew the soft sword hanging at her waist. I can almost feel this sword is eager to fight. Chen Fan felt a sudden surprise. Could it be that before Xiaoning lost her memory, she had been a fierce and combative female swordsman? But she was a famine refugee whom I rescued. Could there be something wrong with my assumption? Husband, Li Xiaoning sheathed her soft sword. The items brought over from Lu Zhong's mansion haven't been sold yet. What happened? Manager Zhou wants to buy everything for 3,000 taels, Li Xiaoning explained. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, fine. Let's go find Manager Zhou and let him take the goods himself. We won't be involved. All right. Soon, the couple arrived at Yunlaiyan. When Manager Zhou saw them, he hurried forward to greet them. Congratulations to young Master Chen for wiping out the Tiger Gang and becoming the leader of your own faction. Chen Fan smiled and replied, thank you, Manager Zhou. I also wish to borrow your inn tonight. I'll be inviting the leaders of other factions. Moreover, Xiaoning told me you want to buy the goods from Lu Zhong's estate, and I agree. The items are at Tian's general store. You may take them anytime. I've already given the instructions. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's face lit up with joy. Thank you, young Master Chen. 3,000 taels? No, I know you have big plans tonight. I'll add another 2,000. I'll buy everything for 5,000 taels. In that case, I won't be polite. Manager Zhou nodded slightly. Please, come inside. Waiter, prepare the best private room and serve the finest wine and dishes. Today is my treat. Yes, sir. The waiter hurried off to make arrangements. Chen Fan said awkwardly. I've already profited 2,000 taels more from you, Manager Zhou. How can I let you spend more money? No. This meal must be on me. To be honest, among the goods from Lu Zhong's mansion, there was one item of great importance to me. Lu Zhong stole it from me, and now I'd like to redeem it. Even if it cost 10,000 taels, I'd be willing. If I had asked Lu Zhong directly, he would certainly demand an outrageous price I couldn't afford. But with you, young Master Chen, it's different. I believe that if I ask, you will surely return it to me. That's not necessarily true. I'm quite short on money now, Chen Fan said with a smile. Manager Zhou laughed along. I've been in business for many years, and I know how to judge people. There are very few people like you, brave, wise, and deeply principled. In my lifetime, I've only met one other person like you besides young Master Chen here. Chapter 90, The Feast at Hong Gate. Who is it? Chen Fan asked curiously. Mu Shuai, said Manager Zhou. A few years ago, Mayan was located near the border. After Mu Shuai's death, I moved here. Back at the border, Mu Shuai used to come to Mayan to eat. Chen Fan felt slightly surprised. Mu Shuai actually knew Manager Zhou and often dined there. It seemed that Manager Zhou also had his secrets. Mu Shuai is also my idol. There are people from Mu's army by my side. Someday, Manager Zhou, you should meet them. Maybe you even know each other. That would be great, Manager Zhou said excitedly. After chatting for a while, Manager Zhou took his leave, as he needed to pick up things from Tian's general store. Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning entered the private room. Soon, the dishes were served and filled the table. Li Xiaoning said, Husband, the food is all ready, but the others haven't arrived yet. Are we early? Chen Fan walked to the window and looked at the vendors below who were packing up. He smiled and said, We are just in time. The sky is getting dark, so they should arrive soon. He had already instructed the waiters downstairs to let Zhang Fei and the gang leaders come directly to the private room once they arrived. Not long after, Chen Fan saw several groups entering the inn. A slight smirk formed on his lips as he said, They're here. He returned to his seat. Shortly afterward, Zhang Fei entered first, followed closely by 3 men. Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning stood up to greet them. Head Zhang, brothers, please come in. After entering the room, Zhang Fei laughed and said, Master Chen, let me introduce these gentlemen. This is Boss Xia from the Sheikh gang, Boss Jiang from the Shanyang gang, and Boss Tai from the Taima gang. Bosses, this is Master Chen I told you about, the leader of the Tiger Exterminating gang. Today he defeated the Tiger gang, wiped out 300 guards from the Lu family, and seized 100,000 jin of grain and a compensation of 30,000 taels of silver. The faces of the 3 gang bosses displayed astonishment and excitement. They bowed to Chen Fan and said, Master Chen. Chen Fan returned their bows and said, Honored to meet you all. This is my wife. We have met the lady. Greetings to all of you. Zhang Fei said, We're all among ourselves here. Master Chen, these 3 bosses are supported by officials to counter the gangs backed by aristocratic families. Now that you have defeated the Tiger gang, Chui's family will certainly attempt to destroy your Tiger Exterminating gang through their supported Qinglang gang. Let's all sit and talk, Chen Fan suggested. Everyone then sat down. Just after Chen Fan sat, more gang leaders arrived. In the end, Chen Fan calculated that there were actually 9 different gangs in the small Linjiang County. Zhang Fei introduced everyone to Chen Fan. They had all heard of Chen Fan before and originally thought he would be a tall, muscular, and intimidating man. However, when they saw him in person, they realized he was just a young kid. Instantly, apart from Boss Xia and his group, the rest regarded Chen Fan with disdain. All of you, today's meeting has only one purpose, Chen Fan spoke first. I intend to make all the gangs in Linjiang County submit to my leadership. There should be only one gang in Linjiang County. Bullshit. The leader of the Yehu gang stood up first in defiance. Who do you think you are, defeating the Tiger gang? Everybody knows the government must have helped you. Do you really think you can manage it on your own? A few others displayed expressions of scorn, while some wore smirks, exchanging glances with each other. As if to say, what a brash little kid trying to make big claims. Zhang Fei wanted to speak, but was held back by Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked, How many members does the Yehu gang have? 108. What? You're not scared, are you? The Yehu gang leader mocked. Chen Fan shook his head. 108 coffins, you ready? Haha. Never thought someone so young could have such a big mouth. The Yehu gang leader laughed heartily. Xiaoning, he's talking too much. Li Xiaoning suddenly burst into action. A flash of cold light appeared and vanished as a cut appeared on the Yehu gang leader's neck. With both hands clutching his throat, eyes wide open, and face filled with disbelief, the leader finally collapsed. The Qinglang gang and the other gang bosses were shocked, immediately standing up. Even Zhang Fei and Boss Xia were stunned by Chen Fan's decisiveness. You dare to kill someone? The Qinglang gang leader shouted. Chen Fan snorted coldly. He's already dead, yet you're foolish enough to question me like this. I wonder how you ever became a gang leader. You? Anger flared in the Qinglang gang leader's eyes. Fine. From this moment on, the Qinglang gang and the Tiger Exterminating gang shall be enemies until death. Then you'd better die. Chen Fan said. Li Xiaoning struck again. This time, it was the center of the Qinglang leader's forehead that was hit. A hole formed at his forehead, and his body collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events threw everyone into panic. The Qinglang gang was the largest and most powerful gang among all of them. If Chen Fan dared to kill its leader, then killing them would be like cutting melons and vegetables. Zhang Fei whispered. Do you even know what trouble you've caused? Chen Fan smiled. Don't panic. I know what I'm doing. Then, Chen Fan stood up and said, 2 are already dead. Now who wants to be the third? Step forward. The other gang leaders all fell silent, not daring to say even a single word, fearing they might become the next to fall. Now, I'm going to unify all the gangs. The tiger exterminating gang will be the #1 gang. Any objections? The gang leaders looked at each other, and then all shook their heads. Good, Chen Fan said. He pulled out a small medicine bottle from his robe and continued. Inside are a few strengthening pills. 1 each. Eat them, and you'll feel full of energy for 3 whole months. After 3 months, you must come find me again for another pill. Otherwise, you'll feel as though ants are gnawing at every part of your body. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Only feel like the sting of an ant bite. If you don't believe me, you're welcome not to come find me after 3 months. Everyone's face turned dark with discomfort, but between eating and not eating, they wisely chose to take the pill. After all, living shamefully was better than dying. As for resistance, don't be foolish. Forget about the fact that Chen Fan had the support of the government. More importantly, Li Xiaoning's martial arts were far too quick to defend against. Once Chen Fan saw everyone had taken the pill, he smiled and said, Perfect. From now on, we're all part of the same family. Now, organize your men and absorb all the territory and members from the Qinglang and Yehu gangs. Then rest well. Tomorrow morning, go to Lu Zhong's mansion and find me. Yes, everyone said reluctantly, bowing their fists before leaving. Zhang Fei and a few others remained, waiting for an explanation from Chen Fan. Master Chen, Zhang Fei asked, why did you kill them? Head Zhang. Chen Fan replied with a counter-question. Sometimes killing is the fastest way to resolve a problem, and we don't have much time. After what's happened with the Tiger Gang and the Lu family, do you really believe Officer Xiao can remain as county magistrate for much longer? Chapter 91, Heading to Chenjia. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhang Fei was startled and immediately said, You mean the imperial court will promote the county magistrate right away? Exactly, Chen Fan replied. Unless the Lu family lacks the capability, but tell me, don't you think there are people backing them? Yes, of course. The Lu family in Linjiang County is merely a branch of the greater Daqian Lu clan. Unlike the CYS, the Lu clan doesn't hold many official positions in court, but promoting the magistrate would still be easy for them, Zhang Fei said. That's exactly my point, Chen Fan said. They certainly can't swallow this humiliation. They might try to act on me themselves first, but do you think I would let them succeed? So tonight's banquet was a trap, aimed at settling things quickly, even resorting to poison? Chen Fan nodded. This is the fastest way. Officer Zhang, I know that after today, your reputation might suffer. I'm just a small man. My reputation doesn't matter much. But by doing this, you have completely antagonized the aristocratic families throughout the county and even the entire empire, Zhang Fei said. Chen Fan smiled and replied, At most, I've offended the local aristocrats. They won't report the matter to their masters in the capital. They would look incompetent if they did. Chen Fan stood up, and Li Xiaoning rose as well. The 3 gang leaders, tomorrow morning, notify all the other gang leaders to gather everyone and come to Chenjia. Yes, the leaders, including Sha Bangzhu, could only reply obediently. Officer Zhang, please handle the 2 bodies. Leave it to me. That night, Chen Fan and Li Xiaoning settled down at the inn. Meanwhile, the county town was bustling. The Qinglang gang and the Yehu gang were destroyed. Several major gangs joined forces and swept away all of the 2 gangs' operations. There were many casualties at the scene. When the people from Chui's winery wanted to dispatch guards to help, they hesitated due to fear of the authorities. After all, the Lu family was a recent cautionary tale, and they didn't dare take the risk. They could only watch helplessly as their heavily invested Qinglang gang was destroyed. But the Chui family wasn't completely inactive. They pinned all the blame on Chen Fan. That same night, the Chui family took the lead, inviting several noble families and wealthy merchants to their mansion to discuss strategies for dealing with Chen Fan. Lu Song explained his idea first. Chui further suggested removing Xiao He from office and installing one of their own men as the new county magistrate of Linjiang. The reason Chen Fan could be so audacious was because of Xiao He's protection. The CYS simply couldn't believe a commoner would dare disrespect other aristocrats. Everyone, including Lu Song, found the Chui family's words reasonable. They agreed that the root of the problem was Xiao He. They all knew Xiao He was affiliated with the regent prince. Therefore, they had to be respectful toward him. The regent prince detested noble families most. The noble families knew that if the regent prince found an excuse, he would definitely crack down hard on the aristocratic clans. Finally, the group of aristocrats split into 2 fronts. One sent the county deputy magistrate to Chenjia to seize weapons and disband the village militia, stripping Chen Fan of his military power. The other dispatched envoys to the capital, requesting the imperial court to immediately replace Xiao He. However, they didn't know that Chen Fan had already anticipated their actions. County Deputy Chui Quan received the assignment from his master the next morning and promptly set off toward Chenjia with a group of his trusted men. However, along the way, they were ambushed and attacked. Under the pretense of the Haidahuo bandits, they attacked Chui Quan's group so fiercely that he fled back to the county seat immediately. He went straight to County Magistrate Xiao He, demanding to know why he hadn't eradicated the Haida Huo bandits entirely. However, Xiao He brushed him off, citing the fact that he had already given prior warnings. Now wasn't the time to openly clash, so Xiao He could only tolerate the aristocrats' provocations for now. In Chenjikan, Chen Polu returned with a dozen villagers. Chen Wu greeted him at the gate. After dismounting, Chen Polu proudly said, "Father, I won. Humph, your opponents were nothing but a bunch of drunken loafers. What's there to celebrate? Wait until the day when you truly defeat the Northern D army. Then, you can show pride to me," Chen Wu scolded. "Don't worry, I will definitely become a great general in the future, just like you, father. All right, go back now and report the news to the young master." "Has the young master arrived?" Chen Polu asked happily. "He came shortly after you left. Hurry up and go." "Got it." Chen Polu handed his horse to someone else and quickly ran toward Chen Fan's residence. When Chen Fan saw Chen Polu, he smiled and asked, "Success. Did you drive them off?" "Yes, they were all just a bunch of drunkards. I charged at them a few times, and they ran away," Chen Polu replied. "Excellent. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Now, gather everyone together for some proper training. It won't be long before gang members come calling." "Yes, sir." Chen Polu came and went in a hurry. Watching this, Chen Wu shook his head. "Dongjia," Chen Wu said, "how do you plan to deal with the 10,000 jin of grain and the 30,000 taels of silver?" Chen Fan replied, "Hide all the grain. As for the silver, I'll divide it into 3 parts, one for the government, one for Tian Xiong, and one for myself. As for my share, Wu Shu, you use it all to buy oil for fire, as much as possible. We'll need it in the future against the Northern D. It probably won't take 10,000 taels even if we buy all the fire oil in the county. If there's extra money, keep it. We'll need it in the inner city, especially for Chun Sheng's schooling, which will require many arrangements." "Fine," Chen Wu agreed. A villager rushed in anxiously. "Dongjia, bad news. Many people have arrived outside, at least 1,000. Chen Fan stood up and said, "They must be gang members. Tell everyone to keep training. Wu Shu, come with me and let's go out." All right. Outside the village compound, a large crowd stared at the wooden wall over 3 meters high. Watchtowers stood within, and archers stationed on them were staring at them intently. From inside the compound, they could hear fierce battle cries that made them uneasy. "This place is no ordinary village," one gang leader remarked. "It looks more like a small military camp." Another gang leader agreed. "Right. Who builds a wooden wall and watchtowers in their village? Listen to those battle cries. It's definitely military training. Honestly, I don't even know what Chen Fan wants from us." A third gang leader spoke up. "What do you think? Could he be planning to wipe us out?" Sha Bangzhu rolled his eyes and said, "Friends, think carefully. Do you really believe Chen Fan would go through such trouble if he wanted to destroy us? He could have killed us all last night without needing poison." His words were met with agreement from everyone. Indeed, it would have been so easy for him to kill them. He could have acted last night when they were all vulnerable. With Li Shioning's incredible sword speed, none of them would have had time to react. At that moment, the main gate of the village compound swung open, and Chen Fan stepped out with Chen Wu beside him. "All hail, Chen Bangzhu." All the gang leaders greeted in unison with a bow. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "My friends, today I've gathered you all here for a few important matters. I won't beat around the bush. I'll be straightforward." Chapter 92. Chen Fan promises great things. Shaman Sa very cooperatively said, "Please speak, Brother Chen." Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, there shall be only one gang in Linjiang County, and that is my Meihu Bang. Everyone here will become a member of my Meihu Bang, and all of you will obey my orders without question. As for all of you former gang leaders, you will each become a hall leader. I will appoint 8 hall leaders in total, and to each hall leader, I will assign personnel and give specific tasks." "Brother Chen, may I ask what kind of tasks you will assign to us?" one of the former leaders asked. "Managing businesses, collecting protection fees, gathering intelligence, and so on," Chen Fan explained. "I will divide them clearly. Business matters will be handled separately from protection fees. Moreover, I will establish a force whose combat capability is not inferior to that of official troops, and this unit will be nominally placed under the county magistrate. Secondly, I will train all of you. I will train you into a disciplined and fearless fighting force. Brother Chen, we're just a bunch of ruffians. Why should we undergo training?" Master Sha asked, puzzled. This was the same question on everyone else's mind. Chen Fan replied, "Because I want you to accomplish great feats. The Northern D have already stationed 100,000 troops before the new year, waiting for the post-New Year season to attack the border passes. This is our opportunity to achieve glory. Fellow gang leaders, I suppose you all have parents and children, right? If the Northern D break through the border, how high do you think the chances are that they will survive? Even if they survive, they'll become refugees. Even if they are fortunate enough to reach the inner cities, do you think you can still live the way you do now? Impossible. I can clearly tell you so. Unless you abandon everything you have now and send your families to the inner city. But once you arrive there, what can you possibly do? The rules in the inner cities are far stricter than in the border towns. Wanting to establish a gang there would be pure fantasy. The authorities would never allow it, and neither would the aristocratic families. Therefore, you have only one path forward. That is to undergo training, to become fearless warriors. Once the Northern D cross the border, you fight them directly. Achieving military merits will secure protection for your families from the government. With military merits, not only will the government protect your families, but you will also receive monetary rewards, and perhaps even noble titles. At the very least, you could sell your merits to noble families and secure a position under them. But all of this requires you to earn military merit, and to earn merit, you must be fearless and possess formidable combat capability. My task is to train you. My uncle here was once the finest soldier under General Mu, and I will entrust him fully with this training task. Moreover, I will guarantee the safety of the families of anyone who chooses to participate in the training. Once the northern D cross the border, I will ensure that your families leave for the inner city along with the elderly, women, and children of Chen Family Village. I know you need time to consider. I give you 3 days to make your decision. If you cannot decide for yourself, then consult your families. Those who are willing to participate can come find my uncle at Chen Family Village within 3 days. Those who are unwilling can come find me at Tian's grocery. I will make alternative arrangements for you. Thank you, Brother Chen. They all expressed their gratitude. At this moment, everyone present was deeply shocked by Chen Fan's words, each pondering the same thought. What would happen when the Northern D crossed the border? What would become of themselves and their families? And furthermore, would the Northern D's army really launch an attack? Would the imperial court not send troops to guard the border? Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "The gang leaders remain. The rest may leave now." Yes. Over 1,000 people then departed, just as swiftly as they had arrived. When they came, their moods hadn't been that heavy, but as they left, their hearts had grown extremely burdened. The 7 gang leaders stayed behind, while the rest left. Chen Fan said, "Uncle Wu, go prepare 10,000 taels of silver, and prepare 3 carriages. I will personally deliver the silver to Tian Village." Understood. Chen Wu went to prepare from the manor. As the estate gate opened, the 7 gang leaders caught a glimpse of the people inside training with spears. Their movements were synchronized and exuded a deadly martial aura. This sight sent a chill through the 7 men. They were afraid. Chen Fan looked at the 7 of them and said, "You 7, each a leader of your former gangs, could definitely secure official titles if you achieve merits on the battlefield. Then, you become government officials, living far more comfortably than you do now. Even more importantly, the future of your children would be far brighter than it is today. You'd have the opportunity to have your own family lineage recorded on a separate page of the clan genealogy." That last sentence caught the attention of all 7 gang leaders. "Brother Chen, are you speaking the truth?" Master Sha asked. Chen Fan paused momentarily and replied, "Every word I speak is true." "Are you referring to which part specifically?" "Being recorded on a separate page of the clan genealogy." Chen Fan suddenly understood. Of course, he thought, truly no one can resist the temptation of having their own page in the family genealogy. Of course, to fight on the battlefield, kill the enemies, and achieve great merits. Don't you deserve a separate page in the genealogy? If you become an official, I'm afraid even distant relatives you haven't seen in years will come looking for you. The clan chief is proud of you. Everyone felt full from the big promises Chen Fan had painted and began to imagine themselves becoming high-ranking officials. At this moment, 3 carriages arrived. Chen Polu and 2 other villagers were driving them. Chen Fan climbed onto one of the carriages that carried a chest and said, "You 7, each of you climb onto a carriage. Follow me to Tian Village. I need to establish some gang rules." "Yes." The 7 immediately split into 2 groups and climbed onto the carriages. Chen Polu led the way. After more than half a watch, they arrived at Tian Village. Tian Xiong had already been waiting outside the village. After the grain and silver were delivered to Chen Family Village yesterday, he had returned to Tian Village with the men and the bodies. That night, the village was filled with the weeping of women and children. But they did not cause trouble, because Chen Fan had given them 30 taels. This settlement money made them blame their own men for being useless, for dying so easily. Another reason was that both Tian Laohu and Tian Ba had also died, which made the villagers feel much more balanced. "He's here, Brother Xiong. The young master is here." A younger brother pointed toward the distant carriages and shouted. Tian Xiong looked and sure enough, saw the 3 carriages. "Come on, let's go welcome them." So Tian Xiong led 2 younger brothers to greet them. "Young master, you've finally come. Please, come inside quickly." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "I've brought you 10,000 taels of silver as settlement money for everyone. How you distribute it is your decision, but I don't want to hear any complaints." "Thank you, young master," said Tian Xiong. "I will certainly make sure the villagers have no complaints." Chen Fan nodded. "Good. I have invited all the gang leaders to Tian Village. Find a place where we 9 can discuss the new gang rules thoroughly." Tian Xiong thought for a moment and said, "How about the ancestral hall? That's where the elders usually meet. They can let us use it." "Fine. You lead the way. Polu, guard the silver well. Don't let anyone approach it." "Yes. Yes." Tian Xiong and Chen Polu answered simultaneously. Chapter 93, Xiao He's Concern. After arriving at the ancestral hall, Chen Fan began discussing the affairs of the gang, starting with the gang's name. Since the gangs had merged and none were willing to submit to the others, nobody wanted to adopt a rival gang's name. Even Chen Fan's previous gang, Meihu Bang, was the first to be opposed by Tian Ba. Because he had once belonged to the Tiger Gang and his father was nicknamed Tiger Tian, he considered the name inauspicious. Chen Fan himself had no objection. Meihu Bang had only been a whimsical name he chose, simply to sound better when defeating the Tiger Gang. In the end, Chen Fan named it Hong Xing, where Hong implied greatness and grandness. Hong Xing meant great prosperity, symbolizing their wish for the great Daqian Dynasty to prosper. There was also a practical advantage of this name. It could help evade government investigation. Even within the inner city, they could still legally establish a gang under the name Hong Xing. Whoever opposed it would be seen as not wanting the great Daqian Dynasty to flourish. Everyone had no objections. Next came the rules, which Chen Fan decided almost entirely on his own. The method of distributing protection fees would follow the pattern 3-3-3-1. 30% to the government, 30% to Chen Fan himself, 30% to all the former gang leaders present, and 10% to the gang members. Everyone had no objections to this either. There were rules for collecting the protection fees. Those with less income paid less, and those who earned more paid more. For example, wealthy merchant families and aristocratic clans earned huge profits, so they would be charged a larger protection fee. If they refused to pay, they would be harassed until their businesses could no longer operate. There were other rules too. Ordinary people would not be charged protection fees, and they must protect the commoners themselves. Chen Fan also established a convoy company specifically for escort missions. Anyone needing protection or cargo transport services could hire them. The purpose of this was to ensure that in the event of Northern D invasion and civilians fleeing, they could provide protection, especially for wealthy merchants. At that time, not only could they earn large sums of money, but they could also legally enter the inner city. It was a win-win situation. However, not just anyone could join the convoy company. Only those who performed exceptionally well during training could qualify. Loyalty was also considered. Traitors would receive appropriate punishment, and so forth. After an hour, the Hongxing gang was formally established. Chen Fan instructed the former gang leaders, who were now called hall masters, to think about everything over the next 3 days. Whoever decided to stay was to come to Chenjia Village for training in 3 days' time. Those who refused would, of course, face obvious consequences. So, 3 days later, nobody dared not to come to Chenjia Village, although that's another matter for later. Once everyone had left, Tian Xiong couldn't wait to ask Chen Fan, "Dong Dongjia, may I distribute the money now?" Chen Fan replied, "Of course. I gave you 10,000 taels specifically for distributing to the villagers as settlement money, especially for families who lost members or had serious injuries. You must not shortchange them." "Yes, Dongjia." Excitedly, Tian Xiong replied, "I'll arrange it right away." "Go ahead." "Yes." Immediately, Tian Xiong ordered people to unload all the money from the carts. Every household sent out one representative to collect their silver. The entire village was filled with joy and celebration. None showed grief, despite having lost husbands or sons. Chen Pelu, seeing this, approached Chen Fan quietly and said, "Dongjia, why do I feel something very strange about Daqian Village?" Chen Fan gave a cold smile and said, "Humph, a family that can laugh while their husband or son is dead. Can that not seem strange? But this works in our favor. They value money more than their lives. Perfect. Now they can be our expendable henchmen while we preserve our own strength." Chen Pelu nodded, finally understanding why he felt such discomfort. If this had happened in Chenjia Village, the entire village would already be holding a funeral. Even if they received money, they would do so weeping, never laughing with joy. Tian Xiong was clever. He attributed the money to Chen Fan, saying it was a settlement gift from him, making the villagers feel gratitude and admiration. Chen Fan waved at the crowd, then assigned Tian Xiong a new task, collecting protection fees. A tenth of the fee collected would count as payment for their work. This thrilled both Tian Xiong and the villagers. It seemed they were on their way to becoming rich. After Chen Fan left, the people of Daqian Village even held a grand banquet, celebrating their upcoming wealth. Unaware, they were merely pawns in Chen Fan's plan, meant to draw attention and bear the brunt. 3 days later, apart from the people of Daqian Village led by Tian Xiong, all other members of the Hongxing gang arrived at Chenjia Hamlet for training. That day, Xiaohe also arrived. According to Chen Fan, this army was one day going to accompany him to the prefecture city, acting as his personal guard, so he took great care. In the past, he had only ever thought of being loyal to the regent prince and to the great Daqian Dynasty, never considering his own safety. Now, however, Chen Fan was offering him leadership over this gang army and even proposed assembling a force of 10,000 to reinforce Jiangning Prefecture. Xiaohe thought of himself, if he could remain alive and still be loyal, why should he die? So Xiaohe came. His mission now was to train this force of more than 1,000 men. When Chen Fan learned that Xiaohe had arrived, he immediately walked out from the courtyard. "Sir, why did you come in person?" Xiaohe smiled and said, "This official merely wants to see how you are training your troops. Also, if you have any needs, I will do my best to fulfill them. For example, weapons, food, and so on." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart stirred. If the government could provide money and grain, it would be even better. He could then use the gang to gain even more wealth. "Since Sir is so generous, this army may as well be placed under your command. The training can be entrusted to my Uncle Wu, who used to be the personal guard of Marshal Mu." "You mean that young man just now?" Xiaohe had just seen a young man holding a spear, whose training session had given off a killing aura, clearly indicating he had taken lives before. Chen Fan shook his head. "No, that is my Uncle Wu's son. He has inherited his father's skills well. Normally, he leads the training sessions, while the training plans are arranged by Uncle Wu himself. Each day, based on everyone's different conditions, he adjusts the training schedule accordingly." "I see. Then this official shall not be modest. I will send someone tomorrow to take command of this unit. Don't worry, I will also bring all the food supplies and salaries. I will never let Chenjia Village bear this cost." "Thank you, sir. Please, say a few words to the men." "All right." Immediately, Chen Fan led Xiaohe to the front of the troop formation and shouted, "Everyone, stop training. Fall in formation." In no time, all the men gathered around quickly. The speed of their response surprised Xiaohe. Such discipline wasn't even seen in the border troops. The strongest army in the great Daqian Dynasty was the Imperial Guards under the court, followed by the border troops. Although the border troops had declined from their former glory, how could they ever be compared to a ragtag group of former gang members? Yet reality had just proven it to be true. Brothers, Chen Fan continued. As I mentioned before, the opportunity for you to achieve honors has come. This is our county magistrate, Sir Xiao He. Starting tomorrow, he will be taking over command. After the New Year festival, you will join Sir Xiao in heading to the prefecture city to achieve great feats. Now, let Sir Xiao say a few words to you all. Chapter 94. The village undergoes major changes. Chen Fan stepped back, and then Xiao He moved forward one step. Fellow citizens, I am Xiao He, the county magistrate. I have served as magistrate in Linjiang County for 3 years, and many of you should recognize me. Just now, Master Chen said that I can lead you all to achieve great feats. This is indeed true. The men who have been training you were personal guards of Marshal Mu, and everyone should already know how formidable the Mu army led by Marshal Mu is. Today, you will become the new Mu army. Anyone willing to follow me, I will personally record your names and send the list to the capital to present to the Prince Regent. From now on, you will all be the Prince Regent's men. As long as you show bravery and fearlessness in the upcoming campaigns against the Beatty, I guarantee that you will all be granted the title of Baihu, which is hereditary. This means your sons will be able to inherit your positions, and as long as the great Daqian Dynasty stands, your family will always enjoy royal provisions. From Baihu, you may rise to Qianhu. As long as you fight bravely, this won't be a problem. And as for Wu Hu, well, that's the Marquis Wu Hu, the general who commands 10,000 troops. Each of you has the opportunity to become a general. It's just a matter of whether you're willing to seize it. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to register all of you and submit your names and those of your families to the Prince Regent so the imperial court will know you exist. So are you willing? Willing, willing, willing. Chen Fan signaled to Chen Pulu with a glance, who immediately understood and shouted, willing, first, followed by more than 1,000 people shouting in unison. Xiao He saw this and felt extremely pleased. These soldiers would be his own in the future, his own assurance of power, not Chen Fan's. Excited, Xiao He spoke a few more words, then went with Chen Fan to the winery. Chen Fan poured Xiao He a cup of tea and said, please have some tea, my lord. Thank you. Xiao He took the teacup but didn't drink right away. Instead, he asked, Master Chen, I must thank you this time. Is there anything you want? Just say the word, and I shall do my best to help. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, I'd like a letter of recommendation to the academy within the inner city. I wish to pursue education. That's admirable. How about I introduce you directly to the Prince Regent so you may study at the Imperial Academy? Xiao He suggested. Chen Fan shook his head. The capital is no place for a man from such a remote village. I know my limits. I wish to go to Yangzhou. It's a hub of commerce and transportation. My wine will definitely shine there. Xiao He shook his head. Your idea is good, but Yangzhou already has many distilleries. Once you enter that market, you will face heavy pressure from many rivals. That's fine, as long as we do things properly. Moreover, I believe the court will treat every merchant fairly and impartially. Of course, Xiao He replied. Apart from the capital and a few other strategic cities, Yangzhou is also a battleground where many powerful factions compete. It is an important transportation link between the north and south. Whoever controls Yangzhou basically controls the entire Jiangnan region. Neither Prime Minister Liu, the Prince Regent, nor the local gentry in Yangzhou are willing to let others seize control of the city. Once you arrive, no one will openly do anything to you, but no one knows what kind of false charges may be secretly arranged for you. Chen Fan nodded. Your reasoning makes sense. A commoner should not quarrel with an official. Then, my lord, do you have any better suggestions? Xiao He thought for a moment and replied, actually, I do. There's Huicheng, a city north of Yangzhou, across the river from Yangzhou. That city is under the control of the Prince Regent. Even better, the magistrate there is an old classmate of mine, and I can write you a letter of recommendation. Moreover, there is an academy in the city called Huaishan Academy, which is the academy I once attended. It has produced many talents for the imperial court. I can also act as your sponsor and allow anyone from Chen's village who wishes to study to enter the academy. Thank you so much, my lord. Chen Fan said immediately with a bow. Please, follow me to my study. Lead the way. In the study, Xiao He wrote 2 letters of recommendation for Chen Fan, one addressed to the magistrate, the other to the academy. Afterward, Xiao He returned to the county seat. In the following days, everything gradually returned to normal and developments proceeded smoothly. Hongxing Gang also got back on track. Tian Xiong brought over 100 villagers from Xiadian village and collected protection money daily from the major aristocratic families and wealthy merchants. As for the old gang shops, they were all managed by Chen Fan. They were literally earning gold by the bucket. Also, Chen Fan trained sword techniques daily under the guidance of Li Xiaoning and had already achieved some skill. Although he still couldn't handle a third-rate martial arts master, he could easily take down 5 men like Tian Xiong. As for the Hongxing members training alongside Chen Polu, they trained every day diligently and without respite. With Xiao He's support, they ate well every day, practically meat at every meal, and they dared not slack off for fear of being expelled. Not only would they be unable to eat meat, but more importantly, they would lose the opportunity to become a marquis of 10,000 households. To the ancients, what was always lacking was opportunity, for opportunities were tightly controlled by the powerful and aristocratic families. In these past few days, the village had seen a large increase in population. Chen Hu and his men had returned, and almost all the people from the mountain stronghold were willing to come down and pledge allegiance to Chen's village. Those who were unwilling were eventually convinced and subdued by Chen Hu, Chen Fan, and Chen Qi. In an instant, The village's population grew to over 4,000. The entire Chen's village was now extremely crowded. Because of this, Chen Fan sent the elderly, the weak, and the women and children to Wang's estate, keeping only the men behind in Chen's village for training. Since the destruction of Haida Fort, Chen Fan had taken over Wang's estate, the farmland and tenant farmers alike, while the estate's former master had fled. Chen Fan, exploiting the landlord's suspicious nature, had pretended to accuse him of conspiring with Haida gang and endangering the people, fabricating evidence for these claims. The frightened estate owner had fled overnight. Chen Fan then informed the tenant farmers that the landlord had sold the estate to him, even presenting forged official documentation. Thus, Chen Fan gained another property. Now, outside the estate, over 1,500 members of the Hongxing gang were undergoing training, while inside the estate, about 1,300 others were training as well. Together, this formed a formidable force of 3,000 soldiers, an impressive force indeed. And all of this was well known to the aristocratic families. Overnight, they all retreated into silence, no longer daring to act against Chen Fan. They could only wait for the envoy from the capital to arrive. On the other side, Chen Zheng had returned, and with him came Chen Sheng. Upon his return, Chen Sheng was shocked by everything he saw in Chen's village. Was this still the same Chen's village he had once known? Outside the village, there stood an estate, now fortified like a true stronghold, complete with watchtowers, trenches, and archers. Outside the estate, more than 1,000 men were undergoing training. Inside the stronghold, another 1,000 men were doing the same. Chen Sheng kept asking his father, Chen Zheng, whether they were planning to stage a rebellion. Chen Zheng himself was shocked. When he had left, the village had just a handful of men. In just a few days away, the numbers had grown so dramatically. Father, I'm asking you one more time. Are you really planning to rebel? Brat, I've told you 100 times already. We're preparing to move into the inner city for self-defense, not rebellion. Chen Zheng replied irritably. Chapter 95, The Extraordinary Chen Fan. Chen Wu had just walked out when he saw Chen Zheng and Chen Sheng arguing about something, so he approached them. Brother, Shenger, why are you two quarreling as soon as you return? He asked. Chen Sheng walked up to Chen Wu, grabbed his hand, and said, Second uncle, tell me the truth. Are our Chenjiakan villagers really so disgusted with the imperial court's behavior that we plan to rise in rebellion? Foolish boy, what are you talking about? Chen Zheng angrily replied. We're only trying to protect ourselves, trying to survive after the Northern D invade our borders. Father, how do you know the Northern D will invade? Chen Sheng asked curiously. Even the headmaster of the academy only considers it a possibility, not a certainty. Father, second uncle, how do you know this will happen? It was master who said so. Didn't I mention on the way back that our village has found an extraordinary person? He has brought a good life to all the villagers and hired everyone, men and women, to work for him. That's why we call him master. Father, I always thought you made this up just to trick me into coming back. What? You actually don't believe what I say, you disrespectful boy. Why should I believe you when you've often deceived me before? You even faked illness to trick me back home just so I would get married and give you grandchildren. Chen Sheng retorted. Wasn't I only trying to help you establish a family so you could then pursue your career? All right, brother, now that you're back, rest well today, and tomorrow we'll go into the city to see master. Chen Wu interrupted the conversation between father and son. Master now lives in the city? Chen Zheng asked in surprise. When I went to the prefectural capital, what other great deeds did master accomplish? Why are there so many people inside and outside the manor? A smile curled on Chen Wu's lips as he excitedly said, We can't help but admire master. Without sending even a single villager to battle, he has accomplished 2 major feats. Come on, let's go to the main hall. We'll talk as we drink, and I can also tell you how popular the Zui Renjians have been in the prefectural capital. We'll need to plan our next round of brewing, with a precise figure in mind. Good, let's go. Chen Zheng glanced at Chen Sheng halfway through, saying, You come too, foolish boy. Before long, Chen Sheng and Chen Zheng learned from Chen Wu about everything master had accomplished in recent days and couldn't help but inhale sharply in astonishment. I used to underestimate master. Initially, I thought it was impressive enough that he could ensure our entire village's survival. I never expected that he would use the people from Xiadian village against the gangs and leverage the intervention of aristocratic families to prompt the authorities to act. Not only did he suppress the gangs and the aristocratic families, but he also forced the gangs to unify, turning them into the guards for our Chenjiakan. No, the force outside the manor is under the county magistrate, and all their weapons and provisions are supplied by the government, Chen Wu explained. Chen Sheng said, Father, second uncle, since master is so capable, why don't we move the entire village to the inner city now? Do you think I don't want to? Just look at the weather. The cold wind pierces to the bone. We normally should take only 5 days to return from the prefectural capital, but this time it took 9 days, even with me pushing hard. The nearest city within the inner walls is still 1,000 miles away. Can you imagine how many days we'd need? A 1,000-mile journey with no provisions along the way, across barren deserts filled with bandits. Can't you figure this out? You call yourself a scholar and still don't see this? I really wonder whether you were genuinely studying or just using it as an excuse for leisure in the prefectural capital. Father, you really don't trust your own son at all. When you came to find me, I was attending class in the academy. My teacher even said I had the potential to study and offered me a chance to stay. I wouldn't have come back unless you told me it was to study in the inner city, Chen Sheng retorted. All right, enough with your verbal duels. Tomorrow I'm going to the city as well, so I'll go with you. You're coming too? How can that work? How can the 3 of us, me, you, and master, be gone at the same time? It's fine. Master already made proper arrangements. There's no need to worry. If that's the case, then tomorrow the three of us will go to the city together. All right. The next morning, Chen Wu and the others set off toward the county seat by horse carriage. The weather was getting colder. As Chen Wu drove the carriage, he felt the piercing wind hitting his face painfully. This damn weather is getting even colder. Soon, we won't even be able to leave our homes. As Chen Wu complained, Chen Zheng and Chen Qi were still squabbling inside the carriage, as if Chen Sheng had been Chen Zheng's nemesis in his past life. Father, answer me honestly. Really, is Chen Fan only 18 years old? He won't be 18 until after the Lunar New Year, Chen Zheng replied. I don't believe it. He's younger than me, and he's never even studied much. How could he have achieved so much? You don't have to believe it, but ever since the master recovered from his illness last time, he's become a completely different person. He dared to resist old man Chen and his wife, and even dared to go hunting alone in the mountains. Every time he went up the mountain, he returned successfully, and gradually, he became rich, the richest person in the entire village. He deduced the situation on the border by analyzing grain prices, and, from what your second uncle told him, learned that General Mu had died, leaving the imperial court with no one capable of countering the northern D. He believed the border might not hold. So the master approached us to discuss plans, and together we built the winery. And for some reason, the bandits from Heihu Fortress targeted the master, but he dealt with them. I clearly remember when Heihu Fortress first attacked our village with over 200 men. The master defeated them effortlessly, burning their force of over 100 bandits outside our estate. Chen Fan alone, with a bow and arrow, shot accurately every time, driving the bandits into disarray and forcing them to flee. That battle was like a total crushing victory for us over them. Aside from a few who were hit by stray arrows, not a single one of our people was injured. Even your second uncle was amazed, saying plainly that General Mu wasn't his equal. That's exactly why I, as village chief, willingly call Chen Fan the master and follow his commands. The master has also lived up to everyone's expectations. He's not only improved the villagers' lives, but now he's even connected with the county magistrate. Whether or not the Northern D invade, we won't have to worry about our livelihood. So for the sake of our own future, we absolutely must not hinder Chen Fan. Chen Zheng's face turned serious, and he solemnly said, Boy, I don't care if you talk back to me normally, but before Chen Fan, put away your petty scholarly arrogance. Let me tell you, Chen Fan is smarter than you can imagine. Father, I understand. I'm also part of Chenjia. If needed, I will do my part. Chen Zheng nodded slightly and fell silent, leaning back in the carriage and closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Chen Sheng shrugged slightly, but a defiant gleam flared in his eyes. It should be me who becomes the savior of Chenjia. Chapter 96, The True Objective. After entering the city by carriage, Chen Wu headed directly to Tianji's general store. The shop assistant invited the three inside, then went to park the carriage. Chen Pujuan, who had been busy inside the shop, saw Chen Wu and the others and eagerly went forward to greet them. Dad, Uncle, Shenggu, why have you all come here? Chen Wu replied, I want to go to Bowen Hall to thank the physician. Your uncle and the others have business with the boss. Where's the boss? They went to the county office. There's news from the capital. The county magistrate sent someone to invite the boss to the county office to discuss something, explained Chen Polu. Chen Sheng said in astonishment, News from the capital? Even important figures in the capital know the boss now. Chen Pujuan replied, We don't know the details. Anyway, the boss said that news from the capital is definitely bad news, and we need to prepare in advance. How can you assume it's bad news without knowing anything about it? That's too hasty, Chen Sheng remarked dismissively. The faces of Chen Wu and Chen Zheng slightly changed. It seemed the situation in the county was about to shift again. Chen Wu said, Brother, you all wait for the boss here. I'll go to Bowen Hall to thank the physician first. All right, go quickly and come back soon. After Chen Wu left, Chen Sheng curiously asked, Dad, I've always wanted to ask, why does second uncle insist on thanking the physician? You've studied until your mind is foggy, boy. Didn't you notice your second uncle's leg is no longer lame? Chen Zheng snapped. Chen Sheng suddenly realized, Right, I remember second uncle's leg was bitten by a tiger. How come it suddenly got better? That's thanks to the physician. Not only did he heal your second uncle, but he also cured second girl's illness, Chen Zheng said. No, that's all thanks to the boss. Without the boss paying for it, my father and fourth sister could never have recovered. Those medical costs were astronomical, more than our whole family could afford, Chen Pujuan corrected. Chen Zheng nodded. That's right. Chen Fan deserves the most credit. He even paid for the physicians to examine everyone in the village. Now everyone in the village is very grateful to him. County office. Xiao He handed a letter from the Prince Regent to Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't accept it, saying, This is inappropriate, sir. No problem. This is just a private letter, not an official document. Please feel free to read it, Xiao He said. Then I thank you for your trust. Chen Fan reluctantly accepted the letter and read it carefully. Soon enough, he finished reading the letter. The contents were very simple, 3 matters. The first was to inform Xiao He that he had been promoted, as expected, and would soon become the governor of Jiangning Prefecture. The court would issue formal documents accordingly. The second matter was to commend Xiao He for acquiring a talent from the Mu family army and successfully training a force of 1,000 soldiers, instructing him to make good use of this unit. The third and final matter was to ensure Chen Fan's protection at all costs. Sir, you're selling me to the Prince Regent, Chen Fan said with a bitter smile. Xiao He smiled. You are a talent. The prince has always appreciated talent, as do I. I didn't want him to lose such talent, so I recommended you to him. Please don't take offense. You also have my best interests in mind, so how dare I blame you, sir? I'm just truly uninterested in getting involved with the imperial court, Chen Fan said helplessly. Xiaohe smiled. We'll talk about that later. Now, tell me your plans. I will take the Hongxing gang with me, leaving only Tian Xiong and others behind to draw the attention of noble families. The concern is that the new governor may be Chui Quan. Why didn't you just kill him last time? Then you would face one less threat, Chen Fan said. If we had killed him then, wouldn't the court have time to appoint someone else? Xiaohe paused, then said, so last time, you merely frightened him instead of killing him. The purpose wasn't to make him fear you so he wouldn't dare trouble you, but to let the court know he is still alive, and allow him to remain as county magistrate. Chen Fan nodded, exactly. Now, we need to put on a performance to make everyone believe that we've fallen out. What's the point of doing that? To attract Chui, the vice county magistrate, to try to court me. That will probably be difficult. No, it won't. Right now, you just need to publicly declare that you're taking all the Hongxing gang members with you. I will refuse, and we'll argue, and you can have your men expel me. Xiaohe suddenly realized. You're planning to use those 1,500 Hongxing gang members as bait to draw them in. Wise indeed, sir. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Xiaohe's face suddenly darkened. He angrily said, Chen Fan, I summoned you here today merely to inform you that I will definitely take the Hongxing gang members with me. I am not here to hear your opinions. Dare you keep arguing with me? Don't you believe that I can arrest you right now? Sir, Chen Fan's voice grew stern. I'll tell you clearly too, they absolutely won't go with you. I am the head of the Hongxing gang, and they obey only me. Reckless. This is the great Daqian Dynasty. They should all obey the government's arrangements. When did it become their place to take orders from you? Outside the main hall, government guards who were passing by heard the argument inside and looked puzzled. Deputy County Magistrate Chui Quan and County Captain Lu Fong, along with a few of their men, also heard the commotion and walked over. Chui Quan asked an official who had arrived earlier, what is happening? Why is it so noisy? The official respectfully replied, it's the county magistrate and that Chen fellow arguing. It seems the county magistrate wants to take the Hongxing gang members with him, but that Chen refuses. At that moment, Chen Fan walked out from the main hall, glancing at the people outside before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, still looking resentful, and shouted at Xiaohe inside the room. Xiaohe, those 1,500 people are my Hongxing gang brothers. I won't let you take them. After shouting, Chen Fan left immediately, not giving Xiaohe any chance to respond. Xiaohe rushed out furiously, his face dark with anger. Rebellion. Rebellion. A mere commoner dares to address an official by his name directly. Someone seize him. Please calm down, sir, Chui Quan quickly said. Chen Fan has contributed greatly to Linjiang County. If we arrest him, it may cause unrest again, and the people will surely blame you, sir. Xiaohe snorted coldly. Are we just going to let him insult me like that? Sir, Chui Quan suggested. Why not let me handle this matter? Xiaohe eyed Chui Quan sharply. You? Don't think I don't know what you're planning. This 1,500 men, I will definitely take them. I advise you not to have any other ideas. Of course not, sir. Xiaohe swept his sleeve and returned to the main hall. Lu Fong spoke up. Why get involved in this? Wouldn't it be better to just let Xiaohe arrest Chen Fan? Chui Quan said in a low voice. We can arrest Chen Fan anytime. There's no need to rush now. What I want is those 1,500 men. I've heard that this unit has been trained into a disciplined force, resembling the Mu family army. If we can control them, won't we have a strong card in our hands? Chapter 97. The Arrogant Chui Linyu. A few days later, at the Chui residence, a servant rushed hurriedly into the main hall, reporting to the head of the household, Master Chui Tu, and young master. I have already purchased the Tian family's general store and much of the Hongxing gang's properties. He divided up the silver from the sale and distributed it among the members of the Hongxing gang. After hearing the report, the head of the Chui family nodded. That's all. You may go. Yes. After the servant left, Chui Quan said, Brother, this Chen Fan has already begun investing in his forces of 1,500 men. It seems like he is ready to openly oppose Xiaohe. Chui Linyu sneered. Uncle, they've already broken ties long ago. For the sake of those 1,500 men, for their own interests, they've gone their separate ways. What puzzles me is why Xiaohe hasn't arrested Chen Fan yet. Arrest him? Head of the household scoffed. Does Xiaohe dare? Not to mention the issue of who controls those 1,500 men. Consider how Chen's village defeated bandits far more numerous than themselves. Xiaohe wouldn't dare to act rashly against Chen Fan. If it comes to a fight to the death, and Chen Fan leads his village into the mountains as bandits, Xiaohe will bear the brunt of the blame. Once the imperial court learns of it, the regent prince himself would face questioning from all the officials. Cui Yuan said, that's because Xiaohe is foolish. He only needs to frame Chen Fan with murder charges. Once arrested, everything else is easy. Without a leader, do you think Chen's village can still cause any waves? Linyu, that's where you're wrong, the head of the household replied. Chen Fan is merely the village's publicly visible leader. The true mastermind behind the scenes is none other than General Mu's man. The Lu family speculated that it was General Mu's strategist. What fools they were, never bothering to verify anything. They just threw money and supplies at the village based on pure conjecture. Upon discovering they had been tricked, not only did they fail to gain advantage, they also suffered great humiliation. I heard that the He Hujai was sponsored by the Lu family, yet it was completely wiped out. What a devastating loss. He spoke with disdain of the Lu family head, then looked at Cui Linyu discontentedly. People in Linjiang County all call you the most gifted scholar, saying your intelligence surpasses all others. Because of that, you look down on everyone else, unaware that there's always someone greater, skies beyond skies. You even suffered a defeat at Chen Fan's hands. Do you know how happy that made me? Father, are you mocking me? Chui Linyu responded, displeased. I'm not mocking you. I truly felt happy for you, his father replied. From birth, everything in your life came too easily. You finally met with a setback, and what pleased me more was that you recovered from it rather quickly. It proved your capabilities even more. Your future achievements will be limitless. But only now do I realize you haven't reflected on it at all. You still hold yourself in too high esteem and despise others, particularly those who have made you suffer before. Proudly, Chui Linyu said, Father, do you really think I'd stumble over the same person twice? Humph, the family head snorted. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. But how much do you really know about your enemy? Father, Chui Linyu protested. What's there to understand about a group of peasants? If it weren't for worrying about affecting Uncle's career path, I'd have sent men already to raze Chen's village to the ground. Hearing Chui Linyu's persistent arrogance and ignorance, the family head burned with anger, though he restrained it and asked calmly, raze it to the ground? How many men do you plan to send? Chui Linyu said carelessly, it's only a small village. I'll send 100 guards, raided at night. By morning, Chen's village will no longer exist. Fool, don't even know how to spell the word death. The family head finally exploded. Looks like the past excessive praise from everyone made you believe too much in yourself, seeing no one else. Father, why do you always underestimate me? Chui Linyu argued. I'm the most talented scholar in Linjiang County. It's only natural they all flatter me. At this moment, Chui Quan stepped in. Brother, Linyu, please calm down. And especially you, Linyu, how dare you talk to your father like that? Have you forgotten filial piety? Chui Jiazhuan and Chui Linyu both turned their heads away, showing an air of mutual estrangement. Chui Quan sighed helplessly. Linyu, you are the future head of the Chui family. You must think things through. It's wrong to rush to conclusions without understanding the truth about Chen's village. But uncle, they're just peasants, Chui Linyu muttered darkly. That's right, Chui Quan nodded. They once were mere peasants. But now, they are no longer farmers, but an extraordinary fighting force. They only defeated some bandits. Does uncle really consider that as extraordinary combat ability? Chui Linyu remarked disdainfully. In his mind, both his father and uncle were overestimating their opponents and undermining their own confidence. Why should a bunch of peasants be feared at all? Chui Quan said. If they had only defeated some bandits, I wouldn't have given them a second glance. But now, they have the backing of General Mu's men. He has consolidated Chen's village, using the profits earned from the Drunken Lotus Pavilion to support the entire village, and on top of that, they train every day. According to reports from our watchers, the sounds of training can be heard daily, and their morale is extremely high. Moreover, recently our people monitoring the village discovered that people are joining Chen's village daily. Now, the population has grown to 5,000 or 6,000. Also, I found out that the person training the Hongxing gang is Chen Wu, a junior officer from General Mu's Vanguard Cavalry Unit. Besides General Mu's strategist, he is the one who has earned the most merit in the army, someone even the imperial court is well aware of. Chancellor Liu even wrote me a letter, insisting we must secure this man. Obtaining him would be like obtaining General Mu's entire army. Do you really think our Chui family's 100 guards can stand against General Mu's troops? Chui Linyu's eyes turned cold as he said gravely, impossible. Just some lowly peasants. There's no way they could match General Mu's forces. Even if they truly were part of General Mu's army, they're still peasants. That Chen Wu might be formidable individually, but to turn a group of peasants into soldiers with the combat capability of General Mu's army within 2 or 3 months is absolutely impossible. Even if they aren't that strong, the family head said grimly, they're still far superior to our household guards. I don't believe it, father. You're just holding a grudge because I failed to stop Chen Fan from delivering that wine last time. I'll prove to you all, Chen Fan is nothing but a lowly peasant. Everyone in Chen's village is the same. With bufu in his voice, Chui Linyu roared, then turned and stormed out, flinging his sleeve in anger. Sighing helplessly, Chui Quan said, Brother, let me go talk to Linyu. The family head waved his hand helplessly and said, You keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Now is precisely the time for us to reap the benefits like the proverbial fisherman. Don't let anything go wrong. Yes, brother. I'll make sure he understands the consequences clearly. After leaving the main hall, Chui Quan quickly caught up with Chui Linyu. They knew Linyu too well. He always went straight to his study whenever he got angry. Chui Quan grabbed hold of Linyu and accompanied him to his study. Chapter 98. A plan to conquer Chenjiakan. Linyu, stay calm. Don't be impulsive. Chenjiakan is not what it used to be. Chui Linyu shook off Chui Quan's hand and said, Second uncle, do you really think I'm an impulsive person? I know you're not impulsive, said Chui Quan. But now, Chen Fan and Xiao He have split up. Your father and I want to bring Chenjia Manor under our control. To be precise, we mean Chen Wu, Chenjia Manor, and its 1,500 Hongxing gang members. Once we have these 2,000 fighters, the Chui clan can become the true ruler of Linjiang County. Beyond that, we can accumulate strength in this chaotic era, and the Chui clan may even have a chance at claiming the empire. Don't look at me like that, Chui Quan continued, noticing the puzzled yet excited look in Chui Linyu's eyes. The main house in the capital has already sent word, instructing us to gather talents and able-bodied young men in preparation for greater endeavors ahead. Once the Regent King passes away, chaos will erupt across the land. The Chui clan will reap great rewards, possibly even controlling the 3 prefectures and 9 cities along the border regions, becoming a regional power. From there, we could even leap forward and unify the Central Plains, founding a new dynasty. Chui Linyu grew increasingly excited, but then frowned and said, "Second uncle, you and my father don't trust me, do you? What are you talking about? This is such a big plan, so why haven't I heard anything about it until now?" Chui Quan immediately explained, "Of course we couldn't tell you. Not even your mother or your brothers, not even my own son knows. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Otherwise, if the information leaks, our Chui clan could face total annihilation. If that's the case, why tell me now? Exactly because of your abilities. Dealing with Chenjia just with me and your father won't be enough. The person behind Chenjia is extremely capable, almost flawless in strategy, so we need your help. We need your wisdom to help us conquer Chenjia and bring them under our command." Chui Linyu fell silent for a moment, then slowly walked to a chair and sat down. Chui Quan didn't rush him and sat beside him in silence. After a while, Chui Linyu spoke, "Second uncle, I do have a method, but I wish to have full authority over this mission." Chui Quan smiled and said, "That's not a problem. I know you want to prove yourself to your father, to show that your abilities are no less than Chen Fan's. And I believe you will not fall short of anyone, so I agree. Thank you, second uncle." Chui Quan laughed. "Now you can speak freely. It's very simple. Hongmin banquet." Hongmin banquet? Chui Quan looked puzzled. "Do you mean I should invite Chen Fan to a feast, and then capture him? Not only Chen Fan, but also Chen Wu. Capture both of them. Then, both the visible and the invisible leaders of Chenjia will be under our control. The troops and the members of the Hongxing gang under their command will all become the fighting power of our Chui clan." Chui Linyu explained excitedly, as if he had already commanded thousands of soldiers. "Exactly. But how are we going to control them? After the last incident, our Chui clan's winery has become mortal enemies with theirs. Once they discover our identities, they'd wish us dead. Second uncle, times have changed. Now that Chenjia has offended Xiao He, they have no other path forward. Xiao He will definitely attempt to take away the 1,500 Hongxing gang members to secure his position as the governor of Jiangning. Chen Fan, having already offended many aristocratic families in Linjiang County, will face certain death without those 1,000 soldiers. He definitely won't let Xiao He take them away. He now needs allies, and there lies our opportunity." Chui Linyu analyzed. "You're absolutely right. I'll send them an invitation for a banquet right away, inviting Chen Fan and Chen Wu. Second uncle, you must use the county magistrate's official title, not the name of the Chui clan. I understand. Using the government's authority, they cannot refuse." Chenjia. Chen Fan had received Chui Quan's invitation to a banquet hosted at Yunlai in the next noon, and he was required to attend. "He's taken the bait," said Chen Wu. He had already examined the invitation and knew its content. Chen Zheng said, "If we kill him like this, would the imperial court investigate?" Chen Fan laughed. "As long as we aren't there ourselves, how could the blame fall on us? Chen Hu, Chen Qi, and Palu, let them 3 go to Yunlai early tomorrow and lie in ambush." "Well thought, master," said Chen Zheng, bursting into laughter. "Before we even arrive, Chui Quan's death will have nothing to do with us." Chen Fan and Chen Wu laughed too. Chen Hu, Chen Qi, and Chen Palu set off for the county town that day, staying at the large mansion rented by Li Xiaoning. Early the next morning, they went to Yunlai Inn. Because they had disguised themselves, no one recognized the 3 men, not even manager Zhou. Chen Palu was the young master, Chen Hu was the bodyguard, and Chen Qi was the servant boy. This trio checked into a private room, ordered wine and food, and began waiting for Chui Quan and his men to arrive. It wasn't until nearly lunchtime that Chui Quan arrived. Along with Chui Quan came Chui Linyu, County Magistrate Luan, and Lu Zifeng. They brought over 100 guards. As soon as they entered Yunlai Inn, they started clearing the place out. No outsiders or bystanders were allowed to stay. Chen Palu and his men were also driven out. Outside the inn, Chen Hu asked, "What should we do now?" "No problem. The master already has a plan." "What plan?" Chen Hu asked. "We'll ambush them on the road," said Chen Palu. Chen Qi, "When the time comes, you will distract the guards." Chen Hu, "You stay ready. When I go to kill Chui Quan and the others, you make sure none of them escape." "Fine." Chen Hu and Chen Qi answered in unison. Immediately after, the 3 of them found a tea house opposite the inn and kept watch on it. As soon as Chui Quan and his men came out, they would strike. Inside the inn, Manager Zhou arranged a high-quality private room for Chui Quan and his company, setting out a table full of delicious dishes, while the guards were simply seated in the 2 rooms beside Chui Quan's. Each small room was crammed with 50 men, leaving Manager Zhou in awe. He couldn't help thinking bitterly to himself that the rich were stingy. Their guests had brought so many attendants, yet didn't even bother to order food and drink for them. In the private room, Chui Quan sat at the head, with Luan on his left and Chui Linyu on his right. Lu Zifeng sat to the left of Luan. After waiting for a while, Lu Zifeng spoke first. "Deputy County Magistrate Chui, do you think Chen Fan will actually come? Are you saying you don't trust me?" Chui Linyu's face darkened. "If I had known it was your idea, I wouldn't have come at all." Lu Zifeng sneered. Bang! Furious, Chui Linyu slapped the table and stood up, pointing angrily at Lu Zifeng. "You dare say that again?" Chapter 99, The Assassination Begins. "Fine then, I'll speak." Lu Zifeng flared up. "Others may fear your Chui family, but my Lu family certainly doesn't. Chui Linyu, you're nothing but an arrogant fool. You lost to a commoner and refused to admit it. If I had known beforehand that this so-called banquet was your idea, I wouldn't have come at all. Enough, Lu Fong said. This was something I and Magistrate Chui both agreed on. Even your father approved. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Zifeng replied. Uncle, if you insist on speaking like this, then I can only say that you all don't understand Chen Fan well enough. I guarantee you, today that commoner Chen Fan won't show up at all. Chui Quan frowned. How do you know that? Because Chen Fan is smarter than even Chui Linyu. You're talking nonsense. Chui Linyu angrily spat. Lu Zifeng sneered. If you don't know how to curse, then don't try. Say I'm lying. Then tell me, why hasn't Chen Fan arrived yet? A magistrate inviting a commoner should arrive early, yet it's already past the agreed time now. Chui Linyu, tell me, other than having already seen through your plan, what other reason could there possibly be? Then Lu Zifeng looked at Lu Fong and said, Uncle, forget it. We're not waiting anymore. Chen Fan won't come. Let's leave. Lu Fong naturally wouldn't leave immediately. To leave would mean completely breaking ties with the Chui family, and besides, he couldn't possibly base his decision solely on Lu Zifeng's words. Immediately, he said with a serious face, Zifeng, you sit down first. Maybe Chen Fan is delayed on the road. Magistrate Chui, isn't that right? Chui Quan responded thoughtfully. Exactly. They might have been delayed for some reason. Let's do this. We'll wait another hour, and also send someone on horseback to investigate at Chenjia Village. Lu Fong replied. We'll follow Magistrate Chui's suggestion. Zifeng, sit down. Chui Quan said. Linyu, you also sit down. Lu Zifeng and Chui Linyu sat down, but their mutual hatred was apparent, leaving Lu Fong and Chui Quan helpless with frustration. It seemed impossible to resolve the hatred between these two younger generations. One of Chui Quan's guards left the inn to gather information. Third boss, one of the Chui guards has exited. Chen Shi observed someone from the Chui family leaving the inn. Third boss was the alias Chen Polu used when out and about, intended to divert responsibility onto the third boss Mu Chong. Watching the guard rush out, Chen Polu said, Don't hurry. Our master predicted that if they wait too long, they would send someone to check on Master Chen Fan's whereabouts and find out why he hadn't arrived yet. Master really is amazing. His planning is flawless. Chen Shi expressed admiration. Chen Polu nodded. Of course. My father says our master is smarter than even General Mu's advisors. Oh right. Chen Shi, kill that guard and leave the mark of Heihu bandit camp. Let everyone know their third boss is targeting these aristocratic families. Alright, I'm off right now. Buy some meat-filled buns for Chen Hu when you return. He must be hungry by now. Chen Hu scratched his head and grinned. I really am hungry. Chen Shi, bring me 10 buns. No, make it 20. After the fight, I'm sure I'll get even hungrier. Chen Shi rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll bring 30 and you'd better beat them up good for me. No problem. Leave it to me. Chen Shi laughed and left the tea house, running in the direction the guard had taken. Not long after, he caught up to the guard, only to see the guard entering the Chui residence. Chen Shi waited patiently outside the Chui house until he saw the guard emerge, only this time with a war horse beneath him. Seeing that, Chen Shi immediately gave up chasing and shot a dart directly at him. The guard fell from his horse. Chen Shi quickly stepped forward, placing a letter onto the corpse. Murder! Shouting out once, Chen Shi immediately fled and watched from not far away as more and more people gathered around the body. Chui's guards quickly rushed out and carried the body inside. Not long after, another guard exited the Chui house, but his direction was toward the inn. Chen Shi turned and left, buying 30 buns on the way before returning to the tea house. When Chen Polu saw him return, he asked, Why did you take so long? Chen Shi handed the buns to Chen Hu while he explained. The plan had some deviation. The guard just returned and rode out on a horse from the Chui estate, so I had to act immediately, killing him with a dart. I then placed Master's letter on the body. I waited for Chui's men to find the body and retrieve the letter before personally watching a guard rush out to deliver the news, and then I returned. Judging by the timing, that messenger should already have entered the inn. Chen Polu replied. He entered not long ago. Chen Hu, chewing on a bun, asked. So, what's the guard coming to do? Deliver a message, ordering them to leave the inn. Chen Shi replied. Suddenly, Chen Polu stood up. They're coming out. Chen Shi and Chen Hu both turned their gazes toward the entrance of the inn, seeing a group of guards walk out, followed closely by Chui Quan and several others. As planned, Chen Shi, you draw away a portion of the guards first. Chen Hu, you engage the remaining ones in combat. I'll keep an eye on Chui Quan and the others and look for an opportunity to kill them. Fine. Chen Hu replied with his mouth full of bun. Chen Shi nodded. I'll go draw some guards away now. Just be careful. I understand. Chen Shi quickly left the tea house and entered an alley, where he put on a face-covering cloth and, wielding a broadsword, rushed to the path of Chui Quan and his men. Dogs of an official, you destroyed my Heihu bandit camp, and now I demand blood for blood. Chen Shi shouted and charged forward. But the guards of both the Chui and Lu families rushed to block him. Very quickly, they surrounded Chen Shi, who was not at all panicked as he cut his way out and then ran away in a frenzy. Chui Quan and Lu Fong glared darkly at the retreating back of Chen Shi. That Xiao He was the one who destroyed the Heihu bandit camp, yet he dares target me. This is truly going too far. Catch him. I'll have him flayed alive. This was Xiao He's doing on purpose, to eliminate opposition by using the Heihu bandit camp as a tool, Lu Fong said grimly. Chui Quan clenched his teeth and spat. No matter what, I won't allow Xiao He to take away the 1,500 men of the Hongxing gang. Second uncle, let's leave quickly. We've lost half our guards, Chui Linyu urged. I'm worried there are more ambushes waiting. Lu Zifeng suddenly realized. A ploy to draw the tiger from the mountain. It's definitely a ploy to draw the tiger from the mountain. Retreat quickly. Chui Quan and Lu Fang came to their senses as well, and immediately started sprinting. At that moment, Chen Hu appeared, wielding a broadsword in each hand as he rushed into the crowd of guards and began slashing wildly. Due to Chen Hu's immense strength, none of the guards could withstand even one move from him. Each time he struck, a guard was injured. But even the mightiest man could not withstand many opponents. Soon Chen Hu was injured himself. However, the expressions of Chui Quan and the other four were not joy, but fear, because Chen Hu fought harder and stronger with every passing moment. In just a short while, more than 20 guards had fallen. Second uncle, we must return to the estate quickly, Chui Linyu urged. Chapter 100 Completing the mission. No way, said Lu Zifeng. We can't go to the mansion. We must go to the county office. Lu Zifeng, do you realize the situation we're in? Why are you still defying me? Chui Linyu roared in anger. Lu Zifeng was angry too. Arrogant fool. When have I ever opposed you? What's the use of going to the mansion? Do you want to waste the mansion guard's effort to kill this man? If we go to the county office, we can let Xiao He send his trusted men to kill him. Chui Quan made a firm decision. We're going to the county office. Second uncle? Chui Linyu looked at Chui Quan in shock. Don't argue. Everything from now on follows my command, Chui Quan said impatiently. Chui Quan watched as Chun Hiru became more and more ferocious in battle, with many guards killed or wounded and still unable to capture him. His anxiety caused his attitude to worsen. Regardless of Chui Linyu's agreement or not, Chui Quan grabbed him and started retreating toward the county office. Lu Fang and Lu Zifeng followed immediately. Four guards also retreated with them. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered a masked man holding a red-tasseled spear. It was Chinpolu. It's you. Chui Quan was greatly alarmed. Chinpolu said in a deep voice, I let you escape last time. This time you won't escape again. Kill him. Chinpolu dragged the red-tasseled spear in one hand. The spear tip scraped along the ground, creating sparks. You attack and stop him. Chui Quan ordered the four guards. The four guards rushed forward. Chui Quan then grabbed Chui Linyu and turned to flee. Lu Fang did the same, pulling Lu Zifeng to run as well. We'll scatter and flee separately, said Lu Fang. Fine, Chui Quan agreed. Then the four separated and fled. Chinpolu killed the four guards with just 2 moves. Seeing the four scattering, he directly locked his sight on Chui Quan and pursued him. After chasing through one street, Chinpolu caught up with Chui Quan. Chinpolu kicked Chui Quan in the back hard, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters forward. Chui Quan tumbled face first to the ground. Chui Quan turned over, looking at the approaching Chinpolu, and hurriedly said, You've got the wrong person. The county magistrate was the one who destroyed the Black Tiger bandits. It has nothing to do with me. Chinpolu said solemnly, I know that. But you still deserve to die and must die. With one stab of the spear, Chui Quan's throat bore a new blood wound. He was definitely dead. Without glancing at Chui Quan's body, Chinpolu went on chasing Lu Fang. In an alleyway, Lu Fang had run himself to the limit, leaning forward, resting his hands on his knees, and panting heavily. He had become too accustomed to living in comfort to endure this kind of chase. So this is where you are. When Lu Fang saw Chinpolu, he was completely terrified, filled with fear. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Dog official, give me your life. Chinpolu didn't waste words with him. He immediately thrust his spear forward. A new bloody wound appeared on Lu Fang's throat. Then Chinpolu went looking for Chui Linyu and Lu Zifeng, but when he found them, they had already become corpses. Upon inspecting them, he found shallow sword marks on both their necks. Chinpolu felt the marks were somehow familiar, though for the moment he couldn't recall where he had seen such a mark before. So he simply stood up and left, heading for the large residence that Li Xiaoning had rented, their designated meeting point. Once everyone had completed their tasks, they were to return directly to the residence, without seeking others out, to avoid the risk of being cornered by enemy reinforcements. When Chinpolu reached the residence, he found that Chun Hu and Chen Qi had already arrived. Seeing Chinpolu back, Chen Qi and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, you're finally back, said Chen Qi. Chinpolu apologized, saying, I'm sorry for worrying you all. Don't say things like that. You've been worried about us as well, said Chen Qi. Chen Hu asked, right? We've all been worried for each other. By the way, did you kill Chui Quan? He still remembered their mission was to kill Chui Quan. Chinpolu nodded firmly. Yes, I killed Chui Quan, and also Lu Fang. However, Chui Linyu and Lu Zifeng were already dead when I found them. I don't know who killed them. I did. Li Xiaoning entered the main hall at that moment. Miss Xiaoning. My lady. Chinpolu and the other two stood up simultaneously. Li Xiaoning gave a slight nod and walked to sit at the head of the room. She said, all of you please sit. Chinpolu and the others sat down again. Miss Xiaoning, why did you come? Chinpolu asked first. Li Xiaoning replied, my husband was worried you 3 wouldn't be able to complete the mission, so he sent me to secretly follow you, so I could help at any time you couldn't finish the task or if there was any danger. You all completed the mission very well. Your teamwork was excellent. One diverted the guards, while another engaged in combat with the guards, leading them to believe he was the true threat and lowering their guard. Finally, Chinpolu made his move and completed the mission with remarkable efficiency. Very well done. I will mention this to your employer and make sure you are rewarded. Thank you, Miss Xiaoning. Chinpolu said. Miss Xiaoning, were it you who killed Lu Zifeng and Chui Linyu? Li Xiaoning nodded. Correct. My husband said that as long as Chui Linyu and Lu Zifeng are dead, it's as good as destroying the future of both the Lu and Chui families. In just a few years, they will fall into decline, unless they produce another Lu Zifeng or Chui Linyu. Your employer truly thinks things through, Chinpolu remarked. Li Xiaoning continued. All right, put all the weapons away properly. We're heading back to the village. For the coming days, we will train every day and wait for the new year. All right. Immediately afterward, Chen Polu and the others buried all their weapons in the courtyard before leaving the city. Several hours earlier, at the county office, Zhang Fei rushed urgently into the main hall. Magistrate, they've taken the bait. Master Chen has sent word asking us to clear the streets and prevent citizens from loitering near Yunlaiyan. Xiaohe laughed. Master Chen is indeed resourceful, having foreseen everything. Chui Quan and the others have indeed fallen for the trick. Zhang Fei, send men to clear the streets, claiming you've received reliable intelligence that the third commander of the Black Tiger Bandits will be active in this area. You're to capture that commander, and everyone else must stay away. Yes, sir. Zhang Fei led a group of officials to guard all street entrances, preventing the citizens from appearing. That was why, during the fight between Chen Polu and the guards of the Chui and Lu families, not a single civilian appeared. After arranging everything, Zhang Fei didn't leave, but secretly went to a tea house opposite Yunlaiyan, right beside the private room where Chen Polu was, though Chen Polu and the others hadn't noticed. Zhang Fei thought he was well hidden, unaware that Li Xiaoning was watching him the whole time. Only after Chen Polu initiated his attack did Li Xiaoning stop watching Zhang Fei and go to kill Chui Linyu and Lu Zifeng. After the killings, Li Xiaoning hid herself again, leaving only after Chen Polu had exited the scene. If not for Li Xiaoning revealing herself intentionally, no one would have known that she had come to the county town and killed Chui Linyu and Lu Zifeng. Chapter 101. Chen Fan's New Plan. Zhang Fei personally witnessed the masked Chen Polu kill 4 guards without hesitation or delay, and then halberd killed Chui Quan and Lu Fang. The entire scene chilled him to the bone. Was this still the same honest villager? He was more like a god of slaughter. Zhang Fei couldn't help but wonder how Chen Fan had trained them. In the end, Zhang Fei left the scene. Before departing, he ordered the city guards to begin patrolling. They soon discovered a group of severely wounded and dead guards from the Chui and Lu families. This shocked the guards, and after inquiring, they were even more astonished to learn that all had been injured by the same person. The guards couldn't help but wonder, how powerful could this person be? Before long, the guards also encountered scattered groups of men. These were the guards who had pursued Chen Qi. They had been toyed with by Chen Qi like monkeys, completely dispersed and unable to find their target. On the other side, Zhang Fei returned to the county yamen and reported everything he had seen to Xiaohe. After listening to the report, Xiaohe was visibly excited. He's truly a remarkable talent. Using 1,500 men as bait not only lured out Chui Quan, but also Chui Linyu, Lu Fang, and Lu Zifeng. Linjiang County is about to get very lively. Sir, could this affect you? Zhang Fei asked cautiously. Xiaohe thought for a moment before replying. From now on, no city guard shall take leave. Launch a full citywide manhunt for the third leader of Heihudite. Arrest anyone even slightly suspicious. Zhang Fei immediately understood Xiaohe's meaning. This was a performance to put on for the Chui and Lu families. I'll handle the arrangements right away. Inside the Chui family's mansion, the Su Fang, the head of the Chui family smashed everything in his Shu Fang, leaving no item intact. Upon first hearing the news that the third leader of Heihai was targeting Chui Quan, he had already sensed danger for his men, so he dispatched the entire family's guards to protect them. Still, he received terrible news. Not only had Chui Quan died, but his own son was also dead, along with Lu Fang and Lu Zifeng. This news struck like thunder in a clear sky. The enemy had not only ruined the Chui clan's plans, but also destroyed their foundation and added a deadly enemy. The normally composed head of the Chui family flew into a rage, beating 2 incompetent guard commanders to death and selling their wives and children into servitude. Moreover, anyone among the servants who uttered unnecessary words that day was severely punished. All the servants within the Chui household remained silent with fear, afraid to get even half a step near their enraged lord. The situation in the Lu family was much the same. Lu Fang and Lu Zifeng's deaths had hit the Lu patriarch very hard. He now not only hated Mu Chong, but hated the Chui family even more. What business did the Lu family have with Chui's desire to obtain the 1,500 men from Hongxing gang? It was the Chui family's idea that having both families appear together before Chen Fan would better intimidate him and add credibility. Therefore, he felt that Lu Fang and Lu Zifeng had died simply due to Chui Quan's misfortune. Mu Chong had been after Chui Quan, not his own son or elder brother. After venting his fury, the Lu patriarch did 2 things. First, he sent word to the Chui patriarch, making it clear the Chui family bore full responsibility. Second, he wrote a letter to Chen Fan, proposing cooperation to destroy the Chui family in revenge for his sons and brothers' deaths. Both families dispatched numerous men to hunt for Mu Chong across the county. The entire county was thrown into chaos, and common citizens voiced complaints without end. Meanwhile, Chenjia continued with its daily life, training, brewing, eating, studying, training again, and finally sleeping. 3 days later, someone from the Lu family came to visit. He handed a letter to a villager, who in turn gave it to Chen Zheng. After reading the letter, Chen Zheng passed it to Chen Fan and summoned Chen Wu. Master, the Lu patriarch wishes to ally with you against the Chui family. What do you both think? Chen Zheng asked. Chen Wu replied. This feels suspicious. Both families just lost people, and should instead unite against a common enemy. Why would they now become hostile toward each other? My guess is they want to use us as their weapon to destroy the Chui family, only later to eliminate us using the authorities. Don't forget, the imperial decree is soon arriving. Commissioner Xiao will be leaving, and he won't be able to protect us anymore. Chen Zheng nodded. Chen Wu makes a strong point. I also suspect it's a trap. we're better off ignoring it. Both Chen Wu and Chen Zheng looked at Chen Fan. They had voiced their opinions. Now it was up to him. Chen Fan said solemnly, "You both make valid points, but I hold a different opinion. I believe we can cooperate with the Lu family." "Why?" Chen Zheng asked. "Aren't you afraid it might be a trap set by the Chui and Lu families?" "We'll determine whether it's a trap later," Chen Fan replied. "But the Chui family's wealth will be extremely useful to us. Now, we're not merely feeding the people of Chenjia, but also a group of bandits and their families. The population has already exceeded 6,000. If it were the inner city, I could easily support them all. But this place won't allow it. War is coming soon, and everything here will be ruined. Developing this village would be a complete waste. That's why I thought of plunder, seizing the wealth of these rich and corrupt noble families to support our large group. Now the Lu family wants to join us against the Chui family. Regardless of whether it's genuine or not, we should give it a try. However, Po Lu and the others can't appear in public anymore. Let them stay in the manor and continue training. I'll handle this personally. Facing the head of the Lu family alone will better show my sincerity." "No," Chen Zheng objected. "Absolutely not. You are now the core of our entire village. If anything happens to you, the entire Chenjia will collapse." Chen Wu nodded. "Right. Let me take the lead instead while you make the arrangements from behind the scenes." "No," Chen Fan refused. "I've already let out the news that Uncle Wu was a strong general under General Mu Chong. People now believe you're the one behind everything, and I'm merely the public leader they push forward. Because I have no relatives or connections and am still young, it's easier for them to control me. They won't just avoid harming me. They'll offer me many benefits in hopes of gaining inside information about the village." Chen Zheng thought for a moment and said, "That's actually true. It makes the most sense for the young master to go. If the Lu family wants cooperation with Chenjia, they'd never dare harm you. Otherwise, there would be no way for Chenjia to work with the Lu family. And in order to spy on the village's secrets, the Lu family will definitely offer you many benefits, ensuring your safety." Chen Wu found their reasoning convincing and said, "Then we'll go with that plan. At least let Pejun accompany you to protect you." "No need," Chen Fan declined. "This time, I must go alone. Adding another person will only bring greater risk." "That's final. Don't try to persuade me any further. Also, the new year is approaching soon. Arrange for all the alcohol to be sold. Zhengshu, you lead the caravan and deliver the wine to the prefecture capital. On your way back, buy some supplies for the new year. Also, collect grain, 10 jin of grain, 1 jin of meat, and 2 qian of silver per household, as my new year gift for everyone." Chapter 102. News from the border. "You two should discuss the specific matters with Xiaoning. I don't think Xiaoning is a refugee fleeing famine. She seems more like someone who was framed and ended up in our village. Her knowledge might surpass all the people here combined." Chen Wu and Chen Zheng slowly nodded, for they both had noticed it, especially after learning that Li Xiaoning knew martial arts and was exceptionally skilled. They knew she was no ordinary person. Chen Fan continued, "As for delivering the wine to Manager Zhou in the county town, I'll handle it personally. Uncle Chen Wu, you write a letter to the Lu family. Say that we're willing to cooperate with them, but we want half of the Chui family's wealth. And be sure to emphasize that I'm the one fully authorized to manage everything. If there's anything I can't handle, then I'll come to discuss with you. Create the impression that I'm the one you've put forward, not the real decision maker." "Understood. Leave it to me." Not long after, the Lu family's messenger took the letter back to the Lu estate and handed it to Master Lu. After reading the letter, Master Lu ordered his guards that if anyone named Chen Fan came seeking him, they were to bring that person directly to see him. He locked himself in his study, pondering how to deal with the Chui family. A few days later, Chen Fan escorted 2,000 jars of wine toward the county town. This time, the wagon drivers were experienced ones recruited by Li Xiaoning, led by Zhou Fu. Originally, they had been hired to help the elderly, the weak, and the women of the village transport goods. But that number of men was no longer sufficient now. The idea of expanding the caravan had formed in Chen Fan's mind. But just one old horse cost 10 taels of silver, not to mention the costs of upkeep afterward. That was also one reason Chen Fan valued the Chui family's business. Nowadays, the Chen family distillery's name carried great weight in the county town. It shielded them from government inspection, and even the bandits and aristocratic families dared not touch them yet. So, Chen Fan entered the county town smoothly, and not even the city guards dared to stop him. Looking at 2 officers passing by, Chen Fan recalled how he had used his space ability on them during his first visit, gaining considerable benefits. He almost laughed out loud. Arriving at the Yunlai Inn, Chen Fan told Zhou Fu and others to park the wagons outside first while he went in alone to find Manager Zhou. "The young master from Chen's has arrived," the inn waiter announced loudly upon seeing Chen Fan. Zhou, who had been tallying accounts, immediately rose and hurried to greet him. "My young master Chen, it's been nearly half a month, and you seem even more radiant than before." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Manager Zhou. I'm here today to deliver wine to you. However, the amount is rather large, 2,000 jars. I wonder if you can handle it." "Haha, naturally, the more the better." Zhou laughed loudly. "Young Master Chen, you don't know how many people come here every day asking for your wine. Not just 2,000 jars, 200,000 jars I could sell off." "Great. I was actually thinking of selling directly to the Lu family if you couldn't take them all. Since you can handle this, I won't need to trouble 2 people twice." "Not a trouble at all, not a trouble at all," Manager Zhou said warmly. "Please, come inside. I have news from the border." Upon hearing that, Chen Fan immediately motioned for him to lead the way. Manager Zhou led Chen Fan into a top private room. Instead of ordering dishes and alcohol, he poured a pot of tea. As for the 2,000 jars of wine, he had the waiters unload them, and he let Zhou Fu and the others assist. In the private room, Manager Zhou poured Chen Fan a cup of tea and said, "Young Master Chen, as expected, your plans are always clever and precise." The Beatty outside the border rejected the imperial court's peace negotiation and openly declared they'd attack Hengwu City before the new year. Now the court has dispatched 8 battalions of border troops to Hengwu City to resist the Beatty. Tell me, do you think war will break out? No problem, Chen Fan replied. Anyway, the weather is getting colder. Even if fighting does begin, only Hengwu will come under attack. And if they fail in capturing it, they won't be able to retreat. However, after the New Year festival, the Beatty will certainly attack Hengwu again, and they'll likely send spies into the city. When spring arrives next year, a major confrontation is inevitable. Manager Zhou, you should prepare well. Money, food, horses, water bags. Pay special attention to grain and water. Crossing 1,000 li of desert without those, you could be as rich as you like, and it would do you no good. Manager Zhou nodded firmly. Young Master Chen, I'll prepare everything. But I want to send my wife and children to Chen Village. When you evacuate, they could go with you. What about you? I'll stay here in the county town. Depending on how things develop, I'll decide whether to come to you or go into hiding. All right, Chen Fan replied. When Manager Zhou has time, please bring your family to Chen Village. Thank you. No need for thanks. I'm merely doing what I can. Also, please send someone to Hengwu City through various channels to gather news from the border. Of course. The two chatted a while longer, then Chen Fan left the inn. After Zhou Fu and the others finished their work, Chen Fan handed them 100 taels of silver and instructed them to continue recruiting more wagon drivers. The more, the better. Each wagon driver would first receive a gift of 1 mace of silver upon meeting. Chen Fan went to find Tian Xiong first. At the Hongxing Gang's headquarters, which was also Lu Zhong's mansion, Tian Xiong stored the daily collected protection fees here. 2 guards spotted Chen Fan and immediately saluted respectfully. Master. Chen Fan nodded lightly and said, no need for formalities. Take me to see Tian Xiong. Yes. Led by one of the guards, Chen Fan soon arrived at the main hall. From afar, he could already hear sounds of gambling. All bets are placed, no more betting. Big, big, big. Small, small, small. 321, 6 points small. Bets on big lose, bets on small win. Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Truly, a dog can't stop eating shit. Tian Xiong, this is as far as you'll ever go in your life. Boss, the master is here, the guard called out. Tian Xiong immediately set aside the dice cup he was holding, hurriedly waddled over to Chen Fan, and with a fawning smile said, Master, why are you here today? Chen Fan replied, 2 matters. 1, collect money. The second, prepare yourselves. Starting today, stop collecting protection fees from the Lu family, and instead target all of the Chui family's businesses. Collect 10 times the current amount of protection fees. I will take half of the profits, the other half you can divide among yourselves. Tian Xiong and others immediately grew excited. 10 times the amount. They could collect 1,000 taels a day. As others were still excited, Tian Xiong suddenly looked troubled. Master, if we charge 10 times the protection fees, they might retaliate. The Chui family's guards aren't pushovers. Chen Fan assured him. Don't worry, the Chui family won't have time to deal with you. I'm heading to the Lu family now, and we will completely turn against the Chui family. If you have the ability, take as much as you can. I'll let you keep half, and I'll only take the other half. Once the Chui family deploys their guards, if you can't handle them, retreat immediately and head to the magistrate's office. The authorities will protect you. Chapter 103, The Mad Lord of the Lu Clan. Tian Xiong suddenly remembered, Chen Fan had another powerful backer behind him, the county magistrate. As long as they got in touch with the magistrate beforehand, they wouldn't encounter any trouble. In truth, even without the backing of the government, given the nature of the villagers of Shitian Village, they still would have agreed. 10 times the protection fee, that was real money. For money, they wouldn't hesitate to risk their lives. How could they possibly fear opposing some noble families? Immediately, Tian Xiong agreed. Master, when should we begin? Chen Fan replied, right now. Everyone should go and collect the protection fees. Not a single person should remain in the manor. Yes. Tian Xiong obeyed, then shouted an order and led everyone out to collect the fees. Although Chen Fan had said 10 times, they thought that was too little. After making sure everyone had left, Chen Fan inspected the place, and, once certain that no one remained, placed all the silver prepared by Tian Xiong into his space. After some time collecting protection fees, Tian Xiong had managed to hand over more than 3,000 taels of silver. Combined with the money from selling alcohol and what was previously saved, Chen Fan now had over 20,000 taels in total. That sum would be more than sufficient for Chen family village alone. But now he also had to care for 4,000 or 5,000 mountain bandits and their families. 20,000 taels would no longer be enough. After entering the inner city, Chen Fan would also need to purchase manors and farmland. Expenses were everywhere. Not enough. Money still isn't enough. Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly. Wait for me, Chui clan. After collecting the silver, Chen Fan left the manor and headed directly toward the Lu residence. Upon hearing Chen Fan announce himself, the gatekeepers of the Lu estate all showed signs of joy. The steward even personally escorted him to the study to meet Lord Lu. In recent days, the entire Lu estate had been filled with a heavy and tense atmosphere. Every day, one could hear the lord's scolding and roaring voices. Everyone lived in fear, terrified of unknowingly offending the master and suffering an unexpected calamity. They knew the master was waiting for someone, Chen Fan, the man who had made the Lu clan suffer a loss. They guessed that once the Lord saw Chen Fan, his anger might dissipate, and they could finally live in peace again. Therefore, they treated Chen Fan very politely. The steward led Chen Fan to outside the study and respectfully announced, "My lord, Master Chen has arrived." "Let him in," came an old, weak voice from inside the study. The steward opened the study door and gestured with his hand. "Master Chen, please." Chen Fan nodded slightly, then stepped into the study, immediately seeing an old man with white hair and a gaunt, sallow face. "Lord Lu?" Chen Fan asked cautiously. Lord Lu raised his hand and said, "Please, Master Chen, sit down." "Thank you," Chen Fan responded, then said, "Lord Lu, time is pressing, so I'll get straight to the point. Uncle Wu has agreed to cooperate with you. Already, the Hongxing gang has stopped collecting protection fees from your shops and is now demanding 10 times the usual fees from the Chui clan's businesses. Now, I'm here to ask, what kind of Jingyi will Lord Lu show us?" "Good? Ha. Lord Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Since the Chun village has shown such deed, the Lu clan cannot fail to reciprocate. Then, Lord Lu took out a box and said, "This is 30,000 taels of silver. It's the maximum the Lu clan can offer." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan hesitated, unwilling to reach for the box immediately. Money was precious, but not every kind of money could be accepted. "Help me annihilate the entire Chui clan in Linjiang County. I want them to pay with their lives for my son and elder brother," Lord Lu said bitterly, his entire figure appearing somewhat deranged. Chen Fan realized that the blow must have been too great for Lord Lu, causing him to become mentally unstable. What intrigued Chen Fan was this. Publicly, the one who had committed the atrocities was said to be Mu Chong from the Black Tiger gang. Why would Lord Lu now seek revenge against the Chui clan? That seemed very strange. Confused, Chen Fan asked, "Lord Lu, could there be some misunderstanding? I heard that the one who committed the crime recently was the third leader of the Black Tiger band." "Yes, the one who killed my son and elder brother was indeed Mu Chong, but I can't figure out how to deal with him, so I have to settle for a lesser option, eliminate the Chui clan. If it weren't for Chui Quan and his nephew Chui Linyu, who convinced my elder brother and son Feng to invite you in the first place, how would they have died? Lord Lu, please understand, my refusal to attend the gathering wasn't out of disrespect for the Chui and Lu clans. I knew the real reason they summoned me was for the 1,500 brothers under my command in the Hongxing gang. If I had attended that meeting, it would have been the same as handing them over to the Chui clan." Chen Fan immediately explained. He certainly didn't want to be targeted by a man who had suffered psychological trauma. There was no telling what kind of actions he might take. Lord Lu nodded and said, "I know. Anyone with clear eyes can see that you needed those 1,500 people. Otherwise, why would you anger the county magistrate? Therefore, all of this is the Chui clan's fault. Greedy beyond reason, they ruined themselves and also my son and elder brother. Tell me, should I not seek revenge against them?" So then, it truly was the Chui clan's fault. Fortunately, Uncle Wu did not agree to my going, otherwise I would have died by Mu Chong's hands too. Mu Chong not only hates officials, but he also hates the people from Chen family village. Lord Lu nodded slightly and said, "Now, will you accept my money?" Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied, "I can temporarily accept this sum, but I must return to the village and report this matter. Whether or not we agree ultimately, please wait for my message, Lord Lu." "That's acceptable. Then I'll take my leave first." Chen Fan took the 30,000 tael promissory note and left the Lu estate. Lord Lu summoned the steward. The steward bowed respectfully and said, "Master." Lord Lu nodded and ordered, "Deploy all the guards in the mansion. Assist the Hongxing gang in collecting protection fees from the Chui clan. If the Chui clan dares to strike back, you must retaliate with full force." "Yes, master." After the steward left, Lord Lu's eyes once again revealed a sorrowful expression. Looking at the belongings of Lu Zifeng and Lu Feng, grief washed over him again. "Zifeng, brother, I will avenge you both." Chui residence. Report after report reached the Chui clan's leader. First, the Hongxing gang extorting their shops, then smashing and vandalizing them. Next came the news that their guards had engaged in combat with the Hongxing gang, and that the Lu estate's guards had joined the Hongxing gang in fighting against them. Each report worse than the last. This only further ignited the already furious Chui clan leader. "Come, gather all our guards and strike back hard, regardless of death or injury." "Yes, master." The steward immediately responded. Within a day, conflicts of varying severity erupted across the streets of Linjiang County. Both sides suffered casualties, and both the Chui and Lu families experienced extensive damage to their shops. Among them, Tian Xiong gained the most benefit. Not only did he suffer minimal casualties, but he also reaped significant profits from the looted shops of both the Lu and Chui families. As a result, the entire Linjiang County fell into paralysis. Every shop closed down, and civilians stayed behind locked doors, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Upon receiving the news, Xiao He flew into a rage and angrily questioned Zhang Fei what exactly had happened. Why had a peaceful county descended into such utter chaos? Chapter 104. Chen Fan's Proposal. "My lord, it's the Lu family and the Chui family. Their guards are fighting each other. Many have already been killed or injured. Tian Xiong's Hongxing gang is also involved," Zhang Fei reported. Upon hearing this, Xiao He said, "Go to Chen's village and ask Chen Fan whether he's involved in this matter. If so, why didn't he inform me?" "Yes." Zhang Fei immediately set off for Chen's village. Even though it was already getting dark, he had no choice but to go. The county town had become too chaotic. In just a few more days, the imperial court's official documents would arrive. Once the authorities saw how chaotic Linjiang County had become, how would they judge Xiaohe? In the end, it would become an excuse to attack the regent prince. At this moment, in Chen's village, Chen Fan had summoned Chen Wu, Chen Zheng, and Li Xiaoning. Chen Fan explained to them the proposition from the head of the Lu family and his own plan. Then the four began discussing the matter. At this time, Chen Fan realized his lack of advisors. Many things he could only discuss with Chen Wu and others, and as a result, it was difficult to reach a satisfying conclusion. This wasn't because Chen Wu and others were stupid, but because their understanding was limited by experience. Uncle Zheng, Uncle Wu, Lady Xiaoning, that's how the matter stands. What do you think? Should we agree to the request of the head of the Lu family and eliminate the Chui family? Chen Wu said, I will absolutely not agree to the indiscriminate killing of innocents. Chen Zheng added, Master, our purpose in training soldiers is for self-protection, not to make enemies. The Chui family has not yet acted against us. We shouldn't wipe them out simply for money. What would that make us different from the bandits of Heihu Fort? Aunt Zheng, that's not right, Li Xiaoning countered. Heihu Fort is a gang of vicious bullies. Killing and arson, oppressing the innocent is routine for them. We also kill, yes, but we kill bullies and oppressors. We have never killed an innocent person. Whether it's the Heihu gang, the people from Zai Tiandan, or members of gangs, not one of them is innocent. But there are many innocents in the Chui family. I cannot bring myself to strike directly against them, Chen Zheng said. Chen Wu also shook his head. I wholeheartedly support fighting injustice and protecting our home and country. But wiping out an entire family, that, I will never agree to. Seeing how resolute Chen Zheng and Chen Wu were, Chen Fan sighed inwardly. It seemed they still had moral boundaries within their hearts. Whether this was good or bad, he couldn't yet say. I understand your views, uncles, Chen Fan said. Now I know how to handle this. Also, this 30,000 taels of silver I must keep. Aunt Zheng, I'll entrust it to you. After returning from selling the wine in the prefectural city, use it all to buy grain. Chen Zheng didn't take the banknotes. It's inappropriate to take money without doing the deed. If word spreads, the reputation of our Chen's village will be ruined. Rest assured, Aunt Zheng, Chen Fan said. I will eliminate the Chui family, but I will release the servants and maids, and also spare the children. As for the two uncles, there's no need to worry. Chen's village won't be directly involved. I'll find a way to get the authorities involved. At that moment, Chen Sheng rushed into the meeting room. Master, there's an official at the gate asking to see you. His name is Zhang Fei. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Speak of the devil. Let him in. Okay. Soon enough, Zhang Fei entered the meeting room. He hesitated slightly upon seeing Chen Wu and the others, then got straight to the point. Master Chen, today there were dozens of violent clashes in the county town, involving the Lu family, the Chui family, and Tian Xiong's group. My lord wants to know whether you are aware of this matter. Chen Fan nodded. I do know. The Lu family wanted to eliminate the Chui family, so they sought cooperation with me. I agreed. Thus, I had Tian Xiong increase the protection fee for the Chui family shops tenfold. As for why it broke out so quickly, I didn't anticipate that. However, now is the prefect's opportunity to eliminate the Lu and Chui families. The charge? Unauthorized fighting. Arrest both heads of the families and put them in jail. Then, lock up several people who have grudges against the Chui and Lu families. I believe, the Chui and Lu families are certainly not kind-hearted people. They must have many enemies who have long been unable to take revenge. Now the opportunity has come, and they will definitely seek revenge. Zhang Fei looked at Chen Fan, and a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. This young Master Chen could casually discuss matters of life and death so casually, and so righteously. Chen Wu and Chen Zheng also looked at Chen Fan with concern. For the sake of Chen's village, Chen Fan was bearing too much. Li Xiaoning looked at Chen Fan with admiration. Indeed, an upright man must sometimes act ruthlessly, especially when facing aristocratic families that devour people without even spitting out the bones. After Zhang Fei left, Chen Wu and the others also departed, and thus the matter was settled. Inside the county yamen, upon hearing Chen Fan's strategy, Xiaohe slapped the table in admiration and immediately ordered Zhang Fei to search for those who held deep grudges against the Lu and Chui families. The deeper the hatred, the better. Ideally, those who were all alone in the world, having no one left but themselves. After 2 days of searching, Zhang Fei finally found a disabled man, his right leg crippled, one eye blinded, his entire face covered in scars from burns. His leg was crippled from being beaten, his eyesight lost from the burns, and his vocal cords damaged, leaving him unable to speak. He not only held a grudge against the Lu family and the Chui family, he held a grudge against all the aristocratic families in the county. His name was Zheng Yo. He had once been a quiet and honest farmer, who married a beautiful and renowned woman and had a son. One could say his life had once been very happy. But one day, a group of young noblemen passed by Zheng Yo's house while hunting. They noticed Zheng Yo's wife, and were stunned by her beauty. So, the group of young noblemen gang-raped her. When Zheng Yo returned home, he discovered the crime in progress. Furious, Zheng Yo hit one of the noblemen with a wooden pole, injuring him. But the other nobleman overpowered Zheng Yo. The injured nobleman took the wooden pole and beat Zheng Yo severely on his right leg. His right leg was broken beyond repair, and he passed out from the pain. When Zheng Yo woke up, he heard his child crying nonstop. Despite the pain, he dragged his crippled leg into the house, and found that his wife had hanged herself. That same day, Zheng Yo went to report the case to the authorities. However, the county magistrate at the time was not Xiaohe, but an official from an aristocratic family. He favored the noblemen, refused to punish them, and instead had Zheng Yo severely beaten and thrown out of the courtroom. That night, two of the noblemen led a group of guards and set fire to Zheng You's house, intending to burn him to death so they would never have to see him again. In the end, no one expected that the house would be completely burned down. His son also died in the fire, but Zheng You somehow miraculously survived. However, he became a cripple, mute, one-eyed disabled man, and not a single piece of skin on his entire body was unscathed. No one knows what kept him alive. As time passed, everyone gradually forgot about this incident. If it weren't for Zhang Fei investigating it, perhaps this story would never resurface. And this happened 20 years ago. Among those young noblemen were the current heads of the Lu family and the Chui family. Chapter 105, Entering the Government Office. Zhang Fei found Zheng You and explained his intention. Since Zheng You had already lost his voice and couldn't speak, he nodded to indicate his agreement with Zhang Fei's request. Seeing the other's agreement, Zhang Fei then instructed Zheng You to steal a baked bun, after which the guards arrested him and threw him into prison. Once inside the jail, Zhang Fei gave Zheng You a dagger and waited for the right moment. Xiao He, upon learning that Zhang Fei had already made arrangements, notified Tian Xiong, urging the Lu and Chui families to escalate their fighting even further. Only then could Xiao He have a legitimate reason to arrest both family heads. Thus, under Tian Xiong's direction, the brawl between the Lu family guards and the Chui family guards escalated. Not only did the number of casualties increase, but they also started attacking innocent civilians. Upon hearing this, Xiao He immediately ordered the guards to take control of all the fighters, and then dispatch people to arrest the heads of the Chui and Lu families. Zhang Fei received the command and went to the Chui residence and the Lu residence to apprehend them. Zhang Fei arrived at the Chui residence first. Ignoring the servants who tried to block him, he walked straight in. The steward stepped forward and shouted at Zhang Fei and his men for barging in uninvited. Stop right there. This is the Chui household. Do you think you can just intrude as you please? Zhang Fei coldly sneered. Steward Chui, don't you dare put on airs for me. Right now, due to the violent feud between the Chui and Lu families, the common people of Linjiang County are suffering greatly, with lives lost and people injured. Both families are clearly at fault. Therefore, I've been ordered by the magistrate to bring your Master Chui and Master Lu to the county office to see if we can make both families stop this madness. If not, they'll stay in prison until they're willing to shake hands and reconcile. You dare? My master is a member of the Chui clan in the capital. The steward shouted. What of it? This is Linjiang County, not the capital. Besides, even in the capital, the Chui family doesn't rule alone. Step aside. Zhang Fei shoved the steward aside, waved his hand, and said, bring Master Chui to the office. Stop. The steward, seeing the officials moving toward the inner courtyard, shouted once more, then compromised. I'll go notify the master myself. Better yet, let's all go together, Zhang Fei said, fearing the steward might warn the master and allow him to escape. Helpless, the steward could only lead the way, for the guards at the mansion had suffered heavy losses and were no match for the officials. Upon arriving outside the study, the steward announced their presence, surprised that instead of an angry voice from inside the room, everything remained quiet. After a while, Master Chui opened the study door, looking weary, and slowly said, all right, it's time we faced each other. My lord, the steward said mournfully. The Chui family had ruled Linjiang County for years, never so humbled. Zhang Fei respectfully said, thank you for cooperating, Master Chui. Please come with us. After taking Master Chui to the county office, Zhang Fei went to the Lu household next and brought Master Lu back as well. Surprisingly, Master Lu not only had snow-white hair, but also was disheveled, pale, and visibly aged. Still, he had a fierce temper, striking and cursing Zhang Fei's group, who had no choice but to forcefully escort him to the government office. Master Chui had arrived earlier at the office and had already had a brief conversation with Xiao He when, from afar, they heard Master Lu's loud cursing. When they saw Master Lu's appearance, both were shocked. Was this truly the once composed Master Lu? Are you the Mad Lu? Master Chui asked uncertainly. Mad Lu was Master Lu's nickname because of his reckless behavior. Initially unaware of Master Chui's presence, Master Lu heard the voice and turned his head, seeing Master Chui. Return my son and my elder brother's lives to me. Master Lu suddenly lunged forward, trying to attack Master Chui, but was stopped by Zhang Fei. Master Lu, please calm down, Zhang Fei shouted. Ignoring him, Lu struggled but continued yelling. You Chui bastard, return my sons and brother's lives to me. Enough, Lu the madman. Those who killed Lu Feng and Lu Zifeng weren't my Chui family. I have already tolerated too much. Don't force me into mutual destruction, Master Chui said, his face dark with anger. Though Master Lu looked pitiful, Master Chui himself had lost his own son and younger brother. Why should he bear all the blame? The Chui family refused to accept responsibility. Furious, Master Lu replied. Mutual destruction it is then. You think I'm afraid of you? Listen well. As long as I draw breath, your Chui clan will never know peace again. Mad. You're completely mad. More mad than before. Master Chui roared, his anger rising. From childhood, he had known that Master Lu was both mad and intelligent. Usually, if one didn't provoke him, things were fine. Once enraged, though, he became utterly irrational and dangerously reckless. Enough, Xiao He shouted angrily. This is the county office, not your private residence. Noisy and unruly behavior. What decorum is left? Lu Jiazhu pointed at Xiao He. Master Xiao, who do you think you are, daring to give us orders? Believe me, with one letter, I can have you both removed from office. Dare, Xiao He said angrily. I can see you've gone completely mad. Zhang Fei, Lock these two family heads in prison and let them sober up. I will meet with them again tomorrow. Without waiting for Cui Jiazhu to call after him, Xiao He ignored him completely and strode straight into the inner hall. Zhang Fei sneered coldly. Both of you, please come along. I won't go. Let me go. I'm the Lu family head. Let me go. I will tear you all to pieces. Zhang Fei struck Lu Jiazhu on the back of the neck with a hand chop, knocking him unconscious. What a nuisance. I had no choice but to do this, Cui family head. I hope you can explain things when he wakes up. Cui Jiazhu sighed. Alas, I hope he will listen when he comes to. Come, let's go to the jail. Surprisingly, Cui Jiazhu seemed calm about it, and even took the initiative to head to prison, something Zhang Fei had not expected. Cui family head, please. Cui Jiazhu nodded and said, please, Officer Zhang, bind the Lu family head. When he wakes up, I need to have a good talk with him. Fine. Zhang Fei immediately agreed. No, Lu's steward immediately protested. You can't treat our master this way. Since the two family heads had arrived at the government office, their stewards had naturally followed them. One reason was concern for their master's safety, the other was to demonstrate their loyalty. Now, hearing that Lu Jiazhu was to be bound, how could the Lu steward agree? Cui Jiazhu angrily said, if we don't bind him, do you really think he will sit down with me calmly and talk things over? Unless we clear the air, the Lu and Cui families will be ruined. As for you, steward, you may as well stop serving then. The Lu steward understood what Cui Jiazhu meant. Both families were already severely weakened by mutual conflict, and other noble families had started to show interest in seizing the Lu and Cui estates. No, absolutely not. In the end, loyalty overpowered reason, and the Lu steward remained firm in his refusal. Hearing this, Cui Jiazhu became furious. Stupid loyalty, truly blind loyalty. Zhang Fei shouted angrily. This is the business of the government office. Who needs interference from outsiders? Bind the Lu family head and take him to jail, now. Chapter 106. The Cui and Lu families are sealed. Zhang Fei ignored the Binjia's protest and immediately ordered his men to tie up the head of the Lu family. Stop. All of you stop. The Lu Binjia tried to intervene, but was stopped by Zhang Fei himself. Lu Binjia, I warn you. This is the county office, not your Lu estate. You won't get away with such behavior here. The Lu Binjia took a step forward. If you want to arrest my master, arrest me first. Very well, Zhang Fei said darkly. Bring them, lock all three of them in jail. Yes. Several officers immediately dragged the heads of the Cui and Lu families, along with the Binjia, into the jail. Inside the cold, grimy jail cell, the stench of blood and mildew overwhelmed both the Cui family head and the Lu Binjia. Only the Lu family head remained unconscious. The officers locked all three into the same cell. Another person was already inside, lying silently on the ground, not even glancing up at the newcomers. The Lu Binjia immediately shouted, is this a place for humans to stay? Give us a better cell. The jailer didn't even look at him as he sneered. This is a jail, not an inn. A better cell? You wait until I'm out. Then you and your whole family will be run out of this county. The Gunjia threatened. Cui's family head gave him a cold glare. Even now, still showing off. Then he took out a silver ingot and handed it to the jailer with a smile. Could we get a basin of hot water and some food and drink? The jailer weighed the silver in his hand. It was substantial, and immediately his face lit up. Wait a moment, I'll bring it to you right away. After the jailer left, Cui spoke. When you're under someone else's roof, you must learn to bow your head. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to please, but minor officials are hard to deal with. Now we are in prison. These jailers can treat us however they like. So keep your head down. The Lu Binjia, subdued before the Cui family head, whispered, thank you for your guidance, Master Cui. At that moment, the prisoner who had been lying on the ground suddenly moved. He turned over, revealing a face that had been burned beyond recognition, shocking both the Lu Binjia and Cui family head. A ghost, they both screamed in unison. The prisoner looked at them with his one remaining eye, then glanced at the bound Lu family head, and turned away again, ignoring the three entirely. This prisoner was none other than Zheng Yo. Of course, by now the Cui household no longer remembered Zheng Yo at all. It had been over 30 years. Moreover, after setting the fire, they had all believed that Zheng Yo's family had perished. They never imagined there could be any survivors. Not long after, the jailer brought food, drink, and hot water to the Cui family. Cui said, come, let's eat first. Thank you, Master Cui. What about my master? Let him sleep a bit longer. He needs to calm down, or else if he wakes angry and we argue, it'll bring no benefit to either of our families. I will follow Master Cui's lead. Then, the two began to eat and drink. But as they were eating, both suddenly collapsed. Thud. After hearing the noise, Zheng Yo abruptly opened his one good eye and turned to look. He saw that all three had fallen unconscious. He pulled out a dagger, killed the heads of the Cui and Lu families, but spared the Lu Binjia. Then Zheng Yo took his own life. As for why he spared the Gunjia, at first neither Xiao He nor Zhang Fei knew the reason. In the end, Chen Fan found out and told everyone. Zheng Yo had been an honest and simple man. His world only contained his enemies. He would never kill innocent people. However, since the Gunjia had survived, Xiao He used him as leverage and publicly announced that the Gunjia had killed the heads of the Cui and Lu families. To prevent any unexpected complications, Xiao He ordered the Gunjia beheaded publicly, closing the case in one stroke. Moreover, since the guards of the Cui and Lu families often engaged in violent fights, even harming innocent civilians, Xiao He directly mobilized the authorities to suppress them and sealed all of their properties, including the grand estates of both families. This incident caused great lamentation. Two powerful clans had lasted over 100 years in Linjiang County, yet now they had simply been erased. After Chen Fan learned of the news, following instructions, he confiscated all the assets of the Chui family, doing so late at night, when everyone was asleep. Chen Fan mobilized more than 100 people and, during the night, secretly transported all of the Chui family's wine, grain, silver, and cloth to Chen's village. He also took advantage of the situation to use his spatial ability to enter the Lu family estate, taking a portion of their grain and silver. This haul allowed Chen Fan to establish a caravan of 500 carts. Chen Fan purchased all the retired warhorses and old horses from the market, acquiring over 500 horses in total. Combined with previously purchased horses, Chen's village now had over 700 horses. Chen Fan used 500 of them to establish the caravan, while the other 200 or so were used to form a cavalry unit. In the following days, Chen's village kept to itself behind closed doors, and the weather became increasingly cold, nearing the new year. On the day before New Year's Eve, Zhang Fei arrived. Chen Fan welcomed Zhang Fei. Zhang Budu, it's almost the new year already. Why did you come here? Chen Fan handed Zhang Fei a pot of freshly warmed wine. It's so cold outside. Take a sip first to warm your body. Thank you. Zhang Fei didn't refuse politely, and immediately took the pot and drank straight from it. Ah, refreshing. Nothing beats the wine from Chen's liquor workshop. It's stronger and more aromatic. If you like it, take a few jars with you when you leave. I may be short on many things, but never on wine. Zhang Fei shook his head and said, Thank you for the generous offer, Master Chen, but I'll decline the wine. This time I came to bid you farewell. Also, the Daqian asked me to give this token to you. Zhang Fei handed over a token engraved with the character she, and on both sides, there were dragon patterns with 4 claws. Chen Fan said, Is this the token of the Prince Regent? You've seen it before? No, I haven't. I just guessed. This character, she, and the dragon pattern are carved on it. Besides the Prince Regent, I can't think of anyone else who could possibly own it, Chen Fan explained. Zhang Fei nodded and said, Master Chen truly has a sharp eye. Yes, this is indeed the item of the Prince Regent. It has no real power, but only serves as proof that you're under the Prince Regent's name. It was the Daqian who instructed me to hand this to you. Chen Fan accepted the token and asked, Can this token function as a pass, allowing my people to enter the inner city? Yes, Zhang Fei said. In the entire Great Qian Empire, no one would dare to slight the Prince Regent. Even Minister Lu, who is in open rivalry with the Prince Regent, would give him respect. I understand. The Prince Regent will also give Minister Lu face. Both sides haven't come to a point of open conflict yet. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. Also, the official decree from the court has arrived. The Daqian has been appointed as the prefect of Jiangning Prefecture and will head there today. I will be going with him. Moreover, I will take away the 1,500 men stationed outside the village. The Daqian also asked me to convey to you that the newly appointed county magistrate is named Lu Wan. He is the child of one of Minister Lu's servants. It's an arrangement by Minister Lu to divide power and gain control over the 3 prefectures and 9 cities on the border, currently under the authority of the Prince Regent. Has Lu Wan already been informed of my existence? He knows. Therefore, the Daqian hopes Master Chen will go to the inner city as soon as possible. As for leading 10,000 troops to the prefectural city for support, forget it. I understand what needs to be done. Please convey my thanks to the Daqian on my behalf. Chapter 107, Warmer Weather. After chatting with Zhang Fei for a while, Chen Fan sent him off. Since the 1,500 people outside the estate had always been under government control, once Zhang Fei ordered them to leave, they would follow. As soon as Zhang Fei left, Chen Wu and Chen Zheng came to find Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked Chen Wu to bring Chen Sheng and Li Xiaoning over. Then, Chen Fan told them everything. How Xiao he had gone to Jiangning Prefecture, how Zhang Fei had taken away members of the Hongxin gang, and about the gold medal and Lu Wan. Li Xiaoning spoke first. My husband, should we start preparing to move to the inner city? Chen Fan nodded. Exactly. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Let everyone enjoy a hearty New Year's dinner. It's snowing heavily outside now, and the snow has already blocked all roads. We can't leave even if we wanted to. Tell everyone to celebrate the New Year properly. As for leaving, we'll wait until after the New Year, when spring begins. I'll go tell everyone, Li Xiaoning said. Chen Fan nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Zheng. He reached into his robe, actually pulling something out from his spatial pocket, and took out 2 letters. Uncle Zheng, this letter is for you. It's a letter of recommendation from Xiao He to the magistrate of Huaicheng County. It will make clear that once we arrive at the inner city, we'll immediately settle in Huaicheng. Chen Fan handed the letter to Chen Zheng. Chen Zheng took the letter and said, With this letter, we finally have a destination. Otherwise, I was still worried about where we would settle once we reached the inner city. You always think things through so thoroughly, Master. Chen Fan smiled and turned to Chen Sheng. Shenggu, this letter is for you. It's a letter of introduction to Huaishan Academy. Once we reach Huaicheng, you must go to Huaishan Academy to study and strive to pass the imperial examination next year. Chen Sheng took the letter with excitement. Master, you even have this? You're amazing. It's nothing really. I just asked for it casually. Xiao He is a student at Huaishan Academy, so I asked him, and he gave it to me. Chen Fan explained with a smile. Next, Chen Fan handed the Regent Prince's token to Chen Wu. You'll need to protect the group along the journey, so this token will be most useful for you. Chen Wu accepted the token. Don't worry, I will certainly ensure everyone's safety until we reach Huaicheng. Chen Fan then pulled out 3,000 taels of silver and gave it to Chen Zheng. Use this money to buy land and manors. Try to purchase a deserted town, so we can transform Chen Village into Chen Town. Chen Zheng accepted the money excitedly. All right, I will definitely do it. In the future, Chun Town will become the most prosperous town in the entire Daqian Empire. Chen Fan laughed. I believe you, Uncle Zheng. Chen Wu frowned slightly. Master, you've said so much, but it seems like you're missing something. Aren't you going with us? I can't go. If I leave, none of you will be able to leave safely. I have promised Xiao He that I will lead 10,000 soldiers to Jiangning Prefecture. I'll go with you, Chen Wu said. You can't go. However, I'll be accompanied by Palu and the villagers of Chun Village who have brothers among the bandits we recruited. My goal is to earn military merit. With military merit, even Chancellor Lu won't be able to target me directly, or else he'll anger not only me, but countless other brave soldiers who have shed blood and sweat on the battlefield. Chen Fan explained. But Pola doesn't know much about the Northern D. I'm worried he might hold you back. Therefore, in the next few days, I hope Uncle Wu can thoroughly explain the situation with the Northern D to me, Palu, and the people who are staying behind. All right, I understand. I'll share all I know without holding anything back. After everything was arranged, everyone went back. It was New Year's Eve. Every household had meat to eat and fine rice and flour. Red lanterns decorated the entrances to homes, and firecrackers exploded joyously, painting a picture of peace and prosperity. However, just a few days of happiness had passed when the weather suddenly became warmer and the snow began to melt. Half a month later, Chen Qi rode back on his warhorse. After handing his horse to someone else, he hurriedly ran to Chen Fan. Master, just as you predicted, many refugees have appeared on the imperial roads. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, as the snow melts, we can tell that this will be a warm spring. The Northern D army must have already started attacking Hongwu City. Even if not a full-scale invasion, there are certainly smaller raiding parties. You're right, Master. The information I got from some refugees confirmed exactly this. The Northern D forces have begun harassing Hongwu City. Out of the 8 battalions of the border army, 1 has even surrendered. Chen Fan was deeply shocked. Surrendering without a fight will severely demoralize the other 7 battalions. The border city will definitely fall. Chen Fan, who had secretly hoped for the best, now completely lost confidence in the safety of the border. Chen Qi, choose 10 sharp-witted people and head to Jiangning Prefecture today to gather intelligence for me. I don't want to arrive in Jiangning blind to the situation, Chen Fan said. Yes, Master. Wait, Chen Fan said, handing 300 taels of silver to Chen Qi. Take this money to bribe people if necessary. Also, each of you transport 10 carts of wine to the prefectural city. If you can sell it, then sell it. If not, give it to Governor Xiao. Yes, Master. Chen Qi took the money and left. Chen Fan then summoned Chen Zheng and Chen Wu and explained everything to them. Hearing the news, Chen Zheng and the others were all startled. That fast, Chen Zheng found it hard to believe. Chen Wu said, the Northern D are wolves with ambitions. They have always coveted the Daqian Empire, hoping to annex it. If it weren't for the heavy snow before New Year that prevented their army from moving, they would have already launched an invasion. So it's not surprising that they have started their campaign now. Besides, Daqian celebrates the New Year, but the Northern D do not. Master, tell us, what should we do next? Chen Fan replied. For now, don't do anything rash. Watch what the government does. If we encounter refugees, as long as they're not a large group, we will shelter them if possible. If they are able-bodied men, we'll train them. I plan to bring them with me to the prefectural city. All right, said Chen Wu. We'll do as you say. Later, I'll go with Chun Hu to the county town to meet the new county magistrate, Chen Fan added. Won't that be dangerous? I don't think so, although he will certainly try to make things difficult for me. Then you shouldn't go. No, I must go, Chen Fan insisted. I need to know Magistrate Lu Wen's stance. Otherwise, whatever we do will be the wrong move, and even if we reach the border city, we'll be seen as cowards afraid of death. A man lives only once in this world, and he must fight for honor, not just for himself, but for his heart. What a great saying. Not for oneself, but for the heart. General Mu once said something similar. Master, go ahead. I and my elder brother will stay here and protect the village well. Chen Fan nodded firmly, then gave a few final instructions to Li Xiaoning before leaving Chen Village. With the warmer weather, everything had been hastened. The Northern D entered the border earlier than expected, the refugees fled earlier, and Chen Fan's plans had to be moved forward as well. Chen Hu drove the horse cart toward the county town, with Chen Fan seated on it. Along the way, they could already see some refugees. Chapter 108, Emptying Out. Upon arriving at the city gate, Chen Fan found that the place had already been heavily guarded. 2 rows of soldiers, spears in hand, stood in formation, conducting body searches on the citizens entering the city. The search alone wasn't enough. Anyone wishing to enter also had to pay a fee and present official residency proof. Of course, with enough money, the residency documentation became meaningless. As a result, many civilians were blocked outside the city gates. Most of them were refugees, and quite a few knelt on the ground begging those entering the city for food or money. Master, should we give them some food? Chen Hu asked. He thought of the days when he himself had struggled to get enough to eat, and pity filled his heart. No, we can't do that, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. If you give food to one person, a crowd will come asking for it. Inequality causes unrest. It could end in bloodshed. Let's get inside the city first. After we come out, we'll recruit some people to come back with us. Yes, Master. Chen Hu then safely drove the horse carriage into the city. The guards at the gate, upon seeing the flag bearing the character Chun, did not stop them and let the carriage pass directly. Once inside, Chen Fan noticed that the streets were much quieter than before. The usual bustle had faded. 8 out of 10 people seemed to have disappeared. Go to Yunlian. Yes. Chen Hu drove the carriage to the front of Yunlai Inn. After arriving, Chen Fan asked Chen Hu to hand the horse carriage to the inn waiter and follow him inside. When the manager Zhou spotted Chen Fan's arrival, he quickly stepped forward and began pulling Chen Fan toward a private room. Master Chen, you've finally come. Big trouble is brewing. Let's talk in the private room. All right, but have the kitchen prepare some flatbreads for my brother here. There's no one selling them on the streets today. Of course, a small matter. Right away, the manager had a waiter go inform the kitchen to prepare 100 flatbreads for Chen Hu, while he himself led Chen Fan into the private room. No sooner had they entered than manager Zhou burst out with concern. Master Chen, it's terrible. A friend of mine passing through the border relayed some terrible news to me. He told me that the Northern D have already begun attacking the frontier. Of the 8 battalions of the border army, 2 have been destroyed and 1 has surrendered. It won't be long before the Northern D capture Hengwu City. It's only a matter of time before they march on Jiangning Prefecture. Master Chen, could we move into the inner city now? Upon hearing the news from the border, manager Zhou had become so anxious he had lost his appetite, desperately hoping that Chen Fan could start preparing to relocate into the inner city. Chen Fan slightly furrowed his brows. The intelligence obtained by Chen Qi differed slightly from manager Zhou's account. According to Chen Qi, 2 more battalions had been lost. Still, one point was clear. Indeed, 1 entire battalion had surrendered. If manager Zhou's report was correct, then it made sense. 1 surrendered battalion likely provided crucial intelligence, allowing the enemy to destroy 2 additional battalions. Chen Fan gathered his thoughts and replied, Manager Zhou, rest assured. Before the new year, I've already made preparations. When the right moment comes, we will move to the inner city. Excellent. These past few days, I'll sell off the restaurant and head straight to your place, staying with my wife and children. Agreed, said Chen Fan. But I hope you'll act quickly. Today, I saw how the city gate was on high alert. I fear that when the refugees multiply, they might close the gates completely. In his previous life, through television, novels, and so-called experts, Chen Fan had learned how refugees were typically treated in ancient times. Mainly, cities would seal their gates, opening the granaries only to provide emergency food outside the walls. They would absolutely refuse to allow refugees to enter the city. There were 3 primary fears. Refugees could cause trouble, they might carry infectious diseases, and there simply wasn't enough grain to sustain them all. I understand. I'll sell off everything as soon as I can. Good. That settles it then. I must go to the county magistrate's office now. Chen Hu will stay here. Please ask manager Zhou to take care of him. A small matter, manager Zhou said. But the new county magistrate keeps a very low profile. Nobody really knows his character. You must be careful. Thank you for the warning. After that, Chen Fan quickly instructed Chen Hu and left the inn. However, he didn't head directly toward the magistrate's office. Instead, he made his way toward Tian Xiong's place. Out of caution, Chen Fan activated his spatial ability and stealthily entered Lu Zhong's mansion, hiding in his space while eavesdropping on the conversation between Tian Xiong and his subordinates. Sure enough, as Chen Fan had guessed, Tian Xiong was indeed planning to betray him. He intended to seize an opportunity to take control of Chen Fan, force him to hand over the distillery, and escape into the inner city. With the fortune they already had, life in the inner city would be far better than what they had now. Inside his space, Chen Fan listened to Tian Xiong and his henchmen dream about the good life in the inner city and smirked slightly. Dream on. Just wait until I steal every last coin from you. Soon after, Chen Fan used his spatial ability repeatedly, continuously exiting and entering the space. Each exit was precisely timed to avoid detection, until he finally reached the storage room, taking absolutely everything inside into his space. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. There's over 100,000 taels of silver alone. Add the jade, jewelry, fine wines, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and the total value is at least 200,000 taels. They couldn't have earned that much just through protection fees. They must have targeted the wealthy merchants in town. Looks like the county town is about to become chaotic too. After collecting all the items, Chen Fan went to the kitchen and found plenty of food supplies, cooked dishes, various seasonings, even taking the pots, ladles, and firewood. Then he went room by room, collecting everything inside. He didn't bother to be selective, directly taking wardrobes, beds, leaving not a single leaf behind. After finishing, Chen Fan also collected their weapons into his space, as well as the dozen or so fine horses and fodder in the backyard. He was quite curious where these horses came from. The last time he had sealed the homes of Lu family and Chui family, he hadn't found nearly this many horses. Chen Fan still remembered the first time he had stealthily entered Lu's mansion with his spatial ability. He had only acquired 3 top-grade war horses, which were now being taken care of by Chen Feng. To now have over a dozen horses was truly unusual. Something's wrong. The mansion has been robbed. A loud cry shattered the peace of Lu Zhong's mansion and brought Tian Xiong back to his senses. Soon after, the entire mansion erupted into chaos. Tian Xiong discovered the treasury, kitchen, weapon storage room, their personal quarters, and even the horses in the backyard had all been completely stolen, igniting his uncontrollable rage. He immediately ordered men to guard every exit, leading a search party that combed through the mansion up and down, inside and out, more than a dozen times. After searching repeatedly, they found nothing, leaving Tian Xiong's rage with no place to vent. Eventually, conflicts arose. Suspicion turned inward, man against man, and soon they began fighting. The people from Shitian Village turned on the former Tiger Gang members, killing each other. The people from Shitian Village, having superior numbers, eventually wiped out the former Tiger Gang. but this left their original team of over 100 reduced to just over 30. Tian Xiong was at a loss. This incident was simply too bizarre. It must have been someone from within. If not, how could everything have been taken without a trace? Chapter 109, Meeting Lu 1. Chen Fan, the actual culprit, had already left Lu Zhong's mansion and was heading to the county office. Upon arriving at the entrance of the county office, Chen Fan saw an old official he was very familiar with, so he took out a small jar of Zuringian from his space. Holding the jar, Chen Fan walked up with a smile and said, "Officer, are you still in good health?" The old official opened his hazy eyes and recognized Chen Fan, then smiled. "So it's you. It's been a while, Master Chen. Can I still pick up a knife and fight off intruders? Tell me, am I still in good shape? A noble steed may be old, but its heart still yearns for 1,000 miles. I truly admire you," Chen Fan said, bowing while holding the wine jar. "This is a gift for you, please don't refuse it." Zuringian, the old official eagerly accepted the jar of wine, quickly removed the seal, and took a large swig. After a couple of gulps, he reluctantly put the jar down and laughed heartily. "Excellent wine. There is none better in the world than Zuringian. As long as you like it, sir. May I ask if County Magistrate is in? I have a request to meet him." "He is in, but whether he will see you is another matter," Chen Fan replied calmly. "I understand, but I still want to try." "Fine. I'll announce your arrival." The old official went into the county office holding the wine jar. A short while later, he came out and said, "You're lucky. His honor is in a good mood today, so he'll see you." "Thank you." Under the guidance of the old official, Chen Fan arrived at the inner hall, the room where the county magistrate normally received guests. When Xiao He was the magistrate, Chen Fan visited frequently. But now, under Magistrate Lu 1, things were no longer as casual as before. Chen Fan saw a young man in his mid-20s. He was not dressed in official robes, but in coarse hemp clothing patched and mended many times. "Your Honor, I have brought the man." The old official bowed respectfully to the young man. Chen Fan followed suit with a bow. "Commoner Chen Fan greets his honor." Luwen glanced at the old officer. "You may leave." "Yes." Once the old official had departed, Luwen turned to Chen Fan. "Master Chen, your reputation precedes you. Please be seated." "Thank you, Your Honor." Chen Fan sat in the chair. "Magistrate." Luwen raised a hand to stop Chen Fan from speaking. "Let me speak first before you do." "Please, Your Honor." Chen Fan responded helplessly. Luwen spoke calmly. "Chen Fan, age 18. Birth parents unknown. You were the child of a distant relative of Old Man Chen. During a journey to escape hardship, your parents left you in the care of the Chen family in Chen Village. You were mistreated since childhood, and finally this past August, on the day of your wedding, long-standing physical exhaustion reached a breaking point, and you fell gravely ill. Yet 3 days later, you inexplicably recovered without treatment. After recovering, you began to resist the control of your foster parents, and to support yourself and your wife, you sought out Chen Wu, a former lieutenant of General Mu's Vanguard Cavalry unit, and someone the general deeply trusted. After General Mu's death, you refused offers from any faction and returned home to live as a commoner. You apprenticed yourself to him and became a hunter. Every time you ventured into the mountains, you returned successfully. Thus, your finances began to improve, and you somehow obtained a secret brewing recipe. Some say it was from the general strategist, others say it was discovered while you were hunting in the mountains. Using that recipe, you founded Chen's Brewery. Your Zuringian surpassed all wines produced by the Chui family distillery and was named the finest in the Daqian Empire. When threatened by Black Tiger bandit camp, you not only repelled their attacks, dissuading them from provoking you further, but also worked with the county office to eradicate them. While delivering your wines, you cleverly used misdirection to break the Chui distillery strategies. On the journey to purchase grain, you faced ambushes but managed to escape using both your wisdom and courage, securing the grain successfully. In the end, you united all the local gangs, helped Xiao He raise a private force of over 2,000 strong, and eliminated both the Chui and Lu families. You even sheltered numerous refugees who had taken refuge in the mountains. I must admit, Master Chen, among the millions of people in Daqian, I have not seen a commoner more outstanding than you. It is truly hard to find anyone to rival you. A generous praise, Your Honor, Chen Fan humbly replied, calm and expressionless on the outside. I merely did what was necessary to survive. Inside, however, Chen Fan was in turmoil. His every action had clearly been watched and monitored by someone, and someone had quietly investigated him. Yet he hadn't noticed at all. This was definitely not a good thing. There's no need for modesty. Now, I offer you a choice. If you pledge allegiance to Minister Lu, I will not pursue your involvement in the matter of harming Lu Yukai, Luwen stated. As expected, Lu Yukai had written to Minister Lu, prompting an official investigation into him. But who exactly was behind the investigation required careful digging. Otherwise, leaving such a hidden threat would prove dangerous for himself in the future. Bringing his thoughts back, Chen Fan spoke. County Magistrate, I am truly honored by Minister Lu's favor, but I have no interest in becoming an official. I only wish to ensure the villagers can live in peace and safety. I am afraid I must disappoint you and Minister Lu. Luwen slightly frowned and said, You dare to refuse Minister Lu's offer? Do you know the consequences? Your Honor, Minister Lu dedicates himself to the people. Would he really trouble a humble commoner like me over such a minor matter? Chen Fan countered. Luwen sneered slightly. Indeed, you are skilled with words. However, you are right. Minister Lu would not personally trouble you simply for not joining his side. But the death of Lu Yukai cannot be separated from your involvement. Right now, his family has submitted a formal complaint to me. What do you think I should do? If there's evidence, arrest me. If there's none, then I will counter-accuse them of false allegations. Chen Fan replied calmly, showing no fear or anxiety in his eyes. Luwen was slightly moved. Indeed, this man was a rare talent. Then tell me, do you believe I have evidence? Luwen tested him again. Chen Fan shook his head. No, because I don't even know who Lu Yukai is. I have hunted animals before, but I have never killed a man. Your Honor, I came here today because I wish to purchase some bran from the government or exchange refined grain for it. Do you have so much grain? Hasn't Your Honor investigated me already? Chen Fan smiled. Luwen paused, recalling the investigative report. This young man had secretly stored 10,000 jin of grain at home. Added to the substantial reserves he already possessed from brewing, and another large purchase he had made before the new year, there was no doubt that Chen's village currently possessed a significant amount of grain. Luwen thought for a moment and said, the government currently has no surplus grain, but we do have a large amount of bran. I can agree to your request for an exchange, even offering 5 jin of bran for every 1 jin of grain. But first, you must tell me what you need the bran for. Chen Fan replied. I fear that the refugees may become desperate and raid the food stores of Chen's village. With the bran, we might survive such a crisis. Conveniently, many refugees have gathered outside the city now, and the county office is preparing disaster relief efforts. I plan to entrust you with this task, though currently the government has no spare grain to offer. Therefore, I will require you to gather the necessary grain first. As for the bran you want, I agree to the exchange. All right, I accept. However, I will need your cooperation, Your Honor. Chapter 110, Preparations begin. How should this official cooperate with you? Just let the town officers take orders from this commoner. Fine, this official agrees. Luwen readily accepted. Chen Fan frowned slightly. The acceptance was too prompt. There must be a trap. However, if you mismanage the relief efforts for the refugees, this official will have you punished. Luwen said sternly. As expected, there was more to Luwen's words. Chen Fan silently sneered. Supporting the refugees would never be easy. Worse still, the number of refugees would keep increasing, making the relief effort even more difficult. Lord, the Chen family village can support 10,000 refugees for a month at most. Beyond that, it won't be possible. Your request puts this commoner in a very difficult position. Unless the government can persuade the townsfolk to donate their grain to the refugees. You are certain the Chen village can supply 10,000 refugees? Absolutely certain. Chen Fan replied. But I need the Daqian's cooperation, and also the wheat bran I requested. Fine, this official agrees to everything. What do you need me to do? Invite all the rich merchants and noble families in the city to the Yunlai. I will ask them to contribute money and food on behalf of the government. No problem. This official will send people to summon them right away. There's no rush. Let's exchange for the wheat bran first. Very well. After reaching an agreement with Luwen, Chen Fan packed all the wheat bran in the government granary and returned it to the Chen family village, accompanied by several town officers for delivery. There was as much as 500,000 jin of wheat bran, more than even Chen Fan had expected. According to a ratio of 1 to 5, Chen Fan had the officers take back 100,000 jin of grain. Chen Zheng walked over, curious, and asked, why exchange so much wheat bran? For saving lives. Chen Fan replied with a smile. He then explained to Chen Zheng and others the upcoming plan for disaster relief. Though everyone understood the importance of relieving the suffering of the refugees, they were confused by Chen Fan's decision to exchange grain for wheat bran. My lord, I support your decision to help the refugees, but using wheat bran for relief might lead to the refugees cursing you, Li Xiaoning said, looking at Chen Fan with concern. The others nodded in agreement. Wheat bran was food for livestock. How could it be given to starving refugees? Chen Fan smiled and said, actually, you've misunderstood. Wheat bran can be eaten, it's just that it tastes extremely bad, so nobody eats it. But the refugees, those people will eat tree bark, roots, even kaolin, because they're starving and desperate for any food. Still, we're not giving everyone wheat bran. For the younger ones, I plan to conscript them. Uncle Wu, you train them with coarse grains, and they'll still have meat once every 3 days. Don't worry. Uncle Zheng, take 10,000 jin of wheat bran when you leave. If you meet refugees or bandits on the road, just scatter some wheat bran and they will fight over it, leaving you alone. Moreover, once the attackers know we only carry wheat bran, they won't waste time chasing us. Chen Zheng immediately grasped the idea. You truly have thought of everything, master. Uncle Zheng, starting tomorrow, begin preparations. Be ready to move toward the inner city anytime, Chen Fan suddenly said. Everyone's expression instantly changed, and the atmosphere became serious. So, finally leaving? Chen Zheng sighed. Chen Fan explained. Among the 8 camps of the border troops, there were defectors. 2 camps have already been destroyed. The remaining 5 will not last much longer and will retreat step by step. Jiangning Prefecture will be the final battleground, and we must leave early to avoid it. We all understand, they replied in unison. Of course they understood. Chen Fan had made many preparations in anticipation of this day, worrying that the Beidi forces might one day target the entire village. On the same day, Chen Zheng ordered everyone to prepare bundles. Each person carried 10 days' worth of dry rations and 3 water bags. Additionally, Chen Zheng arranged for large quantities of dried food and water supplies to be stored as reserve. Apart from carriages, oxen carts and donkey carts were also being prepared. As for the bandits, those wishing to leave together with Chenjikin were given vehicles, while those unwilling to leave would remain at the winery with adequate food and some silver. Regardless of whether they left or stayed, each household had to send 1 male to accompany Chen Fan to Jiangning Prefecture. In response, the bandits had no complaints. Each household had multiple men anyway, and above all, Chen Fan had been far too kind to them. Other things aside, even the New Year celebrations had been filled with meat and fine wine. Given such great kindness, it would be worth it even if all the males were required to stay. Thus, Chen Fan gained a personal armed force numbering around 800 men. Originally, Chen Fan hadn't intended to use them. He himself had a secret space, just a single thought, and he could vanish within it, leaving no one able to find him. After meeting Lu Wen, Chen Fan changed his mind. Since Lu Wen had uncovered so many of his secrets, he must have had informants planted around him. If the other side made a move against him, his secret space, the ultimate trump card, would certainly be exposed. That wouldn't do it all. The space was the foundation of his existence and development in the great Qian Empire. He absolutely couldn't let the enemy find out about it, especially not formidable enemies he couldn't confront directly. Immediately afterward, Chen Zheng arranged for many makeshift latrines to be built. Luckily, there were already ready-made facilities. Hong Xinggang's training ground, which had accommodated 1,500 people, proved perfect for housing the refugees. With insufficient housing, refugees would simply have to build their own shelters. In any case, they couldn't be allowed to remain idle. Moreover, Chen Fan gave Chen Zheng a strategy for disaster relief. Now that there was food, the refugees must work. So Chen Fan had people manufacture as many bows and arrows as possible. Once the Bei Di forces invaded, the refugees would at least have some ability to defend themselves. This was the last resort Chen Fan could think of. Whether the refugees survived or not would depend entirely on their own luck. As Chenjikin made preparations, Chen Fan went to the county town as agreed. Chen, who drove the carriage to the county as usual, and at Yunlai Inn, summoned the wealthy merchants and noble families still remaining in the city under Lu Wen's name. Because of this, Yunlai Inn temporarily opened for half a day. Lu Wen also came, watching from the second floor as Chen Fan arranged everything downstairs. In truth, Chen Fan didn't know the county's merchants personally, but Zhou the shopkeeper did, so Zhou stayed by Chen Fan's side, introducing him to the merchants and noble families. Half an hour later, Zhou told Chen Fan that those who were coming had already arrived. Those who hadn't probably had already left. Chen Fan looked at the more than 20 merchants and noble families gathered and bowed with clasped hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chen Fan, owner of Chenjia Wine Distillery, the inventor of Drunken Immortal. Today, at the county magistrate's request, I have invited you all here in his name to discuss several important matters. One merchant said, Master Chen, in these few days we need to return to the inner city to visit family. Even if you have something you need us for, we may not necessarily be able to help. Chapter 111, An Easy Breakthrough. Chen Fan immediately corrected him, saying, Excuse me, you're mistaken. You're not helping me. You're helping Director Lu, the government, the imperial court, and the hundreds of thousands of refugees in Daqian. You're also helping yourselves. The wealthy merchant who had just spoken changed expression. He never expected that Chen Fan would bring up Lu Wen and the imperial court in his response. If he said he wouldn't help now, word would spread that he disrespected the imperial court, an outcome this small merchant could never bear. Just as this rich merchant was getting angry, a sudden idea flashed in his mind, and he said, Chen Fan, you don't have to speak in such lofty terms. Yesterday, everyone already knew that you intended to aid the refugees. Fool. Lu Wen upstairs cursed furiously. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned and asked, This matter should currently only be known to myself and Director Lu. How come you know about it? Could it be that Director Lu told you? The wealthy merchant's face suddenly turned pale. How had he just implicated Lu Wen? Shaking his head, Chen Fan said, From Director Lu's manner of dressing, he is a clean and upright official who would never leak this information to you. There's only one possibility left then, that you've planted someone close to Director Lu. And no, I didn't. Don't frame me. The wealthy merchant panicked. Upstairs, Lu Wen nodded approvingly at Chen Fan. Indeed a talented man, capable of leaving others speechless with just a few words. Unfortunately, if he cannot join Chancellor Lu's side, he must be destroyed. Downstairs, Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, I know you don't have the courage. All right, please sit down. Let me finish what I was saying. The merchant now hated Chen Fan from the bottom of his heart. Not only had he embarrassed him publicly, he had exposed his connection with Lu Wen and almost falsely accused him. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have died countless times already. Zhou Zhongguo was secretly sweating for Chen Fan. He too knew about Chen Fan's plan to aid the refugees. If they offended these rich merchants, Chen Fan would have no grain supplies to rescue the refugees. Failure to complete the county magistrate's mission meant he'd be facing legal consequences. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Chen Fan spoke again. May I ask all of you, do you know whether those merchants who left earlier can safely reach the inner city? What do you mean by that? Qian Tai, the owner of Qian Grain Shop, asked frowning. Chen Fan smiled and said, From Linjiang County to the inner city lies a desert zone spanning nearly 1,000 miles. To cross through it requires sufficient food and water supplies. We don't need you to tell us. We've already prepared accordingly, Qian Tai replied. Chen Fan shook his head and said, That's the minimum. There are also sand bandits who often hunt passing merchants. Let me put it this way. Everyone here is just fat sheep in their eyes. Killing you would bring them abundant wealth, food, even pretty women. For instance, your wives, daughters, and maids. I'm sure they are all top beauties. Qian Tai and the other wealthy merchants and aristocrats immediately looked very grim. Because everything Chen Fan said was entirely possible. Zhou Zhongguo asked, Master Chen, I hope you're not just saying these things to scare us. Of course not, replied Chen Fan. I'm here to help everyone. I believe you all know my village defeated the Black Tiger bandits. Moreover, I have assembled a caravan ready to set off to the inner city anytime. As long as you travel with us, we guarantee safety on the road. Even if there are mountain bandits, we can easily eliminate them for you. Hearing this, many among the merchants and aristocrats began to feel intrigued. Frowning slightly, Lu went upstairs murmured to himself, this Chen Fan is trying to extort them now. Will they actually agree? Qian Tai asked, Master Chen, what's your point in saying all this? What benefit do you want from us? Their gazes turned cold and hostile toward Chen Fan. They felt he was trying to blackmail and extort. How could they, respectable figures, tolerate being exploited by a commoner? Indignation filled their hearts. Frankly speaking, Chen Fan smiled. I believe when you head for the inner city, you won't be able to take everything with you. Those things left behind would definitely be seized by the Beatty tribes. Instead of allowing the enemy to take them, why not just use them to help the refugees? We can hide them where the Northern D army won't find anything, a rich merchant said. Chen Fan nodded slightly and replied, I understand you have the capability to do that. Once the war ends, you'll return and retrieve them, continuing to live as privileged elites. However, are you absolutely sure they won't be found? As far as I know, some merchants who've already left have had thieves break into their homes. At Chen Fan's words, the hall instantly erupted into murmurs. Once thieves had infiltrated their homes, what would be left intact for them anyway? Chen Fan continued. Of course, you can still hope for the best and believe that thieves or the Beatty army won't raid your mansions. If that's your decision, then you may leave now. Chen Fan made a gesture as if to invite them to depart, but no one stood up. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Upstairs, Lu uncurled his lips slightly and murmured, threatening them like this might prevent these merchants and aristocrats from leaving, but it won't make them open their purses. After waiting for over 10 seconds and seeing no one move, Chen Fan smiled and said, Since none of you are willing to leave, hear me out. Contribute half of your wealth to buy grain for the refugees, or use it to raise a militia to resist the Beatty forces. Director Lu will submit a memorial to the court, recording your names and heroic deeds in full detail. Not only that, but books will be written and steels erected in your honor. The army you raise can proceed to the prefectural city, where Prefect Xiao he will be made aware of your contributions and also submit a memorial to the court on your behalf, requesting recognition. This way, both the court and the people will remember your deeds. This is the first and most important benefit. Secondly, if thieves or the Beatty troops learn that you've used your entire fortune to aid the refugees, they'll think twice before raiding your homes. Thirdly, you may all travel to the inner city with my villagers from Chen's village. Under our protection, you will face no danger along the way. Gentlemen, please consider my proposal carefully. If you think it's nonsense, you're free to leave. But if you believe my plan is feasible, and you desire the court's recognition and the people's admiration, then let's proceed to discuss the relief work together. The room once again buzzed with discussion. Having their heroic deeds recognized by the court and gaining fame were exactly what they longed for. These were things they couldn't normally obtain, but now that the opportunity had arrived, many among them became visibly excited. Lewin upstairs could no longer remain calm. He knew very well that these wealthy merchants and noble families would willingly part with their money and grain, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. Chen Fan's strategy had perfectly captured the human heart. He knew these merchants had plenty of money but desperately lacked reputation and official recognition. He had originally planned to use the refugee relief issue to pressure Chen Fan, and ultimately force him to join Chancellor Lu's faction. Now, all his plans had fallen apart. Chen Fan, I underestimated you, Luwen said. Chapter 112, A Great Deed. Chen Fan watched everyone discussing with a smile on his face, not interrupting them. About the time it would take to drink a cup of tea passed before the chatter finally stopped. Everyone turned their gazes toward Chen Fan. Finally, old Zhou, the shopkeeper who was closest to Chen Fan, spoke up. We're quite familiar with each other. Chen Young sir, so everyone has chosen me to ask you a few questions. Would that be all right with you? Go ahead, Chen Fan replied with a smile. All right, Zhou said. Chen Young sir, we all just want to know. Can you guarantee that the imperial court will be made aware of what we've done? Chen Fan replied seriously, that I can certainly assure you. This is a great feat, one that benefits both the nation and the people. For Minister Lu and Minister Xiao, this is an achievement they can boast of. They won't refuse it. The imperial court will definitely learn of your actions. Moreover, once we reach the inner city, I'll spend a little money to have a promising young scholar turn this tale into an honorable story, and then have storytellers recite it across the land. If you wish, once the matter is confirmed, I can have it written immediately, and give each of you a copy. You can even arrange for storytellers yourselves to spread this tale. Once again, excitement stirred among the crowd. If they spread the story themselves, it would spread even faster. Before long, the entire people of Daqian would know of their deed, making them revered as benevolent saviors. Zhou suppressed his inner excitement and asked, so after we truly hand over half our estates, will the Northern D forces and these bandits really no longer come to our homes to search? Chen Fan paused and showed a slight expression of difficulty. He sighed and said, I cannot guarantee completely, but I can say that the likelihood is much lower. Therefore, in my opinion, you should bring as much as you can carry. As for what you can't, you should donate it all for disaster relief. Zhou nodded. I figured as much. Last question. When will we depart? And can you guarantee our safety before we set out? Chen Fan replied. The preparations for departure are already underway. As for safety before we leave, do you require my protection? Shouldn't you seek help from the authorities? Zhou slightly lifted his head, catching Minister Lu's cold, unwelcoming stare fixed on Chen Fan, and immediately averted his gaze. Noticing Zhou's movement, Chen Fan slightly raised his eyes and caught sight of Lu Wen through the corner of his vision. So he was here too. Then Chen Fan smiled and said, "Esteemed friends, the refugees came fleeing from Hengwu City, and the news I've gathered suggests that you've all likely already heard the details. Therefore, our task is to not only protect ourselves in this time of crisis, but also help even more people survive this disaster. If you are concerned about your safety, you may send your families to Chen's village. I will personally assign guards to protect them. As for yourselves, you can travel together with me. My men will inform me as soon as they arrive in the inner city." "All right, I trust you, Chen Young sir." Zhou was the first to speak. Qiantai followed with, "I too trust Master Chen. Although Qiantai grain shop has already sold most of its grain, there is still some left, and I am willing to donate it all to relief efforts for the refugees, as well as forming an army to resist the northern D forces." "Thank you, Master Qian," Chen Fan said. "With your grain contribution, we will begin relief efforts for the refugees tomorrow." "Esteemed friends, if you have made your decisions clear, bring your relief supplies to Chen's village." "Why Chen's village instead of the outskirts of the county seat?" one of the wealthy merchants asked. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and replied, "The fewer refugees outside the county seat, the more convenient it is for you to leave, isn't it?" "Ah, I see." Everyone nodded with understanding. Lu Wen, standing on the second floor, couldn't help but curse. What an idiot. The more refugees, the worse the chaos. Does he really not understand this principle? Afterward, Chen Fan asked everyone to assess their own property, how much they planned to take, how much to leave behind, how much to donate, and how much to hide. After everyone left, Chen Fan glanced at the second floor and called out, "Minister Lu, are you satisfied?" Smiling, Lu Wen walked down from the second floor, still wearing his shabby patched-up robe, saying, "Very satisfied indeed. Thank you, Master Chen, for such a generous opportunity. Once the court receives my memorial, they are sure to richly reward all of you. As for myself, I will naturally reap great benefit." Chen Fan nodded and said, "Minister Lu, all of this belongs to you. I have nothing to do with it, and you need not even mention my name in your report. I am more than willing to give you the full credit. What's your condition?" Lu Wen asked, now intrigued. Chen Fan replied, "Allow me to raise an army of 10,000 men and lead them to the capital prefecture." "Agreed," Minister Lu said with a smile. "Anything else you need, just say the word." "Weapons, war horses, provisions," Chen Fan replied. "I can give you the weapons. There's still a stockpile in the county armory. Although they are old, they are still usable. Tomorrow, I will have them sent to Chen's village." "Thank you, my lord." Then this humble servant takes his leave. "You are welcome." After Chen Fan left, one of Lu Wen's guards said, "My lord, with such a great achievement, it's impossible to keep Xiao He in the dark. If we leave out Chen Fan's name, Xiao He might seize the opportunity to find fault with us." Lu Wen smiled and said, "Of course I will mention his name, but he's just a commoner. Without my support, how could he accomplish such a feat? Therefore, I deserve the greatest credit." "Well, no, I was merely following Chancellor Lu's instructions. So ultimately, the biggest credit goes to Chancellor Lu, followed by me, then you and the rest of my loyal men who came with me. Then comes Chen Fan and those aristocratic families and wealthy merchants." The guard excitedly said, "Thank you for your cultivation, my lord." Lu Wen said, "You must handle this well. Absolutely no mistakes must happen in the relief efforts." "I understand completely. Starting tomorrow, I'll station myself and my men at Chen's village, monitor the relief efforts there, and report to you immediately, my lord." Lu Wen nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, after Chen Fan and Chun Hu left the inn, they headed directly to Baotan Pharmacy. Since Chun Wu and Dia had been cured, Chen Fan had not seen the senior physician for a long time, nor had he visited Baotan. At this time, Baotan's gate remained wide open, and as soon as the clerk saw Chen Fan and his companion, he stepped forward to greet them. "Sir, are you here for medicine or for treatment?" "I wish to see Dr. Hua. Is he available?" "You want to see my master's master?" "What is your business, if I may ask?" the clerk asked. "I wish to request a house call from Dr. Hua. Is it urgent?" "If it's urgent, perhaps my master can come instead. My master's master has gone outside the city and won't be back until later," the clerk explained. "It's not urgent." Chen Fan smiled. Chun Hu, however, looked nervous and said, "Master, are you feeling unwell? Let another doctor check you quickly." Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm fine. I just need to speak with Dr. Hua about something. You don't need to get so worked up." Chapter 113, Commencing Aid for Refugees. Chun Hu exhaled in relief. As long as the young master was safe, everything was fine. At this moment, the senior physician Hua Xinglin returned. An apprentice quickly rushed forward to take the medicine case from physician Hua and said, "Grandmaster, you're back. There's a patient here requesting you to make a house call." "Where is he?" Hua Xinglin asked. Chen Fan walked forward and greeted Hua Xinglin, saying, "Master Hua, greetings to you." Hua Xinglin was momentarily startled, then smiled and said, "So it's Master Chen. You're not here simply for medical reasons, are you?" He had a deep and favorable impression of Chen Fan. After all, not many people would be willing to spend their entire fortune to treat villagers. Chen Fan raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "Master Hua, you're truly amazing. Superb medical skills and incredible insight. Truthfully, young master here has a request to ask of you, Master Physician." Hua Xinglin smiled and replied, "Please come inside. Shaolin, bring tea." "Yes, Grandmaster." Apprentice Shaolin responded immediately. Chen Fan followed Hua Xinglin into the inner hall. Hardly had he sat down when Xiao Lin brought the tea. Chen Fan thanked him politely. Master Chen, what brings you to me today? Hua Xinglin had a hunch that Chen Fan was preparing to do something significant and would need his assistance. Chen Fan put down his teacup and said, Master Hua, the Northern D have invaded the pass, causing countless refugees. Now, I've convinced the newly appointed county magistrate to start offering relief. Because of this, I'm afraid there may be an outbreak of disease. I'd like to invite you, Master Hua, to gather all the physicians in the city and bring ample medicine to Chenjia. Additionally, I also hope Master Hua would agree to accompany me and your disciples into the city walls, for this outer town is about to become too dangerous to hold. Even if it could be defended, it'll be very risky. Remaining in the town will inevitably place Master Hua in danger. Later on, people from Chenjia will be heading into the city walls as well, and I hope Master Hua and everyone from the Ban Hall will go together with us. You're going into the city walls. That's right, but I will lead an army of 10,000 to reinforce Jiangning Prefecture. Chen Fan then detailed his plans, and further explained why he needed Master Hua and the Ban Hall to go with him. Actually, there were two reasons. First, with such a large number of people journeying together, there could be minor ailments like headaches or fevers, which could be treated promptly with Master Hua's medical team along the way. The second reason was that the Northern D forces also lack physicians. If Master Hua and his disciples stayed behind, they'd likely end up treating D soldiers, thus indirectly aiding the enemy. Master Hua sighed, saying, Sigh, I thought I'd never return to the inner city in this life. Never expected that a great battle would once again draw an old man back there. Chen Fan could tell from Hua Xinglin's tone that he was a man of deep history. With such exceptional medical skills, he could easily have been an imperial physician, yet he ended up at this border town. Chen Fan, being perceptive, did not ask further but instead pulled out a 10,000 tael silver draft and said, Master Hua, this is a draft worth 10,000 taels. Please use it to purchase all the medicines from every pharmacy in the city, every type, especially remedies for injuries and bruises, and those for stopping bleeding. Hua Xinglin accepted the silver draft and replied, Rest assured, tomorrow I'll mobilize everyone and purchase all medicines in the city for you. Tomorrow I'll bring all my disciples to Chenjia. I hope you can make good arrangements. Thank you, Master Hua. Then I'll take my leave now. With that, Chen Fan left the Ban Hall. Master, should we head back now? Chen Fan shook his head and said, No, we need to find someone who makes baked cakes and ask them to prepare more for travel rations. Immediately, Chen Fan toured the streets and found 3 baked cake vendors. He paid each of them 10 taels on the spot to go back to Chenjia and make cakes. For these 3 baked cake sellers, 20 taels might be a year or 2 of income, so they readily agreed without hesitation. Returning to the village, when Chunjung saw that Chen Fan had brought 3 people back with him, and upon learning they were bakers, he felt a little curious. Chen Fan explained to Chunjung that the 3 men were there to prepare travel food for everyone, and then Chunjung understood. Chen Fan was worried the people wouldn't have good food on the journey, so he had specially invited them. Still, having baked cakes to eat was undoubtedly better than eating hard, flavorless steamed buns. Because of this, Chunjung also formed a hunting team to go into the mountains to hunt for meat to make meat-filled cakes. Previously, they had already stockpiled large quantities of sausages, hams, and other dried meats, enough to feed the large group for a month. Now the wild game they hunted would mainly be used to make meat-filled baked cakes, as well as to treat the soon-to-be-formed 10,000-strong army. Providing meat would certainly earn the loyalty of this army to Chen Fan. Back in the county town, after returning home, major noble families and wealthy merchants started to inventory their assets. Some began packing their belongings into boxes, preparing to take their wives, children, and elders to Chenjia Village the next morning. As for the grain and valuables they couldn't take, they all sent them to Chen Fan, not keeping even a single grain or item for themselves. This wasn't because they were generous, but because they wanted to maintain their reputation and to let the imperial court recognize their contributions, hoping to gain some honors and official titles. With official titles and honors, they would be able to earn far more wealth than they had now, and their social status would also rise significantly. Thus, the next day, many caravans arrived at the Chen residence, carrying large quantities of grain and valuable items. Chen Fan asked Chen Shang to take a few people to register all the items. Moreover, many aristocratic families and wealthy merchants also arrived at Chenjia with their servants and maids. Therefore, Chen Fan arranged for them all to stay at the vineyard. The vineyard was safe, with wooden walls, arrow towers, and well-trained Chen family guards, which helped calm the nerves of the noble families and merchants. Hua Xinglin also led a group of physicians to transport large quantities of medicinal herbs to Chenjia. Chen Fan personally welcomed them, while Chen Wu and Zhao Hui's family greeted them warmly. Chen Wu's leg injury and Daya's congenital illness had both been cured by Hua Xinglin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Master Hua had given them a new life. In addition, refugees began to appear, though not many, only several hundred people. They were covered in filth, their faces pale yellow, their lips white, clearly exhausted and starving. Chen Fan ordered that everyone be given enough food first, though the meal was only bran porridge. This worried Chen Zheng and Chen Wu's group greatly, because bran was not meant for human consumption. However, no riots broke out. All the refugees ate with great appetite and afterward expressed sincere gratitude to Chen Fan for saving their lives. This puzzled everyone greatly. Even though Chen Fan had explained earlier, they still found it hard to believe. Seeing it with their own eyes only deepened their confusion. Chen Fan no longer wanted to explain further. He simply said, "Only those who have truly starved know what hunger is. Perhaps you all should try going without food for 2 or 3 days. Originally a joke from Chen Fan. To everyone's surprise, Chen Fan actually did fast for 2 days. The first day went fine. On the second day, he endured only through sheer willpower. By the third day, he could no longer bear it and saw everything as food. On the third day, he tried a mouthful of the bran porridge and found it delicious beyond compare. The best thing he had ever tasted. Zhao Hui and Chen Wu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but complain, yet at the same time, they marveled at Chen Fan's wisdom and resourcefulness. Chapter 114. Bad news. The 8 garrisons on the border were defeated. The matter of Chen Fan was merely a minor incident, something to talk about over dinner for Chen Fan and the others. After 3 days of spreading the word, most of the refugees near the county town had arrived at Chen Village. After arranging accommodations for the refugees, Chen Fan started assigning them tasks. Some cut firewood, some washed clothes, some made bows and arrows, some worked at the forge crafting weapons, some built wooden walls and archery towers around the refugee settlement, and others constructed wooden houses. The expansion was modeled after the wine estate. Chen Fan's goal was not only to provide shelter for the refugees, but also to prepare defenses to resist the Northern D army for at least a short while, giving them a chance to survive. Even children had tasks. Some women took them fishing or taught them to cut hemp rope. In short, no one in the refugee camp was allowed to be idle. This was to prevent the refugees from developing bad ideas after they had eaten their fill. The entire refugee camp bustled with organized labor. Refugees who refused to work or who attempted to slack off were driven away. Those who could not or would not drink the bran porridge were also expelled by Chen Fan. Most likely, these people were townsfolk sneaking in for free food and shelter. Who wouldn't want free meals? Under Hua Xinglin's leadership, his apprentices regularly treated the refugees. Combined with Chen Fan's early preparations, no outbreaks of disease occurred. Chen Palu and Chen Wu constantly roamed the camp, selecting able-bodied men to join the army, training them alongside the 800 former bandits. Those who were unwilling to enlist were not forced. Once a person joined the army, they would eat fine grains and meat, and were even allowed to bring food back home for their families. When the refugees saw the soldiers' families eating fine grains and meat, many could no longer stay calm and clamored to join the army. Chen Fan welcomed all with open arms. Everyone who joined began training immediately. Only those who endured the training were allowed to take food home. What surprised Chen Fan was that Li Xiaoning had also formed an all-female unit, gathering the orphan girls from the refugee camp to create a 300-strong women's army. The women were all between 15 and 30 years old, personally trained by Li Xiaoning, and all wielded swords. All of these developments were closely monitored by government informants watching the refugee camp daily, and each day reports were delivered to Lu Wan. In the county magistrate's office, Lu Wan read the report he had just received and couldn't help but admire. Chen Fan truly is intelligent. He has organized the refugee camp meticulously and displayed firmness in dealing with problems. He drove away troublemakers and freeloaders without hesitation. Using wheat bran porridge to feed the refugees effectively filtered out those who didn't truly need aid. This is a brilliant strategy. I must write to Chancellor Lu immediately and suggest the court adopt this method in the future for disaster relief, and then the court won't have to worry about famine again. Also, sending doctors to treat the sick, building latrines, assigning patrols, and assigning labor to the refugees are all excellent policies. These should all be reported to Chancellor Lu. Without a word, Lu Wan began drafting the letter immediately and then sent a courier galloping toward the capital at full speed. Unknown to him, someone else had already sent a letter to the capital a day earlier than he did, and that person was Xiao He. Although Xiao He had already departed for Jiangning Prefecture, he continued to closely monitor Chen Fan's every move. How could he remain indifferent to such an effective disaster relief plan? So he wrote directly to the regent prince. Neither Lu Wan, Xiao He, nor Chen Fan themselves could have predicted that the imperial court would, over this one matter, reach a rare consensus. Both the regent prince's faction and Chancellor Lu's faction praised the policy highly. Both sides realized it could save countless lives and offered a justified means to embezzle disaster relief rations. Opposing it would be betraying their own interests. Moreover, all parties fully supported Chen Fan's mobilization of 10,000 troops to reinforce Jiangning Prefecture. As long as the imperial court didn't have to fund or supply the army, they had no objections. Therefore, their stance on Chen Fan was complete approval, ordering Lu Wan and Xiao He to fully support him. The court even honored merchants and aristocratic families who donated money or goods, publicly commending their deeds across the realm, and awarding them the lowest title of nobility, the Xian Nan. Those who donated the most were granted the title of Zi. When manager Zhou and others heard the news, they were overjoyed. They actually held noble titles now. The only thing spoiling their joy was that those who donated more were given higher ranks. Some regretted not donating even more. It wasn't as if they couldn't afford it. Especially the family that came in second place, who bitterly regretted hiding so much of their wealth. Would donating a little more actually kill them? Nevertheless, those who had benefited greatly expressed sincere gratitude toward Chen Fan and sent many gifts to him from their own belongings. Chen Fan accepted them all. Who would be a fool not to take advantage of a good deal? Yet the court awarded Chen Fan no official title, nor did it grant him any reward. It wasn't that they didn't want to give him a title, but both Chancellor Lu and the Regent Prince wanted control over Chen Fan. If Chancellor Lu appointed him to a position, the Regent Prince would object. If the Regent Prince offered him a title, Chancellor Lu would oppose it. The two factions argued over this matter again and finally had to let it drop. In the end, Chen Fan was given no official title at all. Still, Both the Regent Prince and Chancellor Lu instructed Xiao He and Lu Wen to fully support Chen Fan. As for Xiao He's and Lu Wen's contributions, they were temporarily recorded. They would be rewarded after repelling the Northern D invasion. Time passed quickly, a month flew by. The refugee camp in Chun Village continued to grow, and Chen Fan knew the situation along the border was deteriorating. Each day, he sent people to inquire about the border news from newly arrived refugees, deducing the actual situation based on the time it took for them to flee. That day, Chen Sheng had just returned from gathering intelligence. His face darkened with worry as he hurried into the meeting hall. Lately, Chen Fan had been meeting daily with Chen Wu and a group of aristocratic families and wealthy merchants, discussing strategies for aiding the refugees. Master Chen Sheng bowed to Chen Fan. Big trouble. The border army's 8 garrisons have been defeated, and Hengwu City has fallen. Chen Fan and the others shot to their feet in unison. A wealthy merchant exclaimed, Master Chen, now that Hengwu City is lost, the enemy will soon attack Jiangning Prefecture. We should retreat to the inner city as soon as possible. Manager Zhou also asked, What do you think, Master Chen? Xian Tai said, With Hengwu City fallen, the 3 counties near it will certainly fall into the hands of the Northern D forces. Then they will advance on Jiangning Prefecture. Once Jiangning is captured, we will be helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. One after another, others urged Chen Fan to retreat. Silence, Chen Wu shouted. The decision rests with Master Chen. Everyone fell quiet, their eyes turning toward Chen Fan. Sighing deeply, Chen Fan said, So it has come at last, and sooner than expected. Return and prepare now. We will depart early tomorrow morning. We will proceed exactly as planned, following Uncle Wu and Uncle Zheng's arrangements. Anyone who leaves the group without permission will no longer be accepted back. Their fate will be of no concern to us. We understand, they all replied. Chapter 115, Passionate New Recruits. On that very day, Chen Wu immediately sent people to inform the villagers of Chen's village and the families of the mountain bandits, allowing them to place their luggage, food, and water on the carts. Altogether, there were more than 3,000 people, and in total, over 700 carts, including ox carts, donkey carts, and horse-drawn carriages. The young men and women rode on the ox and donkey carts, while the elderly and children traveled on the horse-drawn carriages. There were 2 kinds of guards, cavalry, used for escorting the convoy and scouting information, and infantry, who served as drivers on the road, steering the horse carriages, ox carts, and donkey carts. To maintain uniform speed, all these drivers had been trained beforehand. The noble families and rich merchants also began preparing their belongings, taking with them whatever they could carry. In fact, they had brought their own guards too, though their combat effectiveness was far inferior to that of Chen's village. The busy activity at the vineyard attracted the attention of the refugees. Early the next morning, tens of thousands of refugees blocked the road outside the estate, making it impossible for Chen's team to leave. Chen Wu, who stood at the front, immediately shouted, Everyone, clear the way. An elderly man stepped forward and said, Esteemed sir, where are you going? Inside the city, Chen Wu replied. You must clear the way quickly. Don't force us to use force. The refugees became instantly anxious. If you go to the inner city, what about us? So, a crowd of refugees blocked the road, refusing to move aside no matter what Chen Wu said. When Chen Fan learned about this matter, he knew such a situation was inevitable. He quickly came to the outside of the estate. Master, master, master. Whoever from Chen's village saw Chen Fan would greet him respectfully as master. Chen Fan nodded slightly to each one. Seeing Chen Fan arrive, Chen Wu stepped forward and said, Master, they won't let us leave. What should we do? Sighing, Chen Fan replied, Let me handle this. The old man saw Chen Fan approach and said, Master, are you abandoning us? Chen Fan replied, I will stay with you, but they must go. Will Master really stay? Of course. Not only will I stay, but my brothers will also remain. There's also me, Li Xiaoning stepped forward. And my army of women, they will all stay too. Nonsense, Chen Fan said sternly. You must go with Uncle Wu and the others. No, I want to stay, Li Xiaoning declared resolutely. I shall also stay, Hua Xinglin spoke up at this moment. Hua Xinglin, Chen Fan was surprised. Hua Xinglin smiled. You are going to fight against the Beatty. Although I am old, I can still help treat the wounded with my medical skills. Sighing again, Chen Fan said, Fine. If you wish to stay, then stay. Then he looked toward the refugees and spoke firmly. Ladies and gentlemen, you came here fleeing from the border, and I gave you refuge because we are all citizens of the Great Qian. Now the Beatty have broken through the border. There is nowhere else to escape except the inner city. But is the inner city really safe? No. As long as the Beatty exist, no place is safe. Today, I allow my clansmen to leave for the inner city, while I personally lead 800 guards and the newly formed army of 10,000 men to Jiangning Prefecture to resist the Beatty. Now, which of you still wants to flee, or who will fight the Beatty head-on and restore justice for ourselves? The Beatty are ruthless and fierce. If we go, it's just death. If it were the past you, indeed death. But you are not the same anymore. After more than a month of my training, many of you now know archery and how to wield weapons. If 1 against 1 is impossible, then fight 2 against 1, 3 against 1, even 10 against 1. On the battlefield, whoever is not afraid to die will win. I simply ask you all now, are you afraid to die? Faced with Chen Fan's question, the refugees hung their heads in shame. They had fled precisely because they were afraid of death. Not afraid. Not afraid. One deafening voice after another came from behind the refugees, and they were shocked to see a group of soldiers brandishing spears and wearing armor. Looking carefully, they realized some of the soldiers were their own children. "Anyo, what are you talking about? Come back quickly," a woman cried out. "You too, Erguzi. Come back with me. Huzi, quickly take off your armor and come back." "Husband, what are you doing wearing armor?" One voice after another cried out among the refugees as they tried to call back their children or husbands to their sides. Yet the 10,000 soldiers with spears and armor remained unmoved. "Father, without our nation, there is no home. I must protect our country. Wife, your man is a real man who will definitely protect you and our children and won't let the Beatty bully you. Mother, we have nowhere else to run. Only by killing the Beatty will we truly be safe. Father, mother, today I must follow Master Chen to Jiangning Prefecture to fight the Beatty. I probably won't be able to serve you two in the future." Thud. As soon as a soldier finished speaking, he knelt down, bowing 3 times loudly directly toward the refugees. "It's hard to serve both loyalty and filial piety. Forgive this disobedient son." "Child," the mother cried out, wanting to rush forward and pull her child back, but her husband held her tightly. "Lord," the woman looked at her husband in disbelief. The husband shook his head and said, "The child has grown up. We can't stop him." "Lord," the woman wept bitterly in her husband's arms. However, tens of thousands of soldiers suddenly knelt down together, shouting in unison, "Forgive this disobedient son." Then they bowed to the refugees one after another. Immediately afterward, everyone stood up. "Our great Qian still has such passionate young men. Why should we fear the barbarian Beatty?" Hua Xinglin said, his face full of emotion. Chen Wu seemed to see the Mu family army once again, murmuring, "General Mu." Chen Sheng admired. "Master is truly remarkable. In just 1 month, he has trained ordinary people into a group unafraid of the Beatty army." Li Xiaoning looked at Chen Fan with great excitement. Even those 800 remaining bandits who had stayed behind were also boiling with passion, eager to go fight the Beatty right away. Chen Fan spoke again. "My fellow soldiers, please rise." Tens of thousands of soldiers stood at once, wiping away tears in their eyes. Determination showed clearly on every face. Chen Fan continued, "My fellow villagers, please make way. Don't let the children feel disappointed in you." Then one refugee cleared the path, followed by another, until finally a road had been made. Seeing this, Chen Wu stepped forward and said to Chen Fan, "Master, we will leave first and wait for you in the inner city." Chen Zheng also said, "Rest assured, Master. Once we reach our destination, we will send someone to inform you." "Good," Chen Fan replied. "Uncle Zheng, Uncle Wu, please take care on your journey." After saying goodbye to Chen Fan, Chen Wu and Chen Zheng led the convoy away from the village that had been their home for generations. They both knew this was not the time for sentimentality, or else they would have wasted all Master Chen's efforts. Chapter 116, Discovery of the Northern D Cavalry Camp. Hua Xinglin stayed behind with one of his apprentices, while the rest went into the inner city. In addition, Li Xiaoning and a group of female warriors also remained behind. Chen Fan felt both comforted and pained by this. Staying behind meant enduring hardship. He had his spatial dimension. If anything turned against him, he could retreat inside and bide his time. He would definitely not die. But for Li Xiaoning and the others, if they encountered the Northern D forces, their lives would be hanging in the balance. Still, Chen Fan did not blame Li Xiaoning. "Xiaoning, Master Hua, please both of you stay here and guard the village. I will take over 10,000 soldiers and head to the capital city." Li Xiaoning nodded. "I will wait for you here in the village." Chen Fan gently nodded back. Master Hua said, "Let me send my apprentice with you. Tianqi, you will go with Master Chen." "Thank you, Master Hua." Chen Fan bowed with clasped hands. "And thank you, Brother Tianqi. I will do my utmost." Next, Chen Fan turned to the refugees present and bowed deeply. "Today, I, Chen Fan, will lead your sons, husbands, and fathers to the capital city in support, to fight against the Northern D army. Their fates are uncertain. Right now, I would first like to thank all of you who have raised brave sons for the great Qian. Then, I must sincerely apologize. This departure may well be our final goodbye." Someone among the crowd burst into tears. An old man beside her angrily said, "What are you crying for? This is a good thing. We should be seeing the boys off instead, so they have no worries and can fight bravely." "That's right. We mustn't let the boys be distracted by our concern for them. We should allow them to focus completely on the battlefield. Let's send them off." "Exactly, let's send them off." The cries of farewell grew louder. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately shouted, "Bring the wine." Instantly, guards stepped forward with large jars, pouring wine for all the soldiers present. Finally, Li Xiaoning understood why Chen Fan had brewed so much undistilled wine. Moments later, Chen Fan raised a bowl of wine high and declared, "Fellow soldiers, let us use this wine in our hands to thank our parents for raising us, our wives for standing by us, and our children for thinking of us. Bottoms up, bottoms up." 10,000 soldiers shouted together. Chen Fan drank first, then smashed the bowl. "Say goodbye to your parents, your wives, and children." One after another, the soldiers smashed their bowls, repeating the words, "Say goodbye to your parents, your wives, and children." The sound echoed for a long time. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately led the 10,000-strong force towards the capital city. Riding atop his warhorse, clad in white armor and a 3-foot sword hanging from his waist, Chen Fan looked majestic, tall, handsome, and charismatic. Behind him followed over 200 cavalry, then more than 500 soldiers from the mountain bandits, and finally over 10,000 refugee soldiers. The entire army marched out in full splendor. Following the military structure he knew from his past life, Chen Fan organized the army into squads, platoons, companies, battalions, and so forth. Currently, it was structured as one division, with himself as division commander. Under his division were 3 brigades, each commanded respectively by Chen Shi, Chen Hu, and Chen Feng. Chen Hu commanded the vanguard brigade, consisting of 4,000 infantrymen, directly under Chen Fan's command. Chen Polu led the independent brigade of 4,000 infantry. Although still under Chen Fan's overall command, this brigade held autonomy. Only during major battles, when Chen Fan deemed it necessary, would he personally command them. Originally stationed at the winery, now that Li Xiaoning had arrived, Chen Fan brought Chen Polu with him to develop the independent brigade's unique capabilities and train Chen Polu further. Additionally, Chen Feng commanded the assault brigade consisting of over 200 cavalry and over 2,000 infantrymen. Their mission was specifically to conduct raids, swift surprise attacks, and represented the future cavalry brigade, akin to modern mobile units. Moreover, Chen Feng himself commanded those 200 cavalrymen. To put it simply, aside from Chen Fan, only Chen Feng could directly command the cavalry. Others, including Chen Wu and Chen Polu, could not. Chen Fan also understood that in ancient times, a cavalry force of 100,000 soldiers could command immense respect from emperors themselves. In times of chaos, ruling the Central Plains was absolutely within reach. Passing through Linjiang County, Chen Fan had Lu Wen prepare numerous containers of fire oil, which were stored in water pouches, tens of thousands of fire oil pouches, each soldier receiving only 3. Lu Wen was naturally curious how Chen Fan intended to use fire oil against the Northern D army. Without explaining further, Chen Fan took the fire oil and left the county, heading straight for the capital city. On the march, seeing the increasing number of refugees, Chen Fan slowed his advance and dispatched scouts to gather information. Originally, Chen Fan had intended to recruit a few more refugees and fight the Northern D together, but surprisingly, upon seeing them, the refugees avoided them, unwilling to approach. He abandoned the idea soon after. Gathering more refugees would only lead them to certain death, and it was unnecessary. Although this 10,000-strong refugee army was nearly as good as suicide, there was still a sliver of hope in 9 deaths. However, taking in additional refugees to fight the Northern D would mean 10 deaths with no chance of survival. 2 days later, after allowing the army to rest, Chen Fan took out a map and began studying it. The 3 prefectures and 9 cities along the border. The 3 prefectures were Hengwu City, Jiangning Prefecture, and Liangzhou City, each overseeing 3 smaller towns. These were small cities with low walls, easy targets to conquer. Hengwu had already fallen, and next was Liangzhou, followed by Jiangning. The reason Chen Fan chose to defend Jiangning Prefecture was for the sake of military merit. If the Northern D army wanted to control Hengwu and Liangzhou, they would have to split their forces significantly, thus reducing their numbers when they finally arrived at Jiangning. Chen Feng hurried over and said, "Master Chen, scouts have discovered a Northern D cavalry unit numbering around 2,000. We should avoid direct confrontation for now." Chen Fan's face darkened as he asked, "How far away are they?" Chen Polu and Chen Hu also wore grave expressions. Chen Feng pointed at a location on the map and said, "They've set up camp approximately 20 miles from here. I suspect they're the vanguard unit sent by the Northern D, meant to gather intelligence on our forces and seize supplies." Chen Fan stared at the map for a moment, then said firmly, "Order the army to move out. We're going to eliminate this cavalry unit." "Master Chen, they're 2,000 cavalry soldiers. With only our 10,000 troops, engaging them directly could lead to heavy casualties." Chen Feng expressed concern. "Of course infantry cannot match cavalry in direct combat, but we can use traps," Chen Fan replied with a smile. "Understood." Chen Feng and the others responded in unison. Immediately, the army marched out again, though this time not on the main road but through smaller paths. When the force was only 2 miles from the Northern D cavalry camp, Chen Fan ordered the army to halt once more. At this time, darkness had already begun to fall. Chen Fan allowed the soldiers a brief rest, placed Chen Polu in command of the main army, and then, accompanied by Chen Feng and Chen Hu, followed the scouts to the Northern D cavalry encampment to secretly observe the situation. "Master Chen, this is the Northern D cavalry camp. When we saw them earlier in the day, their tents had not yet been erected," the scout explained. "So what you're saying is, they arrived here recently?" "That's likely the case.